Chapter 1. Have I become Qianhe, the one who only competes in peak matches? Qianhe. My combat power stands at 7,005. What about you, a mere 5? The foremost of Maoshan. At this moment, Zhong Fabai gazed at his reflection in the mirror, utterly bewildered, his expression one of shock. Have I become Qianhe, the one who competes in peak matches? Didn't he just lose his girlfriend to someone else, and after drowning his sorrows in drink, get hit by a car? How did he awaken in such a transformed scenario? He found himself in this quaint yet luxurious Republican-era room. As Qianhe pondered, the pieces quickly fell into place. His primary role as Qianhe was to engage in royal business, serving the court. And that court was none other than the Qing dynasty. The reason he felt he was Qianhe was that he had inherited all of Qianhe's memories and abilities. Most importantly, he had 4 disciples, collectively referred to as the 4 directions. These 4 individuals were all adopted by him and taken under his wing. They were diligent in their cultivation, obedient to him, and had reached the pinnacle of their youth as Daoist apprentices, marking them as the best among the younger generation of Maoshan. For instance, his senior brother Lin Fengjiao and his fellow disciple, Si Mu, had apprentices who were still in the early to mid-stages of their Daoist training. Fortunately, I have inherited these memories, otherwise I would be in deep trouble. But wait, the true name of Qianhe is actually Zhong Fabai. That makes sense. Qianhe is merely a Daoist title. Qianhe sighed in relief, recognizing that possessing the skills and power was of utmost importance. Otherwise, he would have been utterly clueless about how to navigate this world, potentially leading to his demise in this realm of zombies. This world, as he recalled, was not an ordinary Republican era. Although it was the Republic, the Qing court still retained its existence. He was harnessing a sliver of the court's fortune to cultivate while simultaneously serving it. This explained why his Daoist hall was more opulent than others, and why he had for disciple she was not lacking in financial resources. From his memories, he learned that Qianhe often participated in peak matches and had run out of magical artifacts. Crucially, his memories revealed that this was not merely a zombie world, it also contained figures like Jiu Shu. His recollections aligned perfectly with the films he had watched, where Lin Fengjiao vigilantly guarded Rinjia town. He had 2 disciples named Qiuxing and Wenkai. Moreover, this was not the most significant revelation. The main point was that there was indeed a senior brother in Maoshan. His name was Shi Jian. This Maoshan senior brother was the one capable of conjuring a tempest of lightning with his bare hands during the end of the Dharma Age. What was even more remarkable was that in the northern town of Gantian, there existed a Fushi Hall presided over by Mao Xiaofang. One could say that nearly all the cinematic characters he was familiar with were present, and they existed in the same era. This was rather intriguing. Due to his involvement in royal affairs and constant travel, he had encountered a multitude of individuals and experiences, not fewer than those of Simu. He also discovered some film locations which felt truly terrifying. It was indeed a hodgepodge world. Qianhe was specifically tasked with transporting corpses for royal figures and arranging their burials, as well as selecting auspicious days, etc. Through the information in his memories, he realized that the Daoist techniques he mastered were exceedingly diverse, encompassing various fields such as corpse guiding, corpse refining, formations, and talisman drawing. He could be likened to a versatile warrior, much like Jiu Shu. However, he was uncertain who was more formidable between himself and Jiu Shu, as his predecessor had not seen Jiu Shu for a long time and was unaware of his current abilities. Do not mistakenly believe that corpse refining is an inherently wicked practice. Although it sounds like a villainous endeavor, it is far from it. Shi Jian and his neighbor, Wu Jinren, were entirely coincidental. Whether corpse refining is righteous or evil depends on the user's intentions and purposes. With so many familiar faces, it seems the realm is teeming with peak matches. Qianhe squinted, remarking, upon discovering the existence of so many cinematic figures in this world, a sense of helplessness welled up within him. He had thought it was merely an ordinary world, but it was evidently more complex than that. After all, he was currently only at the initial stage of Earth Master cultivation. The cultivation levels are Daoist Apprentice, Daoist, Human Master, Earth Master, and Heaven Master. And Qianhe was at the initial stage of Earth Master. At that moment, one of the 4 directions, a Dong, approached. Master, the gang leader, Jiu Shu, wants us to visit Yu Yuan tomorrow. Upon hearing the voice, Qianhe turned around and recalled something. The gang leader, Jiu. Qianhe pondered, striving to recall any information about this individual. Yet he remained at a loss. It was understandable, as Qianhe hardly ever stationed himself here, even though his Daoist hall was located in this vicinity. He seldom visited. He primarily attended to affairs of the Qing court and rarely remained in one place, his presence here being solely due to his birthplace. However, at this moment, another matter suddenly surfaced in his mind. In his memories, he recalled that just a few days prior, a royal from the border had sought him out, informing him that he was to transport the corpse of a royal prince back to the capital. At this thought, Qianhe couldn't help but shiver. Damn it. Right from the start, it's a peak match. That old man, dying early or late, had just passed away a few days ago. Qianhe cursed inwardly. If only he had traversed to this world a bit earlier, perhaps he could have declined this task, even distancing himself from the troublesome matters. After all, he had no desire to serve the troublesome ones, especially not for the sake of a fleeting fortune that was bound to collapse. However, now that his predecessor had accepted this mission, if he were to refuse, he would not only tarnish his own reputation but also implicate Mao Shan. In this era, many Daoists regarded serving the royal family as a remarkable endeavor. Just like the Tian Shifu, it gained prominence during the Song dynasty by aligning itself with the emperor, thus seizing the opportunity for fame and recognition. Before this, Tian Shifu had always been overshadowed by Mao Shan and remained relatively obscure. In fact, before the Song dynasty, Mao Shan was the pinnacle of Taoism. Historically, Mao Shan had looked down upon any ties to the royal family. But now, in this end of the Dharma age, they needed to rely on whatever fortune remained for cultivation. As Qianhe contemplated declining the task, a notification echoed in his mind. This filled him with excitement. This was the system. As a traveler, he was well acquainted with such matters. Ding! Detecting a man who only participates in peak matches, binding the peak match system. Ding! Peak match system loading complete. Would the host like to bind it? Yes, absolutely. Without a doubt. Qianhe's heart surged with enthusiasm. The will to survive had reached its zenith. Qianhe. Peak match after peak match? Chapter 2. The peak competition gift pack at last. The journey begins with the extraordinary Golden Finger system. This system is designed to aid in the battle against the zombies and monsters of the opposing side in the peak competition, which is indeed a boon. Thankfully, it arrived at this crucial moment. Otherwise, transporting the border prince would have been utterly impossible. If even Qianhe from the original story couldn't manage it, what hope was there for him? Ding! The system binding is commencing. Observing the peculiar changes on his master's face, Adong couldn't help but feel curious. Master, what is the matter? He inquired. Realizing Adong was beside him, Qianhe quickly responded with a smile. It's nothing. That gang of Uncle Gio, right? We'll see them tomorrow. He was eager to discover what this gang of Uncle Gio was all about. Adong nodded and went to tidy up the Taoist hall. This prestigious Mao Shan lineage boasts a splendid Taoist hall, rivaling even the Fuxi Hall. As Adong departed, Qianhe entered his room, intending to await the completion of the system binding to see if there were any rewards. Ding! The peak competition system binding is successful. Ding! The host's initial Earth Master cultivation level has been detected, rewarding one old hand peak competition gift pack. May I ask the host if you wish to open the gift pack? An old hand peak competition grand gift pack. System, is there a newbie peak competition grand gift pack as well? Please present it to me as well. Ding! May I ask the host if you wish to open the gift pack? The system reminded once more, and Qianhe understood that there was none. Open it, he commanded silently in his heart. If not now, then when? He certainly did not wish to perish in the high woods. However, even without the system, Qianhe would not undertake this venture alone. He would certainly enlist the help of several fellow disciples. That IT would be this Mr. Jiang engaging in the peak competition alone. Solo endeavors? Absolutely out of the question. Ding! Congratulations to the man participating in the peak competition for opening the old hand peak competition gift pack, obtaining the innate Tao body, a century-old Thunderstrike Peachwood sword. The first form of the Divine Ghost 7 Kills Order, the Breaking Kill Order, and 10 Gathering Spirit Pills. The system's voice resonated in Qianhe's ears that he suddenly felt a subtle transformation within his body. As if a mysterious power was surging quietly within him, to his astonishment, he discovered that his body began to naturally absorb the surrounding spiritual energy, even without consciously operating any techniques. The spiritual energy flowed effortlessly into him. This sensation left Qianhe in awe. The innate Tao body is indeed formidable. Just then, a powerful torrent of information surged into Qianhe's mind, instantly revealing to him the true might of the divine Ghost 7 Kills Order's breaking kill order. The system had directly bestowed upon him the knowledge of its complete mastery. The IT was truly remarkable. The divine Ghost 7 Kills Order was a technique created more than 1,000 years ago during the Sui and Tang dynasties by the renowned Daoist Master Qianhe, who fused the essence of the Mai and Maoshan schools of Taoism. However, due to its excessive revelation of heavenly secrets and its connection to mystical arts, it was banned by the heavenly court, rendering it largely unknown. Qianhe could hardly believe the system's generosity in bestowing such a legendary secret art as part of a novice or seasoned gift pack. This was exhilarating beyond measure. It is important to note that the breaking kill order could condense a dazzling sword of light, piercing through the enemy's body in an instant and triggering a violent explosion, leaving them utterly obliterated. Such a devastating move was an exceedingly rare and terrifying weapon in the world. Moreover, as far as he knew, the Maoshan school did not possess the divine Ghost 7 Kills order. Clearly, after being banned, no trace of it remained. He pondered, I must test out this breaking kill order soon. However, his gaze shifted to the century-old Thunderstrike Peachwood sword. He was well aware that he had been quite lacking in magical artifacts. The ordinary Thunderstrike Peachwood sword he carried previously was nothing more than a basic item, which he regarded as a treasure. However, with the acquisition of this new magical artifact, Qianhe's strength would undoubtedly see a significant enhancement. The potency of magical artifacts varied greatly when inflicting damage on ghosts and monsters. Qianhe retrieved the Peachwood sword from the system's inventory, and in the next moment, the century-old Thunderstrike Peachwood sword appeared before him. This sword measured 3 feet 6 inches and radiated an ancient and majestic aura. The Peachwood's grain was delicate and clear, having been tempered by 100 years of time, now displaying a deep reddish-brown hue. The blade was marked with traces of lightning, resembling jagged bolts, creating an intense visual impact. The hilt, also crafted from peach wood, was meticulously carved for a comfortable grip. Mysterious runes adorned the hilt, imbued with formidable power that significantly enhanced the sword's might. The blade's tip was exceptionally sharp, glimmering with a chilling light. Clearly, this was no ordinary item, but a masterpiece. The system's output guarantees quality. Haha, what a fine magical artifact. This will certainly teach that border prince zombie a lesson in cruelty. Qianhe laughed heartily, clearly pleased with the reward. He then turned his attention to the gathering spirit pills in his inventory. Upon inspection, he discovered that consuming one would grant a substantial amount of spiritual power, which brought him great joy. He opened his attribute panel. Host, Zhongfabai Taoist name, Qianhe Daoling Realm, Early Earth Master Tao Body, Innate Tao Body Technique, Supreme Clarity Great Void Classic Items, Century-Old Thunderstrike Peachwood Sword, Gathering Spirit Pills, X 10 Skills, Divine Ghost 7 Kills Order. First form, Maoshan Taoist Techniques. The system's comprehensive evaluation stated that in this world, as a man participating in the peak competition, he was merely a weakling. If he wished to dominate, he must first reach the tribulation phase. Upon reading the final evaluation, Qianhe felt a surge of indignation. How dare they call him a weakling? Although the Earth Master realm might be considered weak, such mockery was utterly unwarranted. He promptly closed the panel and stepped outside. He intended to distribute one gathering spirit pill each to his 4 disciples, keeping the remainder for himself. Yes, they were his disciples. It was only right to nurture them, paying homage to his original self. Moreover, they were not like Qiuxing and Wen Kai, who could assist without being a burden. If they could use this moment's pills to break through to the early Taoist realm, it would greatly aid them in holding off the border prince during their encounter, making elimination feasible. Having made up his mind, Qianhe approached the Taoist hall, where he found his disciples diligently occupied. Southeast, southwest, northeast, northwest. Qianhe called out loudly. Here, the 4 busy individuals responded in unison. Come here for a moment. I have something to give you, Qianhe said, his tone resolute. The four exchanged glances, nodded, and promptly set aside their task to approach him with haste. Chapter 3. Breakthrough to late Earth Master. Master, is there something you need? She was the first to ask. Here, take these pills. Each of you will receive one, Qianhe said, producing 4 pills from his robe and offering them to his disciples. As the four focused their gaze, they immediately sensed the intense spiritual energy emanating from the gathering spirit pills. Master, these are far too precious. Indeed, Master, you should consume them yourself. At that moment, the four expressed their heartfelt gratitude, fully aware of the pill's rarity. The Maoshan sect produced only a few each year, making them exceedingly scarce. Not to worry, I have plenty more, and you are all on the verge of breaking through to the Daoist realm. Taking these pills will help you succeed. Qianhe waved his hand dismissively, smiling warmly. The four, deeply moved, stepped forward to accept the gathering spirit pills. As Qianhe watched them depart to consume their pills, he too intended to partake in one. Just then, a loud knocking echoed from the outside. Master, help! Master! Upon hearing the voice, Qianhe raised an eyebrow. Nevertheless, he approached the door and opened it, only to find someone who bore a striking resemblance to Dong Tianbao and Qiuxing. Qiuxing? Qianhe frowned, puzzled as to why this person was calling him master. Perhaps the similarity in their names led to a misunderstanding. However, this was not Qiuxing, but Wang Kai. He knocked on the door, and upon seeing Qianhe, he exclaimed, Master, help! There's a ghost. A ghost? Qiuxing, are you afraid of ghosts? At this moment, Qianhe was still unclear about the situation, mistakenly believing he was speaking to Qiuxing, given their similar appearances. Master, I'm not Qiuxing. I'm Wang Kai. Wang Kai attempted to clarify, but at that moment, a coffin came sliding down the street with a loud clatter. Ah, ghost! Wang Kai shouted, ready to flee. Qianhe glanced up and found the spectacle intriguing. This mere little zombie could even control a coffin to slide along. How amusing! Yet he thought little of it. Perfect! I can test my breaking kill order on you. Qianhe declared, forming a spell with his hands and chanting, Great Supreme. The stars respond without pause. Exorcise evil and bind spirits. Let the Tao's essence endure. Swiftly, as the law commands. In the next instant, a radiant sword shot from Qianhe's hand, aimed directly at the sliding coffin. Bang! The lightsaber pierced through the coffin, even passing through the zombie within. In the next instant, there was a resounding explosion. Wow! How impressive! Wang Kai, witnessing this scene, was left utterly dumbfounded. Qianhe was equally astonished. Never expecting such formidable power, the might of a single strike was truly terrifying. At that moment, the zombie's heart was filled with indignation. What the hell? We bear no grudges, yet you choose me to test your grand move. Starting off with a big move, is this how you play? Ha! I didn't expect this technique to possess such power, Qianhe thought to himself, turning around to find this young man. Now he recalled who he was. Just a tomb raider. Although he bore a striking resemblance to Qiuxing, he was certainly not Qiuxing and had no connection to him whatsoever. However, by the time Qianhe turned back, the one who resembled Qiuxing had already fled without a trace. Running off so swiftly, let us hope I don't encounter you again. Otherwise, I'll break your legs, Qianhe scoffed. He harbored a deep disdain for tomb raiders. To his surprise, this fellow had lured the zombie over and then ran off without even a word of thanks. Just as Qianhe was about to shut the door and step into the Taoist hall, he noticed Wu Zhenren peering curiously at him through the window of a dilapidated house across the street. What? How did this guy suddenly become so powerful? What was that move just now? His heart was filled with confusion and doubt that a multitude of individuals shook their heads, their faces adorned with expressions of resigned amusement. The master instructed them to apply hair wax as well, but they deemed it inappropriate and declined his suggestion at that moment. Qianhe emerged from the room, only to be astonished to discover that the 4 disciples, Dong, Nan, Shi, and Bei, had been eagerly awaiting him in the hall for quite some time. You're all here, Qianhe exclaimed. Yes, master. Thank you for the elixir. We have all successfully advanced to the initial stage of Daoist cultivation. The disciples chattered excitedly. Observing these 4 students, Qianhe couldn't help but smile. Although they were not his direct disciples, their cheerful demeanor truly reflected the bond of teacher-student affection. Indeed, they are more reliable than Qiusheng and Wentai. I cannot allow them to perish in the Gaoshan forest. Qianhe mused inwardly. He then addressed them. Very well. Lead the way, team. Yes, master. It was evident that the master intended to accompany them as they stepped outside. Dong, Nan, Shi, and Bei realized their master had not applied any hair wax. The four exchanged glances, uncertain of how to respond. However, upon exiting, Qianhe noticed that the dilapidated first house of Maoshan had opened its door, revealing Wu Jinren, also known as Wu Yong. Qianhe cast a fleeting glance, but chose to ignore him in his memory. This junior had always been in opposition to him, as if his mind were in disarray. He only bullied the former Qianhe, a man of good nature. Otherwise, would he dare to challenge Jiu Shu and Si Mu? Would he not be swiftly dealt with? Indeed, Qianhe, Jiu Shu, Si Mu, and Wu Yong, along with several others, all shared the same master. Of course, they had learned the ways of Maoshan, where a single Daoist could teach a dozen disciples without issue. Qianhe had the closest relationship with Si Mu and Lin Fengjiao, having spent considerable time together at Maoshan. The relationships with other senior brothers were rather ordinary. Wu Shu. Upon noticing Wu Jinren opening the door, Dong, Nan, Shi, and Bei immediately performed a respectful gesture, pointing their fingers toward their foreheads. Wu Jinren glanced briefly, but did not acknowledge them. Damn, does he think I have no disciples? I can't be bothered with Qianhe's students. He thought that if he is deaf, then I won't bother greeting him in the future. Qianhe cast a cold glance before proceeding. Wu Jinren was infuriated by this disregard. What kind of attitude is this from you, a master? Shouldn't you show respect for your elders and care for the young? Why treat me as if I were deaf? In the future, just ignore me. Chapter 5. The gang of Jiu-Shu, however, as he watched Qianhe and the others grow increasingly distant, Wu Jinren was consumed by a surge of resentment, gritting his teeth as he followed closely behind them. Though he was unsure of Qianhe's destination, he was convinced that Qianhe was on his way to conduct business. If that were indeed the case, he would have to devise a plan to disrupt it and seize the opportunity for himself. He had become quite familiar with this method of operation. Moreover, this was not the first time he had usurped Qianhe's business dealings. Yet he found himself pondering, strange, why does his aura seem to have changed? Wu Jinren was filled with confusion. Just last night, he had felt that Qianhe's technique of using the Sword of Light to annihilate zombies was peculiar. And now, he seemed even more enigmatic. However, due to his inferior strength compared to Qianhe, he could no longer discern further details. He was oblivious to the specifics of Qianhe's capabilities. Otherwise, he would be overwhelmed with shame. In truth, Wu Yong possessed decent talent, but his persistent opposition to Qianhe since their days at Maoshan had hindered his progress. Meanwhile, Qianhe dedicated his time to serving the court and teaching Dong, Nan, Shi, and Bei, which had resulted in his own cultivation stagnating at the initial stage of Earth Master. Even under these circumstances, Wu Yong could not surpass Qianhe, merely keeping pace. To be candid, this was entirely a personal issue for him. Even Si Mu, known for his laziness, had achieved the mid-stage of Earth Master, despite only focusing on corpse handling, corpse refinement, and spirit summoning, neglecting formation techniques and talisman crafting. Given this context, Si Mu's advancement was commendable. Could it be that, by serving the court, Qianhe's fortune had begun to revert to its true nature? How infuriating it was, such immense fortune! Wu Jinren thought to himself. Cursing inwardly that he longed to hitch a ride on the court's coattails, hoping to elevate his cultivation through service to the imperial authority. Regrettably, he lacked such an opportunity. Even if you serve the court and enjoy its fortune, your strength cannot surpass mine by much. You're truly pathetic. If I were in your position, I would have reached the same height as Lin Fengjiao long ago. Wu Jinren scoffed derisively before hastening to follow behind. He was determined to snatch this business opportunity for himself. However, he remained oblivious to the fact that the original Qianhe had already relinquished the business in this 10-mile town to him. It was merely due to his service to the imperial family that his fame had grown, leading many to prefer him for handling affairs. Yet, the former Qianhe had repeatedly declined to accept the business, offering it instead to Wu Jinren. Unfortunately, Wu Jinren was ungrateful, believing that the business Qianhe had offered him was worthless. He felt disgruntled that he had to deal with the business Qianhe did not want. Who did he look down upon? In truth, Qianhe genuinely wished to assist him. Otherwise, his livelihood would be in jeopardy. Just comparing their respective establishments illustrated the disparity. On the way, upon noticing Wu Zhenren following them, Qianhe shook his head. A persistent leech. I hope you don't do anything foolish that gives me a reason to eliminate you. Qianhe thought coldly. Although Mao Shan forbade disciples from harming one another, those who strayed into the path of evil or harbored malicious intent could be dealt with. He was well aware of Wu Zhenren's background. The former Qianhe had tolerated him out of camaraderie as a fellow townsman and junior disciple. However, for Qianhe now, that would no longer be the case. He was not one to seek conflict, but would not hesitate to strike if necessary. Master, Shu is following us, Abe quietly remarked, and his voice was overheard. Hey, what do you mean by saying I'm following you? Do you even know how to speak? Wu Zhenren glared at Abe in displeasure. Abe refrained from retorting. Arguing with a senior was not wise. His master could afford to challenge him, but as a disciple, he had to tread carefully. The rules of Mao Shan forbade contradicting one's elders. A serious transgression. They were not like Qiuxing and Wentai, who dared to question their senior brother, Shijin's authority. Abe, ignore it. The gang of Jiushu has already summoned me. I cannot afford to be late. Qianhe chose to disregard him. Wu Zhenren smirked. I have been summoned too. Upon hearing this, Qianhe let out a cold laugh. Let us depart. I shall depart as well. Wu Zhenren replied indifferently. However, Dong, Nan, Shi, and Bei had grown accustomed to their uncle's shamelessness. Upon arriving at Yuan and seeing the plaque, Qianhe strode directly inside, followed closely by Dong, Nan, Shi, and Bei. Qianhe entered the room unhurriedly, his gaze sweeping across the area. The room was filled with chairs, each occupied by an individual, all of whom had revolvers at their waists. With his hands clasped behind his back, Qianhe wore an expression of indifference. Given his status as an Earth Master, although he could not withstand the onslaught of firearms, the bullets from these revolvers posed no real threat to him. Once one reached the level of Earth Master, they could utilize their spiritual energy to shield their bodies. These bullets would only cause superficial wounds, not fatal damage. Should he attain the level of Heaven Master, he could project his spiritual energy outward, forming a protective barrier impervious to any bullets. He pondered silently, wondering when the system would reward him with abilities such as protective techniques. With such capabilities, he could withstand the assaults of firearms without needing to wait until he became a Heaven Master. The four disciples followed Qianhe, observing the scene before them without a hint of fear. They had accompanied their master through numerous trials and tribulations, having grown accustomed to grand spectacles, and thus were not easily intimidated by such a sight. I could see that moment. An elderly vice leader emerged from the crowd. His name was Chunlei, the brother of the gang's leader. Serving as the vice leader, he approached Qianhe directly, his displeasure evident as he spoke. Daoist Qianhe, why have you arrived so late? Our leader has been waiting for quite some time. You only notified me last night. My arrival this morning is already quite prompt. Qianhe replied dismissively. The others turned to look at him, taken aback by his audacity. In 10 Mile Town, who dare to speak in such a manner? Did they not understand that this was the domain of their gang? Chapter 6. The Golden Signboard of Daoist Qianhe. Wu Zhenren entered the room and quickly discerned the nature of their conversation. His gaze fell particularly upon Qianhe's words, and in an instant, darkness enveloped his vision. Damn it, Zhong Fabai, you often conduct affairs for the royal court and are not relying on this place for survival. Yet you dare to speak so arrogantly. Have you ever considered my position? At that moment, Wu Zhenren's mood soured considerably. He walked to the side, fearful of being discovered as an accomplice. Does Qianhe Daozhong believe that serving the court grants him the liberty to act with impunity? Chunlei observed Qianhe with evident displeasure. As for me, Zhong Fabai, I owe no explanations to your lot. If you summon me here merely to exert your authority, then I bid you farewell. As Qianhe prepared to leave, it was worth noting that Qianhe's birth name was indeed Zhong Fabai, and, ironically, it was also the name he bore in his previous life. With the utterance of Qianhe's words, all the subordinates rose, their hands resting on their waists, gazing coldly ahead. They were awaiting the deputy leader's command to draw their weapons and shoot. I could see that moment. Qianhe's heart was filled with exasperation. If the decree of the 7 killers had been the earthly fiend's decree, he could have swiftly subdued them. The earthly fiend's decree could cause a chain reaction of explosions upon striking the ground, suitable for dealing with numerous adversaries, a true area attack skill. Unfortunately, his breaking kill decree was inadequate for such a feat. Amidst the charged atmosphere, a voice resonated from the second floor. Summon Daoist Qianhe. The robust voice commanded attention. Everyone resumed their seats, silencing their chatter. "Yes, boss," Qianhe replied, then turned towards Qianhe and the others. "The boss requests your presence." "Please." The deputy leader nodded slightly, gesturing for Qianhe to ascend the stairs. Without hesitation, Qianhe followed him upstairs, accompanied by Dongnan, Shibei, and Wu Jinren. Upon reaching the second floor, an eerie scene unfolded before them that a frail wooden plank supported a motionless figure. The visage of this individual bore a striking resemblance to Ren Fa. Yet upon closer inspection, subtle differences emerged. This person appeared younger than Ren Fa, according to cinematic standards. This individual was Ren Kai, Ren Fa's younger brother. Ren Kai had long been disregarded by their father, Ren Weiyong, due to his boisterous demeanor, which made him difficult to like. Consequently, Ren Weiyong resolutely sent him away to study in another town. However, contrary to Ren Weiyong's expectations, Ren Kai did not transform into an obedient child. Rather, he grew increasingly rebellious and unruly. Ultimately, he was cast out by his father and found himself in Shirley Town, engaging in commerce. Regrettably, Ren Kai possessed no interest in business, opting instead to funnel all his resources into supporting Uncle Gio within the gang, thus embarking on a life of crime. Over the course of 20 years, this path led him to a tragic end, as he was fatally mauled by vicious dogs while attempting to protect the gang leader's escape, ultimately succumbing to the beast in recognition of Ren Kai's loyalty and righteousness. The gang leader entrusted Chun Lei with the task of finding a Daoist priest to return his remains to their hometown, allowing him to rest in peace. After all, in this era, there existed a profound obsession and belief in the notion of returning to one's roots. This necessity was precisely why the corpse-exorcising Daoist appeared. Qianhe cast a cursory glance at the body on the plank, pondering quietly, "I wonder if this fellow is related to Ren Fa?" Yet, he did not dwell on this thought, shifting his attention to the imposing figure of Uncle Gio across from him. Uncle Gio was the gang leader, known for his ruthlessness and cunning, willing to employ any means necessary to achieve his goals. Nevertheless, he was fiercely loyal to those he considered brothers. With the death of his closest ally, Ren Kai, he was determined to ensure his return for a proper burial. Had it been an ordinary subordinate, they would have been buried long ago. After all, Ren Kai had been a supporter of Uncle Gio's for over 2 decades. "Boss, this is Daoist Qianhe, the foremost figure of Maoshan." Chun Lei stepped forward to introduce. The gang leader regarded Qianhe with a calculating gaze. He must possess considerable skills to be summoned by the court. However, before he could speak, Wu Jinren interjected, "I am Wu Jinren from the neighboring establishment. Although his stature is grand, our profession values substance over form." Wu Jinren spoke confidently, evidently intent on securing this business deal. Dongnan, Shibei, and the others looked on with discontent as they witnessed their master acting in such a manner. Were it not for his status as their master and their teacher's admonition against disrespecting elders, they would have already voiced their grievances. Qianhe smirked, preparing to observe the unfolding drama. This individual often meant well, but would inadvertently create discord, resulting in widespread disdain. Otherwise, why had his reputation failed to flourish when he was not in Shirley Town? As anticipated, Wu Jinren began to showcase his antics. "Ahem, you truly possess no common knowledge. The deceased cannot rest their heads too high. Otherwise, their eyes will gaze straight ahead, bringing misfortune to whichever they behold." He gestured dramatically, inadvertently pointing at the gang leader, whose expression darkened considerably. "You wretched fool!" The gang leader's men instinctively reached for their weapons, only to be halted by his command that he was curious to see what Wu Jinren would do. If he could only bark like a dog, then he would not hesitate to send him to join Ren Kai. Wu Jinren produced a pillow, replacing the one on the deceased's head. Qianhe let out a cold laugh. Since he had come in to dismantle Wu Jinren's act, he had no qualms about doing so. "Obey, bring me the pillow." Qianhe suddenly called out, his voice neither loud nor soft, yet clear enough for all to hear. Everyone turned their curious gazes towards Abe, who promptly retrieved an ornate pillow adorned with intricate designs from his bag and handed it over. Upon receiving the pillow, Qianhe approached, a smug smile playing on his lips as he waved it in the air. Indeed, the deceased should rest their heads low, but yours is fit for the impoverished, whereas mine is for those of stature. He unceremoniously tossed Wu Jinren's shabby pillow aside, treating it as if it were refuse. Fortunately, Qianhe was prepared, having brought along superior items. Perhaps his previous incarnation had intended to provoke Wu Jinren, as evidenced by his collection. Seeing this unfold, Wu Jinren seethed with rage. Grinding his teeth in frustration, he thought to himself, "This scoundrel remains as arrogant as ever. I must devise a way to reclaim my dignity." Thus, Wu Jinren quickly devised a plan, stepping forward to grasp the deceased's chin, scrutinizing closely. Indeed, he discovered that the corpse's mouth lacked a coin, prompting him to proclaim loudly, "The deceased's mouth must contain coins. Otherwise, they will speak nonsense in the underworld, bringing ill fortune to the living." As he spoke, he pointed at the gang leader, his gaze filled with provocation. The gang leader merely chuckled derisively, dismissing Wu Jinren's words. He thought to himself, if what Wu Jinren claims is true, then with the number of people I've killed, I should have perished long ago. Therefore, he dismissed such ghostly tales as nonsense fit only to deceive children. "Ha! Allow me to enlighten you. Copper coins are for ordinary folk, while this gentleman is no ordinary man. He deserves something far superior," Qianhe retorted disdainfully, then addressed Axi. "Axi." "Yes, master," Axi responded. "Bring forth my Zhengguan treasures." Qianhe sneered. Although he referred to them as Zhengguan treasures, they were merely counterfeit coins he had acquired from the common folk for the deceased of the Manchu nobility. His previous incarnation had thrived in this trade. Did they truly believe Qianhe was foolish enough to squander genuine Zhengguan coins? As the box opened, dozens of Zhengguan treasures emerged before them. Qianhe took one and placed it in Ren Kai's mouth, saying, "This copper coin is merely for you to buy some char siu buns." He jested, treating Ren Kai's memory with irreverence, as if he were mocking his previous self. At that moment, Wu Jinren's fury reached its zenith. He could not fathom how Qianhe could be so audacious. In the past, he had refrained from engaging with him, but now he dared to challenge him. The living cared for their reputation, while the dead did not require such pretenses. Resting on a low pillow is futile. Look, his eyes gaze upward, counting the tiles, and, as he does so, the roof shall surely collapse. Wu Jinren began to unleash a torrent of insults, resolute in his determination to seize this business opportunity. Subsequently, he draped a white cloth over the body and cast a taunting glance at Qianhe. Indeed, the living require dignity, while the dead do not. Who are you trying to impress with that shabby cloth? Qianhe coldly sneered in derision, and then produced a yellow cloth to cover it. This action left him utterly defenseless. He was indeed being comprehensively overwhelmed. Nothing about him was commendable. Nevertheless, he still wished to make an effort. He approached the notorious leader, Jiu Shu, with a beaming smile. "Boss, I am a straightforward person, and I shall candidly tell you, this deceased fellow had the appearance of a weasel, with a face akin to a steamed bun. He certainly was not a good person in life. Just look that as he spoke, he stepped forward to lift the corpse's garment, revealing a belly punctured by dog bites. At that moment, the leader's expression shifted dramatically. This brother, Ren Kai, had once shared a life-and-death bond with him, and he placed great importance on their camaraderie. How dare this man besmirch his appearance? It seemed he was courting death. "Boss, I must honestly inform you. If this corpse is not properly handled, it will undergo a transformation. Look, even his beard is foul. If you don't believe me, I shall shave it for you." Wu Jinren, in pursuit of profit, had begun to create a ruckus. Bored by the proceedings, Qianhe stepped forward and clasped his hands, saying, "Esteemed leader, I have matters to attend to elsewhere, so I shall take my leave." With that, he departed with Dongnan and Shibei. However, the leader spoke up. "Wait, I need not elaborate on my profession, correct? My brother's life was tragically short. His untimely demise pains me greatly that I possess ample wealth, but this brother is my only one that I wish to request this esteemed Daoist Qianhe to take charge of his remains and return him to his homeland for a proper burial." The gang leader, Jiu Shu, regarded Qianhe with approval for his previous actions. Yet, It was Wu Zhenren's words that displeased him. Moreover, I must candidly inform you that this matter concerning my brother shall be entrusted to Master Qianhe. You, however, should vacate immediately. Do not let me see you within 10 miles of this town. He punctuated his statement with a rap of his gun against Wu's forehead. Master Qianhe, please, let us discuss the arrangement for my brother's return home. The leader gestured invitingly, and Qianhe nodded, following closely behind. Wu Zhenren, witnessing the departure of Dongnan and Shibei, snorted disdainfully. Humph, your master is quite ruthless. With that, he strode away out of Dong. Feeling disgruntled, remarked, Master, I must honestly tell you that being honest does not lead to successful business. Upon hearing his disciple's mockery, Wu shot him a fierce glare. Entering the chamber, the leader prepared tea for Qianhe and cheerfully stated, Here, take a look at this address, and why brother in life was Ren Weiyong's son from Rinjia Town. Now that his father has passed, there remains an elder brother, Ren Fa. I wish to request you to deliver the remains to him, so that he may see to a proper burial. Thus alleviating my final concern, he handed Qianhe the paper. Upon hearing the leader's words, Qianhe was momentarily taken aback. What a surprise! He was indeed related to Ren Fa, being his younger brother. Rest assured, I shall handle this matter with utmost care. Excellent. Here is 50 silver dollars, the leader exclaimed, patting Qianhe on the shoulder. Qianhe nodded in acceptance, and with the agreement reached, he exited, accompanied by Dongnan and Shibei to prepare the coffin done on the cart. Qianhe gazed at the coffin. Lost in thought, he had not anticipated that Ren Fa had a younger brother. However, it was unfortunate that Ren Weiyong's fortune had faltered, leaving his descendants in sorrow. Observing Ren Kai, it was evident he had no heirs. And Ren Fa had but a daughter. What harms you for half a lifetime does not harm you for a lifetime. Lin Fengjiao's words echoed in his mind, and he mused that she had indeed spoken incorrectly. He realized that this world was a genuine one, and they were not mere NPCs. However, Qianhe did not dwell on it further, as it bore no relevance to him. He was disinterested in tasks that lay beyond the system's purview. Speaking of system tasks, ever since receiving a grand gift from the Peak Tournament, the system had ceased to issue any missions, which was quite peculiar. System, are there any tasks available? Qianhe inquired internally. Ding, currently, there are none. Tasks are randomly assigned and may trigger upon encountering certain events. The system's voice faded, only to be followed by another chime. Ding, task detected. Deliver Rinkai safely back to Rinjia Town. Task reward, golden light incantation. Qianhe felt an exasperated curse brewing within him. You just said there are none, and then you turn around and declare a task exists. How infuriating. Chapter 8. Departure. Transporting the corpse to Rinjia Town. Ding. Does the host accept the task? Accepted. Qianhe replied without hesitation. This task was essentially a gift. However, upon reviewing the map, he found that the route to the border did not conflict with the path to Rinjia Town, which relieved him greatly that IT was entirely convenient. Once he completed this task, he would head to the border to take over Old Deng's business and then resign, leaving behind the chaos of this town. Upon accepting the task, Qianhe boarded the carriage and turned to his disciples, calling out, Abei and Nan, the two of you shall secure this coffin with 49 nails, a dong, a shi. You will return to the hall and tidy up. We shall not be returning. Hearing their master's words, the disciples exchanged glances, their faces a mix of confusion and curiosity. Unable to contain himself, a shi queried, Master, you are instructing us to pack up and leave without returning. What exactly is going on? Qianhe took a deep breath and replied slowly, This 10-mile town is not truly safe. Once we return, we shall immediately move to another location, for we can no longer remain here. This town was rife with chaos, a hub for gangsters, and deaths were frequent. Had it not been for the fact that this was once his ancestral home, he would not have established a temple here. Yet, faced with the reality of traversing this world, he no longer felt the same inclination. He needed to find a residence as stable as Rinjia Town. Who knows when a warlord might arrive? A dong and a shi nodded in agreement, having no objections to relocating. They were accustomed to following their master's lead, perpetually on the move, with no fixed abode. This so-called first family of Maoshan was merely a fa ade of a home. They turned and swiftly made their way to the hall to prepare their belongings. Meanwhile, Qianhe did not require a return trip, as he had already stored all his possessions within the system's backpack, including the precious Thunderstruck Peachwood's sword and garments. The convenience of possessing a system backpack was unparalleled at that moment. Abe and Anan, who were nailing the coffin, spoke up. "Master, why must we secure it with 49 nails?" Abe asked curiously while hammering the nails into the coffin. Despite his questions, his hands did not falter. Indeed, could Master merely be boasting? How could a dog bite lead to a transformation? Anan added. They were not particularly fearful of such transformations, as they understood that a corpse could undergo such a change not solely from a zombie's bite, but also from the resentment lingering at the time of death, which could gather in the throat and result in a transformation. Additionally, corpse refining and places of extreme ease or corpse rearing could also lead to such occurrences. Qianhe recalled what he knew from memory and explained. This is precisely why one must ensure the deceased has fully exhaled their last breath. No wonder the text state that one must release the breath trapped in a zombie's throat. It turns out this is the implication. The two disciples nodded in realization and resumed their work. Observing them, Qianhe stepped out of the carriage to the outside. However, he was aware that Wu Jinren would undoubtedly follow them, attempting to sabotage his business. Yet he paid it no mind. If provoked, he would simply cripple Wu's cultivation, reducing him to an ordinary person. For a cultivator, losing their powers is akin to the most excruciating fate, akin to a deity being reduced to a mortal. It is a suffering beyond compare, worse than death itself. Qianhe closed his eyes in another carriage, resting peacefully and slipping into slumber, in the shadows. Wu Jinren observed this scene with growing suspicion. It seemed they had prepared 2 carriages for this journey, indicating a plan to leave without return. Wu pondered, having seen 2 of his disciples rushing back to gather their belongings, clearly intent on departing this place. Haha, good riddance. Once you leave, this place will be mine. However, as you depart, I shall prepare a surprise for you, Wu Jinren sneered, awaiting the opportune moment. Qianhe slept soundly for 2 hours, and upon awakening, he found the sky had darkened. The 4 disciples had already prepared everything, but they did not disturb their resting master, demonstrating their thoughtfulness. Qianhe opened his eyes to see his 4 obedient disciples quietly standing by the carriage. Awaiting his command, Dadi nodded in satisfaction and asked, "Have you all eaten yet?" Dongnan and Shibei answered in unison. "Not yet, Master. We are waiting for you." Qianhe smiled at his dutiful disciples and replied, "Very well. Let us first head to a tavern to fill our bellies, and then we shall set off immediately. The border may be eager for our arrival, and we cannot afford any further delays." Based on the time, Qianhe calculated that it was indeed time to move. Moreover, Old Deng was likely on the brink of transformation. Although the journey to Rinjia town was convenient, it would still take 4 days, and reaching the border would require at least 10 days. "Understood, Master." The 4 directions responded in unison, and soon they set off, guiding the carriage forward. Qianhe reclined in the second carriage, closing his eyes for a brief respite. When the carriage came to a halt before a shop, Qianhe turned to his 4 disciples and advised, "You may go in for a meal. I will keep watch over the carriage to prevent that pestilent uncle of yours from causing any mischief by dragging out a corpse." He was well aware of the ill intentions of that old rascal. "Yes, Master," the disciples replied obediently, promptly heading inside for their meal. Meanwhile, Wu Jinren, who was hiding beneath the carriage, cursed under his breath, "Damn you. Zhong Fabai, the moment you all fall asleep will be my opportunity to strike." He was seething with indignation, never expecting that this Zhong Fabai would speak ill of him behind his back. Labeling him as pestilent. "Curse him," he muttered. Yet he had never acknowledged him as a senior brother, having refused to accept him ever since joining Mao Shan. After the 4 disciples finished their meal, Qianhe finally entered to eat, instructing them to keep an eye on the coffin while he was gone. The disciples complied, with 2 entering the carriage and 2 remaining outside to watch over the 2 carriages, demonstrating a level of diligence that was beyond comparison to Qiusheng Wenkai. In truth, only the disciple Jiala, with his 4-eyed demeanor, could be somewhat comparable. As night fell, the sky gradually succumbed to darkness, but fortunately, the moonlight shone brightly, casting a pale glow upon the earth and barely illuminating the path ahead. After dining, the group packed their belongings and urged the carriage onward. Although traveling at night was perilous, the bright moonlight allowed them to see their surroundings clearly. The carriage bumped along until late into the night before coming to a halt for rest. The group gathered together to discuss the arrangement for the night watch. "Master, do you think that uncle will come?" A Dong inquired of his master. "He will undoubtedly come," Qianhe replied. "Then, master, we four shall take turns on watch tonight. You should rest well, and I will notify you if anything arises." Bei interjected. Clearly, they were serious about this arduous task, showing no signs of complaint. They were orphans, and had it not been for Qianhe taking them in to cultivate, they might have perished from hunger. "You have my gratitude for your efforts," Qianhe nodded. "It's no trouble," the four responded in unison. Subsequently, it was decided that the four would take turns on watch while the others seized the opportunity to rest. Meanwhile, Wu Zhenren, hidden in the shadows, felt extremely reluctant, thinking to himself, "What are you all guarding against?" Throughout the night, he remained concealed beneath the carriage, lamenting his predicament. He had initially assumed their talk of watch duty was mere jest, only to find that they were indeed earnest in their vigilance. Since daybreak, he had been hiding there, waiting for the others to fall asleep. However, he had not anticipated how cautious Zhong Fabai was, arranging for his disciples to take turns keeping watch and explicitly instructing them to remain vigilant. Damn it, what kind of luck does this Zhong Fabai have to attract such obedient disciples? Wu Zhenren cursed inwardly. Yet, he couldn't help but feel envious. Faced with this situation, Wu Zhenren realized he could no longer afford to wait. He resolved that when the night grew dark and quiet, he would incapacitate the watchful disciples and then seek an opportunity to strike against Qianhe and the others. Thus, he silently awaited the arrival of the following night. On the next morning, sunlight streamed through the clouds, awakening the slumbering travelers. Qianhe rubbed his drowsy eyes, surveyed his surroundings, and, finding nothing amiss, let out a sigh of relief. After a simple meal of dried provisions, the group resumed their journey. This time, they found themselves in a desolate wilderness, surrounded by undulating mountains and dense woodlands, creating an atmosphere that felt eerily foreboding. A night descended once more. A Dong cheerfully asked, "Master, given the eerie surroundings, do you think there might be ghosts?" He was driving the carriage with his master seated beside him, while Nan and she kept watch over the coffin, and Bei handled the other carriage. "Ghosts? What specter would dare to appear at night with me? Zhong Fabai, present? Any ghost within a 20-mile radius has long since fled." Qianhe quipped, revealing yet another of Zhong Fabai's axioms. The Dong was left awestruck, exclaiming, "Master, you truly embody that saying." He gave a thumbs up. Meanwhile, Wu Zhenren, hiding in the shadows, mimicked the expression of Xing Daorong, internally shouting, "What a boast." However, the moon was indeed full and bright. Gazing up at the moonlit sky, Qianhe squinted. "This is," he murmured, then suddenly exclaimed, "Master, what is it?" "This is the Yin year, Yin month, Yin day, and yet it has not yet reached the Yin hour. If the moonlight shines upon a corpse, it will undergo a transformation, and those zombies are particularly fond of tonight's moonlight, absorbing its essence to grow stronger." Qianhe's expression was one of genuine shock. According to the Maoshan techniques he inherited, during every Yin year, Yin month, Yin day, and Yin hour, zombies could absorb vast amounts of moonlight essence, thereby becoming more powerful. If such days persist, they could eventually become unparalleled undead beings. This place was a veritable realm of the undead. Oh, in that case, those Taoists who drive the corpses should refrain from doing so tonight, right? A Dong pondered aloud. Indeed, they will certainly not dare to come out and drive the corpses. Once a body is illuminated by moonlight, it too will undergo transformation, leading to a surge in its ferocity. Qianhe nodded in agreement. It was indeed the case that under such circumstances, the corpse-driving Taoists would be loath to venture out. At that moment, Qianhe gazed into the distance, seemingly contemplating various matters. Meanwhile, Wu Zhenren, concealed in the shadows, was filled with exhilaration. This was an exceptional opportunity bestowed upon him by the heavens. Not only did he intend to allow the corpses to drink the blood of the Taoists, but he also planned to have them imbibe the 5 poisons liquid, fully absorbing the moonlight essence to become ferocious and formidable, directly transforming into iron-clad corpses. After all, These were concocted with his meticulous care. Although time was of the essence, with the assistance of tonight's moonlight essence, everything would become a breeze to ha-ha. So we are rather unconventional tonight, a Dong chuckled. After all, they were essentially driving corpses. Qianhe did not laugh. Instead, he was contemplating where to find suitable lodgings. How long until we reach the next town? According to the map, they had yet 3 hours to go. Very well, we shall not rest tonight. We will proceed directly to the next town and seek a place to stay. Qianhe calculated the time. This time, he aimed to transport Ren Kai back to Rinjia town without a hitch. He was uncertain how without a hitch was defined, but it would be best to avoid any further troubles. Understood, Master, a Dong replied, expertly guiding the carriage, cracking the whip as the sound of hooves echoed, and the carriage began to move forward. However, as they traveled halfway, suddenly someone burst forth from a thicket by the roadside, shouting, "Help! Help!" The unexpected cries for help caused the 5 of them to turn their attention to the distance in the depths of the thicket. A man was frantically sprinting toward them, closely pursued by a figure. With the aid of the bright moonlight, they clearly saw that the pursuer was a woman. What on earth is happening in the dead of night? Nan and Bei exchanged puzzled glances it's you again. It seems that unless I teach you a lesson, you won't understand the meaning of cruelty. Engaging in your petty thievery. The previous lesson wasn't enough. And now you dare to disturb the graves? You truly are impatient with life. Qianhe sneered, his gaze fixed intently on the approaching man and corpse. The man was Wang Kai, the very individual whom Zhong Fabai had encountered just days prior when he had crossed paths with Qianhe. The woman following behind was indeed a corpse. Due to the Yin year, Yin month, Yin day, and coinciding with stormy weather, this Wang Kai had dug up her grave and engaged in a mouth-to-mouth exchange, thus forming a peculiar connection. Master, do you know him? One of the disciples inquired curiously. Qianhe shook his head slightly, speaking in a calm tone. Not familiar, merely a grave robber. With that, he turned his gaze toward the distance, seemingly lost in thought. A grave robber? Yes, when he comes rushing over, we shall subdue him, he added. Understood, Master, the others affirmed, watching as Wang Kai approached. Upon seeing him, the 4 disciples sprang forward and swiftly restrained him. What are you doing? There's a ghost behind me. Help! Save me! Wang Kai continued to plead for mercy, and they recognized him as strikingly similar to the disciple Qiuxing, although Qianhe is a junior disciple of Jusu. He has accompanied him for 7 or 8 years, while Qiuxing has only followed Jusu for a decade or so, which is why he refers to Qiuxing as his junior. Only Wentai holds the title of their senior brother. Wentai was taken in by Jusu at a young age, much like Jiala, who was adopted by Simu from an early age. Be quiet, stop barking. Qianhe cast a cold glance. Upon hearing Qianhe's words, Wang Kai finally fell silent. At that moment, the female corpse was also lying in a similar position, clearly mimicking Wang Sai's actions. Dongnan and Shibei looked on with curiosity, as they had never witnessed such a phenomenon before. Ding, a task has been detected. Rescue the 9th concubine of General Qiaoying. Task reward, a talisman copier. Upon hearing this task and reward, Qianhe was taken aback. What? This is General Qiaoying's 9th concubine. System, does he have a son named Qiao Xiao, and the one who doesn't eat beef? Qianhe's mind was in a whirl that he remembered that in the film's plot, this 9th concubine was indeed a prominent figure, the concubine of General Qiao, but he never anticipated it would be the renowned General Qiaoying. Ding! Indeed, he is the father of the one who doesn't eat beef. Upon receiving the system's precise answer, Qianhe felt even more bewildered. Goodness, my system is impressive. Ding! Does the host accept the task? Accepted! Although General Qiao is not a virtuous man, the reward of the talisman copier is indeed enticing. Moreover, he must save this infatuated concubine of General Qiao, even if he encounters that one who doesn't eat beef later, giving him a good beating. His father will merely chuckle and say his son is useless without turning against him. After coming to this realization, Qianhe looked at the female corpse, pondering how to effect her rescue, since the system indicated she needed saving. She must be alive. Could she be in a state of suspended animation? Qianhe mused as he crouched down to examine the 9th concubine. Meanwhile, Wang Kai continued barking. Qianhe swiftly delivered a slap. Why are you barking? A good person like you should not be engaged in tomb raiding, which damages one's moral standing. Once I resolve this matter with the woman, I will hand you over to General Chao for punishment." Qianhe shot a cold glance, his indifference evident that he actually held no fondness for Qiuxing. As depicted in the films and novels, Mr. Zombie was infatuated, controlled to attack his master. The new Mr. Zombie deceived Jusu into sacrificing himself for Zhigu. The Zombie Supreme dismissed his senior brother as inconsequential, causing trouble and allowing Ghost to escape, forcing his senior brother and master to fight. From a cinematic perspective, it was amusing. However, in Qianhe's current world, it was utterly foolish. That Jusu was fortunate to have survived the ordeal that, Master, why are you hitting me? Also, why are you sending me to General Chao? Please no, Wang Kai pleaded. This area is under General Chao's jurisdiction. If he angers General Chao, he would surely meet his demise. Who doesn't know that General Chao is ruthless in his killings? You lot, silence him. I do not wish to hear his voice. Yes, Dongnan and Shibei replied in unison. Qianhe crouched down, meticulously observing the female corpse before him. He furrowed his brow. Lost in thought, suddenly, he gently placed his hand on her wrist, attempting to feel her pulse. After a thorough examination, he nodded and murmured to himself. I see. She has indeed ingested a drug, entering a state of suspended animation. Qianhe silently rejoiced in possessing all of Qianhe's abilities. Otherwise, he would have struggled to handle such a tricky situation. He quickly retrieved a yellow talisman and a small wooden jar, muttering incantations as the talisman spontaneously ignited. Without hesitation, he tossed the burning talisman into the jar. Following that, Qianhe decisively positioned the jar's opening towards the 9th concubine's mouth, commencing the extraction of the toxins within her body. As the saying goes, illness enters through the mouth. Thus to detoxify, one must extract from the mouth once more. Seconds turned into minutes as the jar gradually filled with black toxic liquid, emitting a pungent odor. Seeing this, Qianhe finally breathed a sigh of relief. As long as the toxins were drawn out, all would be well. At that moment, the 9th concubine's pulse began to show signs of life. However, Qianhe remained vigilant. He retrieved another talisman and carefully affixed it to the 9th concubine's forehead. Instantly, a wave of mysterious energy surged forth, severing the eerie connection between the half-human, half-corpse state. The 9th concubine was finally freed from Wang Sai's control. Qianhe understood that the 9th concubine's predicament was likely due to General Chao's affection for her, inciting discontent and jealousy among the other concubines. Nevertheless, this was of little concern to him. He was merely fulfilling a task. Lest a fire talisman be used against him, he had no interest in meddling in others' affairs. Once the situation was resolved, Qianhe remarked, "Fortunately, I discovered this early. Otherwise, it would have been too late," as he spoke. He glanced at Wang Kai. "Bind him." "Yes, master." Dongnan and Shibei promptly complied. Wang Kai struggled, but who were Dongnan and Shibei? How could he possibly break free from their grasp? Just then, the 9th concubine began to awaken. Dada, where am I? Who are you? The sight of Jusu and several unfamiliar men startled her. Not fret. You ingested a drug and entered a state of suspended animation. I just saved you. Qianhe explained calmly. The 9th concubine regained her senses and recalled something. Gritting her teeth, her last memory was dining with a few sisters before losing consciousness. It was evident that those sisters were responsible. And those sisters, without needing to look, could only be the other concubines of General Chao. In an effort to evade suspicion, they claimed that the 9th concubine had taken a liking to someone else and subsequently committed suicide by drug ingestion. This led to General Chao drowning his sorrows in alcohol. Chapter 11. Wu Jinren was incapacitated by Qianhe. After learning the specifics of the situation, Qianhe's disciple, Qianwen, struggled to stand, but his body felt weak and feeble, having not eaten for several days. Obey, go fetch some food for the 9th concubine, Qianhe instructed, turning to his disciple. Yes, master. Obey quickly stepped forward, handing food to Qianwen. Thank you, masters. Qianwen gratefully accepted the food and devoured it ravenously, clearly starved. Qianhe paid little attention to Qianwen, suddenly sensing something amiss. Oh no, the coffin, Qianhe thought, alarmed, and hurried towards the carriage. Sure enough, upon bursting into the carriage, he found Wu Jinren forcefully prying at the coffin lid. When Wu Jinren saw Qianhe enter, His expression darkened instantly, as he never expected Qianhe's reaction to be so swift. At this point, Wu Jinren wasted no time and leapt from the carriage, fleeing without looking back. Upon witnessing this, Qianhe jumped from the carriage, angrily cursing Wu Yong, disrupting business and causing trouble among fellow disciples. I will surely incapacitate you today. Truly, it was infuriating. If Wu Jinren succeeded in resurrecting the corpse, his mission would be deemed a failure out of course. He was not frightened by that black boss, but feared losing the task reward. The system indicated that only by safely returning Renkai to Rinjia Town could he obtain the Golden Light Talisman as a reward. He possessed only the Golden Light Talisman, while the Golden Light Talisman was far more powerful. This was a task he had to complete, as Wu was about to ruin his first mission. Naturally, he had to pay the price for it. Qianhe narrowed his eyes, channeling his power, and charged forward. Dongnan and Shibei watched from behind, refraining from intervening as juniors. They felt it inappropriate to interfere in a dispute among seniors. However, if their master were to be attacked, they would certainly step in. But the problem was their master was simply too formidable for their uncle. In that moment, Qianhe resembled a gust of wind, swiftly catching up to the fleeing Wu Jinren. Wu Jinren glanced back, his heart sinking in terror. Late-stage Earth Master. How is this possible? Wasn't he an early-stage Earth Master? Wu Yong was stunned. He never anticipated Qianhe to be so powerful. He could not have dreamed that Qianhe, who usually kept a low profile, harbored such formidable strength. Now, in pursuit of him, Qianhe had unreservedly revealed his true capabilities. Wu Yong, today I will surely incapacitate you. How dare you almost cost me my reward? You must pay for your insolence. With a furious shout, Qianhe swiftly darted in front of Master Wu in her hands. A formidable surge of magical energy swirled rapidly, and she unleashed a powerful punch. Master Wu hastily raised his arms to defend himself, but ultimately he could not withstand the overwhelming force of Qianhe's might. The punch fell upon him like a heavy hammer, sending him staggering back several steps. Yet the onslaught did not cease there. Qianhe followed up with a swift kick. Bang! Before Master Wu could recover from the previous blow, he was sent flying by the force of her kick, unable to suppress a mouthful of blood in response. Still, Qianhe's assault persisted. In the blink of an eye, she struck again with a punch aimed squarely at his abdomen. Bang! Crack! In an instant, Master Wu's dantian shattered, causing his cultivation at the Earth Master level to dissipate into nothingness. Ah, my cultivation! Zhong Fabai, you shall pay for this. You dare to cripple my powers. I shall report this to the sect leader and the elders of the Law Enforcement Hall. Master Wu spat blood, pointing an accusatory finger at Qianhe. Humph. I'm a vanguard of the Daoist platform, a general of Maoshan. Go ahead and file your complaint. What stature do you possess that the sect leader or the elders would concern themselves with you? Have you ever paused to reflect on how you measure up against me? Zhong Fabai, Qianhe remarked with a cold smile. How dare he assume that his years of service to the Qin court would grant him a good reputation? Every fellow practitioner in the realm respects him as Dao brother. Even those from the Buddhist sect address him as Daoist Qianhe with reverence. What merit does Wu possess to compare with him? Qianhe's words struck deep, igniting a furious rage within him. Indeed, her assertions held an undeniable truth. Outside, everyone knew of Qianhe, while no one recognized Master Wu. This was why he incessantly referred to himself as Master Wu. Oh, at that moment, Master Wu felt utterly defeated. Even if he were to report the matter to Mao Shan, he would have no grounds to stand upon. Was he to admit that in his folly he had opposed Qianhe and been soundly beaten, his dantian shattered? Such a confession would lead to his disgrace. Spare me your empty threats. I shall end your life, for that would be too lenient. I want you to suffer in this existence. Qianhe gazed at him coldly, her eyes glinting with murderous intent that sent chills down his spine. Teach unfamiliar. Last time he even led a zombie to my doorstep and then fled. Qianhe remarked indifferently. Upon hearing this, Zhu Yitai understood. Clearly, Qianhe was not particularly fond of this fellow either. Officer, break his hands and feet and let him go, Zhu Yitai instructed the officer. The officer nodded and waved his hand. In the next moment, it felt as if time had frozen at that instant. Immediately, two robust soldiers dashed forward like lightning, seizing the Tomb Raider Wonkai with such force that it seemed they intended to crush his bones. Subsequently, one soldier ruthlessly raised a heavy hammer, which glimmered coldly in the sunlight, exuding a lethal aura, and brought it down violently upon Wang Cai's unsuspecting knee. Bang! A tremendous sound erupted, akin to thunder breaking in the air, followed by a chilling crack that resembled the sound of bones fracturing. Wang Cai's knee was instantaneously shattered by this ferocious blow, the excruciating pain contorting his previously calm visage into a mask of agony. His mouth gaped open, revealing a row of pristine teeth, his eyes filled with suffering and terror, a sight truly difficult to behold. Ah! Wang Cai cried out in distress, clearly in excruciating pain to this moment, standing by and witnessing the entire scene. Qianhe felt no ripple of emotion within his heart. He had no intention of intervening. He merely furrowed his brow slightly before striding away from the bloody scene, without looking back. This was the fate of Tomb Raiders. Whether it was Qianhe or Zhong Fa Bai, both held these grave robbers in disdain. Why resort to such actions when there were countless other endeavors to pursue? Chapter 13. Arrival at Rinjia Town, however. Just as Qianhe was about to distance himself, Zhu Yitai, who had been following closely behind, suddenly halted her steps, hastening to Qianhe's side to obstruct his path. "What is it, Zhu Yitai?" Qianhe inquired. "Master, wait a moment," she replied with a smile. Turning to the officer beside her, she asked, "Officer, do you have any money with you? I must reward our savior." Upon hearing this, the officer promptly nodded in affirmation, responding yes. It turned out that his officer was always prudent, often carrying some money for emergencies. After all, when accompanying the commander, if the commander was in a good mood, he would want to reward others. Hence, he had to be prepared to shell out cash. One could say he was quite thoughtful. The officer quickly retrieved a pouch from his waist, filled to the brim with heavy dollars, gleaming brilliantly. He understood that he could not be stingy at this moment. Should Zhou Yitai whisper sweet nothings into the commander's ear later, his own life could be at stake. Thus, without hesitation, he handed the pouch over to Zhou Yitai. She accepted it with sincerity, presenting it to Qianhe. "Master, a small token of gratitude. I assure you, my commander and I will personally visit to express our heartfelt thanks for your life-saving grace." Qianhe observed the scene before him, feeling somewhat surprised, yet not inclined to be overly sentimental. He reached out and accepted the pouch, feeling its heavy weight quite a substantial sum, was Qianhe's immediate impression. He nodded slightly in acknowledgement to Zhou Yitai and the officer before turning to bid them farewell. As he watched them depart, Zhou Yitai followed the officer away. However, this departure would spell doom for the concubines of Chao Dajuan. Knowing full well that Chao Dajuan favored Zhou Yitai, they dared to resort to treachery, thus provoking his ire. If they dared to poison, would they not dare to kill him? Meanwhile, Qianhe and his companions continued their journey, opting not to rest, but to depart under the cover of night. Eager to deliver Ren Kai's body to Ren Fa out on the road, Qianhe opened the pouch, extracting $8 and distributing 2 to each of his companions, Dong, Nan, Shi, and Bei. After all, if Qianhe feasted on meat, they should also enjoy a taste of the broth, shouldn't they? Dong, Nan, Shi, and Bei received the $2 each with delight. During the Republic of China period, the cost of weddings varied due to economic conditions and regional differences. In some areas, particularly less developed regions, $2 could indeed suffice for marrying a wife. In Rinjia Town, $2 could purchase 50 jin of rice and 40 jin of green beans, showcasing its substantial purchasing power. Qianhe stowed the dollars into his system backpack. The sight of this disappearing act left Dong utterly astonished. "Master, what is this trick? A magic show?" "This is a new skill I have recently comprehended." Qianhe replied. "Master, can you teach me?" "Not at the moment. I am still not very familiar with it." Qianhe shook his head. Although Dong felt disappointed, he did not dwell on it. After all, once his master became adept, he would surely pass it on to him. This moment, Dong, Nan, and Bei awaited eagerly. Dong and Ashi skillfully maneuvered the cart, while the others occasionally cast glances at the coffin resting quietly beside them. Although the coffin had been unclasped by Wu Jinren, it had since been re-nailed with fresh nails. Along the way, apart from the occasional sounds of the cart wheels rolling and the whisper of the wind, Nothing unexpected occurred. Time passed, and after an extended day and night, Qianhe and his companions finally beheld the familiar sight in the distance. They were nearing Rinjia town. Master, just 20 miles ahead is Rinjia town. Adon's clear voice broke the momentary silence. Qianhe opened his eyes and surveyed his surroundings. Good. Upon arriving at Rinjia town, we shall inquire directly about the location of Rin Fa's residence. The address given to me by the Black Boss leads to Rinjia town. And this unfortunate fellow bitten by a dog is none other than the younger brother of Rin Fa, the town's wealthiest man. With that, he glanced around once more, although they had yet to officially step into Rinjia town. Figures of bustling merchants had begun to appear around them. These merchants bore varied expressions. Some were filled with anticipation, seemingly eager for the forthcoming business opportunities, while others appeared somewhat fatigued, likely weary from their long journey. Rinjia town was the most luxurious and prosperous town within a radius of several dozen miles, akin to a dazzling pearl attracting people from all directions in search of fortune and opportunity. Rin Fa's ability to remain the wealthiest man in Rinjia town despite 2 decades of misfortune spoke volumes of his competence. Understood, Master Adong nodded, then urged the cart forward. Dong, Nan, and Bei went to ask for directions, inquiring about Rin Fa's residence. However, it wasn't long before the three returned. Rin Fa was the wealthiest man. 8 out of 10 people in Rinjia town recognized him. They quickly learned the location of Rin Fa's residence. Having gathered the information regarding Rin Fa's home, Qianhe and his companions drove the cart over, feeling elated at the prospect of soon reaping their rewards. After all, this was the golden light, divine spell. Upon arriving at the Rin estate, Qianhe looked around and found it to be precisely as he remembered from the film. Dong, keep an eye on the coffin. Yes, master, the two replied. Qianhe then led his 2 disciples forward, and upon reaching the estate's entrance, the steward approached them. Hello, whom are you looking for? Someone sent me here to return Rin Kai's body to Rin Fa. Qianhe replied succinctly, handing over the letter from the Black Boss intended for Rin Fa. The steward paused in surprise upon hearing this. Rin Kai? Yes. Upon hearing the accurate response, the steward's expression changed instantly. He took the letter, muttering wait here, before hastening into the estate to inform Rin Fa. Having served Rin Wei Yong for 10 years and Rin Fa for 20, he was undoubtedly one of the oldest servants in the Rin household. Naturally, he was aware that Rin Kai was the youngest son of Rin Wei Yong. At that moment, Rin Fa was in the parlor sipping tea when he noticed the steward rushing in. Steward, did I not tell you? One must remain calm and composed. It's not as if someone has died at home. Why the rush? Rin Fa remarked casually, taking a sip of tea. However, the steward's next words left him momentarily stunned, followed by an eruption of wails. Master, young Master Rin Kai has returned, but he is already deceased. Chapter 14. Golden Light, Divine Spell. Upon hearing that his younger brother had returned, Rin Fa felt elated. But upon learning of his death, his expression immediately darkened. Impossible. My brother is invincible. He operates in the shadows, with a legion of fearless subordinates. How could he possibly die? Rin Fa shouted, visibly displeased. Master is outside? Ah, quickly, take me to him. Rin Fa wore an expression of acute anxiety. The bond between the 2 brothers was exceptionally strong. Had it not been for his younger brother's inclination towards the underworld, he would have long entrusted the business to him, allowing him to thrive. However, to his utter disbelief, his brother, whom he had not heard from in ages, had tragically passed away. Right outside the gate, Rin Fa broke into tears, then dashed outside. The steward stood momentarily stunned. That wasn't he who was supposed to advise calmness. After all, it was merely a death. At that moment, Qianhe outside heard Rin Fa's anguished cries. Turning around, he saw a round-faced man weeping as he ran out. Brother, it pierces my heart. It feels as if my very soul is being torn asunder. 20 years ago, our father departed from this world without ever having laid eyes on you. Who could have foreseen that now you would leave us so abruptly? Rin Fa's heart-wrenching wails echoed in the air. Upon exiting, he immediately caught sight of the conspicuous coffin. The curtain of the horse-drawn carriage had already been drawn aside, leaving the coffin fully exposed. Thus it naturally came into his line of vision. The moment he laid eyes on that coffin, An uncontrollable wave of sorrow surged within him, and he frantically rushed towards it, his face awash with grief and tears. Meanwhile, Qianhe observed this spectacle. Internally scoffing, in a film, when your father is exhumed, you would merely wail a couple of times. Why, then, do you weep so profusely for your brother? At this moment, after a spell of weeping, Ren Fa rose. Daoist, I am immensely grateful to you for your tireless efforts in bringing my brother's remains back. Might I request that you open the coffin so I can gaze upon my brother's final visage? Ren Fa slowly turned around, his gaze fixed intently on Qianhe, his eyes filled with anticipation and yearning. That it had been so long since he had seen his brother, and the longing within him surged like a tidal wave. At this moment, he desperately wished to feel once more that blood connection with his brother through this act. Certainly, that is no issue. Qianhe nodded slightly, his expression reflecting understanding. Subsequently, the four individuals from the four directions stepped forth, tools in hand, ready to pry open the nails securing the coffin lid. Ren Fa stood quietly to the side, his eyes betraying a hint of tension and unease, while simultaneously instructing the steward beside him to swiftly arrange matters at home for the memorial service for Ren Kai. He also handed over a silver dollar to Qianhe as a token of appreciation for his efforts. Qianhe did not feign reluctance. After all, Ren Fa was not lacking in wealth, and he accepted it without hesitation. Meanwhile, the steward was diligently preparing the memorial hall to take tea that moment. Ren Fa recalled something and turned to Qianhe, inquiring, "May I ask your esteemed name?" "Daoist Mao Shan Qianhe." Qianhe replied without hesitation, revealing his title. Throughout his exploits in the martial world, he had consistently used the name Qianhe, and he was quite pleased with this moniker, AS for his birth name. Zhong Fa Bai. It was known primarily to a select few disciples of Mao Shan, such as Jiu Shu. This was akin to many knowing Jiu Shu as Lin Jiao, yet unaware that his given name was Lin Feng Jiao. The nature of this was largely the same. However, Jiu Shu found Lin Feng Jiao too feminine a name, lacking in virility. Yet in ancient times, Feng was indeed a symbol of masculinity. So you are Daoist Qianhe. I have long admired your reputation. Might I ask if you have the time to assist with my brother's funeral arrangements? Ren Fa asked earnestly. After all, it was Qianhe who had transported the body back. If he were to depart and summon someone else, it would seem rather dismissive. Furthermore, Ren Fa had heard of Qianhe's renown. It was not surprising for someone in the business world to be familiar with his name. This course of action seemed rather inappropriate, as my brother Lin Feng Jiao was stationed here in Rinjia town. Logically, this responsibility should fall to him. Qianhe shook his head repeatedly, firmly declining. However, he soon realized his blunder. His brother Lin Feng Jiao was particularly sensitive about his name being known. He had spoken too hastily. His refusal stemmed from an unwritten rule among Daoists. Whenever one Daoist presides over a territory, others passing through should not compete for business. Though they may assist in guiding souls, etc., otherwise, it would be seen as encroaching on territory and vying for legitimacy. Generally, loose practitioners would not dare do so. However, among the major Daoist sects, such behavior was frowned upon for the sake of honor. But if one were to ask why loose practitioners did not dare, well, Mao Shan was notoriously protective and prone to collective retaliation. If you provoke Mao Shan, you can expect to be beset upon by a multitude. Mao Shan champions unity. If unable to prevail, they call upon their ancestors. Should you harm a disciple of Mao Shan, upon reaching the underworld, they would surely inform their elder, leading to a horde of old-timers seeking you out for a chat. The elders of Mao Shan could be said to be in service to the underworld. "Oh, Feng Jiao, your brother. Could it be Jiu Shu?" Ren Fa's eyes brightened at this revelation. But what had he just heard? Feng Jiao. What sort of name was that? Ahem, my brother's Daoist name is Yimei Dao Run. He is called Lin Jiao. Qianhe coughed lightly, having indeed spoken too candidly. Upon hearing this, Ren Fa was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated that the Yimei Dao Run, Jiu Shu, would be named Feng Jiao. What a remarkable name. In that case, Ren Leoi, please feel free to invite my brother over. I shall take my leave now, Qianhe said while cupping his hands in farewell. However, at that moment, a system notification chimed. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully transporting Ren Kai back to Rinjiao Town without incident. Task reward, Golden Light Spell. Upon hearing the reward, Qianhe felt elated. Instantly, one of the 8 great spells. The Golden Light Spell materialized in his mind. However, he refrained from using it, as there were no spirits present. In that case, allow me to see you off. Ren Fa gestured invitingly. He had no choice. With a death at home, it would be rather inappropriate to suggest a visit to his house. Ren Laoi, until we meet again. Qianhe clasped his fists in farewell, internally contemplating that he might need to retrieve his corpse next time. Well, until we meet again. Ren Fa smiled and returned the gesture. Subsequently, Qianhe gracefully leapt onto the carriage, instructing the 4 to set off. As he watched Qianhe gradually recede into the distance. Ren Fa promptly instructed his servants to summon Jiu Shu to come. The rituals for exorcising spirits and burial in Rinjiao Town had always been overseen by Jiu Shu. At that moment, Qianhe stopped by a paper crafting shop, depleting its supply of yellow talismans, as he contemplated trying his hand at creating a talisman duplicator. The shopkeeper, witnessing Qianhe purchasing dozens of pounds of yellow talismans, was left utterly bewildered. While he had many disciples, how long would it take to utilize such a quantity? Little did he know, Qianhe intended to teach his disciples the C of talisman strategy. Simultaneously, he stocked up on various supplies in Rinjiao Town for the journey ahead. This time, he made sure to prepare extra glutinous rice. That it could be said that with glutinous rice and yellow talismans, this expedition to the border must be foolproof. Lao Deng, I eagerly anticipate our meeting. Let us see who truly excels in the peak competition. Me, Qianhe, or you? Qianhe mused himself, increasingly confident about this journey. The Golden Light Spell, combined with the Sea of Talisman strategy, felt like 2 sharp swords, bestowing him with boundless confidence. Moreover, his power at the late stage of the Earthmaster phase, stronger than in the original tale, was indeed his source of assurance. After procuring the talisman paper, Qianhe led his 4 disciples to a tavern for a hearty meal. After dining, he immersed himself in tinkering with the talisman duplicator in their room. The 4 disciples, Dong, Nan, Shi, and Bei, were left dumbfounded, exchanging glances in bewilderment. They were truly like wide-eyed children staring at each other in confusion. Master, what on earth is this? One asked. Indeed, it looks peculiar. Why have we never seen anything like it? The other echoed. Qianhe smiled slightly. Do not rush. Just observe. With that, he retrieved a stack of unmarked yellow talismans from the side. Seeing so many sheets of talisman paper, the disciples' mouths twitched. Master, you aren't planning to have us draw these, are you? Just looking at this pile, it would take us until the next lunar year to finish. The disciples were somewhat intimidated by the sheer volume of talisman paper. Qianhe rolled his eyes at the 4 of them. Just watch. Subsequently, Qianhe resolutely placed a completed talisman paper upon the machine, arranging the other yellow talismans neatly at the entrance. Witnessing this scene, the 4 disciples, Dong, Nan, Shi, and Bei, were left utterly bewildered, unable to fathom their master's intentions. Qianhe, no longer shrouded in mystery, summoned the surging power of a late-stage Earth Master from within, operating it with all her might. The 4 disciples gazed intently, and when they beheld the yellow talismans cascading from the machine's exit like snowflakes, their jaws dropped in astonishment. Even Qianhe herself was taken aback by this astonishing spectacle. Each yellow talisman contained the formidable energy of a late-stage Earth Master. Clearly, the replication had achieved resounding success. Excellent, excellent. Next, I shall teach you a tactic known as the Talisman C strategy. Qianhe exclaimed, laughing heartily at the sight of the scattered talismans. The 4 disciples scratched their heads, unsure of what the Talisman C strategy entailed. However, once Qianhe completed the replication, she began to instruct them on this strategy. In a moment, the group was left in shock. Dear disciples, when you encounter ghosts or zombies, do not hesitate. Immediately unleash a pound or 2 of talisman paper. Regardless of whether it is for scraping or heavy damage, the display must not falter. We may lose the battle, but never the formation. Understand? Qianhe earnestly instructed her 4 disciples. After hearing this, they felt their master had changed. She usually told them that 1 or 2 talismans would suffice. Now, however, she spoke of 1 or 2 pounds? Wasn't that a bit excessive? Master, won't that be a waste of talisman paper? They protested. What do you know? A single silver dollar can purchase over 10 pounds of yellow talismans. And do you have any idea how long it would take you to draw that many? Qianhe looked at her disciples with exasperation. The four exchanged glances, contemplating the time and effort required to produce such a quantity that it was laborious and draining. And now, thanks to their master's skillful operation, dozens of pounds of yellow talismans have been replicated in an instant. Truly frightening. Gradually, they began to understand why their master had wanted them to learn the talisman C strategy. This was the reason. With a single silver dollar, they could acquire over 10 pounds of talismans. And when confronted, they could simply fling talisman paper with abandon. What ghost would not be taken aback? What zombie would not flee? Qianhe elaborated on this point. The four disciples nodded in agreement, seeing the sense in her words. Master, I comprehend. Master, I too have grasped it. Master, so do I. Very well, my pupils can indeed be taught. Now, wait until next time, and I shall demonstrate the talisman C strategy for you. Trust me, the opportunity will not be long in coming. Qianhe nodded in satisfaction, pleased that her four disciples had finally grasped the concept. They then rested for the night before departing. As for Qianhe, she refrained from seeking out Uncle Gio for a chat. She was quite busy, and Uncle Gio had to oversee Ren Kai's burial and seek a suitable resting place, leaving him with little leisure. Comparatively, it was more prudent to complete their task first. The following day, Qianhe led Dong, Nan, Shi, and Bei onward to the frontier, intending to secure this business venture. Ding, detection indicates that the Lord of the Frontier has transformed into a corpse. Mission, suppress the zombie aristocracy of the frontier. Mission reward, perfect summon spirit technique. As Qianhe still drowsily half-closed her eyes, she heard the notification from the peak competition system in her mind. This old lord is rising from the dead? So soon to engage in the peak competition? No, shouldn't it be at the Tallwoods? Qianhe pondered, perplexed, uncertain the circumstances. Little did she know, in the original narrative, Qianhe had already suppressed the lord once before. The Tallwoods belonged to the second battle, Chapter 16. The Frontier Lord's Mansion. Ding. Does the host accept the mission? Accepted. Without a moment's hesitation, Qianhe agreed. The perfect summon spirit technique, although she was unclear about how this technique differed from her own Maoshan summon spirit technique. She believed that anything produced by the system must be of top quality. How long until we arrive? Qianhe inquired the driver at Dong. Master, it will take half a day. All right, stay alert. Qianhe nodded and then closed her eyes again. Delving into the system to prepare for the suppression of the Frontier Lord. Open the attribute panel. Host. Zhong Fabai Dao title. Qianhe Daoist title. Nun realm. Late stage Earth Master. Dao body. Innate Dao body. Techniques. Shangqing Dao Dong Jinjing items. Century-old Thunderstruck Peachwood sword. Talisman replicator skills and abilities. Shindi Qixia Ling first style. Jingguang divine spell. Maoshan Dao techniques system comprehensive evaluation. In this world, you a competitor in the peak competition. Are merely a weakling that if you wish to walk boldly, first reach the tribulation stage. No title. That makes sense. Titles in the peak competition and those like Daoist Vanguard and Maoshan General were bestowed by modern individuals. Qianhe nodded, understanding. However, since there was a title section, there would undoubtedly be title rewards later on, and title rewards would surely grant additional attributes. The mere thought was exhilarating. Frontier. Qingwang Mansion. The autumn wind, like a pair of icy hands, gently caressed every corner of the mansion, bringing a chill. The grand entrance remained tightly shut, adorned with a snow-white plaque inscribed with Qingwang Mansion, the characters swaying in the breeze, as if narrating tales of past glory. The lord of this frontier, having met with misfortune during a hunt, had succumbed to death. His demise was of great significance and must be returned to the court for the emperor's judgment. However, the lord had no sons, so his nephew, the 71st prince, accompanied him, awaiting the chance to inherit his position. As the 71st prince was temporarily adopted by the lord, he too must await the emperor's decree to formally inherit the throne. At this moment, within the mansion's hall, a coffin, colossal as a mountain, lay at rest, draped in a layer of snow-white satin. It was not yet a golden coffin, for they were still unaware that the Lord would rise as a zombie. Surrounding the coffin, flowers bloomed like stars, and offerings piled high, the air thick with a faint fragrance, as if the Lord's spirit danced lightly. The hall and courtyard brimmed with numerous Qing loyalists who had come to pay their respects to the late Lord. Their figures resembled silent mountains. The servants of the mansion, to express their sorrow, had adorned the place with cascading white silk, hoping the Lord could find peace in the afterlife and yearning for the mansion to regain its former glory. Today's South Qing court resembled a setting sun, the lords having lost their former power. "Uncle Wang, why have you left me so soon? Did you not promise to take me hunting?" A youth with a whip knelt in the morning hall, weeping thunderously. This individual was none other than the 71st prince. He was about to inherit the Lord's position, yet he must return to the capital to await the emperor's arrangement for his formal adoption. This time, he bore the heavy responsibility of escorting the Lord back to the capital. Beside him stood 3 foreign masters, shadowing him closely, wielding twin blades, axes, and hooks, resembling 3 ferocious tigers from the grasslands. Radiating a chilling aura, 71st Prince, do not weep, do not harm your health. The Lord has departed, and the mansion requires your guidance. Take tea this moment. The Lord's steward stepped forward, speaking softly. He was Wu Shilang, having served the Lord for 2 decades, and now tasked with serving the new young prince. Originally a palace servant, he was devoted to his master, having been assigned to the frontier lord by Cixi as a gesture of concern. In the original narrative, whenever the zombie lord appeared, he would flee with the 71st prince in his arms. Showcasing his unwavering loyalty, it could be said that Wu Shilang possessed little else but loyalty. Had Qianhe been present, she would have undoubtedly found humor in this notion of health, having only heard of dragon body before. But never snake body. It has been 7 or 8 days. Why has Qianhe Daoist not yet shown up? Is he busy with something? At this moment, Wu Shilang seemed to have an epiphany, suddenly turning to inquire of the others. He felt somewhat dissatisfied with Qianhe. It was already this late, yet he had not yet arrived. The prince has been deceased for several days now. The moment of his passing, he had already dispatched someone to summon Daoist Qianhe. Of course, his first choice was not Qianhe, but another individual. There exists a Daoist residing in the local borderlands, a priest of the Tiandao sect named Zhao Shanhe. Ordinarily, it is the local Daoist who should handle matters within their jurisdiction. However, those lingering remnants of the Qing dynasty vehemently opposed this, insisting that the loyal Daoist Qianhe be entrusted with the task. Qianhe is renowned in the court for his meticulousness and has a stellar reputation within the circle. The Qing loyalists are well acquainted with Qianhe, and thus naturally sought him out. Since Qianhe had already consented and given the directives from these Qing loyalists, the steward Wu dared not defy them in the slightest. Moreover, the young 7th prince had yet to complete the ceremonial rites of succession, making it all the more impossible for him to contravene the wishes of the Qing loyalists, which is why Zhao Shanhe was not summoned to transport the prince. The call for Daoist Qianhe was made because he was in the service of the court, receiving his salary from the state. This prompted Wu Shilang to abandon any thoughts of replacing him midway through the process. A servant stepped forward respectfully and replied, "Steward Wu, the message was conveyed to Daoist Qianhe with utmost urgency several days ago. However, calculating the journey, Daoist Qianhe should be arriving shortly." What a bother. It would have been far better to summon Daoist Zhao directly for the escort. Had we set out 7 days ago, we would have surely covered nearly half the distance by now. Why should the prince remain here in such a state? Wu Shilang expressed his dissatisfaction, mumbling to himself. The others, observing this, understood Wu Shilang's loyalty to the prince and recognized the impropriety of having the prince lying in the hall for so long. Chapter 17. The ship for the peak competition has arrived at this moment. Someone spoke up. Why not summon Daoist Zhao Shanhe? One of Wu Shilang's subordinates suggested. The other loyalists glared disapprovingly at the young servant. Wu Shilang, however, looked upon him with satisfaction and, delicately pinching his fingers, remarked, I believe it would be wiser to have Master Zhao escort us to the capital. If we happen to encounter Daoist Qianhe along the way, he may take over from Master Zhao. Who can then return? What do you think? His yearning for Zhao Shanhe stemmed from the latter's imposing presence, which afforded him a sense of fulfillment that encompassed the joys of both man and woman. as well as the eunuchs. Zhao Shanhe had also whispered in his ear that since Qianhe had yet to arrive, why not let him go? In truth, Zhao Shanhe sought to replace Qianhe, thereby aligning himself with the Qing court to secure some fortune for himself. As previously mentioned, this world is different. The court still exists, with Emperor Guangxu at the helm, striving to stave off turmoil, which has thus far prevented the outright overthrow of the Qing dynasty. The other Qing loyalists exchanged glances upon hearing this, each finding a semblance of reason in the proposal. Qianhe's continued absence raised concerns regarding when he would finally arrive. The prince's body lying in wait was indeed an untenable situation, should they continue to wait. The stench would soon become unbearable. They certainly did not wish to endure such odors. Yet, unbeknownst to them, the prince was already undergoing a transformation. Before him lay the prince, and he was gradually shedding his former aura, transitioning from a white zombie to a green zombie, then to a leaping zombie, inching ever closer to becoming a black zombie. He had not yet risen. He was waiting to attain the state of a black zombie. Once he reached that state, these loyalists would absorb a few of his remnants, and he would ascend to the realm of the hairy zombie. The hierarchy of zombies is as follows: purple zombie, white zombie, green zombie, leaping zombie, black zombie, hairy zombie, flying zombie, wandering corpse, lurking corpse, untransformed bones, BA, and hound. At this very moment, within the prince's residence, the Qing loyalists were engaged in hushed conversations, whispering among themselves. Observing this scene, Wu Shilong's smile bloomed like spring flowers. His old companion Zhao Shanhe would undoubtedly secure his position. Just then, one of the loyalists concluded their discussion and directly stated, "Well then, Steward Wu, let us summon Daoist Zhao Shanhe." "Excellent, excellent. I shall send someone to invite him at once." Wu Shilong replied, his face beaming with joy. If struck by a thought, he continued, "No, I shall personally invite him. That would expedite matters." In truth, he merely wished to spend some intimate moments with Zhao Shanhe before returning. Despite having been at the prince's residence these past few days, he had sneaked out at night to rendezvous with Zhao Shanhe before returning to the estate. The others nodded in agreement, harboring no further thoughts on the matter. They could hardly fathom that this eunuch was entangled in such unsavory affairs with the Daoist from the Tiandao sect. They assumed Wu Shilong was merely anxious to expedite the prince's return to the capital. Watching his hurried departure, the loyalists exchanged amused glances. This steward Wu is truly devoted to the late prince. Indeed, the old prince has already departed, yet he remains so anxious and fervent. He truly cares. Quite so, quite so. Steward Wu is indeed a loyal servant. They jested. Naturally, they did not mean to belittle him by calling him a servant. In the context of the Qing dynasty, such terms were far more endearing than derogatory. In fact, prior to the Qing dynasty, it would have been viewed differently. Yet within the Qing court, the term servant was a privileged self-reference for officials of Manchu descent, ranging from princes to palace maids. All Manchu officials closely associated with the Eight Banners were required to refer to themselves as servants in the presence of the emperor. The term servant in Manchu is which carries no derogatory connotation. Rather, it signifies a member of the household, imbued with a sense of honor. However, during the Qing dynasty, it was imbued with a new meaning, becoming the exclusive self-reference for Manchu officials addressing the emperor. For instance, Emperor Qianlong explicitly mandated that both Manchu and Han officials must use ministers when drafting memorials, forbidding the use of servant. This reflects the emperor's acute sensitivity to the distinctions between the identities of Manchu and Han officials and his deliberate regulation of them. Furthermore, there existed a division between the Manchu city and the Han city, a large city divided into two, akin to a circle enclosing itself. The Manchu city housed only Manchus, while the outer ring comprised the Han city. A division intended to delineate the two. This illustrates the despicable nature of the Manchus. Yet it was somewhat fortuitous that during the Taiping Rebellion, numerous Manchus were slaughtered within the Manchu city. After a while, the middle-aged Daoist Zhao Shanhe arrived at the Qing prince's residence, his demeanor radiating satisfaction. The other Qing loyalists greeted him with smiles. They were bustling with activity, while Qianhe and his companions had already arrived. Observing the Qing prince's residence adorned with white lanterns and white silk, Qianhe smirked slightly, remarking, "Is this not reminiscent of the Han customs of our ancestors?" He surveyed the surroundings, feeling a shared sentiment. East, south, west, and north. "Yes, go inform them that the vehicle for the peak competition has arrived." Qianhe said nonchalantly. It was utterly impossible for him to enter directly. He either needed to be invited in, or he would steadfastly refuse to step foot in the Qing prince's residence. He had no intention of repeating the misfortunes of the original Qianhe, whose actions were dictated by Wu Shilong's expressions throughout the journey. Qianhe resolved to strike hard, aiming to show this foppish fellow a thing or two. The four, Dongnan, Dongxi, Sinan, and Shibei, exchanged glances, having encountered yet another novel term. "Master, what vehicle is coming?" one inquired. "Yes, master, we need not take a boat on this journey, so we shan't capsize," Dongxi and Sinan chimed in. They assumed their master was about to engage in a fight. "Aha! With me around, there is no chance of capsizing. Rest assured." "Yes," the four replied in unison, wholly trusting their master's words as they stepped forward toward the prince's residence. Meanwhile, they wondered about the caliber of this peak competition. Could the four of them not unite to triumph? The Daoist Qianhe of the court had arrived, Dongnan bellowed, his voice resonating like a bell throughout the entire residence. Chapter 18. Title: Qianhe is astonished. Inside the house, everyone heard the proclamation clearly. "Oh, Daoist Qianhe has arrived?" "Indeed, Steward Wu. Hurry and greet Daoist Qianhe," a Qing loyalist urged. With Qianhe's arrival, it was decided he would handle the prince's remains, as this had been their recent agreement. At this moment, Zhao Shanna's face darkened ominously, as if it could drip with displeasure. "Damn it. Qianhe has arrived already? I had just taken off my clothes to rest, and now you're telling me he is no longer needed?" However, Zhao Shanna's grim expression mirrored that of Wu Shilang. He had originally intended to continue his intimate dalliance with Zhao Shanhe along the way, but Qianhe's arrival left him feeling quite disgruntled. This was precisely why he harbored such disdain for Qianhe in the original narrative. He generally opposed everything Qianhe said. Had it not been for the Seventh Prince's agreement, he would have rebuffed Qianhe long before now. "Rest assured, I shall reprimand Qianhe thoroughly, and hopefully he will retreat in the face of difficulty." The esteemed Wu Shilang delicately pinched his fingers like an orchid, whispering softly into Zhao Shanna's ear. Zhao Shanhe nodded slightly, saying, "Very well, drive him away. Only then can we enjoy our blissful union." Wu Shilang responded with a teasing expression before departing. As Wu Shilang left, Zhao Shanhe fixed his gaze upon the coffin, contemplating the notion of resurrecting the border prince to instill fear into this Maoshan Qianhe. After all, he was a Taoist of the Tiandao sect, and his presence here indicated formidable prowess. His cultivation level was at the early stage of Earth Master, and from what he knew, Qianhe was merely at the same level. Besides, he had little faith that the techniques of the Tiandao sect could possibly be inferior to those of Maoshan. It was worth noting that their leader was none other than the illustrious Mao Xiaofang, a renowned zombie Taoist. With this realization, he stealthily approached the coffin. Quietly opening a small crack, he drew a line across his finger, allowing a few drops of blood to fall into the mouth of the border prince, attempting to awaken him. However, had he been more observant, he might have noticed the prince's unusual state. Outside, a group of elderly remnants from the Qing dynasty emerged like a disturbed swarm of bees. They, too, were eager to witness the legendary Qianhe Daoist. Qianhe, noticing the throng of unfamiliar faces spilling from the residence, had yet to speak when he heard Wu Shilang's effeminate voice. "Oh, dear, Qianhe, returning at such a time? We no longer require your services. You may return home." As Wu Shilang spoke, he flaunted his delicate fingers like a blooming flower. Upon hearing this, Qianhe nearly retched. That expression was truly infuriating. However, when he beheld Wu Shilang's face resembling that of a landlord, he felt a sense of relief. As long as it did not deviate from the original narrative, he could accept it. Were Wu Shilang to resemble Renefe, he would have suspected him of being a time traveler. "Is that your own sentiment, or that of others?" Qianhe inquired, avoiding eye contact. "That it is our collective sentiment." Upon hearing this, Qianhe felt a surge of delight, ready to respond, when an elderly man interjected. Wu Guan sure. What do you mean by this? Did we not agree that upon Qianhe Daoist's return, he would escort the prince to the capital? Indeed. Why are you dismissing him now? Has your previous statement been rendered nonsensical? The elders glared at Wu Shilang, their faces etched with discontent. Your contradictory words imply that your earlier statements were mere folly. Oh dear, I merely pointed out his unwilling demeanor, hence my words that if you don't believe me. Ask him, Wu Shilang retorted, casting his gaze towards Qianhe. The corners of Qianhe's mouth lifted slightly, revealing a smile. Indeed, if I am not needed, I shall take my leave. Southeast, southwest, gather your belongings and prepare for departure. Qianhe turned to his 4 disciples, commanding them. Who would care to be here for this? Do you truly think this prince of zombies is merely clay to be molded? Without me, you'd merely serve as fodder for royal zombies. Yes, should Qianhe Daoist be too occupied, he is free to leave. We have already sought out other expertise, that Wu Shilang huffed dismissively. The other elders exchanged bewildered glances, uncertain of Wu Shilang's intentions and the true state of Qianhe. Why would he utter such words upon arrival? Just then, a youthful yet resolute voice rang out. That is unacceptable. It is imperative that Qianhe Daoist escort the prince. The crowd turned to see the 7th prince standing on the steps of the residence. Speaking boldly, although still young, he understood the relative importance of Qianhe and Zhao Shana. One served the royal court, renowned far and wide, while the other was merely a local Daoist. He discerned their strengths with clarity. Ding! Peak competition task initiated. Transport the royal prince back to the capital. Should he rise from the dead along the way, he must be subdued, not exterminated. Task reward. Title: Vanguard of the Dao platform. Maoshan General. What is this situation? I haven't even had a chance to subdue yet, and a new task is already here. Qianhe stared in confusion as he had anticipated a leisurely departure, only to find the peak competition system issuing a task at this moment. Ding! Do you accept the task, host? Upon hearing the system's inquiry, Qianhe did not respond immediately. Instead, he scrutinized the task rewards, weighing their value that if the reward was subpar, he would decline. After all, it was not mandatory. However, upon glimpsing the effects of the title, his pupils dilated in shock. Title: Vanguard of the Dao platform, Maoshan General. When equipped, it doubles one's magical power and attack strength. Malevolent spirits and monsters will instinctively cower in fear, witnessing such impressive attributes. Qianhe's eyes widened in astonishment. Chapter 19. The Border Prince's first resurrection. This must be accepted. Quickly, accept it, accept it. Qianhe mentally shouted in excitement. The title promised to double his magical power and attack strength, causing malevolent spirits and monsters to flee in terror. He could genuinely proclaim with swagger. With me, Zhong Fa by Qianhe present, all malevolent beings within a 20-mile radius have long since relocated. Oh dear, 7th Prince, I believe Zhao Shanhe is quite formidable as well. Wu Shilang scampered over to the 7th Prince, ingratiating himself. In no need. The 7th Prince replied without hesitation. Qianhe Daoist is sufficient. I have complete faith in the strength of the court's appointed Daoist. The other Qing remnants nodded in agreement. Indeed, Qianhe was the court's esteemed Daoist. Despite being a child, the 7th Prince demonstrated remarkable discernment. That moment, all the elders spoke in unison. Yes, the 7th Prince speaks wisely. We must rely on Qianhe Daoist for this. Wu Shilang. I believe it is more prudent to have Qianhe Daoist escort the prince back to the capital. Some elders addressed Wu Shilang. Others approached Qianhe, bowing respectfully as they presented him with 200 taels of silver. Qianhe Daoist, the journey is long, and we hope you will take extra care. This is a token of appreciation. At this moment, Qianhe felt a mix of amusement and bewilderment. He secretly pondered the peculiar behavior of Wu Shilang, who seemed somewhat antagonistic towards him, despite their apparent lack of enmity. This was, after all, their first encounter. Qianhe squinted, feeling confused. Had it not been for the system task, he would have left without a second thought. Nevertheless, the attitudes of the others were quite satisfactory to him. Since everyone feels this way, I shall take on this responsibility. Very well. All the elders nodded in agreement with smiles. Lead me to see the old Deng, Qianhe said, hands clasped behind his back, his expression nonchalant. Old Deng, the Qing elders exchanged puzzled glances, unsure of what he meant. Qianhe Daoist, what does old Deng refer to? One elder inquired with a smile. Oh, that is a term for my hometown, a respectful title for esteemed individuals like yourselves, particularly for the recently deceased old Deng. You may use it as well, though it should be with appropriate reverence. After all, he is no longer with us. We must honor the deceased, Qianhe explained solemnly while clasping his hands behind his back. Upon hearing this, the elder's expressions lit up. Qianhe Daoist, that explanation is splendid. It is fitting to refer to us noble Manchus in such a way. Indeed, old Deng is quite apt, akin to father or dad. How clever, how clever! The Qing elders all beamed with delight. Laughter spilling forth. Qianhe thought to himself how imaginative they were. The four disciples exchanged glances, marveling at their master's depth of knowledge. Master, may we call you Old Deng? A Dong inquired at no. What status do I hold to be referred to as Old Deng? Only esteemed Manchu nobles like yourselves may use that title. Qianhe shot a stern look at the four. They nodded, understanding that of course. Ha ha. Indeed, only we nobles may use it. You four truly lack understanding. Fortunate that Qianhe Daoist is wise. Wu Shilang chimed in, then turned to the servants. You all must spread the title of Old Deng. Do you understand? Understood, the servants replied in unison. Qianhe chuckled inwardly, maintaining a stoic facade. Very well, take me to see Old Deng. I wish to assess the situation. Qianhe continued. Of course. Qianhe Daoist, please. In a fleeting moment, someone appeared to guide the way. However, upon reaching the grand hall, they were taken aback to see Daoist Qianhe standing before the coffin, seemingly occupied with some task. The others, witnessing this, wore expressions of bewilderment. Yet, in the next instant, a piercing scream shattered the air. Daoist Qianhe's already bloodied hand was viciously bitten by the prince-turned-zombie. He glanced down and beheld the originally portly visage of the border prince, now grotesquely swollen, resembling an inflated balloon. At this stage, he had not fully transformed into a thunder calamity corpse, rendering his appearance somewhat less fearsome than described in the original text. His sharp, decaying teeth clamped down on Daoist Qianhe's hand. Clearly, the prince had succumbed to the transformation. Daoist Qianhe was utterly unprepared for such a rapid metamorphosis, his heart gripped by terror. Nevertheless, he acted decisively, yanking his hand away, tearing flesh and blood from the wound in the process. His instinct was to flee, hoping to rid himself of the zombie poison, for he had no desire to succumb to a fate of starvation. Witnessing this scene, the dark-skinned assistant let out a startled cry. Oh dear! Upon hearing this, everyone looked on in confusion. Oh dear! What on earth? Yet, Qianhe understood all too well. Observing the Daoist attire and the assistant's demeanor, everything became startlingly clear. It was evident that the assistant had a clandestine relationship with the Daoist. Suddenly, a thunderous crash echoed through the hall as the coffin splintered apart. The onlookers were left in a state of sheer panic, and they witnessed the horrifying sight of the zombie rising upright. Ah, the prince has risen from the dead, someone exclaimed in a voice filled with dread. Qianhe regarded the old creature with a contemplative mind, reflecting on how closely this resembled scenes from a film. The figure, clad in the prince's official attire, exuded an air of regal dignity. However, the zombie prince was blind, relying solely on his sense of smell to navigate his surroundings. Qianhe cast a sidelong glance, a smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. Old Deng, you are merely in the initial stages of the zombie transformation. This is a high-stakes match for you. With a derisive chuckle, Qianhe stepped forward, his crimson Daoist robe billowing in the wind. Indeed, he was always adorned in a red Daoist robe, a testament to his elevated status. In Taoism, the colors of Daoist robes signify various ranks: yellow, purple, red, blue, green, white, and black. That a blue Daoist robe indicates one has yet to attain the status of a ground master, lacking the strength to traverse the martial world. The blue and green robes are typically worn by novice disciples, signifying their entry-level status. The yellow robe, on the other hand, is reserved for those of ground master rank and above, akin to the robes of royalty. In ancient times, yellow symbolized imperial authority, not to be donned by the common folk. Within their sect, only the most formidable practitioners could wear yellow robes, such as Si Mu and Lin Fengjiao, who commanded significant influence. Naturally, there were also some robe practitioners who wore them without understanding their significance. The red robe serves as a mark of those in service to the court, Also, symbolizing considerable strength within the Daoist community, point 1 must possess the prowess of a yellow-robed Daoist to be recognized by the court. The black robe carries immense weight, reserved solely for true pioneers of the Daoist altar. This black robe signifies participation in battles. When conflict arises within the Daoist community, these black-robed Daoists will charge to the front lines. Individuals like Shi Jian, the senior disciple of Mao Shan, are entitled to wear both the black robe and the yin-yang robe. The yin-yang robe is a symbol of the senior disciple's esteemed status. Should the senior disciple choose to engage, they would undoubtedly lead the charge, which is one reason why they are permitted to don the black robe, a privilege not easily granted to other Mao Shan Daoists. As for the purple robe, it is not something just anyone can wear. The purple robe is equivalent to the rank of a prime minister in the court. Within the Daoist sect, one must not only possess exceptional talent, but also have a lineage that boasts purple-robed celestial masters to wear such a garment. Otherwise, one can only aspire to wear the black or yellow robes. Daoist Qianhe, please make the prince. Oh no, make that old ding lie down once more. At this moment, an anxious voice belonging to an elder from the Qing dynasty broke the tension. Qianhe, noticing the urgency, swiftly retrieved a thunder-striking peach-wood sword from his system bag, his countenance as serene as a tranquil lake. Fear not, I shall ensure that this old ding obediently returns to his resting place, even if it requires him to drink urine. As he spoke, the thunder-striking peach-wood sword glimmered ominously in his grasp. Just as Qianhe was about to act, a sudden thought flashed through his mind. Oh no, I need to suppress him, not kill him. He quickly stowed the peach-wood sword away, his gaze sharp as he surveyed the surroundings. East, south, west, and north, allow me to demonstrate this talismanic sea tactic for you. But remember, I shall only demonstrate once. With that, Qianhe performed a sleight of hand, producing 2 pounds of talisman paper from his system BAGI in an instant. He flung the talisman paper into the air, like a celestial maiden scattering flowers. A myriad of symbols igniting with dazzling brilliance. Many of these symbols were ones Qianhe had drawn previously, their power slightly inferior to the ones he had replicated over the past 2 days. However, they were more than sufficient to deal with the border prince. The intention was to suppress, not to kill, so employing these lesser talismans would suffice. Despite their diminished power, their sheer quantity was formidable. Within moments, the symbols ignited in the air, resembling a fire dragon soaring upwards. All present felt the enchantment of the spectacle. This instant, the zombie prince sensed an impending threat, opening his gaping maw and lunging at Daoist Qianhe like a ravenous tiger, pouncing on its prey. Although blind, his senses were acute. The perception of a zombie is indeed terrifying. However, before the zombie could close the distance, the myriad of talisman papers descended like a torrential downpour, bombarding his form with a cacophony of crackling sounds. Subsequently, the zombie prince fell to the ground as if struck by a heavy blow, temporarily subdued. The crowd was left in stunned silence, their eyes wide with disbelief. What? Is that all it took to subdue him? Even Zhao Shanhe, standing nearby, appeared thunderstruck, rendered speechless. What on earth is happening? Do these talismans not cost anything, nor require effort to draw? Such extravagant use. Meanwhile, the others erupted in applause, clearly impressed by Daoist Qianhe's display. Bravo, Daoist Qianhe! This battle was executed flawlessly. The prince has once again returned to his slumber. Ah, you are mistaken. You must now refer to him as Old Deng. Oh, right, Old Deng has returned to rest. What a relief. Indeed. I was nearly frightened into a state of panic by Old Deng. The Qing dynasty elders began boasting among themselves. Listening to their chatter, Qianhe couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. Nevertheless, this was indeed the outcome he desired, but he stepped forward, holding a pound of corpse-restraining talismans, contemplating the zombie prince's solitary head. After a moment's thought, he retrieved several dozen talisman papers and affixed them to its forehead like medicinal plasters. Zhao Shanhe, witnessing this, was utterly taken aback. Good heavens! How extraordinarily prudent! This is beyond cautious, Zhao Shanhe remarked, his eyebrows twitching in disbelief. Hearing the comment, Qianhe turned back, offering a slight smile. What do you know? This is not caution. This is prudence, he replied, hands clasped behind his back. adopting an air of superiority and gazing contemplatively at the ceiling. His charisma was undeniably elevated. East, south, west, and north, did you all witness this? This is the talismanic sea tactic personally demonstrated by your master. Qianhe proclaimed, hands behind his back, adopting a lofty demeanor. The crowd nodded vigorously in agreement. Master, we understand. We have gained insight. Good. You are teachable. Qianhe affirmed with a nod. Ding. Congratulations to the host for subduing the border royal zombie. Task reward. Perfect summoning technique has been granted. In the next moment, Qianhe felt as though a spark of enlightenment had struck him, revealing the essence of the perfect summoning technique in an instant. Clarity enveloped his mind. What a splendid treasure. What a marvelous ability. The exquisite art of summoning spirits has undeniably enhanced his current prowess, far surpassing the traditional techniques employed by the Maoshan practitioners. This perfected summoning method allows for the invocation of ancestral deities, and remarkably, it comes with no side effects this time. In other words, there is no need to fear the repercussions akin to the version experienced by the Four-Eyed Master, which resulted in a punctured ego and speech impediments. While the Four-Eyed Master's method proved ineffective, his flawless version stands as an upgraded existence that I am inclined to add this to my collection. Continuously updated, as the homepage contains other works. Chapter 21. The Transport of the Coffin from the Frontier. Indeed, the summoning technique is capable of invoking not only the deities of the underworld, but also a fragment of divine consciousness from celestial beings. However, this power can have adverse effects on the physical body, which is why the Maoshan Taoists typically reserve this technique for summoning their ancestral deities, as this process bears no detrimental consequences. Since they are invoking their own ancestors, a little incense burnt regularly will ensure their ancestors show favor and come to assist. This explains why the Four-Eyed Master was quick to offer incense upon his return. One of the reasons why Uncle Gio persistently lights incense in the mortuary is evident. Did we not witness the zombie sovereign being obliterated upon Uncle Gio's offering of incense, leading to the immediate retaliation that vanquished Shi Jian? Even if you're the eldest brother of Maoshan, the future heir, if you dare to shatter my statue, the consequences will be dire. This tendency of many Maoshan Taoists to summon their own kin is quite understandable. Did we not observe the Four-Eyed Master still brimming with vitality after summoning his ancestor, despite the earlier setbacks? It is a living testament to the absence of drawbacks. At this moment, Qianhe's mood was as refreshing as a summer breeze. A feeling of unparalleled ease. With this perfected summoning technique, he felt immensely confident in confronting the thunder-stricken corpse of the Thunder Calamity clan. However, he would not act blindly as the original narrative suggested. He had already devised a strategy to avoid being struck by lightning. He would not allow the opportunity for Zileo to stack buffs upon him. Rainy days? I'll simply cover the coffin, and let us see how you deal with the ink fishing net. This was a strategy Qianhe had already contemplated on his journey. Just then, the shrill voice of Wu Shilang pierced the air. Quickly, someone assist Master Zhao with his wound and treatment. The rest prepare to reinter Lao Deng into the coffin. Wu Shilang's voice rang in Qianhe's ears like a nauseating stench. Even the mention of Lao Deng's name elicited his ire. Clearly, the prince had injured his beloved, leading to his displeasure. The prince may be dead, but his beloved remains alive. He understood the weight of priorities. Upon hearing that voice, the thought of having to endure it throughout the journey gave Qianhe a headache. Truly repugnant, a Dong grimaced. All right, you few prepare the ink fishing net. Qianhe shook his head, addressing the four, but they had already procured the ropes along the way, intending to craft the ink fishing net here. Yes, master, they replied, nodding in unison. Qianhe then instructed the other remnants of the Qing dynasty to prepare black dogs and vermilion powder, as these were essential for crafting the ink fishing net. The Qing remnants complied without hesitation. My dear, shall we not let the doctor take a look? No need. I am afflicted with corpse poison. I must return to apply glutinous rice. Farewell. Zhao Shanhe shook his head, casting a deep glance at Qianhe. He silently resolved to seek out a few friends upon his return, to create some obstacles for Qianhe along the way and seize this opportunity. He must accompany the group to the capital to meet the emperor. If he could elicit the emperor's favor, perhaps he could secure an official position, serving the court as a Daoist priest. With this thought, he quickened his pace, eager to remedy the corpse poison and then contact a few good brothers in the Taoist community to rise to prominence together. By the way, it is imperative to craft a copper-cornered golden coffin to suppress Lao Deng's corpse energy, preventing any chance of reanimation. Qianhe addressed the Qing remnants at this moment. After all, he need not spend a dime. They were to exert their utmost efforts in its creation. Copper inherently wards off malevolent spirits. Otherwise, how could the Four-Eyed Master's sword be forged from bronze? Yet the Four-Eyed Master's craftsmanship was lacking, or he would not have broken several swords against the copper-skinned, iron-boned frontier lord. Very well, we shall adhere to Daoist Qianhe's commands and immediately dispatch people to expedite the crafting of a copper-cornered golden coffin. The 71st prince decisively declared he was soon to inherit the lordship, and his uncle's coffin could not be of inferior quality. Just as previously, when his lord rose from the dead, the coffin was shattered to pieces. If it were a copper-cornered golden coffin, would it not ensure absolute security? Otherwise, should the coffin disintegrate on the road, how would they face the emperor? If the emperor were to express his wrath, claiming they were so impoverished that they could not even provide a proper coffin for the lord, it would spell disaster. After contemplating this, the 71st prince hastily commanded the crafting to commence. His subordinates did not dare to disobey, promptly setting to work. After all, this was the future prince. The crafting of the copper-cornered golden coffin and the ink fishing net took merely 2 days. By the time of departure, it was already the 3rd day. Including logistics and those tasked with transporting the coffin, there were over 30 individuals in total. 3 foreign masters accompanied the 71st prince to ensure his safety. On the 3rd day, in the early morning, as the sun rose like shards of gold, its rays cascaded upon the gates of the Qing prince's residence. The trees lining the streets swayed gently in the breeze, as if bidding farewell to the departing team. With a deep drumbeat resonating, Wu Shilang's loud voice announced, "We set off." The coffin transport team gradually departed from the northern capital. Qianhe sat beside the horse-drawn carriage. Embarking on the journey together, do not presume that he remains the same Qianhe of yore, who needed to accompany you on foot. The 4, southeast, southwest, northeast, and northwest, alighted from the carriage to lend their attention, occasionally assisting when the golden coffin carriage proved difficult to move at this moment. The copper-cornered golden coffin was tightly wrapped in the ink fishing net. This latest ink fishing net was meticulously crafted by Qianhe using his advanced skills as an earthmaster, ensuring its effectiveness would far exceed that of the original narrative. Simultaneously, he had brought along a sunshade and a large rain cover, intending to shield the coffin from rain, preventing the ink fishing net from becoming waterlogged. It can be said that he had anticipated every potential safety hazard. After all, the objective was to return to the capital. Should a resurrection occur in the capital, it would not concern him. You Qing remnants can manage that yourselves. Chapter 22. Pretend dead, pursue the 7 ghosts. With the departure of the team, everyone was extraordinarily excited, like wild horses breaking free from their restraints. Their exhilaration stemmed from the anticipation of meeting the emperor. However, they were mistaken. They would not have the chance to see him. Only Wu Shilang and the 71st prince would have that privilege. Nevertheless, Qianhe remained indifferent. He secretly planned to turn and leave upon reaching the capital. Severing all ties with the Qing dynasty henceforth out of course, he still needed to submit a formal resignation to the court. Otherwise, it would not suffice as for what he would do after resigning. It was simple. Find a place akin to Rinjiao Town to settle down and devise a means to capture ghosts to trade for achievements in the underworld, thereby securing a position with a good salary. The adage money can make the ghost grind is indeed true. Just like Lin Fengjiao, even while still among the living, he was the esteemed banker of the underworld. Even after passing, it would only benefit him, bringing no detriment. Living now is about earning ghost money, while also accumulating merit. Naturally, although he possesses a system, he could still gather achievements in the underworld, which would only serve to benefit him. I wonder where I might find a multitude of malevolent spirits. I wish to capture them all at once. Qianhe stroked his chin, deep in thought. Just then, the voice of the peak competition system resonated like thunder. Ding! The peak competition system has detected a peak scenario task. Assist in the coffin transport mission for the vengeful ghost world of Zhong Fa by eliminate Sanjai Yisheng. Task reward. The third form of the 7 kills order. The soul pursuit order. Upon hearing this, Qianhe could not help but twitch his lips. He had just been contemplating capturing ghosts, and the system seemed to read his thoughts and responded immediately. What he was thinking of was precisely that vengeful ghost world, where the cherry blossom spirits dwelled in the police station. Those little cherry blossom spirits had all perished during the war. Following Sanjai Yisheng closely, he wondered if capturing them all and transferring them to this underworld would yield any achievements. Qianhe mused quietly. After all, ghosts from 2 worlds have no household registration. Ding, does the host accept the task? System, if I accept the task, can I delay it for a while, at least until I complete this transportation mission back to the capital? He was genuinely concerned that Lao Ding might suddenly rise again while he was absent, capturing them all in one fell swoop, which would indeed cause significant trouble at that point. He would truly have ruined everything, and the business would be in shambles under his watch. Not to mention the Qin court. The Maoshan faction would certainly seek him out for accountability. Very well. Then I shall accept. Upon hearing the affirmation, Qianhe responded without a hint of hesitation. The task was already in hand, and he could take his time completing it. As for whether he could save Zhong Fabai, the answer was undoubtedly yes. After all, how could the mission be fulfilled without rescuing him? The dungeon would grant him control over time there, allowing him to arrive a bit later without any issues. With this clarity, Qianhe closed his eyes and began to cultivate. After all, he was in a carriage. He could not merely wait for the system to bestow him with power. He needed to cultivate himself. After all, he possessed a congenital Dao body, did he not? The following day saw the team departing by day and camping for rest by night, traveling along the national road. Thus, they advanced for 3 days and nights. At this moment, Qianhe was deeply engrossed in his cultivation, showing signs of a breakthrough into the later stage of the Earth Master realm. However, he was not in a rush. He understood well that he was merely a step away from reaching the pinnacle of the Earth Master stage. Awakening from his meditation, Qianhe surveyed his surroundings. They were currently situated in a desolate wilderness. Although it appeared barren, dense woods surrounded them. The night draped over the ancient forest like a vast black curtain, enveloping it in silence. The moonlight filtered through the thick foliage like silver threads, casting mottled shadows, yet could not penetrate the darkness of this realm. That moment, a group of individuals gradually approached, their voices growing louder. Aya, do you think we really want to fish out the corpse from the sulfur pit? The village chief's words still echo in my ears. Came a voice from a distance. They were corpse transporters, or rather, imposters posing as such. Alongside Fei Mao and several brothers, they were engaged in the ruse of pretending to be dead while smuggling opium. This time, upon entering the city, the village chief had deceived them, claiming that his brother had succumbed to a venereal disease and had entrusted the corpse of an entertainer to be transported out of the city during the festival. Although they were skeptical, they had accepted payment. However, upon passing a sulfur pit, they had inadvertently sunk the corpse within, landing themselves in a great predicament. Of course, they were still oblivious to the severity of their situation. At this moment, Qianhe and his companions heard the voices as well, and they looked up, gazing into the distance. The distant voices continued, "Oh, it's fine. After all, once the corpse is submerged in that sulfur pit, no one will know. Right, let us just forget about it." Another male voice echoed in agreement. Hearing their conversation, Qianhe felt that their actions were utterly reprehensible. How could they possibly allow a corpse to sink into a sulfur pit? "Master, aren't they going too far?" he exclaimed. "Indeed, to submerge a corpse in a sulfur pit is beyond inhumane." The others from all directions responded indignantly. "It is well known that the deceased deserve respect, and many hope that the departed can rest in peace. Yet these corpse transporters had chosen to submerge a body in sulfur. What wicked intentions lay beneath such actions? If they did not retrieve the corpse, it would surely lead to a transformation of the dead." Qianhe chuckled. What sort of world was this? A world of zombies. The notion of a corpse transformation was indeed a reality. However, he had not anticipated that these so-called fellow travelers would engage in such outrageous behavior. At present, Qianhe remained unaware that they were part of the infamous ghost-chasing 7 heroes. Otherwise, he would not have regarded them as allies. Chapter 23. Battle with the ghost chasing 7 heroes. Just then, a faintly discernible figure began to approach their direction. Qianhe and his companions inadvertently cast their gazes toward it, soon clearly perceiving their outlines. There were 7 individuals in total, accompanied by 5 others who had deliberately disguised themselves to resemble corpses, exuding an eerie and sinister aura. As Qianhe's eyes met theirs, an unusual expression flickered across his previously calm face. He murmured, This appears to be those fellows from the ghost chasing 7 heroes. I didn't expect to encounter them here. Narrowing his eyes slightly, a trace of doubt flickered within them as he quietly observed them, lost in profound contemplation. The opposing group, too, seemed to have sensed the presence of the coffin transporters, especially the 3 foreign experts among them, who exchanged glances as if they could discern the hidden prowess behind each other's eyes. It should be noted that among the ghost-chasing 7 heroes, there were indeed 3 individuals of considerable martial skill. This moment, they silently passed before the camp of the coffin transporters, not uttering a single word. However, when their gazes fell upon the copper-cornered golden coffin, their eyes simultaneously gleamed with avarice. One named Ying could not help but exclaim, "Wow, made of gold." His voice was rife with greed and astonishment. Upon hearing this, Wu Shilang let out a cold snort from his already somewhat shrill voice. Casting a disdainful glance at them, his eyes flashing with anger that of course it's made of gold. "What? Do you lot think you can lay your hands on this golden coffin?" Wu Shilang's voice echoed through the air, laden with a somewhat effeminate tone. Upon hearing Wu Shilang's words, the individuals opposite displayed looks of astonishment, exchanging bewildered glances. It really made of gold. "Hiss, how wealthy!" one of them remarked. "Brothers, shall we pull off a heist?" At this moment, the ghost-chasing 7 heroes huddled together, murmuring amongst themselves. After a brief pause, one of them finally reacted, scoffing, "That coffin of yours looks good. I'll take it." With that, he brandished a flying knife, directly slashing toward several Qing soldiers. The soldiers had no time to react before being swiftly dispatched. "What? You dare to make a move?" Wu Shilang was taken aback, not expecting them to be so bold. The 3 foreign experts immediately sprang into action, positioning themselves at the forefront to confront the 7 adversaries so they're not real corpses. One of the foreign experts sneered at them, a mocking smile curling at the corner of his mouth. "These folks are up to no good. They just proclaimed they'd desubmerge a corpse in a sulfur pit. TCH. Another foreign expert wielding dual blades chimed in, having overheard their conversation. "What do you intend to do?" Fei Mao raised an eyebrow, scrutinizing them. Yet among the crowd, Qianhe noticed an individual who bore a slight resemblance to him, though he chose to remain silent. After all, if a heist were to occur, it would be the responsibility of the bodyguards and Qing soldiers to handle it. He was merely tasked with escorting the coffin and ensuring it did not awaken, that he had no obligation to assist in the ensuing conflict, though additional payment could be negotiated. They surrounded us, and now they question what we're doing with a coffin made of gold. The dual-axe-wielding expert laughed heartily, glancing at his 2 brothers, who also chuckled, thinking the fellow had lost his mind. "Enough with the prattle. Let us just kill them." Wu Shilang interjected. "Don't worry, Wu Guanshi will handle these pests," the 3 foreign experts assured him. They were accustomed to being bodyguards, and now that they found themselves outside, a sense of monotony had begun to creep in, stirring within them a desire to stretch their limbs and invigorate their spirits. The appearance of the ghost-chasing 7 heroes presented a perfect opportunity for this. The dual-knife and dual-hook-wielding foreign expert wore a smile, his eyes twinkling with excitement, as if he anticipated an entertaining spectacle ahead. He solemnly assured Wu Shilang, "Rest assured, Wu Guanshi, we will certainly allow them to witness the prowess of our trio." Upon hearing this, a barely perceptible expression crossed Wu Shilang's face, and he delicately pinched his fingers into a flower gesture. "You men, always reveling in violence. This isn't good." With that, he strolled over to stand beside the 71st brother, seemingly indifferent. Just as the group exchanged glances, someone suddenly shouted, "Let the battle commence!" The 3 foreign experts surged forward like tigers unleashed, their dual blades and hooks glinting coldly in the sunlight. charging fiercely toward their adversaries. The 6 members of the Ghost chasing 7 heroes, not to be outdone, brandished their fists and swords, rising to meet the sudden onslaught. In an instant, the clash of blades resonated, the sounds reminiscent of a fierce battle hymn echoing through the air. Far off, Qianhe and his companions, initially engaged in their own leisurely pursuits, raised their eyebrows in surprise at the unexpected commotion, quickly turning their attention to the chaotic battlefield. Interesting, I didn't expect these fellows to possess such formidable martial prowess. Master, should we lend a hand? Not necessary. These 3 can handle it, Qianhe replied, shaking his head, showing no inclination to intervene. After all, these 3 were accustomed to witnessing Qianhe single-handedly battle zombies in the original tale. Now, observing them in combat was hardly a problem, was it? Not at all, at this moment. The 2 sides had already descended into chaos, and the scene grew increasingly intense. The 3 foreign masters, relying on their exquisite skills and seamless cooperation, moved as one amidst their opponents, causing the infamous 7 ghost chasers to retreat in disarray, utterly overwhelmed. Although each of these individuals possessed remarkable prowess, they found themselves outmatched against the combined assault of the 3 brothers. Chapter 24. The Duel of Corpses. The twin blades danced like a tempest, each slash infused with immense power. The dual hooks, as agile and cunning as venomous serpents, delivered lethal strikes at critical moments. Meanwhile, the twin axes exuded an unstoppable force, effortlessly cleaving through enemy defenses. Such coordination left the 6 adversaries utterly defenseless. After all, without overwhelming strength, it was clear that mere mortals could not vanquish these 3. This was precisely why the presence of the trio allowed their team to progress unimpeded, free from interruptions of warlords and bandits. It is worth noting that these 3 brothers showcased commendable abilities in the original narrative of Uncle Zombie. Their collaboration was sufficient to momentarily suppress the blood-sucking, thunder-toting zombie known as the Border Prince. Had they not initially opted to observe from the sidelines, treating the situation as a mere diversion, their combined might, augmented by Qianhe's mystical arts, might have completely subdued the Border Prince until the arrival of Simumu and Yikshu. One could say they approached the original tale with a sense of amusement, waiting for Qianhe and his companions to falter before stepping in merely to assist. A smirk graced Qianhe's lips, revealing a hint of disdain. I never imagined these so-called 7 ghost chasers would find themselves in such dire straits, foolishly targeting our coffin transport team. Truly an act of overreaching audacity. However, he pondered, was the plot not becoming rather convoluted? If they were to slay them, would the storyline not abruptly cease? Qianhe wore a perplexed expression, astonished that these individuals were facing such grim circumstances before even commencing their own narrative. The 6 adversaries were currently being beaten into a state of utter despair. Just then, a thunderous roar erupted, startling Qianhe. He initially thought it was the Border Prince rising from the dead, only to turn and discover it was merely old Deng from the Golden Coffin causing a ruckus. Upon listening closely, he realized the sound emanated from the direction of the 7 ghost chasers. Could it be that the corpses submerged in the sulfur pit had risen? As the others heard the roar, they too turned to witness a figure slowly materializing before them. Its movements were lethargic, arms outstretched, as if demanding the lives of those present. The countenance of the 7 ghost chasers turned as pale as a sheet, for they recognized the specter. Oh no, it's a corpse transformation! How could this happen? They lamented, their expressions a mix of dirt and despair as they gazed at the approaching figure. Yet Qianhe chuckled. Ah, it appears we are witnessing a duel of corpses. Dual corpses, a unique existence not classified among the traditional zombies, manifest from deep-seated grudges and are born of resentment. Unlike blood corpses and zombies, these dual corpses cease to harm humanity once their vendetta is fulfilled, reverting to ordinary dead bodies without indiscriminate slaughter. Master, what exactly is a dual corpse? A Dong from the Southeast-Northwest group inquired with a puzzled expression. Having followed his master for so long, this was the first he had heard of such a peculiar entity. Dual corpses originate as ordinary dead bodies, perhaps having suffered great injustice or hatred in life. Their souls, unable to find peace after death, harnessed the remnants of life within them to transform into dual corpses. Unlike standard zombies, these entities possessed their own consciousness and emotions, driven solely by the desire for vengeance. When they embark on their quest for retribution, their relentless fervor is truly chilling. They are more terrifying than zombies. For while zombies may flee in fear, dual corpses pursue revenge relentlessly, like machines of slaughter. Qianhe explained to his disciples, grateful for the inheritance of Qianhe's memories. Otherwise, he would have been left to fabricate answers. The thought of losing credibility in front of his disciples was daunting. Is it really that formidable? What happens after it achieves its revenge? The Southeast-Northwest group exchanged glances, their curiosity piqued. Dual corpses exist solely to fulfill their obsession with vengeance, to eradicate their enemies. Once their revenge is complete, their power dissipates, and they return to being ordinary corpses, posing no further threat to the world. This is the primary distinction between dual corpses and other types of zombies. Though terrifying, they adhere to a moral code and do not kill innocents without cause, Qianhe succinctly clarified. The four from Southeast-Northwest nodded in understanding. Dual corpses are not inherently evil. They seek vengeance alone, thus requiring no intervention from them until their revenge is duly accomplished. Qianhe concurred, as the appearance of dual corpses does not lead to indiscriminate slaughter. The texts of Maoshan confirm that such entities are inevitable, as they would never engage in random killings. This explains why Daoists only exterminate zombies and spare dual corpses. Just as Qianhe was elucidating, the dual corpse approached. It cast a glance at the 7 ghost chasers and suddenly let out a furious roar. Its form darting like a whirlwind, delivering a blow that sent Fatty's head flying. Blood splattered, a scene too gruesome to behold. His head was not merely shattered. It was cleanly severed, a testament to the depth of its resentment. The remaining members gasped in terror. How have they provoked such wrath? What could have ignited the ire of this dual corpse? Axie inquired, intrigued by the unfolding spectacle. Indeed, the violence is horrifying, yet it does not seem to thirst for blood. Curious. Abai echoed. Their demise stemmed from 2 reasons. First, they had abandoned the corpse in the sulfur pit, and second, they had stolen its treasures. Qianhe smiled knowingly. He had seen the film and was well aware of the context. Additionally, he had mistakenly identified them as accomplices of the village chief, thus inciting the dual corpses' enduring animosity. How much is Lin Fengjiao's face worth? Chapter 25. The dual corpse departed. Qianhe recalled that within the 7 ghost chasers, the village chief had coveted the singer's wife, and, in a fit of folly, drowned the artist. His wife, too, had perished at the hands of the village chief, fueling an immeasurable grudge. The 7 ghost chasers had taken on this task, and not only had they drawn his attention, but they had also pilfered his belongings. It is essential to note that they had stolen the tokens of affection shared between him and his wife. How frightful! The voice of the Duke Wu, akin to a duck's quack, suddenly pierced the air as he stepped back, delicately grasping his fingers. The dual corpse turned to regard him, but paid him no heed. For he was not its intended target. It was evident that it would not engage in indiscriminate slaughter. The 3 form masters stood still, their eyes fixed in apprehension. In a swift motion, the dual corpse vanished, delivering another blow that sent another rotund figure flying like a cannonball, crashing into several trees and meeting a grim fate. Despite its seemingly slow movements, it could strike with alarming speed, a fact previously demonstrated when it had swiftly dispatched an adversary while seated and smoking. Following this, the dual corpse struck with lightning speed, piercing another's chest, a sight that sent chills down spines. The subsequent scene unfolded as a massacre of unspeakable horror. None of the 7 ghost chasers were spared. They all met their demise. Once the dual corpse had eradicated the 7 ghost chasers, the onlookers gazed at it in a mix of fear and trepidation. However, the dual corpse merely cast a cursory glance at them before turning to depart. As it receded into the distance, Qianhe finally spoke. Southeast-Northwest, they were fond of fire and life. Let us offer them a fiery farewell. Yes, master, the Southeast-Northwest group replied in unison, hastening to incinerate the corpses. Noticing Qianhe's intent to burn the bodies, Duke Wu remained silent. The 3 masters exhaled a sigh of relief. With the terrifying zombie gone, their tension eased considerably. The southeast-northwest group scurried off like startled rabbits in search of lychee wood. Observing their antics, Qianhe wore an expression of exasperation. Your talismans are not mere decorations. They are unnecessary for the lychee wood dough, right? The four individuals nodded their heads in unison, akin to chicks pecking at grains, as they each produced a talisman of fire. However, seeing that each of them only had one, Qianhe's lips twitched in dismay. Had they already forgotten the talisman C tactics he had taught them? He bellowed in exasperation. Have you forgotten the talisman C tactics I imparted to you? Ah, Master, do we truly need so many talismans to burn a few corpses? They replied, bewildered. Humph, the momentum must be sufficient. Have you not bought enough talismans? Qianhe retorted, shaking his head in disbelief. Throughout this journey, he had consistently purchased dozens of pounds of yellow talismans from the paper offering shop. That it could be said that what Qianhe lacked the least was talismans. Did they dare to compare their collection of talismans to his? They nodded vigorously, understanding. The four, representing the cardinal directions, hastily retrieved a stack of fire talismans, as if performing a magic trick. Then, in synchrony, they nodded and swung their arms, unleashing a torrent of flames that erupted like a volcano, instantly igniting everything in sight, startling the four that, after all, this was their first experience using such a multitude of fire talismans, and they were entirely inexperienced. As the flames roared, several corpses were swiftly engulfed, akin to souls devoured by demons. Under the flickering light of the flames, the four rushed forward like famished tigers pouncing on prey, barely escaping the inferno. It was outrageous. They had not anticipated the sheer ferocity of these fire talismans. Indeed, even a small flame could undergo a qualitative transformation when in large quantities. Remember, we are not short on money for talismans. We are employing the talisman C tactics, extravagantly and with a wealth to exorcise evil, Qianhe said with satisfaction, beginning to teach them diligently. The four nodded continuously, sensing that their master had seemingly transformed into a better version of himself. Previously, they would use binding ropes to ensnare the zombies, creating opportunities for their master. Now, however, their master had grown bold and generous, providing them with talismans and teaching them the art of the wealthy exorcist. Master, we have finished burning, they announced on him, but as Qianhe turned around, he was taken aback as if struck by lightning. The mountains and forests behind them were ablaze, resembling a vast prairie set aflame. The wilderness was already isolated, and the dense thickets resembled a green sea. Now, the sea of fire surged like tumultuous waves. Goodness, in modern times, you four would end up imprisoned for this, Qianhe exclaimed in shock. The four exchanged glances, resembling startled rabbits, at a loss for words. That it was he who had suggested using the talisman C tactics with fire. Now that it had ignited, he was blaming them. Wu Shilang and the others also witnessed the inferno and hastily packed up to leave, muttering, "Why are we burning corpses? Now the forest is ablaze. If this were the dead of night and we were asleep, it could be disastrous." Hearing Wu Shilang's voice, Qianhe ignored him and instructed them to leave the area, pulling out a stack of water talismans and tossing them into the flames. The water talismans transformed into liquid, dousing the raging inferno. The following morning, the group resumed their journey. Qianhe paid no further heed to the corpse battle, as its outcome was already determined. After another day and night of travel, Qianhe continued to stand firmly on the abandoned cart, which had been left behind due to the poor road conditions. He slightly tilted his head, a barely perceptible smile flickering in his eyes, with strength that can move mountains and a spirit that dominates the world, Qianhe proclaimed. Everyone looked at him in confusion as the ornate cart seemed to become as light as a child's toy in his hands. Effortlessly tossed and vanishing into thin AI, or in truth, it had been stored in a system backpack, unbeknownst to them. The four, having grown accustomed to such occurrences, observed with wide eyes, filled with shock and bewilderment. It was their first encounter with such a spectacle. Wu Shilang, in particular, gazed at Qianhe with an expression of incredulity, a strong sense of curiosity and reverence swelling within him. He had never witnessed anything so miraculous. Feeling as though the Daoist Qianhe before him concealed endless secrets, as if he were a celestial being descended from the heavens, more handsome and powerful than his master Zhao. The more he looked at Qianhe, the more appealing he became. Chapter 26. Arrival at the High Woods. Qianhe stood with his hands clasped behind his back, a faint smile still gracing his face, as if his previous actions had merely been a display for show. After all, the narrow road ahead prevented the cart from proceeding. Of course, he had stored the cart in his system backpack. The horse remained. The horse could not be placed in the system backpack. Wu Shilang swallowed, nervously and cautiously inquired, Daoist Qianhe, how exactly did you accomplish that? What happened to your cart? How did it vanish without a trace? Qianhe chuckled lightly, explaining at a leisurely pace, this is my technique of a universe within the sleeve. In this world, all things can be concealed within one's sleeve. What is so remarkable about a mere cart? Upon hearing this, Wu Shilang's eyes sparkled with golden light as he fixated on Qianhe. As if he had glimpsed a door leading to a mysterious realm, he eagerly pressed on. Oh, the universe within the sleeve? Is it akin to the powers of Xuanyuanzi from Journey to the West? I have heard that Xuanyuanzi is the master of earth immortals, possessing astonishing spells. Wu Shilang, in his leisure time, enjoyed reading illustrated novels, particularly Journey to the West. Qianhe felt a bit uneasy under Wu Shilang's fervent gaze, but he maintained a facade of composure and nodded. Indeed, the universe within the sleeve of the earth immortal Xuanyuanzi is fundamentally similar to my technique. Upon hearing Qianhe's affirmative response, Wu Shilang was ecstatic. Stepping forward to grasp Qianhe's sleeve, "Oh, Daoist Qianhe, with such remarkable skills, could you teach me? I too wish to learn the universe within the sleeve technique so that when I return to the capital, I can speak well of it to the emperor." However, Qianhe recoiled as if stung by a scorpion, hastily shaking off Wu Shilang's hand. Goodness, this effeminate man dared to grasp him, speaking of returning to the capital. Apologies, he had no desire for future engagements. Qianhe shook his head repeatedly. This technique is a product of my unique fortune. It is difficult to impart to others that if you truly wish to learn, you might consider visiting Wanqiao Mountain's Wuzhuang Temple to seek out the great immortal Jin Yuan for personal instruction. He is the authentic heir of the universe within the sleeve technique and will surely impart it to you. With that, Qianhe disregarded Wu Shilang, turning on his heel to depart, leaving Wu Shilang standing there in a daze. Daoist Qianhe, I know of Wanqiao Mountain's Wuzhuang Temple, but I do not know where it is. Where did you encounter him? Wu Shilang persisted, stepping closer. Qianhe, upon seeing this, responded curtly, in the western Yohuzhou. You may seek it out. Western Yohuzhou, Xinjiang, Tibet, as well as Kazakhstan and India. Go find it yourself. After finishing his words, Qianhe cursed inwardly. Damn it, this insufferable man is so troublesome. As he walked away, he scolded his ancestors down the line. Xinjiang, Tibet, Kazakhstan, and India. It seems that upon returning from the capital, I must speak with the seventh prince and then head there. Wu Shilang contemplated. He intended to directly journey to seek out Master Jin Yuan and learn the universe within the sleeve. The group continued on their way, but midway, rain began to pour. Upon seeing this, Qianhe promptly instructed the four to cover the coffin with rain tarps, ensuring that not a single drop of rain could penetrate. Aha, old dang, let's see how you get out now. Qianhe chuckled. This task was to deliver him to the capital, meaning he could not afford to lose a single life along the way. However, should the dead arise, he could simply lay them back down. Now, with his perfected summoning technique, he could summon the ancestral master and physically awaken him. The team took a moment to regroup, evading the torrential downpour, and continued their journey without pause in the following days. They encountered no unusual occurrences as they progressed. The surroundings became increasingly desolate and uninhabited. Alas, seventh prince, ahead lies the wilderness. We shall have to set up camp in this desolate place. The effeminate official, holding a map, animatedly explained the situation to the 71st prince. The prince nodded slightly, remaining silent. Qianhe absorbed the surrounding scenery as the procession of bearers entered the grove, resembling a passage into a verdant sea, with towering treetops akin to giant umbrellas, shielding the sky and creating a tranquil and harmonious realm. Along their journey, they witnessed the harrowing plight of the destitute, stripped bare and resorting to cannibalism. This was the true portrait of the Republic era. Nevertheless, throughout the journey, Qianhe generously offered provisions to these impoverished souls. With the aid of his systematic backpack, he purchased supplies at intervals, thus contributing his modest share to aid others. The disciples from all directions were inspired by their master's noble character, all believing they were fortunate to have such a commendable mentor. Indeed, he possessed both strength and compassion. At this moment, they had entered the lofty grove. The trees stood at varying heights, layered like a natural labyrinth. The tall pines stood erect, resembling loyal sentinels guarding this green treasure. Meanwhile, the ancient oaks, lush and abundant, stretched their massive green canopies toward the heavens, as if recounting millennia of legendary tales. Observing this scene, Qianhe narrowed his eyes slightly. According to his memory, with a swift ride for another day, they would reach the site of the Four Eyes. It seemed that the plot was about to unfold. Qianhe murmured softly, his gaze sweeping over the copper-horned golden coffin. "Old Deng, you must play at your peak in this round." A cold smirk graced Qianhe's lips. The disciples also caught wind of this remark. "Master, what does this mean?" "Yes, what does it mean for Old Deng to play at his peak?" "Oh, it means that Old Deng might rise again to cause trouble, but fear not, for in this round he shall face a mightier master. Thus he must play at his peak," Qianhe casually explained. Although the disciples were puzzled, they merely nodded in agreement, refraining from further inquiries. They were not like Xiuxing, who relished digging deeper into matters. Chapter 27. Gathering in the High Grove. Nightfall. Qianhe and the others continued to rest. After one more day, they would arrive at the Four Eyes site. They just happened to pass by. However, this time Qianhe would not require any glutinous rice. Instead, he pondered whether to allow the 71st Prince to rest directly at the Four Eyes site. After considering, he deemed it feasible that a night's rest at the Four Eyes site would suffice. If Old Deng were to emerge, he would hardly stir up any waves and could only be stifled in the cradle. Meanwhile, within the High Grove, Daoist Qianhe of the Tiandao sect, like a leader who commands the winds and rains, had already gathered scattered practitioners of the Tao here. Naturally, the primary leaders were his friends, with the remainder being disciples from their sect. Their target this time was none other than Qianhe. Daoist Qianhe's intention was to have the zombies eliminate Qianhe, after which they would suppress the zombies and blend into the border forces, heading to the capital for promotions and titles. They were all minor sects within the Daoist world, and Daoist Qianhe's association with them was merely a matter of utility. He dared not disclose this plan to his sect members for fear of being scorned. To act against Qianhe for the sake of serving the court was, to the Tiandao sect, an utter disgrace. This was precisely why Daoist Qianhe did not summon his fellow sect members. Moreover, Mao Xiaofang would not permit it. Thus, he had invited a few friends, namely Kai Kuan from the basketball sect, Huang Fei from the Chihuang cave, and Daoist Ma from the Hunyuan Xingyi ghost-catching sect. Kai Kuan brought along a dozen disciples, while Huang Fei came alone but carried a coffin. Inside the coffin lay a zombie. Daoist Ma from the Hunyuan Xingyi ghost-catching sect brought along several disciples as well. "Brothers, we must capture Qianhe this time, and then escort the team to the capital, awaiting the emperor's bestowal of titles. What do you say?" Daoist Qianhe addressed the three men seated deep within the grove. These three were the aforementioned Kai Kuan, Huang Fei, and Daoist Ma. He had invited them with the enticing bait of serving the Qin court for promotion and titles that, of course, they first needed to eliminate Qianhe. He believed that once he extended the olive branch, if the official stood by his side, he would certainly assist him in speaking favorably before the 71st Prince and the Emperor. To that point, he could replace Qianhe. "I agree. I too yearn for advancement. You may not know, but our basketball sect's desire for recognition is akin to a parched land yearning for rain," Kai Kuan replied with a beaming smile, eagerly accepting Daoist Qianhe's invitation. The people of the East Mountain were fervently eager for progress within the officialdom, much like a blazing fire. Coming from a minor sect, if one wished to gain notoriety within the Daoist world, they could only do so by aligning with the court, just like Qianhe, who initially was an unknown figure, but after serving the court became renowned, with all practitioners addressing him as Dao Brother. Even the monks of the Buddhist sect referred to him as Daoist Qianhe. Such was his prestige. However, they remained oblivious that Qianhe's renown stemmed from his own formidable abilities, rather than from the court's influence. "Haha, I am indifferent. Once it is accomplished, you may give me 200 taels." Huang Fei from the Qihuang cave laughed heartily, waving his hand. He had no intention of serving the Qin court. He merely sought to bring down Zhuge Kongping and the world's foremost mouse. Indeed, he had brought with him the copper-armored corpse captured from his sect's ancestors in Zishuing Bana. Originally intended to deal with Zhuge Kongping, upon hearing Zhao Shanha's request, he decided to temporarily set this aside and first eliminate the fellow named Qianhe, before using the copper-armored corpse to confront Zhuge Kongping and the world's foremost mouse. They were all rogue cultivators, and Zhuge Kongping and the foremost mouse had driven them into a corner, leaving them destitute. Truly, they were at their wits' end. "All right, that's settled." Zhao Shanha nodded in agreement with Huang Fei. Daoist Ma, with a smile, added, "I desire not only the silver but also progression, serving the court, and taking on a post." "Haha, naturally, we share the same aspirations. Rest assured, I am well acquainted with the official among this group. I shall introduce you to him later." Zhao Shanha laughed heartily, clearly satisfied. At the same time, he revealed a mischievous smile. This smile puzzled them. With the three of them stepping in, victory was assured. "What are the plans for this encounter? How will we proceed?" Huang Fei inquired, glancing at the three men. Not far away, Daoist Ma and Kai Kuen's disciples were setting up camp, blocking the path through the high grove, which was precisely the route Qianhe and his party would traverse. From what I gather, the most formidable members of this party are the three protectors and Qianhe, followed by Qianhe's 4 disciples. The rest are of little concern. Zhao Shanha mused for a moment, contemplating that. So that makes 8 people. We have nearly 50 in total. The advantage lies with us. Daoist Ma chuckled. However, he cast a sidelong glance at Huang Fei. This fellow was from the Qihuang cave, yet he had not brought his fellow sect members. It was understandable, as he was not the leader of the Qihuang cave. Just seeing him carry a coffin filled him with curiosity. Little did they know, had they realized it contained the copper-armored corpse from Zishuing Bana, they would have been utterly astonished. "Leave the most perilous tasks to me." The young Daoist from Qihuang cave wore a smug expression, as if he were a champion, confidently stating that he would handle the most dangerous parts. However, he was not alone. He carried a zombie within the coffin. Chapter 28. The Copper-Armed Corpse of Zishuing Bana. "Can you handle it alone?" Kai Kuen scoffed, casting a dismissive glance at Huang Fei, secretly mocking him. With a slender frame, he dared to think he could perform valiantly in the most dangerous areas. Deep down, he looked down upon him. After all, he was the leader of the basketball sect, and his status was evident. Had it not been for Zhao Shanha's call, he would have no interest in conversing with this minor character. In the presence of the Qihuang cave's leader, he would politely address him as a fellow Daoist. But a mere young Daoist like him was insignificant. Indeed, the most dangerous aspects belonged to those 3 protectors, whose combined strength would surely be formidable. "You think you can manage? I believe it would be wiser to leave the most perilous tasks to me. I, along with my disciples, will confront the 3 protectors." Kai Kuen spoke with unwavering conviction. Zhao Shanha looked at Huang Fei with a face full of confusion, hoping for a reasonable explanation. "Who told you that I am a person? Do you have anyone?" "I have no one but the crowd." Annoyed JPG. "Are you toying with us?" Kai Kuen's gaze turned cold and sinister, as if he intended to devour Huang Fei whole. He cared not for eliminating Huang Fei here. For no one would note, of course. The individuals across from him would likely keep this matter to themselves. No. I'm not toying with you. I am merely speaking the truth, that I truly have no one. But I possess a corpse, a remarkably powerful super zombie. With it at my side, not only can I deal with those 3 guards, but even that Daoist Qianhe would find it impossible to return. Huang Fei declared confidently, gesturing towards the coffin he had brought. Upon hearing this, the crowd turned their gazes towards the coffin, as if to disturb hornets. They had noticed Huang Fei bringing the coffin from the outset, but found it odd and did not think much of it. After all, the coffin was dilapidated, resembling a candle flickering in the wind. Who would pay attention to what lay within? Little did they know it housed the legendary copper-armored corpse from Zishuing Bana. Perhaps this coffin was prepared for themselves. In their era, preparing one's own coffin was a commonplace affair, considered not an omen of misfortune, but rather a symbol of longevity. Some women would even prepare a coffin for themselves upon marrying. And the elderly would do the same, often arranging for it to be placed in their homes well in advance. Such practices were not uncommon. Some aged individuals would prudently prepare coffins and burial garments, not out of disregard for warding off evil, but from concern that if they were to pass suddenly, their families might be caught unprepared, leaving them unable to depart in glory in affluent families. Individuals could carefully select their preferred coffins and burial garments, while impoverished elders feared burdening their offspring, knowing that in emergencies, prices would inevitably soar. In the annals of their history, there existed customs of preparing coffins and burial garments for elderly individuals, particularly those suffering from illness or advanced in years, often beginning preparations years in advance. People believed that by doing so, the health of the elderly would improve, a notion known as auspicious confrontation. Thus, in ancient times, individuals did not shy away from coffins and burial garments. Rather, they regarded them with great importance, as these items were essential for their journey beyond the mortal realm. You rely solely on the corpse within? Naturally, Huang Fei straightened his posture and strode confidently to the side of the coffin. Would you like to witness my super zombie? Ha ha ha. He laughed boisterously, his eyes brimming with provocation, seemingly challenging the others. Though the three felt a twinge of annoyance, they fixed their gazes on him intently, as if to say, then let us see just how super this zombie truly is. Huang Fei wasted no time and opened the coffin. As the lid creaked open, Daoist Ma and Kai Kuan gasped in shock. Zhao Qianhe took several steps back, his expression one of disbelief. This is the copper-armored corpse from Zishuing Bana, Zhao Qianhe exclaimed, astonished, while Daoist Ma and Kai Kuan stared in disbelief. A copper-armored corpse, this was indeed a rare specimen. The two had not anticipated that this seemingly unremarkable young Daoist possessed such a terrifying zombie. Indeed, as he had claimed, it was a super zombie. Ha ha! How about that? This is a specimen captured by my ancestor. This zombie is quite formidable. Huang Fei scoffed at the three rustic individuals, in unison. The three inquired, what makes it so formidable? We have only heard of the copper-armored corpse's reputation, but have never seen one. Well, if you had seen it, you would have perished long ago. The copper-armored corpse is not something you could contend with. You are merely from a small sect. What right do you have to confront such a zombie? Huang Fei retorted, Humph, this zombie is exceedingly sinister. Were it not for my need to deal with Kong Ping and the first Mao, I would not have brought it out, Huang Fei said, casting a wary glance at the zombie. My ancestor endured great hardship to obtain it. 3 days of severed hands, 5 days of severed legs, ultimately left bedridden, unable to rise, yet not dead, for centuries. As Huang Fei spoke, his gaze was one of rare admiration. His ancestor had warned him that this zombie brought misfortune. He had initially been skeptical, but now believed his luck would be sufficient to subdue the copper-armored corpse. Such power! Exclaimed Daoist Ma, Kai Kuan, and Zhao Qianhe in unison. They clearly had not anticipated that this zombie would exhibit such a horrifying aspect, as if its misfortune had permeated to an extreme degree. There was no doubt about it. I will take on a most perilous part of this operation. I can hold off those 3 guards. Your primary task is to eliminate Qianhe, after which I will demand 200 silver dollars. As for what follows, it is none of my concern that I must take this copper-armored corpse to Zhuge Town to confront that Zhuge Kong Ping. Huang Fei from Chihuang Cave stated resolutely, while directing his gaze at Zhao Qianhe, the individual most directly involved. Upon seeing this, Zhao Qianhe promptly nodded. Of course, the matter of 200 silver dollars is quite manageable. To him, if he could leverage the 200 silver dollars to successfully eliminate Qianhe, thereby securing his position as an official Daoist for the court, then all efforts would be worthwhile. Indeed, far more valuable than any treasure. He had long coveted the court's fortune. All right, it is settled then. A deal. The young Daoist from Chihuang Cave nodded slightly and began to slowly cover the coffin again. The 3 beside him were filled with confusion and could not help but ask, what is going on? Are you not going to let the copper-armored corpse breathe first? Breathe, Huang Fei chuckled. Can this thing be casually let out to breathe? My ancestor expended much of his power for it. Huang Fei replied nonchalantly, no, It must wait until Qianhe arrives before being unleashed to confront him. I still require time to familiarize myself with its habits and abilities. Deep down, he understood that he lacked full control over the copper-armored corpse. But he would never reveal this to the three, as that would undoubtedly undermine his authority as a disciple of Qi Huang Cave. At this moment, he quietly contemplated how best to control the copper-armored corpse. Although his ancestor had left behind methods to manipulate the corpse, no one had dared to attempt it, for the reputation of the copper-armored corpse was far too daunting. By the way, do you have a deep-seated grudge against Kong Ping? Zhao Shanhe inquired, his expression filled with suspicion. He was somewhat familiar with Kong Ping. The man had no issues with character and mingled well with others on the path. How could there be animosity between them? Moreover, Kong Ping was not one to offend others. Why resort to a copper-armored corpse to deal with him? He and the first Mao conspired to monopolize our business, leaving me and several fellow Daoists unable to even afford a meal. Huang Fei retorted, indignation evident in his voice. I see, Zhao Shanhe replied, nodding thoughtfully. It appeared they were all cut from the same cloth, their goals merely aimed at toppling their rivals to serve their own interests. Ultimately, it was a matter of business. If they could not secure deals, they would struggle to survive. After all, the legendary status of Zhuge Kong Ping's ancestor, Zhuge Liang, ensured that he thrived. You need my assistance? Zhao Shanhe offered, eager to help Huang Fei eliminate Kong Ping, given that Huang Fei had aided him with the copper-armored corpse. No need. That Zhuge Kong Ping is hardly a match for my rare ancient corpse. Huang Fei dismissively waved his hand, as if mocking Kong Ping's lack of self-awareness. His ancestor had mobilized great efforts to capture this ancient corpse. How could a mere Zhuge Kong Ping stand against it? In truth, Zhuge Kong Ping would indeed be helpless against the copper-armored corpse. Without the suppression of the coffin nails soaked in rooster blood for 50 years, the copper-armored corpse would run wild, easily tearing them apart. With that, the group continued to discuss the details. Meanwhile, Qianhe remained blissfully unaware of being targeted. At that moment, he was advancing alongside the coffin-bearing team. Not far ahead lay the four-eyed Daoist temple. Master, it seems that ahead is the temple of Master Simu. Indeed, Qianhe nodded slightly, his gaze fixed on the distance. However, he turned back to ask Brother Qi, that wooden house ahead is my senior brother's temple. Should we not stay there for the night? Before the 71st prince could utter a word, Wu Shilang resolutely interjected his refusal. No, that bronze-horned golden coffin is far too conspicuous. What if, in the dead of night, your rather dubious senior brother attempts to secretly harm you and absconds with the coffin? What then? Wu Shilang harbored a distaste for staying at others' homes, especially considering the desolate terrain they had traversed. Should any calamity befall them, there would be no recourse. The 71st prince had initially intended to acquiesce, but upon hearing Wu Shilang's reasoning, he found it quite compelling. Let us proceed, he instructed Qianhe. He trusted Qianhe implicitly, for he served the Qin court. However, his faith did not extend to the other Daoists. Take, for example, Qianhe's senior brother, who could guarantee that he wouldn't betray their brotherhood when tempted by the allure of the magnificent bronze-horned golden coffin and draw his sword in the dead of night. Testing human nature in such turbulent times is ill-advised. Human nature cannot withstand such trials. If even the 71st prince, the principal figure, is unwilling, then there's little hope. Nevertheless, he remained unperturbed. After all, he had Bufan with him. He could simply cover the coffin at night, ensuring that the Mo Donet would retain its efficacy. The group resumed their journey, and they soon arrived at the entrance of the Simu Daochong. Serendipitously passing by as they approached, several figures emerged from the wooden cabin. Jia, Simu, Yishio, and Jing. Upon seeing these familiar faces, Qianhe exhaled in relief. Thankfully, there had been no changes. If there had been an additional person, it would have undoubtedly indicated a time traveler. After all, if he could transmigrate as Qianhe, who could say that others might not also do the same? His own existence was already a variable. At that moment, a Qing soldier carrying a sedan chair stumbled, nearly tossing the 71st prince out of it. Oh dear, be careful, Wu Shilang exclaimed, waving a handkerchief in mock admonition. The Qing soldier, visibly embarrassed, managed a strained smile before regaining his composure and continuing onward steadily. Qianhe shitty. Si Mu spotted Qianhe from afar, his face lighting up with joy. As if greeted by a warm spring breeze, he approached with a gesture of salute, hands forming a sword sign at his chest. They had not seen each other for quite some time, and he was pleasantly surprised to encounter him here, as Amu frequently undertook corpse deliveries and was seldom home. It had been over half a year since his last return, making this encounter all the more fortuitous. S.I. Mu Shixiao. Qianhe responded with a radiant smile that in his memories, he and Si Mu, along with Lin Fengjiao and others, shared a bond akin to that of brothers, rendering his demeanor relaxed and carefree, as if those memories were his own lived experiences, devoid of any sense of dissonance. Sure Shu. Jialu also offered a salute, but Si Mu's expression shifted to one of discontent. Damn it, you placed it on your chest? Doesn't that imply to the shitty that I am an incompetent teacher? Jialu quickly regained his composure and shifted his sword sign to his head. The four from the four directions stepped forward in unison, exclaiming, Sherbua! Their execution was flawless, surpassing that of his disciple Jialu, prompting Si Mu to nod in satisfaction. In terms of teaching, he and his senior brother Lin Fengjiao could not compare to Qianhe. They were well aware of this, and simultaneously admired how Qianhe had inherited their master's genuine teachings in this regard. Daoist Qianhe, Ishio approached, greeting him warmly. Qianhe's renown was well established, and he was esteemed in the Daoist community as Dao Brother Qianhe, indicative of his upright and forthright character. Master Ishio, Qianhe greeted with a smile and a nod. Behind them, Wu Shilong's voice boomed. Hey, why have we stopped? Wu Guanshi, let everyone take a break, the 71st prince unexpectedly spoke. Having witnessed the Qing soldier-esque stumble, he empathized with their plight and wished to show some compassion. Very well, let us rest for a moment. Everyone, put down your burdens and take a good rest. Wu Shilang agreed, calling out to those around. The Qing soldiers, visibly relieved, leaned against one another to rest, their exhaustion evident. Si Mu, Ishio, and the others approached, their eyes falling upon the bronze-horned golden coffin. Its conspicuousness made it impossible to overlook. Si Mu adjusted his glasses and regarded Qianhe. The bronze-horned golden coffin is wrapped in a mo don net. Could it be that inside is, indeed, it contains a zombie? What? Why not burn it? This old dang is a member of the frontier royal family. We cannot burn it. We must transport it back to the capital for the Emperor's decree, Qianhe explained. Then, why not dismantle the tent to allow it to absorb some sunlight and reduce the corpse's aura? Ishio suggested, pointing to the sunshade. That is a valid point, but in this wilderness, the weather is unpredictable that I fear that if it rains, the mo donet will be soaked and lose its efficacy, which would be troublesome. Qianhe shook his head. Upon hearing Qianhe's explanation, Ishio felt a pang of guilt. Indeed, if they dismantled it and were caught in a downpour, the mo donet would lose its effectiveness. You nearly jeopardized the operation. Si Mu teased Ishio. Ishio took in stride, acknowledging his oversight. Qianhe shitty. Once we return to the capital, let us gather at Rinjia town for a proper reunion. Si Mu suggested cheerily he planned to rest for a few days before setting out again to deliver his customers. This journey fortuitously passed through Rinjia town, aligning with Qianhe's route back to the capital. That sounds good. I also intend to find a place to settle down upon my return. Qianhe replied with a smile and a nod. Ditto. You do not intend to work for the court any longer? Si Mu inquired, surprised. It was well known that among their brotherhood, Qianhe was the most successful, earning a handsome salary from his service to the court. This was also why he could afford to support 4 disciples. Moreover, Qianhe's work with corpses was considerably less strenuous than Si Mu's. Though Si Mu's brother in Rinjia town had some wealth, he often provided free assistance to the needy, which ultimately yielded little profit. Their other brother, Ma Di, fared even worse, struggling to find business with his mediocre skills. Meanwhile, their sister Zhigu occupied a position, offering fortune-telling and spiritual services. Thus, Qianhe was the most fortunate and least burdened among them. Indeed, in this chaotic world, one's life is precarious. Why would I risk it for a few hundred taels a month? Qianhe scoffed at these words. Si Mu's mouth twitched involuntarily to a few hundred taels a month. And you're still reluctant to work hard. You ought to know that a tael of silver is not trifling matter. The county magistrate earns only 30 taels a month, ordinary workers about 12. And rickshaw pullers merely 7 to 8 taels. Qianhe's monthly salary of several hundred taels was essentially the cumulative earnings of an average person over several years. This was precisely why Zhao Qianhe and others envied Qianhe, nurturing thoughts of usurping his position. After all, earning several hundred taels a month while overseeing some remote corner was a tempting prospect, particularly with the potential for tips. Hey, we're off. Wu Shilong's voice cut through the air abruptly to the sound. Si Mu and the others shuddered. What a wretched business. Si Mu cursed under his breath. Zhao Lu turned to see Wu Shilang, who also caught sight of him. Oh my, what a handsome young man. Even more so than my little He. Wu Shilang exclaimed, stepping forward. Young man, what is your name? He asked, his fingers delicately poised. Zhao Lu shivered. I am Zhao Lu. Oh, Zhao Lu, you are indeed handsome. Why not accompany me to the capital? Wu Shilang continued to gaze at him with a smile. Zhao Li's lips twitched, and he turned to flee. No, I have important matters to attend to. Seeing Zhao Li's reaction, Qianhe chuckled. He recalled the film where Zhao Lu and Wu Shilang had shared an intimate kiss. The thought was exhilarating. Once my affairs are settled, I must visit Rinjiao town for a gathering. Qianhe declared cheerfully, eager to see if he could trigger any quests there. Setting aside other considerations, Lin Fengjiao's place was rife with plot lines, undoubtedly offering numerous quests to embark upon. Very well, Shitty. Take care and travel safely. Indeed, with that, Qianhe and his companions resumed their journey northward. Just as they departed, a sudden clap of thunder roared overhead, prompting a calm expression from Qianhe. Xiao muttered a prayer. Ba. The unpredictable weather reaffirmed their decision to keep the sunshade intact. Chapter 31. The Unveiling of the Copper Armor Corps in Zixingbana. May my Shitty remain safe and sound. With 4 eyes raised to the heavens in contemplation, murmurs escaped his lips that moment. Zhao Lu rushed back like a gust of wind. Wow, it finally left. But is this coffin made of gold? Zhao Lu chuckled heartily as he beheld the copper-cornered golden coffin, his eyes nearly popping out of their sockets. Of course, if it's not made of gold, then what could it possibly be made of? Simu shot a sidelong glance at Zhao Lu. Wow, this is truly extravagant. I must strive to earn money so I can buy an identical one for my master. Upon hearing Zhao Lu's words, Simu's expression darkened, resembling the bottom of a pot. But Xiao smiled and remarked, You truly possess a filial heart. The group then returned to the wooden cabin as their journey progressed. Dusk gradually enveloped the sky. However, at that very moment, on this summer afternoon, the sky suddenly turned ominous, with dark clouds resembling ink, as if a massive black curtain descended upon the towering forest within the high woods. Zhao Qianhe and his companions also spotted the coffin transport team. What a great opportunity! Finally, it has arrived. My patience has not been in vain. Zhao Qianhe glanced skyward and then at the coffin transport team. A cruel smile spreading across his face like that of a wolf. Shall we move now? Daoist Ma inquired. Not yet. Observe the weather. I intend to summon thunder and strike the coffin. Then we shall make our move. Ha! Splendid idea. Hee. I shall prepare to unleash my super zombie. Laughter erupted among the group, who found the idea utterly brilliant. As a fierce wind howled past, torrential rain cascaded down like a waterfall. Raindrops fell from the sky like a string of broken pearls, striking the leaves and producing a crackling sound, as if performing a stirring symphony. Trees swayed wildly in the tempest, leaves rustling as they were battered by the rain, seemingly groaning in agony. Birds sheltered beneath the trees, gazing fearfully at the world outside. Too frightened to venture forth, the distant mountains were shrouded in mist, becoming indistinct, resembling a mysterious ink-wash painting. Above, lightning coiled like silver serpents, heralding a tempestuous celebration. Witnessing this scene, Qianhe raised an eyebrow and shouted, Wrap the coffin in cloth. His voice resonated like a thunderclap throughout the 4 corners of the earth. Hearing the command, the 4 acted swiftly as lightning, deftly wrapping the coffin to prevent it from being drenched. The other soldiers hurried to erect tents to seek refuge from the rain, choosing an open area rather than foolishly setting up beneath a tree, indicating they possessed some common sense. Observing this, Qianhe narrowed his eyes toward the distance, sensing a strong aura of death, an intense and potent stench. What is this? Why is the aura so strong? Qianhe mused, perplexed, gazing into the distance. Ding! Peak competition task initiated. Eliminate the Zishuing Bana copper armor zombie. Task reward. Grand gift package. Upon hearing the system prompt for the peak competition, Qianhe stood dumbfounded. What on earth? Zishuing Bana copper armor zombie. Where did this come from? He looked around in confusion, utterly at a loss. Ding! Does the host accept the peak competition task? Accepted. Without hesitation, Qianhe agreed. He was eager to discover what this Zishuing Bana copper armor zombie entailed and what treasures the grand gift package might reveal. Just then, as if by magic, the tent was swiftly erected, standing firm like a colossal sanctuary amidst the towering woods. Qianhe stood quietly to the side, refraining from rushing to say anything about advancing the coffin. As Wu Shilang had already gone to invite the seventh prince inside, I could see this moment. The four corners had securely wrapped the copper-cornered golden coffin, as if clad in an impenetrable armor, utterly unfazed by the drizzle. Even submerging in water would be an impossible feat after all. This was a lofty forest, elevated enough to withstand sudden floods and keep that hefty copper-cornered golden coffin dry. Such a scenario was utterly far-fetched and impossible. The four corners paused their tasks, joining together to help raise the tent, fully aware that without shelter, they would be left to endure the rain. Given the downpour, it was clear it would not cease anytime soon. In a shadowy corner, Zhao Qianhe silently observed everything, a glimmer of light flashing in his eyes. He tightly grasped the talisman, secretly plotting to unleash the unique Yin-5 thunder of their Tianshi mansion. Intending to bombard the seemingly indestructible copper-cornered golden coffin with thunderous force. His goal was clear: awaken the slumbering zombie within the coffin, creating immense pressure for Qianhe and his companions. Once the timing was right, they would seize the opportunity to charge down, plunging the situation into further chaos, thereby eliminating Qianhe. This was their true objective. After all, with their presence, subduing the border prince was still feasible. Brother, be prepared to summon your zombie. Zhao Qianhe shouted to Huang Fei nearby. Huang Fei nodded slightly, pushing with all his might as the heavy coffin lid slowly creaked open, revealing the chilling visage of the Zishuing Bana copper armor zombie. Upon witnessing this, Daoist Ma and Kai Cohen's faces instantly paled, fear evident in their eyes. What a terrifying zombie! Such a dense aura of death! They exclaimed in shock. They exchanged glances, fully realizing the dreadfulness of Huang Fei's zombie. Wow, this zombie is simply terrifying. The dense aura of death seems so potent it could solidify the air. Zhao Qianhe approached, his face a mask of astonishment. After exchanging glances, they truly comprehended the horror Huang Fei's zombie presented. Indeed, if this zombie truly revives, I cannot contend with it. Daoist Ma nodded. Neither can I, Kai Kuan concurred, as they were not the type to boast, should Huang Fei request a confrontation with the copper armor zombie. They would readily admit defeat to avoid embarrassment. Acknowledging their limitations was nothing to be ashamed of. This moment, a wave of concern washed over them, pondering whether Huang Fei could indeed control this formidable zombie. After all, the aura it exuded was far too terrifying that, if mishandled, countless lives could be at stake. Beside them stood disciples from their respective sects, nearly 50 in total, that if they were to perish here, the consequences would be dire, and their sects would face annihilation. Everyone need not panic. Just give it our unique 5 poisons water from Qihuang Cave, and then employ our Qihuang Cave's corpse-controlling technique, and we shall be able to tame it. Huang Fei, noticing the fear on their faces, smiled as he explained. The three nodded in understanding, feeling he deserved a measure of trust. After all, this zombie was captured by their esteemed ancestor, and perhaps Huang Fei truly held some esoteric knowledge. Once Huang Fei finished speaking, he unhesitatingly retrieved a precious vial of 5 poisons water from his pocket, slowly pouring it into the zombie's mouth. In an instant, the seemingly motionless copper armor zombie trembled violently, followed by an even denser aura of death coalescing within its body. Observing this, Huang Fei's eyes shimmered with pride as he firmly grasped a bell, preparing to employ the mysterious corpse-controlling technique. Meanwhile, Zhao Qianhe stepped aside and unleashed their Tianshi mansion's Yin-5 thunder. The next moment, the Yin-5 thunder summoned forth, a bolt of black lightning flickering with eerie light, striking directly at the distant, heavy copper-cornered golden coffin. With a resounding crash, the copper-cornered golden coffin was engulfed in a tempest of thunder. Boom! Crack! Upon witnessing the lightning strike, Qianhe gasped in alarm. He had specifically moved the coffin aside, only to be bombarded by thunder. Yet, after the lightning, a fierce wind began to stir, sweeping away the rain without a trace. The four corners and others gazed at the coffin, which was now violently shaking. As the effects of the Mo net came into play, Thunder Calamity Zombie. It has indeed turned you into a Thunder Calamity Zombie. Qianhe gazed intently at the bronze-horned golden coffin, his visage as still as stagnant waters. It was unexpected that this time he had failed to alter the narrative, which in itself was rather intriguing. He had always believed in the system, wishing to modify the plot, especially since everything had been smooth sailing thus far. Yet, here was Lao Deng, still destined to become the Thunder Calamity Corpse, a turn of events that took him by surprise. The sunshade was covered with a cloth canopy, and it could be said that multiple precautions had been taken. He had even changed the location, ensuring that he would not be struck by lightning while pushing the coffin. However, he never anticipated that remaining motionless would also lead to being struck. It was truly infuriating. Nevertheless, Qianhe approached without hesitation and patted the bronze-horned golden coffin. Lao Deng, you're the Thunder Calamity Corpse, right? Come on, first break my ink line net before we discuss anything. With that, Qianhe stepped forward and resolutely tore away the cloth covering the coffin. In that moment, the ink line net shimmered with light, while Qianhe stood by, incessantly cursing, leaving the onlookers, Dong, Nan, Shi, and Bei, bewildered as if lost in a fog. Lao Deng, if you have the ability to transform into a Thunder Calamity Corpse, then come out, Qianhe shouted, striking the bronze-horned golden coffin with a series of loud thuds. What is the matter with the master? One of the disciples inquired. I have no idea. It seems like there's some irreconcilable enmity with the zombies. Another replied. Indeed, it feels like a fateful encounter with an arch-nemesis. Yet hasn't the master never encountered the zombie prince before? The disciples whispered among themselves, incredulous. Little did they know, in a parallel world, they were indeed sworn enemies. At that moment, the border prince was seething with rage. After being struck by lightning, he had directly evolved into a Thunder Calamity Corpse, his body as solid as bronze and iron, with a formidable immunity to lightning magic, rendering him utterly indestructible. It was no exaggeration to say that in terms of defense alone, he could rival the copper-armored corpse of Zishuang Bana atop the mountain. However, that mountain's copper-armored corpse bore an innate attribute of misfortune and had been sealed away for so long that its power had significantly diminished, resulting in its current predicament. Otherwise, with its lightning-fast speed, it could have easily overwhelmed the border prince. Roaring in fury, the prince was taken aback by Qianhe's audacity. Although he had been defeated in their last encounter, circumstances had changed. He had successfully transcended the tribulation. He then let out a deafening roar, and from within the coffin, an eerie aura of death surged forth. As the coffin lid began to slowly rise, Qianhe caught sight of the zombie prince's hand and could not help but smirk disdainfully. Useless trash, unable to even break free from the ink line net. Taste the power of my stack of talismans, Qianhe declared, producing 250 talisman papers from his system backpack, as if performing a magic trick. Lao Deng, this represents that you are nothing but a complete fool. Ha ha, Qianhe said, shoving the talisman papers into the gap of the coffin with the speed of a gale. Instantly, the bronze-horned golden coffin erupted with a series of explosive sounds. Dong, Nan, Shi, and Bei stuffed the glutinous rice into the coffin and let him experience this novel delight. Qianhe shouted back at his four disciples. Though they were puzzled by their master's actions, they complied, exclaiming, Yes! Chapter 33. The copper-armored corpse of Zishuang Bana emerges from the coffin. Dong, Nan, Shi, and Bei approached, while Qianhe lifted a small section of the coffin lid, allowing them to pour the glutinous rice inside. The next moment, the coffin emitted a series of crackling sounds. This time, the border prince's defenses were thoroughly breached. Although the glutinous rice did not inflict significant harm, the insult was substantial, especially with Qianhe's relentless taunting, which ignited his rage that he now sought to vent his fury on Qianhe, the audacious Taoist. Ah, look at you, daring to question my ink line net. This is meticulously crafted from the profound magical energy of my late master. Qianhe scoffed, his expression dripping with disdain, fully confident in his creation. His ink line net was certainly stronger than in the original narrative. Though the zombie was formidable, it was being suppressed by the bronze-horned golden coffin and the ink line net, making it no easy feat for it to escape. The border prince was immediately consumed by rage, bellowing in the language of the undead. If you have the guts, let this king emerge from the coffin. Do not think you can trap me for eternity. Upon hearing this, Qianhe was not intimidated in the slightest. Instead, he erupted into laughter, his voice laced with mockery. He even raised his middle finger triumphantly, his brazen demeanor infuriating to behold. Of course, the zombie within the coffin could not see Qianhe's gesture, but he could sense that moment. The prince was seething with rage, cursing inwardly. Damn you, Qianhe, you have gone too far in humiliating me. And what of it? Qianhe retorted disdainfully. If you have the guts, come out. What will you do if you do? You dog servant dare. The border prince strained against the coffin, desperately trying to break free from the invisible restraints. Yet regardless of how hard he pushed, he could not escape this wretched confinement. The coffin seemed to be locked by an enigmatic force, rendering his innate divine power utterly useless as he helplessly remained trapped in that cramped space. However, this merely added to his frustration. While Qianhe intermittently tossed hundreds of talisman papers into the coffin, each exuding an eerie aura that made the prince feel exceedingly uncomfortable. Each talisman that landed felt like a sharp stab, a sensation so nauseating that even a zombie like him could barely endure it. Qianhe observed the zombie that could not escape, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes, his lips curling into a contemptuous smile. He understood well that even if this zombie had transformed into a thunder calamity corpse with immunity to lightning damage, escaping the ink line net imbued with powerful Daoist magic was no simple task. Just then, a wave of corpse aura surged from the distance like a tumultuous tide, causing Qianhe to furrow his brow deeply. He gazed into the distance, his expression grave and serious. This corpse aura was far more terrifying than he had anticipated. At present, without summoning his ancestral master, he would surely be unable to contend with it. The copper-armored corpse of Zishuing Bana. He recalled the system task, connecting it with the palpable corpse aura in the distance. He was certain that this was the copper-armored corpse he was tasked to confront. Master, what is that corpse aura? It is so terrifying. A dawn rushed over, his face filled with astonishment. The disciples had traveled far and wide. Yet they had never encountered such a dense and chilling aura of death. That is the copper-armored corpse of Zishuing Bana. Qianhe narrowed his eyes slightly, his gaze sharp as he peered into the distance. The strength of this copper-armored corpse far surpassed that of the royal zombie in the coffin. After all, that border prince had yet to consume the blood of Daoists and others, and thus his power had not reached the peak level of the original narrative during his battle with the Four-Eyed One. Meanwhile, the copper-armored corpse of Zishuing Bana had achieved its armored form several centuries ago, making its prowess incomparable to the former. What? The copper-armored corpse of Zishuing Bana. This is too terrifying. Why has it appeared here? Dong, Nan, Shi, and Bei exchanged bewildered glances, all feeling somewhat lost, regardless of how it came. We will deal with it shortly. You all prepare yourselves here. Keep an eye on Lao Dang in the coffin. If he truly manages to break free, you must retreat to the side. Leave the copper-armored corpse of Zishuing Bana to me. Qianhe waved his hand, his gaze unwaveringly fixed ahead. He specifically advised them to keep their distance from Lao Dang. If the prince did manage to break free, his disciples would likely be unable to contend with him, and he did not wish to lose such obedient disciples. Yes, master. The four responded in unison, their eyes fixed upon the bronze-horned golden coffin, filled with trust in their master. Meanwhile, on the other side, Huang Fei and the others had already initiated their actions. Zhao Shanhe, witnessing the Yin-5 lightning strike the bronze-horned golden coffin, called out to Huang Fei, "Brother Huang, summon the copper-armored corpse." "All right." Huang Fei complied without hesitation, yet shortly after he poured the 5 poisons water into the copper-armored corpse, it suddenly opened its eyes wide, pouncing upon him like a hungry tiger and biting down fiercely. Attempting to control the copper-armored corpse of Zishuing Bana, What abilities does this little Taoist possess? Even the ancestors of their Qianhe cave could merely suppress it. Witnessing Huang Fei's gruesome demise, everyone was horrified. They had never expected that Huang Fei was nothing but a paper tiger, swiftly killed by the zombie. Roaring triumphantly, the copper-armored corpse of Zishuing Bana exhaled a breath of corpse aura, surveying all present with the pride of a victor. As so many people, they were all his delicacies, after being suppressed for so long. Coming out to find such a feast was a delightful turn of events. A roar echoed as the copper-armored corpse surveyed the surrounding individuals, letting out a fierce cry before charging forth. Both Ma Daolong and Chen Kuan's expressions shifted dramatically, prompting them to draw their respective magical artifacts. Chen Kuan unveiled his life-bound artifact, the soul-settling orb, and struck it twice on the ground with urgency. Chapter 34. The trio confronting the copper-armored corpse. Old Ma, I will engage from a distance, while you unleash your lightning 5 strikes up close. How does that sound? Kai Kuan, gripping the soul-settling orb, fixed his gaze on the copper-armored corpse across from them. That won't do. Although my Hunyuan lightning 5 strikes is formidable, revealing our sect's secret technique for close combat would be reckless. I remember that your Kunsen relies on the ability to shatter the leaping corpses. Old Ma shook his head, clearly unwilling to confront the copper-armored corpse in a one-on-one duel. Alas, this is not the time for such debates. We must unite our strengths, or we shall perish, Zhao Shan sighed. Directing his gaze toward the two. In this dire situation, there was no room for hesitation. Very well, witness my lightning 5 whips, Ma Daolong declared, producing a whip he had carried with him. This whip, forged from willow branches steeped in black dog blood, could be considered his most powerful artifact. Given the gravity of the moment, he could no longer afford to conceal his prowess. Seeing this, Kai Kuan readied the soul-settling orb in his hand, mimicking a basketball throw. Clearly intending to hurl it at the copper-armored corpse's head, he had no faith that the creature's skull was composed of iron. Zhao Shanhe raised his peachwood sword, his expression darkening. He had not anticipated that the copper-armored corpse, intended for dealing with Qianhe, would instead turn its wrath upon them. Observing their predicament, the copper-armored corpse from Zishuing Bana let out a derisive smirk. With a sudden bend of its legs, it exerted force and leaped astonishingly high, soaring to a height of 7 or 8 meters. The trio's faces paled in unison, utterly astonished by the corpse's terrifying agility. They had grossly underestimated the creature's capabilities, as well as the formidable power of this long-sealed ancient zombie. Indeed, if the ancestor of Qianhe cave could not tame it, what audacity did they possess to contend with such a zombie? For centuries, Taoists had been powerful, yet in this era of the Republic, they had diminished in strength. The mere fact that the ancestor of Qianhe cave had survived to this day was testament to his celestial mastery. Achieving this level granted one an extension of life by 500 years. As the saying goes, once a golden elixir is swallowed, my fate is mine to command. And that was the essence of it all. Deafening roar erupted from the copper-armored corpse, as if attempting to rend the very fabric of the world. It then landed squarely before the three. However, its target was not the others, but Zhao Shanhe. Without hesitation, the copper-armored corpse lunged directly at Zhao Shanhe. Startled, Zhao Shanhe quickly raised his peachwood sword, striving to fend off the corpse's ferocious assault. Yet, to his astonishment, the sword failed to inflict any damage upon the corpse's hardened body, leaving not even a mark. The copper-armored corpse effortlessly seized the peachwood sword and hurled it aside with force. What? My peachwood sword? Zhao Shanhe's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the discarded weapon. He could scarcely comprehend the unfolding events, having believed that his strongest artifact would subdue the zombie, only to find himself utterly powerless. That moment, the copper-armored corpse had swiftly closed the distance, its sharp claws gripping him tightly. Then opened its gaping maw, revealing razor-sharp fangs, and lunged at Zhao Shanhe with lethal intent. Ah! Zhao Shanhe's anguished scream reverberated through the air, a desperate cry that seemed to tear through the stillness of the towering woods. Though he initially harbored a flicker of resistance, reality mercilessly crushed his hopes. In an instant, he was bitten by the copper-armored corpse, left without the means to retaliate. In this life-or-death moment, He instinctively grasped the talisman from his pocket, pressing it against the terrifying zombie with the urgency of a drowning man clutching a straw. Regrettably, the talisman appeared to have no effect. The copper-armored corpse, as if forged from steel, felt no pain, seemingly immune to all forms of Daoist magic, its terror rivaling that of the music zombie. The music zombie had succumbed to a potion, transforming into a pseudo-flying corpse, yet remained unafraid of Daoist spells. However, it feared lightning, ultimately meeting its demise amidst the final bolts. The copper-armored corpse emitted a low, sinister laugh, its aura abruptly surging as if it were about to shatter the heavens. It had not tasted fresh blood in centuries, and upon encountering the blood of a master, it found the long-lost nourishment, regaining a measure of its corpse energy, its eyes gleaming with a greedy and cruel light. Kai Kuan, witnessing this scene, felt a surge of panic. Without a moment's hesitation, he discarded the prepared soul-settling orb, launching it toward the copper-armored corpse's head with all his might. Bang! A dull thud resounded as the orb struck the corpse's head, momentarily disorienting it. Yet astonishingly, it remained unscathed, as if the blow had merely tickled it. On the contrary, this sudden attack incited the fury of the ferocious copper-armored corpse from Zishuangbana, which roared in anger, its eyes ablaze with wrath, as if intent on devouring all those before it. "How dare you strike my head? You seek your own demise. Behold my lightning 5 whips," Ma Daolong bellowed, seizing the opportunity with keen perception. Without hesitation, he unleashed 5 whips, each crackling like lightning, infused with his profound magical energy, exponentially amplifying their potency. The whips sliced through the air, tracing brilliant arcs as they surged toward the copper-armored corpse, as if determined to subjugate the malevolent being entirely. Bang, bang, bang. Chapter 35. The copper-armored corpse approaches Qianhe in an instant. Each sound resonated like thunder against the heavy body of the copper-armored corpse, as if countless tiny bombs detonated simultaneously upon its surface, unleashing a series of deafening explosions. Yet despite the cacophony, it seemed the copper-armored corpse sustained no tangible damage, as though enveloped in an invisible shield that effortlessly repelled all attacks. Upon noticing Ma Daolong's actions, the copper-armored corpse narrowed its icy gaze, a flicker of mockery and rage flashing within its eyes. This audacious fool dared to scratch its surface with what appeared to be a fierce yet ultimately ineffective assault. A surefire path to self-destruction. For a general of the Mongol Empire, it had always been his prerogative to inflict punishment, never to be subjected to the sting of a whip in that moment. A surge of murderous intent welled within him as the copper-armored corpse opened its maw once more, releasing a wave of corpse energy. In the blink of an eye, it lunged forward, appearing before Ma Daolong like a specter. Its speed bewildering. "Hiss!" Ma Daolong gasped, realizing the copper-armored corpse bore down upon him like a mountain. Panic surged through him as he fled, his feet seemingly slick with oil as he sprinted away. "Curse this! This zombie is terrifying," he muttered. "How can it resist my painstakingly honed lightning 5 whips?" What were we to do? As he fled, he shouted, "Run! Everyone, run!" Deep within, he could not bear the thought of his disciples perishing in the clutches of this enigmatic copper-armored corpse. Upon hearing the master's call, his disciples turned pale, resembling frightened birds as they scattered in all directions, each seeking a place to hide. At that moment, Kai Kuan, who had been observing the situation with a cool head, could no longer contain himself and shouted for his disciples to flee for their lives. "Run! Don't just stand there. Escape as far as you can." He gazed at the copper-armored corpse, its body as hard as iron, feeling a sense of helplessness and despair wash over him as he murmured, "Damn it, this zombie is too tough. We can't even scratch it." Originally, the intention was to seize an opportunity and blend into the court. Now, alas, I have fallen victim to Huang Fei's treachery. They have yet to deal with Qianhe, and already they are on the verge of succumbing to the bronze-armored corpse. How frustrating. In a fleeting moment of their desperate flight, the bronze-armored corpse suddenly let out a thunderous roar that seemed capable of piercing the heavens and shaking the earth. That was this very roar that caught Qianhe's attention at that moment. The bronze armored corpse could never have anticipated that these two seemingly frail beings could allow such a sumptuous feast to slip through their fingers, igniting its long-simmering fury and unleashing a ferocious wrath within. What was rightfully its own was now scattered as they screamed and fled in all directions. It would take time to retrieve them, and it was truly a nuisance, with a powerful push of its legs against the ground. Its entire form soared upward like an arrow released from a bow, executing a graceful turn akin to an eagle swooping down on its prey, landing directly behind Master Ma Dao. The agility displayed was astonishing, far beyond what a rigid zombie could achieve. It then extended its rust-covered claws, gripping Master Ma Dao's shoulders with an iron grip, lifting him effortlessly before its gaping maw, and without hesitation, it sank its teeth into him. Blood gushing forth in an instant, Master Ma Dao let out a wretched scream before losing consciousness, fearfully aware that he was doomed. Indeed, he would not survive beyond 2 episodes. Kai Koen was next on the list. For among those present, his aura was the strongest. Would it drain him instead of these minor minions? Kai Koen met the same fate, bitten to death. Subsequently, the bronze-armored corpse headed straight towards the nearest crowd, beginning to feast upon them. All of them were delectable morsels that could not be overlooked. Meanwhile, Qianhe squinted, observing the distant commotion. Many were fleeing, indicating the presence of numerous individuals lurking in the shadows. Yet why were so many congregated here? Qianhe was filled with confusion. The group from all directions exchanged glances. Why were there so many people in this desolate wilderness? Master, could they be tomb raiders? Are there ancient graves hidden in this remote area? A Bei inquired. This was not entirely implausible, as the area was rife with grave robbers. Just ahead, they had encountered Wang Kai, who was indeed a tomb raider. No, there are no ancient graves here. In this wild expanse, what could be buried? I suspect they came prepared, but the situation has unraveled. Qianhe mused, pondering. Were they here to confront him, or were they targeting Si Mu? After all, within a radius of several dozen miles, only Si Mu and Xiao had their temple. The sudden appearance of these individuals was undoubtedly driven by a specific purpose as for him. He was merely passing through, escorting the coffin, and logically, their presence here should not be aimed at him. That it was well known that their route was scarcely known, making it hard to fathom why they would seek him out without cause. Observing those on a mountaintop, there were at least dozens of them. Clearly, they were not here for a leisurely excursion. Who would bring a bronze-armored corpse on a holiday? It had to be for confrontation. Could it be a battle between factions? That seemed unlikely. Qianhe racked his brain, yet he could not discern the truth. However, he did not dwell too long on the matter, redirecting his gaze towards the depths of the towering trees. Just then, the fearsome bronze-armored corpse from Zhixingbana leapt toward him. It ignored the fleeing individuals and set its sights firmly on this direction, drawn by the allure of Qianhe's aura. Chapter 36. Battle with the Zhixingbana bronze-armored corpse simultaneously. The once agitated bronze-horned golden coffin began to settle, ceasing its tremors. This was due to the aura emanating from the Zhixingbana bronze-armored corpse, which far surpassed its own. The border prince pondered internally, eager to see if this Daoist could vanquish the bronze-armored corpse. If the Daoist proved incapable, he would then resort to using corpse language to summon the Zhixingbana bronze-armored corpse for aid. He firmly believed that, as fellow zombies, they shared a kinship, and the other would undoubtedly come to his rescue. Conversely, if this incoming bronze-armored corpse were to be defeated by Qianhe, then he would have no choice but to remain inert in the bronze-horned golden coffin. With his current strength, he would be no match for Qianhe. It would be wiser to return to the capital and see his nephew, the emperor. Indeed, he was both the Wang Shu of the 71st prince and the current emperor. Holding a position of significant stature, one could not maintain a stronghold at the border without such prominence. Oh, no longer trembling. Have you been intimidated by your companion? Qianhe glanced back at the bronze-horned golden coffin, a smile gracing his lips. Yet, Qianhe remained unaware of the border prince's inner thoughts. Were he privy to them, he would realize that this zombie was quite astute, just as in the original narrative. If it recognized that it could not contend with Si Mu and Xiao, it would stealthily retreat underground, intending to first deal with Jia Lu and his companions. After being soundly beaten by the ancestral master, it would come to understand fear. This demonstrated that it was not devoid of intellect, but rather possessed its own reasoning and decision-making abilities, showcasing a sharp mind. Sensing Qianhe's mocking expression, the border prince remained silent, convinced that Qianhe could not last long. Though Qianhe was formidable, the bronze-armored corpse he sensed was even more powerful. As the night deepened like ink and the moonlight shimmered like silver, the Zixing Bana bronze-armored corpse emitted a low, menacing growl from afar, resembling a famished beast, its gaze fixated solely on the tempting feast before it. With each leap, it stirred a whirlwind of death, causing the flora and fauna in its wake to wither as if drained of their vital essence. This scene was not only witnessed by Qianhe, but also by 3 foreign masters, who beheld the horrifying spectacle. "Oh dear, what is that?" The voice of Wu Shilang echoed through the night sky, reminiscent of a night owl's call, sending chills down spines. He was so frightened that his voice cracked. There was no helping it. The appearance of a zombie was simply too terrifying. This moment, they beheld the dreadful visage of the Zixing Bana bronze-armored corpse, its lips stained with fresh blood, as if it had crawled from the depths of hell, a demon. Its eyes were hollow and profound, resembling endless black holes that seemed capable of swallowing all light from the world. "East, south, west, north, retreat," Qianhe shouted urgently as he saw the group of east, south, west, north charging toward the bronze-armored corpse, as if they were determined to confront it head-on. He called out in haste. It should be noted that this bronze-armored corpse was no match for the recently awakened border prince. Their binding ropes may have been formidable, but they would likely struggle to restrain such a powerful zombie. "Master, it's fine. We must show this zombie our strength," Adong replied boldly, rallying his fellow disciples. "Binding ropes. Yes, senior brother." The other 3 immediately unfastened the binding ropes from their backs, resembling a pack of hunters poised to strike, although their master had instructed them to guard the bronze-horned golden coffin. It had now ceased its tremors, indicating that there was likely no danger. Since this zombie was so formidable and they had advanced to the initial stage of Taoism, they naturally sought to engage in combat. Qianhe mentally scoffed, thinking, good grief, they really want to duel. They lack any sense of the situation. While he was somewhat gratified by their determination, the occasion called for caution. In an instant, the bronze-armored corpse, akin to a wraith, leapt toward them with astonishing speed. The binding ropes of east, south, west, north struck out swiftly, entangling the bronze-armored corpse tightly. The ropes emitted a brilliant glow, attempting to ensnare the creature. However, upon glancing down, the bronze-armored corpse observed its body ensnared by the ropes and showed no sign of fear. With a powerful shake of its hands, the binding ropes shattered like fragile spider silk in an instant. This spectacle left east, south, west, north utterly dumbfounded. They were no novices. They had significantly improved their strength, yet they were now so easily thwarted by the bronze-armored corpse that it was simply unbelievable. "Retreat!" Qianhe roared, his voice resonating like thunder, as he leapt into action, charging forward like a bird in flight. East, south, west, north, startled, hastily retreated. Yet the bronze-armored corpse would not let them escape so easily. It lunged forward like a hungry tiger pouncing on its prey, aiming to seize Adong and drain his lifeblood. Adong, filled with terror, never imagined the zombie's horror would exceed his expectations, having breached their binding formation. Observing this, Qianhe executed a swift kick, akin to a shooting star, propelling the bronze-armored corpse away, sending it crashing into a tree. Thud! The bronze-armored corpse bared its teeth in a menacing grimace, its countenance twisted in fury. Yet it was unscathed, its eyes wide open with rage as it fixed a fierce gaze upon Qianhe, as if to say, "How dare you snatch food from my mouth? You are courting death!" Huh! The bronze-armored corpse exhaled a foul breath, baring its fangs and claws, shifting its target to assault Qianhe. However, Qianhe would not sit idly by. With a swift gesture, he began to channel the Shenge 7-kill orders break-kill command, great sage Taishang, ever adaptable, expelling evil and binding spirits, the essence of the Tao endures. Command, Qianhe's voice resonated like a colossal bell, and the first form of the Shenge 7-kill order, the break-kill command, surged forth like a dragon emerging from the sea, a brilliant sword of light shooting from his hand. aimed directly at the bronze-armored corpse. Chapter 37. Qianhe. Ancestor, save me! Bang! The indomitable sword of light struck the zombie with no effect, detonating in an earth-shattering explosion. Yet, as the saying goes, smoke without injury, the bronze-armored corpse remained utterly unharmed. How terrifying this zombie is! Qianhe squinted, his gaze sharp as an eagle's. Yet he was not without recourse. His hands formed intricate seals, his fingers dancing like a tempest, while he stomped the ground, his head shaking violently like a rattle drum. "Save me!" Qianhe cried out hoarsely, his foot slamming down with great force. The earth seemed to tear apart under an unseen giant's hand. However, nothing happened. What is going on? Qianhe was bewildered. Even the bronze-armored corpse watching the spectacle appeared perplexed. It wanted to see what tricks Qianhe had up his sleeve, but this was the result? Perfect summoning technique, Qianhe shouted once more, then stomped the ground again. Still, no effect. Upward. No results. Assist me. Still nothing. The four disciples exchanged puzzled glances, bewildered by their master's actions. What is master doing? I don't know. Isn't summoning the ancestors something he can't do? Right, I recall that it was the four-eyed uncle who specialized in this. And also, master should call out the ancestor's name for assistance. Why isn't he doing that? The four of them looked at each other in confusion. That it seems that summoning the ancestor is something their master cannot do, yet now it appears he might be able to. Hearing his disciples chatter, Qianhe suddenly understood. Summon the ancestor. One must call the ancestor. Ancestor, save me! Qianhe shouted again. Indeed, this time it bore fruit. At that moment, Qianhe's aura surged, evidently receiving a thread of power from the ancestor. Qianhe comprehended. Calling out anything else was futile. Since he was summoning the ancestor, he must include the title ancestor to show respect. Hence, even if he called the ancestor Old Deng, the ancestor would lend him power. After all, the ancestor would not understand what Old Deng meant. Enlightened, Qianhe felt clarity in his heart. Of course, Old Deng originates from the Manchu term Loden Deng, referring to an elder. Thus, in Manchu culture, Old Deng is an honorific title for those experienced and wise. This was why Qianhe could address the Manchu elders as Old Deng without issue. This is summoning the ancestor done this way. Dong stared blankly at his master. He could see his master expanding and towering higher. It should be, right? Perhaps he should ask the four-eyed uncle how to summon. The Bey nodded, equally astonished by his master's summoning technique, that he never expected his master would summon the ancestor in such a manner. Even the royal zombie within the copper coffin trembled slightly. Good heavens, the aura emanating from Qianhe is so formidable. Thankfully, he didn't shout, "Help me, fellow villager." Otherwise, they too would end up being turned into foolish dogs. Roar! The bronze-armored corpse from Zixingbana let out a deafening roar. Staring at Qianhe, it was baffled by how the person before it had suddenly grown taller, yet refused to concede. After all, it was a bronze-armored corpse. A former general of the Mongol Empire. How many battles had it fought, and how many lives had it claimed? How could it be afraid? Yet, in the next moment, Qianhe's aura erupted like a volcano, his form towering to nearly 3 meters. This perfect summoning technique was indeed terrifying, directly elevating Qianhe's height to 3 meters. The visual impact was striking, his Daoist robe bursting at the seams. However, these were minor inconveniences. Qianhe had prepared spare robes this moment. Qianhe's aura surged like a tumultuous sea, bolstered by the perfect summoning technique, reaching the threshold of a half-step celestial master. Do not underestimate this half-step celestial master. Those of this realm enjoy a lifespan of 200 years. Their power surpasses that of peak Earth masters, second only to celestial masters, though they cannot soar through the skies like celestial masters. They are not to be trifled with by mere half-step celestial masters. A thunderous roar echoed through the heavens as Qianhe's eyes widened, gleaming like bronze bells, his voice booming with deafening resonance. He then clenched his fists, striking heavily upon his broad, sturdy chest, each blow reverberating as if capable of shaking mountains. Thud, thud, thud. The deep, resonant sounds rang out. In that moment, he finally understood why the four-eyed uncle behaved so after summoning the ancestor. It turned out that when the power within surged to its peak, this seemingly simple and brute action could instill an unparalleled confidence and conviction, making one believe they were invincible in the world. Qianhe was now enveloped in this very thought that the comprehensive enhancement of oneself. Despite weighing 500 jin, his agility was no less remarkable. Moreover, at this moment, in Qianhe's field of vision, the bronze-armored corpse, originally standing at 1 meter 80, clad in Mongolian attire, appeared to him as diminutive and fragile as an ant, utterly insignificant to Ha. Qianhe shouted, his aura exploding. The terrifying pressure of a half-step celestial master swept in all directions. Meanwhile, the four-eyed and Ishio, still at the Daoist temple, stepped into the courtyard, gazing into the depths of the tall forest. Hiss, a half-step celestial master. What is going on? For eyes stared blankly at the distance. By the Buddha. What powerful existence lurks nearby? Ishio was equally astonished, unable to contain his shock. A half-step celestial master is indeed a formidable presence. He and Four Eyes were merely mid-tier earth masters. To encounter a half-step celestial master here was truly a matter of confronting a senior-level being. However, Four Eyes and Ishio exchanged glances, deciding to investigate the situation. They promptly harnessed their powers beneath their feet, sprinting towards the tall forest atop the mountain. Now, witnessing Qianhe, his figure stood tall like a mountain, exuding an imperious aura. His visage was extraordinarily handsome, dignified and commanding attention. His piercing eyes sparkled like cold stars in the night sky, sharp and chilling. His thick brows resembled those meticulously crafted with a brush. Dense and orderly, his broad chest seemed able to contain all the world's burdens, radiating a powerful presence that was unmatched. At this moment, Qianhe resembled a celestial deity descending from the heavens, or a divine being walking among mortals, instilling fear in all who beheld him. Seeing their master towering at 3 meters and weighing 500 jin, coupled with the overwhelming aura he exuded, the four disciples were left utterly astounded. Master is so powerful. Hiss, I never expected Master had such a hidden strength. My master is truly impressive. Master, go for it. The four disciples shouted in unison, rallying in support. Now, Qianhe's height surpassed even that of Wu Song, and his weight had reached 500 jin. His muscular physique and stature were no mere embellishments. Many might wonder if Wu Song truly stood at 2 meters 70. Indeed, he did. If Wu Song were not 8 chi tall, then would Song Jiang and the others merely be 1 meter 50? For further details, refer to Wu Song's height of 2.74 meters. Gazing down upon a throng of diminutive figures. Chapter 38. A one-sided beating of the bronze-armored corpse. You beast, I shall have your blood spill 5 steps, Qianhe declared, pointing at the bronze-armored corpse with a cold expression. The bronze-armored corpse roared in response. Charging forward, Qianhe's overwhelming strength was irresistible. It sought to absorb him to break through to the mutated silver-armored corpse. Ha! Daring to charge first, courting death. A mocking expression crossed Qianhe's face. Yet he too surged forward, boom boom. Accompanied by a series of thunderous roars, Qianhe's feet struck the earth with tremendous force, creating 2 deep craters in an instant, enveloping the surroundings in a swirling cloud of dust that obscured the sky. This vividly illustrates the terrifying power contained within his strike. Present, Qianhe's stature has long surpassed that of Wu Song, soaring towards the heavens like a giant, standing majestically between the realms. His formidable frame, weighing 500 pounds, exudes explosive strength, with each muscle distinctly defined and as solid as iron, seemingly harboring boundless energy. This impressive musculature and towering height are not mere embellishments. They are the result of countless trials of life and death that have forged his extraordinary physique. With a resounding thud, Qianhe suddenly swung his fist, unleashing a force akin to a mountain crashing down as it struck the chest of the bronze-armored corpse. In that moment, a deafening explosion reverberated, as if the very fabric of space trembled in response. The bronze-armored corpse was propelled like a cannonball, soaring several dozen meters before crashing violently into a sturdy tree. Accompanied by a heart-stopping cracking sound, the tree was abruptly cleaved in two, collapsing to the ground. The sheer magnitude of this blow was nothing short of horrifying. Even Qianhe was taken aback, contemplating that had a tank been on the receiving end, it would likely be reduced to a mere pulp. The bronze-armored corpse, momentarily stunned by the unexpected strike, widened its eyes in disbelief. It could hardly fathom that the seemingly unassuming Qianhe possessed such astonishing power within a single punch. Meanwhile, the Prince of the Border, concealed within the copper-cornered coffin, trembled in terror. Frantically, he extended his senses to discern the commotion outside. Yet, when he beheld Qianhe fiercely attacking the bronze-armored corpse, he nearly lost his wits. In that moment, Qianhe resembled an enraged lion. Witnessing the bronze-armored corpse being sent flying, he did not hesitate to charge forward, moving with the swiftness of the wind. Each step reverberated through the ground, as if colossal hammers were incessantly pounding the earth, producing a series of thunderous and deafening sounds. Standing at 3 meters tall and weighing over 500 pounds, he exuded an aura of terror, akin to a divine being descending from the heavens. Just as the bronze-armored corpse, which had only just struggled to its feet, was recovering from the shock of the previous blow, it suddenly sensed an overwhelming force barreling towards it. In an instant, Qianhe leaped into the air, delivering a powerful kick to the corpse's chest. The sheer force of the kick was formidable, akin to a thunderous bolt, creating a deep indentation in the bronze armor that was otherwise impervious to damage. The bronze-armored corpse, suffering such a grievous blow, could no longer contain itself and emitted a chilling wail. It is noteworthy that while zombies are typically devoid of pain, they will still scream in agony when subjected to severe injuries. This exemplifies the terrifying extent of the damage inflicted. As the bronze-armored corpse was kicked away yet again, a glint of cold light flashed in Qianhe's eyes. In an instant, he darted forward like a phantom. Seizing the corpse's legs with a firm grip, with a grave expression, he spread his arms wide, reminiscent of an eagle ready to take flight, and began to tear the corpse apart with tremendous force. At that moment, a surge of terrifying power erupted from his explosive muscles, akin to a torrential wave crashing forth. The bronze-armored corpse howled in agony, feeling the sting of pain. The royal family inside the coffin was drenched in cold sweat. This was a peak battle. As this immense power was unleashed, Qianhe's already staggering strength seemed to magnify exponentially, causing the very air around him to tremble under the immense pressure. Simultaneously, an invisible force of oppression radiated from Qianhe, spreading outward like a mountain pressing down on an egg, rendering it nearly impossible to breathe. This was the formidable aura that only a half-step heavenly master could possess. Release! Qianhe roared, his eyes wide with fury. He glared at the bronze-armored corpse, gripping its legs tightly, and then exerted a powerful pull backward. The bronze-armored corpse felt an unprecedented threat and struggled desperately to escape Qianhe's grasp, but all was in vain. Qianhe's strength was overwhelming. No matter how fiercely the corpse resisted, it could not alter its fate of being torn apart. Despite the bronze-armored corpse's considerable strength, in the face of Qianhe's current might, it was as if a child were attempting to compete with an adult. With each increment of Qianhe's grip, the corpse could no longer contain its anguish, emitting a heart-wrenching scream that echoed through the treetops, startling flocks of birds into flight. The recently arrived Yi Xiao and Si Mu, upon hearing the piercing cry, exchanged astonished glances, their eyes widening in disbelief. When they recognized their old acquaintance, Qianhe, their shock deepened. Who would have thought that this junior brother was in fact a half-step heavenly master? Goodness, Qianhe is actually a half-step heavenly master. Wait, this is the summoning of the ancestral spirit. But he never learned that technique, Si Mu remarked, puzzled. However, Qianhe paid no mind to Si Mu's inquiries, continuing his assault on the bronze-armored corpse. Chapter 39. The bronze-armored corpse torn asunder. Release! 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 Qianhe bellowed once more, his voice imbued with unyielding authority and dominance. With another mighty effort, a crisp, tearing sound resonated as the incorruptible body of the bronze-armored corpse was forcefully ripped in two. In an instant, the scene turned gruesome, with blood and innards splattering everywhere, creating a spectacle of utter brutality. The 4 onlookers, having witnessed the horrific scene, stood frozen in shock, unable to comprehend that their usually gentle and amiable master could unleash such terror, particularly upon witnessing the bronze-armored corpse torn asunder. Their stomachs churned violently, nearly causing them to vomit like tea that moment. Simu gazed incredulously at Qianhe, exclaiming, "Goodness, junior brother, when did you learn this ancestral spirit summoning technique?" He distinctly recalled that Qianhe had never practiced such arts, and now to suddenly display such astonishing prowess left him utterly bewildered. Why the Buddha? With this strength, why should I even bother with Buddhism? Ishio marveled in astonishment. At this juncture, Qianhe retrieved a talisman from his system backpack. Flicking it into the air, the bronze armor corpse's severed has ignited in flames. Imu's eyes widened in shock. So many talismans. Is that necessary? Dong chuckled. Simu, this is a tactic our master taught us. Talisman C strategy. Talisman C strategy, indeed. It's an overwhelming offensive using a plethora of talismans. Abe nodded in agreement. Imu's lips twitched in disbelief. Goodness, is this something an ordinary person can wield? Meanwhile, Qianhe approached the copper-cornered coffin. Still embodying the ancestral spirit summoning state, he looked at the coffin and tapped the lid. Old Deng, come out. It's time for you to face the peak battle. Upon hearing this, the royal zombie quaked in fear. Hiding within and trembling, harboring no desire to emerge, seeing the prince of the border cower, Qianhe had no intention of dragging him out for a beating, especially with Wu Shilang and others watching from distance. Ding! Congratulations to the host for winning this peak battle and defeating the bronze-armored corpse from Zishuangbana. The task reward has been issued to the system backpack. Would you like to open it? No. Qianhe declined. With Simu and the others still present, he decided to wait until they departed before opening. Simu, what brings you here? He recalled that Wu Shilang had not sought assistance. And given Simu's character, he wouldn't come to the treetops just for a glance. I sensed the presence of a half-step heavenly master, so I came to investigate, only to discover it was you. Junior brother Qianhe, Simu explained. Qianhe smiled. I merely summoned the ancestral spirit. I'm still quite distant from becoming a half-step heavenly master. Wow. By the way, when did you learn this ancestral spirit summoning technique? I practiced diligently in my spare time. Qianhe spoke with a smile. Meanwhile, he mysteriously whispered something in his ear, a phrase that would aid him in avoiding the pitfalls of being deflated by broken glass after invoking the ancestor. After all, he possessed a flawless summoning technique, and it would not hurt to share a little with Simu. Upon hearing this, Simu's eyes suddenly brightened. The leaked incantation was like a beacon, illuminating the path for him to acquire a body as tough as bronze and iron after invoking the ancestor. Alleviating his fear of being punctured by glass, it directly compensated for his own shortcomings. Well done, junior brother. I never expected you to possess such profound skills. I've been researching this for so long without understanding it. Yet you managed to uncover it through your diligent efforts. Impressive. Simu adjusted his glasses, beaming with joy. This revelation was indeed a great assistance to him. That's so. Haha. Qianhe echoed with laughter. Seeing that there was no longer any significant issue, Qianhe promptly canceled the summoning of the ancestor, his body returning to its original state as he burst into hearty laughter. At the same time, he retrieved a brand new Daoist robe from his system backpack and donned it. This action left Simu and the others utterly astonished, while the four from the southeast, southwest, northeast, and northwest remained unfazed, as they had grown accustomed to such occurrences. Junior brother, what sorcery is this? It's nothing, merely a storage technique imparted by the ancestor. Qianhe replied with a smile and a gentle wave of his hand. Can you teach me, senior brother? Simu asked enviously. That cannot be done. It is something that can only be intuited, not articulated, Qianhe explained with a light cough. Just then, Qianhe seemed to recall something. Southeast, southwest, northeast, and northwest. Hurry and check if there are any corpses over there. If so, burn them immediately to prevent any corpse transformations. Yes, master. The four responded in unison before turning to investigate. As expected, they discovered numerous corpses. They also found Zhao Qianhe and promptly brought his lifeless body over. Upon seeing Zhao Qianhe's corpse, Wu Shilang was overcome with grief, emitting a heart-wrenching wail. Oh, Shange, why did you leave us so soon? Wu Shilang wept like a mourning daughter, and upon witnessing this, Qianhe suddenly realized that all this chaos was orchestrated by Zhao Shan's associates. The four individuals were brimming with joy, eagerly seizing the bundled demon-binding rope. The core of the rope resembled a robust python, crafted from a cord as thick as a child's arm. Its material was neither metal nor wood, akin to a mysterious object from beyond the heavens. Renowned for its unparalleled toughness, impervious to both fire and water, the surface of the rope exhibited a dark gray hue, reminiscent of the profound night sky, emanating a subtle sheen that imparted an ancient and enigmatic aura. At both ends of the rope, there were metallic rings, each with a diameter akin to that of a fist, intricately engraved with peculiar runes and patterns. These runes and patterns glimmered with a radiant light, as if softly whispering the boundless power of the demon-binding rope. Oh, not be modest. Swiftly engage in your cultivation, for you must grow stronger, and in due time, I shall impart to you the art of summoning. Qianhe nodded in satisfaction, his gaze benevolent as he regarded the four disciples. These four apprentices were indeed extraordinary, and he resolved to nurture their talents. In doing so, he could later delegate tasks to them, focusing solely on peak competitions, or perhaps even being the one to face off in such contests. Yes, master, the four responded gratefully, and then each set off to pursue their cultivation. Qianhe continued his cultivation, consuming the spirit-gathering pills. A faint glow emanated from his body, intensifying until it enveloped him entirely. As time passed, the radiance reached its zenith, causing his form to tremble slightly. Suddenly, he opened his eyes wide, a glint of brilliance flashing within. Boom! That night, 6 spirit-gathering pills propelled him to the pinnacle of the Earth Master Realm. He reveled in the surging power within him, his heart swelling with joy. His senior brother, Lin Fengjiao, must surely possess a similar level of cultivation, right? To think that in just over a month since his arrival, he had ascended to the peak of the Earth Master Realm. Truly, my system is remarkable. With the system at his disposal, Qianhe felt utterly invincible. He opened his attribute panel. Host, Zhongfabai Dao title, Qianhe Daoling title, Nun Realm, Pinnacle of Earth Master, Dao Body, Innate Dao Body. Cultivation Method, Supreme Clarity Great Cave True Scripture, Items, Centenary Thunderstruck Peachwood Sword, Talisman Copy Machine Skills and Abilities. Dominating Body, 7 Kills Command of Spirits, Second Style, Golden Light Divine Spell, Maoshan Dao Method. Perfect Summoning Technique. Click to view other divine abilities. Upon seeing the attribute panel, Qianhe was exhilarated. However, dawn had already broken, and he needed to continue escorting the coffin back to the capital. There was still more than half the journey ahead. Once he reached the capital, he would resign from his position. Along the way, he remained unaware of the formidable adversaries awaiting him. After all, in the original narrative, Qianhe did not survive the previous night. Rise and shine, get up to cook, and after dining, we shall set forth. The voice of the deputy minister Wu, resembling that of a quacking duck, pierced the tranquility of the morning like the first crow of a rooster. Hearing this voice, everyone sprang into action like diligent bees, cooking, tidying up, and preparing to embark on their journey. Naturally, the tents also required careful organization, as they would be essential for future use. They had yet to reach their destination and would need to continue camping in the wilderness. Qianhe had grown accustomed to the deputy minister Wu's voice, yet he had little to prepare, as cooking was a simple matter. Thus, he found it quite convenient. As the caravan set off, Qianhe lounged leisurely in the cart. Lost in thought, he gently lifted the curtain and called out, "Southeast and northwest, dismantle the sunshade. Let that old fellow bask in the sunlight, lest his fur becomes foul." The royal figure within the coffin must have been cursing inwardly. "Your fur stinks," he thought. "You are merely finding ways to torment him." Nevertheless, he dared not voice his complaints. After all, if a few talismans were to be thrown down, he would face dire consequences. Last night, he sensed that Qianhe's power had once again surged. This was troublesome, for now he stood no chance against him. "Yes, master," Adong quickly replied, hastening to remove the sunshade. Seeing southeast and northwest attend to the task. Qianhe cast a glance at the old figure in the copper-cornered golden coffin, He believed that after the lesson of the previous night, the old man had learned his lesson and would certainly refrain from banging on the coffin. Moreover, by removing the sunshade, he intended to subject the old man to the harsh rays of the sun, allowing him to experience true cruelty, should he dare to emerge. Qianhe resolved to break his legs. "Why must we dismantle the sunshade?" Deputy Minister Wu inquired as he approached. Qianhe reiterated his earlier statement. It is to let him sunbathe his fur. Upon hearing this, Deputy Minister Wu nodded in agreement. "Makes sense. Very well." Meanwhile, the Prince of the Frontier within the coffin was gnashing his teeth, cursing incessantly. He longed to seize his foolish servant, Deputy Minister Wu, and thrash him soundly, perhaps even take a few bites. This Deputy Minister Wu was utterly dim-witted to believe Qianhe's deceptive words. Chapter 42. Daoist Master The caravan continued its advance, and life resumed its monotony for everyone. Over the ensuing days, they traversed mountains and valleys, finally leaving the desolate wilderness behind. When night fell, the group discovered that they were still surrounded by desolate lands, devoid of villages or inns, and decided to set up camp once more for a brief rest before continuing their journey the next day. Once the tents were erected, everyone gathered around the fire to roast meat. Throughout their travels in the deep mountains and forests, hunting for animals had proven to be a simple task. Just as they were savoring the delectable roasted meat, a sudden sharp sound pierced the air. Heavenly spirits, earthly spirits. What is that sound? Deputy Minister Wu asked, perplexed. The others shared in his confusion. 3 foreign experts sat nearby, safeguarding the young prince. Heavenly spirits, earthly spirits. The moon is dark and the wind is high. The night is deep. Heavenly spirits, earthly spirits, guide us home. Returning home, this familiar voice sliced through the night's stillness like a blade, causing Qianhe to narrow his eyes slightly. The others mirrored his expression. "Master, this appears to be a funeral procession, but why would it appear at night? Shouldn't it be during the day?" Abei inquired. As practitioners of the Tao, their vision was exceptionally keen, allowing them to see far ahead. They soon discerned the scene before them. Not far away, a man clad in white was walking ahead, holding a mourning staff, reciting the earlier lines. Behind him, several individuals bore a coffin, accompanied by a woman holding a photo frame. The entire procession was dressed in white, indicating a recent death. Qianhe's eyesight exceeded that of ordinary individuals as he gazed into the dark distance, capturing every detail of the procession. Particularly, upon seeing the leader, his lips involuntarily twitched. "Damn it, that person looks just like me. How infuriating." Indeed, the individual bore a striking resemblance to Qianhe. He was known as Daoist Master, a charlatan in the realm of the martial. What is a charlatan? It refers to a person devoid of genuine skills. This was a lesson once imparted by Jiu to a Chong, referring to the female bandit leader. A dead man. The one in the coffin is merely pretending to be dead. Qianhe scoffed disdainfully. "What? Master, you are aware of this?" Southeast and Northwest gasped in astonishment. Even the coffin bearers perked up their ears, captivated by the gossip that, of course, there is nothing that I, Zhong Fabai Qianhe, do not know within a 20-mile radius. Qianhe boasted boldly. Upon hearing this, everyone nodded in agreement, thoroughly convinced by Qianhe's assertion. He did not sense that he was putting on a facade. After all, Qianhe's methods had long been witnessed by them. The sight of him tearing apart a copper-armored corpse was utterly terrifying. Meanwhile, they gazed upon this group with expressions full of disdain. It turned out that they were a band of unscrupulous individuals, shamelessly pursuing burial goods. Such people were indeed beneath their contempt. That moment, as the procession advanced, they spotted the oncoming party passing by their location, as this was an inevitable route. Just a few miles ahead lay Majiakan. However, Qianhe and his companions were unaware that if they had traveled just a little further, they would have reached Majiakan. In Majiakan, there resided a Taoist priest. Although aged, he was a Maoshan practitioner and the second uncle of Jiu. The locals affectionately referred to him as Air Shugu, a term of respect due to his advanced age, while those of similar age would call him Air Shu. This was akin to how the townsfolk addressed Jiu simply as Jiu. Though Jiu appeared quite aged, likely in his 60s, it was preferable to modify this to depict him as a middle-aged man in his 40s. Were Jiu to be as old as Air Shugu? Then the townsfolk would have likewise referred to him as Jiu Shugyu. In this procession of the dead, there were unexpectedly 3 skilled practitioners at that moment. The 3 foreign experts were also observing their opponents, sensing that the 3 individuals across from them possessed considerable martial prowess. Indeed, while their skills were commendable, in an actual confrontation, these Jianghu experts would find themselves outmatched by the trio. It was noteworthy that even united, the 3 of them could not subdue Ma Linxiang. Had it not been for a surprise attack, Ma Linxiang could have easily dispatched them at this moment. Their gazes were as sharp as that of a falcon, keenly capturing the sight of Qianhe's funeral procession. Simultaneously, the gaze of the Baihe Taoist was like a piercing sword, directed straight at Qianhe. Clad in a robe as vibrant as blood, Qianhe appeared as though he had been carved from the same mold. He recognized him, but could this be Taoist Qianhe? Exclaimed Wu Shilang, astonished, his mouth agape, as if he could fit an egg inside it. His eyes were magnetically drawn to Baihe Taoist. Baihe Taoist merely cast a casual glance, then said unhurriedly, "I am Baihe Taoist, a disciple of the Zhengyi sect of Longhu Mountain." A flicker of barely perceptible hostility sparkled in his eyes, as if to convey, "Umph, how dare one who resembles me tread the path of death?" Yet, deep down, he understood that the person before him was indeed Qianhe, a figure of great renown in the Taoist community. Baihe Taoist often found himself mistaken for Qianhe while traversing the Jianghu, a source of annoyance and irritation for him. Clearly, Qianhe's reputation and prestige eclipsed his own, which left him quite displeased. Why should Qianhe's name surpass his own? What was so remarkable about Mao Shan's Qianhe? Was his own Baihe from Longhu Mountain truly inferior? It must be noted that Longhu Mountain, Hejiao Mountain, and Mao Shan had historically been regarded as the 3 major schools of Taoist talismans. Why then could Qianhe achieve such fame? To venture beyond his reputation and be mistaken for Qianhe was utterly infuriating. Qianhe, too, regarded his counterpart, his gaze seemingly capable of penetrating the very soul of the other. Regardless of whether he had seen a movie, his inherent memories informed him of this individual. This person hailed from Longhu Mountain, distinctly not of the same ilk as those from Mao Shan. Furthermore, this individual was known for forming cliques rather than having any intention of exorcising demons. It was evident that their paths had diverged. As they locked eyes, both parties scrutinized one another. The 4 directions were equally astonished, for the man bore an uncanny resemblance to their master. "Master, do you know him?" Abe inquired curiously. "I know him, but not well." Qianhe nodded. Indeed, he recognized him, yet they were not familiar though. "Then he is a disciple of Zhengyi, which makes him a fellow Taoist," Adong remarked, intrigued by the strength of this man who so resembled his master. It was worth noting that just days prior, they had received a gathering spirit pill from their master, and the 4 brothers had advanced their cultivation, reaching the mid-stage of Taoist practice. Ding! Detected that the opponent harbors ulterior motives. Task initiated to engage in a peak competition and eliminate the opposing sorcerer. Task reward: Huang Ting Jing. Ding! Does the man engaging in the peak competition accept the task? Upon hearing the system's prompt, a subtle smile crept across Qianhe's face. Accepted. Without hesitation, Qianhe chose to accept. The Huang Ting Jing was indeed a rare treasure. The Shanqing Daoist scriptures from Mao Shan, also known as the 39 chapters, were derived from the Huang Ting Jing. With the Huang Ting Jing in his possession, would not Qianhe's future path become even more expansive? Having made this realization, Qianhe regarded his opponent with a smile that was not quite a smile. Secretly contemplating how to act with righteousness, as the saying goes, one must have a name when embarking on a mission. For Qianhe to take a life, he needed a justifiable reason. Should he send his disciples to provoke them, thereby creating an opportunity for conflict? Qianhe stroked his chin, lost in thought. That moment, the individuals across noticed the copper-cornered golden coffin nearby, and in an instant, their eyes gleamed as brightly as if illuminated by a powerful light. "Wow, a golden legend! Boss, should we strike directly?" A long and who stepped forward, whispering into Baihe Taoist's ear. Baihe Taoist was like a calming anchor to them, their leader, while they were partners with Ma Linxiang. Their objective being to deceive and acquire burial goods. Little did they know, there were no burial goods to be found. Chapter 44. The Clash of Forces. What do you two mean? Baihe Taoist inquired. Observing the duo, "Boss, wake Ma Lin Xiang. Don't let him feign death that will strike together and annihilate the opposition. That golden coffin alone is enough for us to share," Ahu whispered urgently to Baihe Taoist. Indeed, while burial goods are enticing, nothing compares to the allure of the golden coffin before us. Along echoed in agreement. Baihe Taoist fell into contemplation that if they could divide the coffin, then they would be set for life. As he beheld the coffin and considered the attire of the individuals across, it was evident that this Qianhe Taoist was engaged in corpse handling. These individuals were clearly Qing court members. Although they preferred to avoid provoking the Qing, if a confrontation arose, eliminating them all would leave no trace behind. However, he still evaluated the strengths of both sides that he, along with his two subordinates and Ma Linxiang, were capable fighters, and those carrying the coffin were also able. Altogether, he had 8 individuals ready for combat. While the opposing side had superior numbers, by capturing that child, they would gain the upper hand. Having reached this conclusion, he nodded and said, "Go, knock on the coffin and awaken Ma Linxiang." "Understood," Ahu replied, then proceeded to instruct others to set the coffin down. Meanwhile, Qianhe and the 3 foreign experts had already risen to their feet. Having overheard their conversation, Qianhe had no need to say anything. If they were to act, he would gladly join in. This was precisely what he desired. Originally, he was tasked with an assignment, and now he had the justification to act. The 3 foreign experts were keen observers, possessing acute awareness of their surroundings. Though the opposing voices were faint, they could still discern the intent behind them. They sought to claim their copper-cornered golden coffin and eliminate them. How laughable! They were not to be underestimated. The last group that coveted their coffin, the 7 ghosts, had already perished. "Hey, why are you standing up?" Wu Shilang asked the 3 experts, his face filled with skepticism. The dual-bladed foreign bodyguards smiled thinly while explaining to Wu Shilang, "Wu Guanshi, they have their eyes set on the copper-cornered golden coffin, coveting its riches and plotting to seize it. Indeed, they have already conspired on how to attack us." The dual-hook expert added, "What? How dare these scoundrels be so brazen?" Wu Shilang exclaimed, his eyes widening in fury as he glared at the opposing group. "Subdue them! Kill them!" Wu Shilang hissed menacingly at the opposing party. The 3 experts nodded, already rolling up their sleeves in preparation for battle. Meanwhile, Baihe Taoist, upon hearing this exchange, realized their intentions had been exposed. He immediately called out, "Ma Linxiang, come forth quickly," within the confines of the coffin. Ma Linxiang also heard the cries and swiftly pushed open the lid, leaping out like a cunning rabbit. Upon seeing Ma Linxiang clad in the ceremonial garments of the Qing dynasty, Qianhe could not help but smile. "Feigning death, are we? Soon enough, I shall ensure you become a true corpse. Southeast, southwest, northeast, northwest. Attack. Leave no survivors. Allow me to deliver the final blow." "Yes, master," the 4 responded in unison. Although they were oblivious to the true meaning of delivering the final blow, they complied without question. They understood that the master's words were to be followed without doubt or inquiry. Qianhe gazed at the 4, his heart brimming with joy. Thankfully, they were not like Qiuxing Wenkai, or else he would have certainly expelled them from his tutelage. His disciples alleviated his worries, and Qianhe felt genuine happiness. The reason Qianhe insisted on delivering the final blow was due to his uncertainty regarding whether the reward would count towards his disciples' kill tally. To ensure prudence, he resolved to personally administer the coup de grâce. If the kill did not count for his disciples, it would be disastrous. He was determined to acquire this royal treasury. Ha ha! The golden coffin. They truly are extravagantly wealthy. As soon as Ma Linxiang appeared, he caught sight of the copper-cornered golden coffin. Indeed, as long as we join forces to eradicate them completely, this golden coffin will belong to us. The Daoist Baihe beamed with delight, his gaze piercing as he stared at the enemy. Despite the numbers of the Qing soldiers, they appeared as mere clay chickens and tiled dogs. The only ones capable of contending were the southeast, southwest, northeast, northwest, Qianhe, and the 3 expert bodyguards. Ha ha! Splendid! Let us annihilate them in one fell swoop. Then we shall return to burn and melt down this copper-cornered golden coffin before heading back to Majiakan. Indeed, nothing could be better. The Daoist by his face was alight with a broad smile, and he then shifted his gaze to the 7 adversaries. Qianhe had positioned southeast, southwest, northeast, and northwest in front of him, forming an impregnable fortress at the forefront. The gentle breeze rustled their garments and tousled their hair. Yet, they remained as steadfast as Mount Tai, unyielding in their stance, silently awaiting the call to battle. Chapter 45. The Might of Southeast, Southwest, Northeast, Northwest. Haha. Who would have thought that the illustrious Qianhe Daoist would hide behind others? It seems his fame is but a hollow facade. The Daoist Baihe chuckled heartily at the sight of Qianhe standing at the back. Simultaneously, a cold smile crept into his heart. A wicked thought took root within him. To seize this opportunity and eliminate Qianhe. Once successful, he would usurp his identity and proclaim himself as Qianhe. A clever switch indeed. At that moment, he could luxuriate in the resources of the court. As long as he avoided contact with the disciples of Mao Shan, he would be free from worry. Contemplating this, the Daoist Baihe let out a sinister laugh, solidifying his resolve to rid himself of Qianhe. Unbeknownst to Qianhe, if he were aware of Baihe's intentions, he would surely burst into laughter, for this was nothing but the ramblings of a fool. Despite their similar appearances, their essences were worlds apart. Qianhe's aura radiated the righteous spirit of Taoism, while the Daoist Baihe, though of Longhu Mountain's Jingyi lineage and also a practitioner of Taoism, had strayed from the righteous path, his essence having diverged significantly from Qianhe's. Charge! With a furious shout from the Daoist Baihe, Along, Ahu, and Ma Linxiang sprang into action, akin to arrows loose from a bow, racing towards southeast, southwest, northeast, and northwest. However, at that very moment, the bodyguard wielding dual blades let out a chilling laugh. In an instant, he darted forward like a swift leopard, pouncing on his adversary with astonishing speed. His swiftness was breathtaking, and in the blink of an eye, he was upon Ma Linxiang. Upon closer inspection, the bodyguard gripped 2 gleaming blades, their edges glinting coldly in the moonlight, ruthlessly proclaiming their sharpness and lethality to the foe. Just as the situation escalated, the bodyguard unleashed a flurry of strikes, creating numerous afterimages that dazzled the eyes and rendered reality indistinguishable from illusion. Linxiang's brow furrowed at this display. Faced with such a fierce onslaught, he knew he could not withstand it head-on. He had no choice but to employ evasive maneuvers, attempting to dodge these lethal attacks. Lacking a suitable weapon, Ma Linxiang found himself in a defensive position. "Help me!" he shouted desperately. Now unarmed, he realized it was utterly impossible to confront a dual-blade expert. They were not made of clay. "Along! Ahu! Go assist him!" The Daoist Baihe bellowed. He charged alone towards southeast, southwest, northeast, and northwest. He did not believe that he could not defeat 4 mere youngsters. Yet he was indeed mistaken. The 4 were not without their own combined techniques. Having trained together, sparred with Qianhe in their leisure time, it was quite simple for them to overpower a single opponent. Upon engaging in combat with the 4, the Daoist Baihe's expression shifted to one of ashen despair. The anticipated ease of defeating his opponents did not materialize. Instead, he found himself firmly suppressed by the 4. Damn it! How can this be? These 4 youngsters can actually match my strength evenly. How is this possible? The Daoist Baihe was filled with anxiety, pondering to himself. The more he fought, the more alarmed he became. He could scarcely believe how formidable Qianhe's disciples were. The aura emanating from them suggested they had reached the mid-stage of Daoist cultivation. This alone was astonishing. But he himself was at the pinnacle of human mastery, capable of fighting. Yet, the most incredible aspect was that the 4 could contend with him on equal footing. This was utterly unfathomable. How had Qianhe trained his disciples? 4 mid-stage youngsters holding their own against a pinnacle master. Such a tale would surely prompt laughter at the expense of the Daoist Baihe, branding him as inept. At that moment, amidst the fierce battle, the 4, southeast, southwest, northeast, and northwest, worked seamlessly together, displaying a breathtaking level of coordination. The Daoist Baihe began to employ Daoist techniques in his attacks. Unable to prevail in physical combat, he resorted to utilizing his Daoist skills. Yet, the 4 showed no signs of yielding. 3 wielded peachwood swords, channeling their mana like a tempest, engaging in close-quarters combat. Meanwhile, brandished talismans, casting fireballs like a sorcerer to attack and restrain the enemy. Given their proximity, Abe refrained from unleashing a barrage of talismans all at once, for such an onslaught could easily obliterate the Daoist Baihe in an instant. Indeed, when the tactic of overwhelming with talismans reached a significant scale, it would yield a qualitative transformation. With the exquisite cooperation of the four, the Daoist Baihe gradually found himself in a passive position, being relentlessly bombarded. The battlefield was decidedly unfavorable for him, while the attacks from southeast, southwest, northeast, and northwest flowed like water, leaving him overwhelmed and unable to defend effectively. Chapter 46. Qianhe takes action, reaping victims. At that moment, the originally spectating Shuang Go and Shuang Su, witnessing their comrades besieged by Ma Linxiang and the others, dashed into the fray like arrows loosed from a bow. Only moments earlier, Ma Linxiang had been in dire straits, and it was only then that Alung and Ahu rushed to his aid. The dual-blade expert suddenly found himself under immense pressure, caught off guard by the arrival of reinforcements. As his two brothers saw southeast and southwest overpowering the Daoist Baihe, they made a swift decision to eliminate the remaining foes before charging in to assist. The two moved with the grace of swallows, leaping into the battle arena in an instant. The situation shifted to a 3-on-3 confrontation as 3 foreign masters clashed with Ma Linxiang, Alung, and Ahu in a thrilling showdown. "Son of a gun, they dare to ambush me," the dual-blade bodyguard cursed. Moments ago, he had relished in the thrill of battling Ma Linxiang, only to be blindsided by 2 newcomers. "Ha, brother, have no worries. We are here to lend you a hand." The bodyguard wielding dual hooks responded with a hearty laugh. "Excellent. In that case, I shall deal with those 2 audacious little brats who dare to ambush me. While you 2 focus on that one who appears as lifeless as a corpse." The speaker's gaze was sharp, radiating a fierce determination. The corpse referred to was none other than Ma Linxiang, clad in burial attire. And now they intended to ensure he became a genuine corpse. No problem. As soon as the words left his lips, the formidable guardian wielding twin hooks swiftly moved, dancing with the ferocity of a tempest as he relentlessly charged towards Ma Linxiang. His movements were astoundingly rapid, akin to a bolt of lightning slicing through the night sky. In contrast, on the other side, the prowess of Along, and who was rather unremarkable, and entrusting their defeat to their comrades seemed a matter of certainty. As anticipated, the guardian, armed with dual axes, wasted no time and raised his heavy weapon, striking fiercely at Ma Linxiang. The force of this blow was staggering, surging forth with the might of a raging tide, causing Ma Linxiang's expression to shift dramatically as he felt an unprecedented weight of pressure. At that moment, the tide had turned. The once advantageous Ma Linxiang now found himself ensnared in a daunting predicament, facing 2 opponents in a frenzied assault. Meanwhile, the guardian wielding a blade in each hand charged towards Along and Ahu without hesitation. The audacity of these 2 to rush to Ma Linxiang's aid and launch a surprise attack was akin to courting death itself. Without delay, they unleashed a tempestuous barrage of strikes upon Along and Ahu. In an instant, the battlefield erupted with flashing blades, whirling swords, and the ceaseless clashing of weapons, accompanied by the resounding battle cries echoing through the air. Surrounded on all sides, Ma Linxiang felt as if an insurmountable mountain of pressure bore down upon him. With peril lurking at every turn. In that moment, he found himself unarmed, confronted by the ferocious assault of 2 elite warriors wielding lethal weapons. This battle was nothing short of a heart-stopping contest of life and death. A moment's carelessness could lead to his demise. After all, facing 2 top-tier fighters armed with weapons while he had none left him in dire straits. As he observed their intense struggle, Qianhe stroked his chin, already formulating his plans, ready to make his move. The bounty was rightfully his. The reward would undoubtedly be his as well. It was his prize. His reward, he wanted it all. Qianhe, watching intently, made a gesture reminiscent of Ao Bai's grip. "Southeast and northwest, clear the way swiftly. Let my master take him down," with a thunderous shout that resonated like a clap of thunder. Qianhe commanded. Upon hearing this call, southeast and northwest awakened from their stupor, hastily retreating to clear a path. They understood that their master was about to intervene. Master is about to act. Retreat swiftly, they exclaimed in unison, promptly withdrawing. Meanwhile, Daoist felt an immense weight lift from him, the pressure easing significantly. Yet in the very next moment, his fate was about to turn grim. Left guard Lu Jia, right guard Lu Ding, with Huang Shun in front and Yu Zhong behind. Heed the divine will. Fear not the mighty. Act as instructed. Qianhe chanted, his voice booming like a great bell, resonating throughout the vicinity. In the stillness of the night, everyone heard his voice. However, as they turned to look, they were astonished to see a swirling inferno erupting from Qianhe's hands. This fiery whirlwind, akin to a wild stallion breaking free, surged forth from Qianhe, morphing into a colossal fire dragon in an instant. The fire dragon, with its fierce claws and jaws, exhaled torrents of blazing flames, illuminating the night as if it were day. Could see that moment. Qianhe himself was taken aback. Wow, this wind and fire command is truly formidable. He had never imagined that this command would wield such power. Its might was astonishing, surpassing even special effects. As Daoist remained momentarily stunned, he was swiftly engulfed by the flames, his entire being enveloped by the raging fire. In the next heartbeat, a blood-curdling scream echoed through the air. The surviving onlookers, including Ma Linxiang, were filled with terror at the sight. Chapter 47. Second Uncle Humph. Behold the first form of my divine ghost 7-kill order. The breaking kill order, Qianhe scoffed, executing a hand seal that unleashed 3 brilliant light swords that sliced through the air like meteors, hurtling directly toward Along, Ahu, and Ma Linxiang in the blink of an eye. All 3 were pierced by the luminous blades, their bodies erupting in explosive bursts. The scene resembled a titanic clash between Ultraman and a monstrous foe, with a grand display of power culminated in cataclysmic explosions that shattered them to pieces, leaving not a trace behind. Ding! Congratulations, host, for slaying Daoist and his companions, completing the task. The reward of the Huangting Classic has been issued. In the next moment, Qianhe felt the teachings of the Huangting Classic settle into his mind. Excellent! Qianhe rejoiced internally. The quartet of Southeast, Northwest, and the others, perplexed by the turn of events, heard Qianhe command, Southeast and Northwest, clean up thoroughly, lest we be disturbed by the stench in our slumber. Yes, with the swift resolution of their task. Qianhe lost his appetite for barbecued treats and directly retreated to the tent to meditate on the Huangting Classic. He was eager to discover whether this scripture could, like a phoenix rising from the ashes, directly replace the Shangqing Grand Cavern Classic. After all, the Huangting Classic was said to be even more profound, akin to the unfathomable mysteries of Taoism. He contemplated that once he mastered the Huangting Classic, he would impart it to his 4 disciples. Since Qianhe had traversed into this realm, he intended to grow stronger. He set a modest goal for himself, to surpass Shi Jian and become the eldest senior brother. Oh no, that was a slip of the tongue. He meant to surpass Shi Jian and become the master brother. He was uncertain whether the plot of Zombie Supreme would unfold, but one thing was clear. It was wise to be prepared. For instance, should the Zombie Supreme scenario occur, Shi Jian would undoubtedly meet his end at Lin Fengjiao's ancestral hall. If Shi Jian perished, the position of master brother would need to be reassigned. Just as he pondered this, a transmission talisman flared to life beside him, and the voice of Shi Jian, the elder brother of Mao Shan, resonated from within. Zhong Fa Bai. Wu Yong claims you have crippled his cultivation. I demand an explanation. You are commanded to return to Mao Shan once you finish your current affairs. Upon hearing the commanding voice, Qianhe raised an eyebrow. Shi Jian? He hadn't anticipated that Wu Yong would go to the trouble of reporting him to elder brother Shi Jian. However, it mattered little to him. Qianhe chuckled softly, dismissing the matter as for returning to Mao Shan. That was a certainty. Since Wu Yong had the audacity to report him, it was only fitting that Qianhe would not let him off lightly. At that moment, Qianhe set aside his thoughts and began to delve into the Huangting Classic. After all, the system had only introduced him to the basics. He had yet to reach a level of mastery. This was precisely why he had refrained from imparting it to Southeast and Northwest in haste. That night, he sat cross-legged, attempting to circulate the magical energy within his body according to the scripture's requirements. In the next instant, he felt a warm current, akin to a soothing spring, gently rising from his dantian, flowing through his meridians like a babbling brook. Gradually, the warmth quickened, transforming into a surging tide, accelerating the absorption and conversion of spiritual energy. It dawned on him that the Huangting Classic was indeed superior to the Shangqing Grand Cavern Classic, and this was no mere rumor. On the following day, after everyone had satisfied their hunger and thirst, they set off once more without delay. After traveling a short distance, they spotted a town not far ahead at all. Had I known, we should have traveled a bit further last night. Then we could have rested in the town. Wu Shilang exclaimed hoarsely, akin to a duck's quack, upon seeing the town. They, like thirsty travelers yearning for an oasis in the desert, were eager to reach the town and replenish their supplies. After all, their resources had been consumed at an alarming rate throughout their journey. 71 brother, shall we pounce into the town like hungry wolves to gather supplies? Indeed, let us enter the town for provisions. 71 brother decisively nodded, resembling a leader. Upon hearing this, Wu Shilang felt elated, akin to a garden in full bloom, and theatrically declared, "Everyone, swarm into the town like bees to gather supplies." Yes, the crowd cheered with childlike glee. Thrilled at the prospect of entering the town, after traversing through desolate wilderness, they were weary of the scenery. Upon arriving at Ma family town, the group surged in like a tide, while the curious villagers gathered around them like inquisitive children. However, they dared not approach too closely, for it was evident that these individuals were dressed as officials and soldiers. How could they possibly stand in their way? Observing the attention, Wu Shilang huffed, but chose not to comment further. They then entered the commercial street, where the group came to a halt like statues. Wu Shilang, resembling a general, directed others to arrange for purchases, while 3 guardians stood vigilantly by, protecting 71 brother and the copper-cornered golden coffin. After all, this coffin must not be pilfered like a precious treasure. Qianhe, too, assumed the role of a guardian, instructing southeast and northwest to procure supplies while he kept a watchful eye beside the coffin. The unfamiliar surroundings deterred him from wandering aimlessly. Just then, a resonant voice, akin to a great bell, broke the air. The copper-cornered golden coffin is wrapped in ink-lined nets. It must contain a zombie. Right? Chapter 48. The Maoshan elder brother of yesteryear, the copper-cornered golden coffin is wrapped in ink-lined nets. It must contain a zombie, right? The second uncle approached slowly, accompanied by his disciple, Zhu Dacheng. Upon seeing the newcomer, Qianhe made a gesture indicating a sword pointing to the heavens. Master uncle, indeed, it houses a zombie. Indeed, the visitor is none other than my esteemed second uncle. This second uncle is a direct relative of my 9th uncle. He is of the same generation as his master, Qianhe, and it is only fitting to address him as Shudo. Could it be that you too are a disciple of Maoshan? Upon catching sight of Qianhe, the second uncle's eyes suddenly sparkled with delight. Encountering a fellow sect member brought him immense joy. Truly a case of meeting an old friend in a foreign land, if I may say so. Yes, indeed. May I inquire as to who your master is? It seems my Shu hasn't seen me for quite some time. My master is Zhang Daoxian. I am known as Zhong Fabai. What? You are actually a disciple of Master Daoxian? Zhong Fabai. I recall now. You lad are working for the Qin court, aren't you? Given your current appearance, I presume you are engaged in the transportation of coffins. The second uncle's face was a canvas of astonishment. He had never anticipated that the Taoist before him was Zhong Fabai, a disciple of his elder brother, Zhang Daoxian. Zhang Daoxian was a paragon of their generation, his cultivation unfathomable, rivaling even that of the current sect leader. He was once the senior brother of Maoshan, but alas, due to having a son, he lost the opportunity to ascend to the position of sect leader and subsequently lived in obscurity. Zhang, Daoxian's son, colloquially known as Mamad, was merely a nickname, not his true name. That it stemmed from Zhang Daoxuan's ire at witnessing Mamad's lack of ambition, leading him to scold him for being so utterly inept. One could say that Mamad was indeed too feeble, failing to inherit his father's formidable prowess. Yes, I am currently transporting members of the royal family from the border to the capital. Qianhe spoke candidly. With nothing to conceal. I see, and oh wonder the zombies remain unburned. However, it is quite lamentable that after all these years, your master, who is essentially my elder brother, was so close to becoming the sect leader. The second uncle expressed a hint of regret in his tone. His feelings for Master Zhang Daoxian were genuine. In the past, he was but a little disciple and a shadow beside Zhang Daoxian, which is why he had introduced his nephew Lin Fengjiao to his elder brother for guidance. Had it not been for their master having the ineffectual Mammoth as a son, his elder brother Zhang Daoxian might not have been demoted from his position. Otherwise, the contemporary Mao Shan would have belonged to their faction. Indeed, within Mao Shan, there exist various factions. Each individual harbors their own ambitions, and it is nearly impossible for them to unite unless compelled by significant matters. Otherwise, internal conflicts are inevitable. After all, who would easily bow down in the face of the enormous temptation of leadership? Alas, Shu, the past is but a memory. After my master lost the opportunity to lead, he hoped that our generation could uphold the banner. Yet, Qianhe said, a tone of resignation in his voice. According to Qianhe's recollections, their brotherhood had all been dispatched down the mountain by the Maoshan sect leader, as they were not of the same faction. Indeed, the current Maoshan elder brother, Shi Jian, is the sect leader's direct disciple. Although he is a disciple, it is precisely why Shi Jian dares not disclose that Shi Shaojian is his son. He does not wish to follow the same path as Zhang Daoxian. Even though his master is the sect leader, as long as he has a son, he will never inherit the position. The rules of Maoshan are quite clear, and the elders stand firm that he could deceive his own disciples, but that is already a masterful display of deception. Enough of this. It is wonderful that you are all alive. Whether you can uphold the banner is of little significance. The second uncle laughed heartily, evidently not overly concerned about such matters. However, he still inquired, "Pray tell, what is your current level of strength? Do you possess 70% of your master's prowess?" The second uncle asked with a beaming smile that he, being merely at the initial stage of a local master, found it impossible to gauge Qianhe's true capabilities. "Alas, I have yet to reach 70% of my master's strength. That I am currently only at the pinnacle of a local master." Qianhe gently shook his head, speaking the truth, upon hearing this. The second uncle inwardly cursed. "You Zhongfabai are indeed putting on airs. You claim to be merely at the pinnacle of a local master." Yet unbeknownst to him, Qianhe had no intention of boasting he had not acquired that show-off system. Otherwise, he would have certainly flaunted it to gain some points for improvement. A local master, at the pinnacle. "So, you and my nephew Lin Fengjiao are of the same realm now?" The second uncle exclaimed in surprise. Qianhe was equally astonished. He had not expected Lin Fengjiao to indeed be at the pinnacle of a local master. Previously, he had only speculated, for they had not seen each other in a long time. In his memory, the last time he saw the ninth uncle, he was merely at the later stage of a local master. Chapter 49. Northward once more. "Yes, good, splendid, just one step away, and you and my nephew Lin Fengjiao will reach the level of my elder brother at his prime." "Splendid, truly splendid." The second uncle nodded in satisfaction. He had initially thought that only his elder brother's disciple could attain Zhang Daoxuan's level, but now it seemed there was another in Qianhe. Previously, Qianhe was only at the initial stage of a local master, which was far from sufficient. Now, at the pinnacle of a local master, there was indeed a chance. Zhang Daoxian had ultimately reached the stage of a celestial master. "By the way, he is Zhu Dacheng, my disciple from a few days ago," the second uncle said with a smile. "It is a joy to have an heir in his later years, Zhu Dacheng. This is your senior brother." The second uncle gestured towards Zhu Dacheng, who had been quietly standing to the side. At the mention of his master's words, Zhu Dacheng immediately stepped forward, calling out, "Senior brother." His voice was clear and bright, laced with urgency and excitement. He held great respect for those versed in the arts, especially for Qianhe. He often heard many tales while being at his second uncle's side. Qianhe turned to look, nodding slightly, a smile of appreciation gracing his face as he said, "Indeed, very promising." His gaze was gentle as he regarded Zhu Dacheng, filled with admiration. Zhu Dacheng was a person of loyalty. Should he inherit the second uncle's arts, it would be a worthy endeavor, certainly more capable than Xiuxing Wenkai. Subsequently, the group gathered together, engaging in casual conversation. The topics meandered from insights on cultivation to tales of the martial world, creating a relaxed and pleasant atmosphere. Unbeknownst to them, time slipped away quietly, and at that moment, the others had completed their procurement tasks. They all gathered around, signaling their readiness to continue their journey. Observing this, Qianhe took his leave of the second uncle, casting a deep glance in his direction, a complex mix of emotions swelling within him, ultimately transforming into a soft sigh. He understood well that this parting might be the last. However, on a brighter note, his arrival had resolved the thorny issue of Ma Linxiang. Had it not been for this, Zhu Dachong would likely have followed the tragic path laid out in the original narrative. With his life hanging in the balance, to that point, his Shu would truly be left without successors. Reflecting on the events of the original film, Zhu Dachong's ultimate resurrection was due to a series of agreements made with the ghostly emissaries. The second uncle, being a disciple of Mao Shan, possessed certain connections within the underworld. After he exerted his influence and made arrangements, the judge of the underworld finally relented, permitting Zhu Dachong to leave behind an heir. After all, Zhu Dachong was the sole son of the Zhu family. If he could have descendants to carry on the family lineage, then upon his offspring's birth, he would naturally return to the underworld. This was also the decisive reason why the ghostly emissaries chose to compromise and depart. Otherwise, how could Zhu Dachong's fiancé possibly safeguard his soul? Watching them gradually disappear from view, Zhu Dachong gazed at the copper-cornered golden coffin, grinning widely as he remarked, "Master, could this coffin possibly be made of gold?" The copper-cornered golden coffin, as the name suggests, consists of both copper and gold. Naturally, half of it is made of gold. The second uncle nodded. "Wow. Then I shall strive to amass great wealth in the future, so I can procure a coffin just like this one for you, master," Zhu Dachong said with a beaming smile. Upon hearing this, the second uncle's expression instantly darkened. "You rascal. Return and transcribe the classics 10 times. Zhu Dachong's expression changed drastically. Good heavens, to transcribe it 10 times. Just the thought of those classics made his head spin. "No, master, please don't," Zhu Dachong pleaded. "Humph. Now, immediately at once." The second uncle's face resembled a winter's frost. Zhu Dachong, feeling utterly helpless, had no choice but to obediently return and transcribe the classics. The second uncle sighed. His time was limited, and he hoped to train Zhu Dachong during his remaining days. That would be for the best. However, as he began transcribing the copper-cornered golden coffin, he suddenly realized its purpose, and no wonder the master was enraged. The copper-cornered golden coffin was meant to suppress zombies. Zhu Dachong lamented in regret. Meanwhile, the group continued their relentless march forward. Fortunately, the road was smooth this time, being a government road, as they traversed along the official road. They encountered no disturbances from mountain bandits or horse thieves. Over the next 2 days, they pressed onward to the north, merely passing through the outskirts once more. However, this time, the outskirts were not as desolate and remote as before. After just a day's journey, they found themselves back on the main road. By the time they set foot on the official path, the daylight had gradually begun to fade. The caravan continued its advance. Refusing to pause, seeing the official road, the steward Wu called out with a voice akin to a drake's, urging the others onward. The presence of the official road signified that they would soon enter a town. The members of the coffin transport team fell silent upon hearing this, resolutely pushing the copper-cornered golden coffin forward. Fortunately, with Qianhe accompanying them, the journey was remarkably smooth. The zombie within the copper-cornered golden coffin had settled down, no longer causing a ruckus, which certainly saved them a great deal of trouble. This was primarily due to the fact that the zombie prince had resigned himself to his fate, having been unable to fight back. He chose to embrace whatever may come. Chapter 50. The yin-yang zombie of sand and sky. As anticipated, the caravan soon laid eyes upon a town, which bore the name Linjia Town. It was evident that many residents shared the surname Lin. After all, for a town to be named after a family name signifies a certain status, one where the population is numerous and wealth, power, and influence abound. Upon entering the town, Wu the steward exclaimed, "Let us find an inn to rest." "Yes, Steward Wu." A Qing soldier nodded and promptly set off to inquire about the location of an inn. Though night had fallen, the inn would surely be ablaze with light. Making it possible to find one, they continued onward, hoping to spot an inn ahead. As the caravan progressed, they passed by a charity house. Noticing the peculiar aura of corpses emanating from within, Qianhe furrowed his brow. What is this? Why is there an unusual odor of corpses? It was not uncommon for a charity house to exude such an aura, but if it was not the scent of the deceased, but rather that of zombies, it would be a matter of grave concern. East, south, west, and north. Go and investigate whether there are any malevolent beings performing corpse rituals inside. Qianhe's voice was calm as water, yet bore an undeniable authority. Should there be evil practitioners raising corpses, he would not stand idly by. In this chaotic world, where malevolent forces wreak havoc, he would not allow such abominations to exist. Yes, master, the team responded in unison. Swiftly darting into the charity house like arrows released from ABOWT that moment, a fierce battle was unfolding within the charity house. This establishment served as the stronghold for the aged Taoist priest Jin Qian. A member of the Qingwei sect, he and his granddaughter Tian were meant to protect the local populace. But upon encountering 4 orphans from the Xia family troop, they had agreed to assist in transporting their master's coffin back home, only to find themselves beset by the corpse transportation team from Xiangxi, which triggered a transformation into zombies. Indeed, this zombie had perished while saving others, its resentment soaring sky-high, ultimately transforming into a yin-yang corpse. This corpse not only showed no fear of sunlight, but was also unafraid of dismemberment. Its terrifying nature rivaled, if not surpassed, that of the yin-yang corpses crafted by malevolent practitioners. As the team of East, South, West, and North entered the charity house, they bore witness to the fierce combat within. They saw a zombie clad in Qing attire battling fiercely against a throng of corpses. Taoist Jin found himself outmatched and could only call upon the patrons of the charity house for assistance. Yet, this yin-yang corpse was so formidable that it left one aghast. Previously, it had been manipulated by Jin using soul-binding techniques, causing spirits to possess children and join the fray. The yin-yang corpse had been torn into 5 pieces by several ghostly children. Yet, like a phoenix rising from the ashes, it rapidly reconstituted itself, showing no signs of death. Its speed of reconstruction was more terrifying than the music zombies of Nintendo. Oh no, it should be said that while the reconstruction speed was not as swift as that of the flying zombies, it surpassed that of Nintendo. The Nintendo zombies could reattach their heads after being severed. However, Nintendo had its own advantages, being impervious to Taoist magic. Ultimately, this yin-yang corpse still held some trepidation towards certain Taoist arts. Unfortunately, Taoist Jin, being of advanced age, found it increasingly difficult to wield his magic effectively. Dong, witnessing the zombie, was utterly astonished as if struck by lightning. This zombie is truly bizarre. We must report this to Master at once. Indeed, this zombie was peculiar. Ever since they had accompanied their master to the frontier, the zombies they encountered along the way had grown increasingly enigmatic. They had seen their fair share of zombies before, but none quite like this. In that case, let us return. Good. The other 3 nodded in agreement and swiftly raced outside. Upon their exit, they recounted the events to Qianhe, who raised an eyebrow upon hearing their account. Ding! A voice suddenly echoed in his mind, detecting a peak scenario, and a task was presented. Slay the yin-yang corpse of sand and sky. Task reward: 1 bottle of cultivation elixir. Yin-yang corpse of sand and sky. What a meager reward. Qianhe paused, yet without hesitation, accepted the task. Master, what troubles you? Dong inquired, noticing the unusual expression on his master's face. No matter, I shall investigate further. With that, Qianhe strode forth with the swiftness of the wind. He was determined to uncover the true capabilities of this yin-yang corpse. Qianhe Daoist, what are your intentions? Wu the steward interjected at this moment. There is movement inside. I wish to take a look. However, it is late at night, and there may be no inns available. Even if there were, one cannot be certain that someone wouldn't covet the copper-cornered golden coffin, that if they were to drug us, it would spell trouble. The saying, a strong dragon does not suppress a local snake, holds true. Qianhe turned to Wu the steward to explain. Upon hearing this, Wu's expression shifted. What Qianhe said was indeed very reasonable. Chapter 51. The terrifying yin-yang corpse. This is a charity house. Should we not rest here for the night? Qianhe inquired, observing Wu's hesitation at a charity house. Wu the steward pondered briefly, but the 71st prince interjected. Let us rest here. What Qianhe Daoist says makes sense. Carrying the copper-cornered golden coffin makes us quite a target. He felt no particular sentiment towards the charity house. In comparison, he found the inn to be more perilous. After all, with the copper-cornered golden coffin present, it would undoubtedly attract attention, and if they were to be drugged, their lives would be in jeopardy in the dead of night. Well, since the 71st Prince and Qianhe Daoist both say so, then so be it. Wu the steward, not lacking in wit, promptly nodded. All right, prepare yourselves briefly, then come inside. Qianhe stated, turning to enter without a backward glance. He intended to be the first to eradicate this yin-yang corpse. Once it had descended into the realm of the yin-yang corpse, there was no reason for it to persist in this world. As Qianhe departed, Wu immediately instructed the guards to remain vigilant in the surroundings. The three skilled protectors remained by the side of the 71st Prince, safeguarding their employer. After all, their livelihoods depended on him. Upon stepping into the charity house, Qianhe beheld a gruesome scene where a horde of corpses was being mercilessly beaten by the yin-yang corpse of sand and sky. The sight was utterly horrific, limbs severed, a grotesque spectacle beyond imagination. Some zombies had their hands brutally torn off, while others had their feet forcibly ripped away. Yet these corpses merely emitted muffled groans, refraining from any screams. The sight was truly pitiful, with the corpses battered beyond recognition, entirely stripped of their former appearances. How dreadful! The four from east, south, west, and north entered and witnessed the scene within. Seeing these corpses in such a state, they could not help but lament the brutality of their demise. Oh dear, Grandpa, what can we do with our uncles and brothers in such a plight? Tintian's soft, melodious voice rang out, reminiscent of a yellow Oriole song. Daoist Jean sighed helplessly. I am utterly powerless. This zombie is simply too terrifying. He was indeed at a loss. After all, he was well into his 70s, and coupled with the eerie and malevolent nature of the zombie, he found himself overwhelmed. Unlike the Maoshan sect, which had a formidable backing capable of summoning ancestors and grandmasters for assistance, the Qingwei sect lacked such support. Maoshan was ruthless, with their ancestors above and grandmasters below, always able to call upon help. In contrast, the Qingwei sect found themselves in dire straits, with Jin's two granddaughters truly caught in a tremendous predicament. If the corpses in their charity house were rendered immobile, their fate would be sealed. Seeing his granddaughters in such fear, Qianhe glanced at the one named Tiantian, finding her rather endearing. However, he did not dwell on it and stepped forth with determination. Fear not. I shall aid you in this peak battle. The voice of Qianhe resonated like a mighty bell, echoing throughout the ancestral hall. Upon hearing this sound, the grandfather and grandson turned to look, only to behold a figure clad in a red Daoist robe, sporting a small mustache and exuding an air of righteousness, as Qianhe strode boldly into the room. Upon seeing the newcomer, the two exchanged glances, unacquainted with this individual. However, before they could utter a word of inquiry, the yin-yang corpse opposite them had already dispatched all the deceased within the hall, and without hesitation, it lunged towards the duo. Sweet gasped in alarm. Observing the situation, Daoist Qianhe dashed forward with remarkable speed and delivered a powerful kick, sending the yin-yang corpse flying. As it landed, the corpse glared at Qianhe, its eyes ablaze with fury. Noting the corpse's wrath, Qianhe scoffed, "Arrogant fool! With me, Zhong Fa Bai, present, how dare you threaten an unarmed little girl? You are courting death." As Qianhe spoke, he unsheathed the thunderstruck Peachwood sword from his system backpack. The sword, imbued with an overwhelming aura, blazed forth like a brilliant flash of lightning, emanating an unsettling radiance. The yin-yang corpse, Shatong Tian, sensed this formidable presence and turned to see Qianhe soaring towards him with the grace of a bird. Upon witnessing this, Shatong Tian charged forward to meet him head-on, unwilling to back down. Yet, Qianhe stood fearless, wielding the century-old thunderstruck Peachwood sword, and lunged at the yin-yang corpse with the ferocity of a descending tiger. The brilliance of the thunderstruck wood illuminated the battlefield. With a sizzling sound, the sword pierced through the corpse's chest, initiating a frenzied corrosion. Roar! Shatong Tian let out a deafening howl, experiencing an unprecedented agony. Qianhe swiftly withdrew the sword, poised to unleash further magical assaults. In response, Sha Tong Tian deftly evaded, extending his hands to reveal razor-sharp claws, pouncing towards Qianhe like a hungry tiger. Chapter 52. Severed into pieces, Daoist Qianhe swiftly sidestepped the attack, simultaneously swinging the thunderstruck peachwood sword. Channeling his magical energy into a strike aimed at the yin-yang corpse, the corpse nimbly leaped to avoid, having just realized the sword's potency. Teeth emitted a low, rumbling growl, causing the air around to tremble. Daoist Qianhe observed the corpse's evasive maneuvers, narrowing his eyes like two piercing cold rays. This yin-yang corpse was indeed extraordinary, far beyond the capabilities of a mere zombie, exhibiting an uncanny ability to evade. Remarkable indeed, Qianhe marveled, yet he harbored no intentions of subjugation. Although the Maoshan sect possessed the art of corpse refinement, he found no interest in such practices, considering them a mere waste of time. Were he to possess the ability of a four-eyed being, he might well keep a powerful zombie by his side, for a robust companion was vital during corpse-chasing endeavors. Let me test the limits of my strength, with a steady demeanor akin to an unyielding mountain. Qianhe summoned the unique techniques of the Maoshan tradition that he executed the 7-star steps, moving with ghostly agility, each strike directed with the swiftness of a tempest towards the corpse's vulnerabilities in an instant. The sword glimmered like lightning, flashing with dazzling brilliance, while the wind howled, producing a thunderous roar. He sought to gauge whether his original prowess, combined with his current peak Earth Master stage, could stand against this yin-yang corpse. This was a matter of self-mastery. Subsequently, Daoist Qianhe pressed the attack, his peachwood sword dancing gracefully through the air, carving exquisite arcs. It appeared delicate, yet was no less lethal. This swordplay was passed down from their ancestor, Wei Huazuan, and its elegance was entirely fitting. Wei Huazuan, originally a Daoist priest of the Heavenly Master, later founded the Shanqing sect, establishing the upper echelons of Taoism and enlightening the world. The first-generation patriarch of the Maoshan Shanqing sect, Wei Huazuan, retained the visage of a youthful maiden even at 80, his strength unfathomable, ultimately ascending to immortality, a disciple of the three Maoshan. Meanwhile, each of Qianhe's assaults was imbued with the force of a mountain torrent, reducing the yin-yang corpse's form to mere fragments, akin to withering petals. However, it continuously regenerated amidst the battle, a fact that Qianhe noted with keen insight. Its self-repair capabilities were indeed formidable. Intriguing, he mused with a smile. He had come to realize that at his current strength, he could dominate this yin-yang corpse. Yet annihilation would prove challenging. Yet Qianhe was not without resources that moment. The yin-yang corpse showed no signs of capitulation. Resembling a ferocious beast, relentlessly charging at Daoist Qianhe, intent on tearing him apart. Each of Qianhe's strikes incited its wrath. Though not fatal, they fueled its fury. While it could regenerate, doing so consumed a significant amount of corpse energy. Had it not been for its recent feedings, it would have been insufficient for repairs. The duel raged on for over 50 exchanges. Qianhe, eyes twinkling with amusement, remarked, "Oh ho, have you lost your composure so soon?" A smirk graced his lips, radiating disdain. Throughout this fierce entanglement, Qianhe had already formed an assessment in his mind. Without relying on the system's rewards for ultimate moves, attempting to slay this yin-yang corpse solely with his peak Earth Master strength would indeed be feasible. But it would undoubtedly demand an immense expenditure of time and energy. Observing the situation, Daoist Qianhe grasped the thunderstruck wood firmly, unleashing a torrent of magical energy that surged forth like a tidal wave. Enveloping the wood in its embrace, the thunderstruck wood surged with resplendent brilliance, and without hesitation, Qianhe swung his sword, unleashing a flurry of piercing sword lights. Swish, swish, swish! The sword lights surged forth like a tempest, and the yin-yang corpse was instantly cleaved into several pieces. Witnessing this spectacle, the onlookers from all directions erupted in applause. "Master, splendidly done! Master, you're incredible! Master, I love you!" Just as the last exclamation was on the tip of the tongue of one, the others turned their gazes towards a bay. "Good!" Daoist Jin Xian and Sweet Sweet exclaimed in unison. Sweet Sweet, eyes wide with astonishment, marveled, "Wow, that's amazing! Grandpa, do you know him? She pointed at Daoist Qianhe, curious about her grandfather. Daoist Qianhe. Unfamiliar, but judging by his actions, he must be a comrade from Mao Shan. Daoist Qianhe shook his head and explained, from Mao Shan? Sweet asked with curiosity. Indeed, it appears so. Daoist Qianhe nodded. In this era, the arts of various sects differ vastly. Just as in modern times, when one encounters Kunquin or the lightning five-linked whip, who could possibly mistake one sect for another? You would not dare to claim that Master Ma employs Kunquin. Nor could you assert that a certain individual practices the lightning five-linked whip, could you? Chapter 53. Annihilation of the Yin-Yang Corpse. Just as Qianhe cleaved the Yin-Yang Corpse into pieces, it unexpectedly began to stir. Like a segmented earthworm, it commenced an arduous, writhing motion, and in the next moment, it began to merge back together, reconstituting itself. Witnessing this, the four onlookers' expressions shifted dramatically, as if confronted with a great horror. To their astonishment, the Yin-Yang Corpse, even after being severed, could reassemble itself. This was truly terrifying. What is happening? Can a zombie really reconstitute itself? Such a horrifying creature. I've heard from my master that only a flying zombie can regrow from severed limbs. Yet this is not a flying zombie. The four exchanged incredulous glances, struck by the corpse's alarming capabilities. The crowd gazed in fear at the reforming Yin-Yang Corpse, yet the aura of corpse energy emanating from it grew increasingly faint. Clearly, the reassembly was an incredibly energy-draining process. Observing this scene, Qianhe's lips curled into a faint smile. It seems your reconstitution is not perpetual. You are even inferior to a flying zombie. Behold my thunderstorm talismans. Qianhe bellowed, akin to the arrival of a thunder god, as he flung forth 3 thunderstorm talismans. In the next instant, the 3 talismans streaked through the air like bolts of lightning, crashing down upon the Yin-Yang Corpse. Yet, unexpectedly, the zombie emerged unscathed, merely emitting a wisp of black smoke. Roar! The Yin-Yang Corpse bellowed in rage, clearly unfazed by the meager damage inflicted by the talismans. Even as its corpse energy waned, its physical form was far beyond the capacity of these 3 talismans to vanquish. Subsequently, the Yin-Yang Corpse revealed a mocking grin. Oh ho ho. No effect. Still able to taunt? If 3 talismans are ineffective, then let be 30, 300, 3,000, 300,000. Chizuru's voice thundered like a bell. Reverberating painfully against the eardrums of those present, he flung several stacks of talisman paper from his system pouch, scattering them like blossoms from a celestial maiden. These talismans transformed in midair into countless arcs of electric light. Resembling a horde of ferocious serpents, baring their fangs and claws as they lunged towards the Yin-Yang Corpse. The sight of the rain of talismans sent the Yin-Yang Corpse trembling in terror, as if its very courage had been shattered. Goodness, do these talismans cost nothing? How could one use them so recklessly? Abei questioned, bewildered. I counted them, but there aren't 300,000. Hush, Master is merely bluffing. Oh, so it's just a ruse to deceive the spirits. No, it's a ruse to fool the zombies. As the myriad bolts of lightning cascaded down like a torrential downpour, the Yin-Yang Corpse could no longer bear the onslaught, disintegrating amidst a heart-wrenching wail. In that moment, the Yin-Yang Corpse had indeed paid the ultimate price for its mockery of Chizuru. Well, even without the mockery, it was destined to perish. It is not a corpse that has withstood the tribulation of thunder, and thus possesses no defense against lightning techniques. Now, with such a multitude of electric arcs converging in one place, it was akin to an insurmountable mountain, striking it down to mere fragments. Chizuru regarded the shattered remnants of the Yin-Yang Corpse and let out a cold snort. Left to the 6 guardians, right to the 6 celestial beings, with the yellow god ahead and the Yuzhong behind, let my divine consciousness take action, unyielding to the might of the strong. Swift as the law commands, decree. As the second form of the divine Go-7 kill order, the wind and fire command was unleashed, conjuring a more powerful fiery whirlwind that spun forth like a wild stallion. In an instant, the already shattered Yin-Yang Corpse was engulfed by the roaring flames, reduced to ashes. Witnessing Chizuru's display, Daoist Qianhe inhaled sharply. He had never encountered such formidable prowess before. Now, witnessing it, it was truly miraculous. Then, a gust of wind swept through, scattering the ashes of the Yin corpse in all directions. Thus, the corpse was left with no chance of reassembly. No, one could say there was no way to even reconstruct the ashes. Not even for a flying zombie. Ding! Congratulations, host, for winning this peak match and receiving a bottle of cultivation pills. Upon seeing the solitary bottle of 10 pills in the system pouch, Chizuru's lips twitched slightly. Goodness, how miserly. This meager bottle is hardly sufficient to support his breakthrough. Once the Yin corpse was vanquished, Chizuru finally directed his gaze towards the elderly man and his grandson, a smile gracing his face. Esteemed Daoist, we are merely passing through this area. Might we impose upon your benevolent establishment for a night's lodging? Chizuru finally articulated his true intentions. He had originally come seeking shelter. Staying in an inn was unnecessary. Such establishments were typically well-equipped, and those with a Daoist presiding over them were generally quite safe. Another characteristic of these benevolent establishments mirrored that of the corpse transport inns, though the latter catered exclusively to the deceased and their accompanying Daoists. In contrast, the benevolent establishment served as a place to house corpses, yet could also accommodate the deceased for overnight stays. Living individuals were provided rooms, though they often refrained from resting there, fearing it to be inauspicious. Chapter 54. A Night's Rest. Daoist friend. Assisting me in vanquishing the zombie is, of course, no trouble at all. I am Daoist Qianhe of the Qingwei sect. May I inquire how to address you? Daoist Qianhe beamed, clasping his hands in reverence. Chizuru responded with a smile. I am Qianhe of Maoshan. Among fellow practitioners, he always referred to himself as Qianhe, and thus came the title of Daoist Qianhe, which he could wield with pride. Only when introducing himself formally would he disclose his true name, Zhongfabai, to indicate his identity. Ah, so you are a fellow of Maoshan. My apologies. Daoist Jin's lips curled into a warm smile as he gestured for his granddaughter to arrange accommodations. Tian, please arrange several guest rooms. Yes, master, Tian replied, and Chizuru wasted no time, promptly sending out directions to gather everyone. Of course, the paying guests would be handled by Wu Shilang, but since Chizuru had assisted in defeating the Yin corpse, no payment was necessary. The crowd soon gathered, their astonishment palpable as they beheld the state of the benevolent establishment. The main hall appeared dilapidated, as if it had endured a fierce battle. When Daoist Jin's eyes fell upon the copper-cornered golden coffin, he was struck as if by lightning, his spirit nearly fleeing in terror that the corpse contained within such a coffin was undoubtedly formidable. Sensing the corpse's aura from within the coffin, he realized that the zombie inside was exceptionally powerful. Coupled with the attire of the individuals present, he easily deduced that they were a team transporting the copper-cornered golden coffin. Furthermore, given Chizuru's unfathomable strength, the zombie inside would surely not dare to act recklessly. Having reached this conclusion, Daoist Jin ceased his deep contemplation and, alongside his granddaughter Tian, began tidying up the benevolent establishment. Meanwhile, Chizuru took a moment to rest in the guest room while examining the cultivation pills. The cultivation pills and the spirit-gathering pills were merely different in color. He wondered what other effects they might possess. He then distributed 2 pills each to the 4 disciples, reasoning that even consuming 4 would not allow him to break through the bottleneck. It was better to bestow them upon his students. The 4 disciples received the cultivation pills from their master, their excitement overflowing in unison. They expressed their gratitude. Thank you, master. Now, go and consume the pills. Do not neglect the divine summoning technique and the Huangting Sutra I have imparted to you. Chizuru smiled gently, his gaze warm as he regarded the 4 that over the past few days he had generously shared the Huangting Sutra and the perfected divine summoning technique. He was always liberal with his beloved disciples. Yes, master. The 4 clasped their fists in reverence before turning to leave, each sitting cross-legged without hesitation, swallowing the cultivation pills. In an instant, they felt an unparalleled surge of power flooding through them, their internal energies roaring like tumultuous waves. Ceaselessly surging as time flowed gently by, the aura of Dongnan, Shibei, and the others grew increasingly formidable, their bodies shimmering with faint, mysterious light. Joyful smiles blossomed upon their faces. clearly indicating their successful advancement to the later stage of the Daoist realm. In that moment, their strength soared, their eyes filled with confidence and determination. They understood that this breakthrough was not merely an enhancement of their cultivation, but also a testament to their master's deep care and trust. Chizuru also consumed 2 cultivation pills. Indeed, the effect was merely an enhancement of his aura, not a breakthrough. That it seemed that to surpass the pinnacle of the Earth Master realm, he would require a greater quantity of cultivation pills. Chizuru mused, closing his eyes to meditate. For now, he would focus on refining his skills. Once he returned to find a suitable place to settle, he could finally rest and sleep soundly. The following morning, everyone gathered around to enjoy a delicious breakfast. Daoist Jin's gaze, sharp as that of a hawk, swept over Dongnan, Shibei, and the others upon seeing them. His expression shifted to one of grave concern, as if struck by a bolt from the blue. He had encountered Dongnan, Shibei, and the others the previous night, when they were at the mid-level of the Daoist realm. How could they have progressed to the later stage overnight? Was it a single night of breakthrough? Or did all 4 advance together? This seemed almost supernatural. Meanwhile, his curiosity about Chizuru's realm deepened. This man, appearing to be in his 40s, possessed an unfathomable strength. He could not see through him. Daoist friend, I truly did not expect you to instruct your disciples so effectively. Nurturing 4 late-stage Daoists at such a young age. This is truly remarkable. Even within the realm of cultivation, it should be noted that most young Daoists today were still at the stages of Daoist apprentice or early Daoist. To reach the mid-level was already considered exceptional, yet now they had attained the later stage, exceeding all his expectations. In the Qingwei sect, such young talents were simply non-existent. Now, witnessing 4 at once, it seemed Mao Shan was on the brink of rising. Ah, Daoist brother, you flatter me. That it is the diligence and dedication of my disciples that have enabled their success. Otherwise, I would be powerless to assist them, Chizuru replied, smiling humbly. Chapter 55. The Interception by General Long. Just then, Wu Shilong's distinctive voice rang out. Everyone, hurry and eat. Once you're done, we must prepare to set off. We are only 200 kilometers away from the capital. Upon hearing Wu Shilong's words, excitement bubbled among the crowd. The journey was nearing its conclusion, and everyone felt particularly joyful. However, Chizuru maintained his calm demeanor. After bidding farewell to Daoist Jin, the group continued on their journey, purchasing additional supplies along the way for any potential needs. Observing their departure, Tian curiously remarked, "Grandpa, that effeminate man speaks in such a peculiar manner." "Hush, that is a eunuch. Naturally, he speaks that way." Jin Daozhong promptly grasped his granddaughter's hand and uttered a phrase, to which she nodded in response. The procession set forth, advancing along the official road for yet another day. However, by the time dusk approached, they encountered a band of warlords. These warlords were obstructing the path, demanding a toll from anyone wishing to pass. Upon sighting these warlords, Wu Shilang let out a cold snort. "Humph! These vile creatures shall surely face retribution when the emperor returns to reclaim his authority." This world was in utter disarray. Unlike the Republic of China in his previous life, where the emperor still reigned and wielded power, unlike in this parallel realm, where there was not a shred of authority, the Qing soldiers nodded in agreement. While Qianhe remained silent, to be honest, this world was exceedingly chaotic, and he himself could not discern the future trajectory. Merely possessing memories of the modern republic proved futile here. Many believed that wielding firearms would suffice. But this was not the case. Numerous warlords here were backed by formidable individuals, namely sorcerers. The Taoists and Buddhists also sent their practitioners down the mountains to support the warlords, and no matter how formidable one's martial arts, they would still fear firearms. Yet here, attaining the status of a Dishi and inscribing protective and offensive talismans could transform individuals into human tanks, utterly unafraid of gunfire. Moreover, they could control corpses, refine them, and employ them for bizarre long-range killings. It was indeed a vexing situation, as capable individuals thrived swiftly in the presence of warlord generals. The procession continued, resembling a great dragon, and soon arrived at the warlord's checkpoint. Upon reaching this location, a soldier bellowed, "You Manchus, where do you intend to go?" Hearing this, Wu Shirelang and his companions gritted their teeth in rage. The 71st Prince proclaimed, "We are bound for the capital. If you wish to pass, a toll must be paid." It was evident that they harbored a deep disdain for the Manchus, and their attire only intensified their loathing. "How much do you require? Considering your numbers, I shall charge each of you $2 silver. Such a sum is outrageous." Wu Shirlong's eyes widened in disbelief. "Is this not blatant robbery? For ordinary folk, that would merely be 2 copper coins. Yet you are no ordinary individuals." The checkpoint soldier sneered, full of disdain. Infuriated, Wu Shirelang clenched his teeth. "Wu Shirelang, pay the toll," the 71st Prince instructed without engaging in further argument. Reluctantly, Wu Shirelang complied and took out the money to appease them. The circumstances were pressing. These warlords were armed, and this was their territory. Even if he wished to retort, it would serve no purpose. Wu Shirelang could only grit his teeth in frustration while parting with his wealth. After paying the toll, they resumed their journey. The warlords at the checkpoint did not further complicate matters, clearly only interested in collecting their fees and nothing more. Meanwhile, as they passed through, they had already concealed the copper horn coffin meticulously to avoid unnecessary trouble with the warlords. The procession continued onward, gradually moving further away, ultimately arriving at the town of the warlord. Yet they did not pause, pressing northward, eager to reach the capital without delay. However, halfway through, they suddenly looked up to see General Long leading a troop of soldiers, busily packing their belongings, preparing to head south, coincidentally intersecting with the coffin transport team. He was about to gather his gear and lead his soldiers back south to the provincial capital, a region known for its abundant resources. In contrast, the north was fraught with turmoil, a perilous place indeed. With few soldiers at his disposal, continuing the fight here would yield little reward. "Manchus, let me see what is going on," General Long mused. Swiftly mounting his steed, followed closely by a pack of fierce soldiers, encircling the procession like a whirlwind, that Wu Shirelang and his companions were taken aback by General Long's imposing presence. Upon seeing more soldiers, they felt a twinge of fear, yet they were left with no choice as they found themselves surrounded. Perched atop his horse, General Long's piercing gaze scrutinized the 71st Prince and his associates, discerning who was in command at a glance. Chapter 56. Qianhe. Qianhe possessed the audacity to be arrogant. "Oh, is that not Wu Shirelang? What brings you to wander about with a coffin?" General Long's words dripped with sarcasm. Once a lesser figure, he had encountered Wu Shirelang in passing. But now, remembering the disdain with which he had been treated, his heart brimmed with displeasure. Eager to provoke a confrontation, Wu Shirelang recognized the military-clad General Long all too well, his expression darkening instantly. This man was no stranger. He had previously insulted him, labeling him as worthless. Now, faced with this situation, he feared a confrontation was inevitable. Wu Shirelang thought to himself, feeling utterly helpless. "General, we merely wish to transport the coffin into the capital. I implore you to show mercy and not complicate matters for us." Before Wu Shirelang could speak, the 71st Prince interjected. Qianhe, observing silently from the sidelines, mused internally, sensing a striking resemblance between this general and Away. Away? No, it must be General Long. Yet, was he not supposed to be in the provincial capital? Qianhe's mind swirled with confusion as he fixed his gaze upon General Long. Nevertheless, he chose to remain silent. Though unafraid of General Long, he did not seek trouble. This was a matter concerning the Manchus, to be resolved by them alone, as long as there were no zombie or corpse incidents along the way. Wu Shirelang and his companions would have to handle it themselves, as it was of no concern to him. Transporting the coffin back to the capital? Indeed, we are to return the prince for the emperor's deliberation. The 71st Prince replied, displaying remarkable composure. General Long smirked coldly. This coffin appears rather suspicious. It may harbor some calamity-inducing creature to protect His Majesty. I must inspect it. It was well known that during this era of warlord fragmentation, the emperor still possessed authority. In simple terms, this republic resembled the chaotic era of warlords during the late Han dynasty. They could act as local sovereigns in their respective territories, yet these warlords still refer to the emperor as Your Majesty. showing deference to avoid incurring the wrath of rival warlords and potential assaults. Unlike Liu Xie, the current emperor wielded considerable power, which prevented them from engaging in arbitrary warfare without cause. Otherwise, someone would have long since emulated Cao Cao. Using the emperor to command the warlords, the 71st prince's heart dropped as if struck by lightning, hastily explaining, "The coffin must not be opened. If my uncle were to emerge, it would surely cause a great uproar. My uncle has transformed into a zombie." He was acutely aware that his uncle had indeed become a zombie. Should the coffin be opened and a zombie appear, their lives would be in grave danger. Of course, it was not just their lives at stake. However, General Long was no fool. How could he be easily swayed? Zombies. What nonsense. A seasoned general. Having slain countless foes, if zombies truly existed, they would have long since come to claim his life. I did not believe it. "Men, open the coffin," General Long commanded with a wave of his arm, as if directing a vast army. Immediately, someone stepped forward to comply. Just as they were about to pry it open, 3 formidable guards stood resolutely in their path. In the next moment, soldiers opposite raised their rifles, the atmosphere thick with tension, the silence so profound one could hear a pin drop. The 3 experts remained utterly motionless, taken aback by the fact that the opposition was indeed prepared to fire like a T this moment. The entire scene was silent, with only Qianhe's breathing audible, clear to everyone present. "You seem remarkably calm. You not fear me?" General Long queried, observing Qianhe's nonchalance with a look of suspicion. "Fear? Why should I fear you?" Qianhe replied, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth as he regarded General Long. "Wherever I, General Long, go, people bow before me, paying their respects. You, a mere sorcerer, dare face me without fear?" General Long erupted into laughter, his gaze filled with disdain. Though there were no fortune-tellers among his ranks, he was far from being a soft target. Seeing his arrogance, Qianhe joined in the laughter. On this very street of the capital, inquiring about who my father is, I am Qianhe of Maoshan. Feel free to ask around. Do I need to fear you?" Upon hearing Qianhe's audacious proclamation, General Long's fury boiled over. "How dare you utter such brazen words, claiming you will inquire about who my father is? Truly, you seek your own demise. Arrogance. Arrogance. Apologies, but I, Qianhe, possess the right to be arrogant." As he spoke, the formidable power of Dishi surged within him, and he activated his skill, Overlord Body. In the blink of an eye, he transformed, surrounded by a faint aura. This was the Overlord Body. Upon activation, it consumed double the magical energy, rendering him immune to all control effects, and simultaneously, he endured 50 less damage. He utilizes it to withstand the bullets from the opposing side, as long as he employs his magical powers to augment his invulnerability. The bullets from the adversary become mere illusions. This also serves as the foundation of his confidence, as embodied by Qianhe. If you enjoy this, 5 stars are appreciated. My homepage contains other works you may find appealing. Daily updates ensure you needn't worry about interruptions. Feel free to add it to your bookshelf. I implore everyone to support with a free expression of affection. Chapter 57. Opening the coffin, the corpse Qi. With his hands clasped behind his back, Qianhe stood tall and proud, gazing slightly upward with an expression of indifference, reminiscent of an ethereal being untouched by the mundane world. This exceedingly pretentious demeanor left the 4 from the southeast, southwest, northeast, and northwest utterly in awe. This was indeed their master, a veritable embodiment of a Daoist sage. They were equally astonished, pondering what profound skill their master had comprehended, which now exuded such an overwhelming presence. At this moment, Vice Minister Wu was rendered speechless by Qianhe's imposing stature, akin to a towering pillar. He privately mused. Never had he imagined that Daoist Qianhe would surpass the late Zhao Shanhe in prowess. He could not fathom why he had ever favored Zhao Shanhe, secretly vowing to seize an opportunity to woo Qianhe and claim him. With this thought, Vice Minister Wu chuckled, lost in the reverie of his own fantasies. Were Qianhe to discern his thoughts, he would likely dispatch him with a single, merciless blow. How outrageous it was to entertain such notions! Phew! General Long gazed at Qianhe, a flicker of fear surging within him. The aura emanating from Qianhe was akin to tumultuous ocean waves, unmistakably a force to be reckoned with. He was no fool. Within the realm of General Chao, he had witnessed the existence of extraordinary individuals. Without some measure of skill, one could hardly serve under General Chao. Could they? At this moment, he contemplated that if his subordinates failed to bring Qianhe down with gunfire, his own fate would likely be sealed. One should never underestimate these sorcerers. In an instant, they could claim lives. "General, should we open fire?" A soldier stammered nervously. Upon hearing this, General Long snapped back to reality and hastily found a slope to divert attention. Declaring open fire? No, we must first open the coffin. I need to ascertain whether there are any contraband items within. He was genuinely using the situation as an excuse to retreat, fully aware of the peril he faced. Opening the coffin? Ha! The consequences of that decision shall rest upon your shoulders. A cold smirk graced Qianhe's lips. Clearly, he had no intention of stopping them from opening the coffin if the zombies sought to emerge and wreak havoc. So be it. In the end, he would ensure that old Deng would lie down obediently, granting this old fellow a special treatment. "Oh no, we cannot open the coffin," Vice Minister Wu exclaimed in a panic. Seeing this, the seventh prince sighed in resignation. Let them proceed. Let them open it. Filled with helplessness, he signaled to the three skilled guardians, who, in turn, stepped aside to be candid. Should a confrontation arise, their lives would be at stake. Despite their formidable martial prowess, they were up against armed adversaries, and with monthly earnings in mere silver dollars, there was no need to gamble with their lives. Observing the soldiers of the Ming dynasty, they pounced forward like famished tigers, tearing through the bindings. Meanwhile, within the coffin, the royal zombie was akin to an ant on a hot griddle, anxiously deliberating whether to emerge for a blood feast. Yet he harbored a deep-seated fear of Qianhe, leaving him ensnared in a dilemma. "Old Deng, feel free to drain the blood of those who dare to open your coffin." Qianhe seemingly grasped the royal zombie's intentions and spoke without hesitation. Upon hearing Qianhe's permission, the royal zombie's heart surged with joy, thinking to himself how generous Daoist Qianhe was for understanding his current thirst for blood. How splendid! At that moment, the royal zombie felt utterly content. Several soldiers, as fierce as wolves, strode forward with eager anticipation, their lips curling into smiles. They were convinced that the coffin contained not a zombie, but treasures of gold and silver. The Manchus were indeed wealthy. Had it not been for reparations and plundering, they could have lived off their fortunes for 300 years. All these riches were extracted from the common folk. The soldiers united in their efforts to push aside the cover of the gilded coffin. As the cover of the coffin was lifted, a cloud of dark, inky gas wafted out like a sinister fog. Witnessing this chilling corpse chi, the four from the southeast, southwest, northeast, and northwest instinctively recoiled, much like startled birds. This corpse chi was akin to a lethal poison, to be avoided at all costs, lest they succumb to its deadly effects. Though they possessed the means to dispel the corpse poison, why not evade it altogether? Meanwhile, Qianhe stood with his hands clasped behind his back, exuding an air of nonchalance, impervious to the noxious fumes. The soldiers, however, were blissfully unaware of the impending danger until they caught a whiff of the foul stench, at which point they instinctively covered their noses. Alas, it was too late. They had already inhaled the corpse chi and were now tainted by its poison. Even if the royal zombie refrained from biting them, they too would succumb to the transformation into mindless zombies. If you enjoy this, 5 stars are appreciated. Support with a free expression of affection. Chapter 58. Arriving at the capital. At this moment, the royal zombie's countenance was ashen. Enveloped by the swirling corpse chi, its fangs protruding like sharp daggers, clad in tattered yet opulent funeral garb from the Qing dynasty. This funeral attire had been tattered during their first encounter with Qianhe, subsequently further damaged by Qianhe's talismans and glutinous rice. The zombie's body was stiff as iron, rendering any change of clothing impossible. Furthermore, they dared not replace the zombie's garments, resulting in its current disheveled state. The royal zombie slowly opened its eyes, a glint of bloodthirst akin to a starving wolf gleaming within. Before the soldiers could regain their senses, it leaped forth from the gilded coffin like an arrow released from a bow, its hands grasping the nearest soldier's neck with a vice-like grip of iron. The soldier's eyes widened in terror, and his throat emitted gurgling sounds as the royal zombie, akin to a ravenous tiger, dragged him close and began to greedily feast upon him. The soldier soon deflated like a punctured balloon, devoid of breath. The remaining soldiers were paralyzed with horror, frantically raising their rifles to shoot. However, the bullets merely sparked harmlessly against the royal zombie, failing to inflict any damage whatsoever. Witnessing this scene, General Long was struck with sheer terror, having initially believed the coffin contained mountains of gold, only to confront the fearsome specter of a zombie. "Quick, run!" General Long shouted hoarsely, then turned and fled like a startled horse, disregarding the lives of those around him. The royal zombie unleashed a blood-curdling roar as it lunged toward the soldier who had opened its coffin. Cries of despair echoed as it feasted upon its prey. It refrained from pursuing General Long, for Qianhe had stipulated that only those who opened its coffin could become its quarry. Thus, it obediently adhered to this command, not wishing to incur the wrath of its master. The deaths of the Inyang corpse and the bronze-armored corpse before it were fresh in its memory. Their fates were gruesome, having been torn asunder or cleaved into pieces before being reduced to ash. The mere thought was terrifying. Who, indeed, was the true harbinger of horror? Upon witnessing the demise of the soldiers who had dared to open its coffin, the royal zombie savored the blood upon its lips. Its gaze, now eagle-like, drifted toward the remaining onlookers. Yet it dared not overstep its bounds. Instead, it returned to the gilded coffin, feeling as though something was amiss that a sudden epiphany struck. It was the coffin lid, rising once more. It donned a peculiar smile that was both welcoming and unsettling, then picked up the lid from the ground, carefully placing it over the coffin as it reclined within. This scene unfolded with grace, leaving the seventh prince and Vice Minister Wu gaping in astonishment. They had anticipated a violent outburst from their master, yet this was the outcome. Ah, old Deng is truly impressive. Thankfully, he did not bite us. Vice Minister Wu exclaimed, patting his chest in feigned astonishment. He had initially intended to praise their master, but instead recognized Qianhe as perspective. Old Deng was indeed more fitting. Qianhe regarded Vice Minister Wu with a bemused expression but refrained from commenting. Within the coffin, the royal zombie mused about its desire to emerge and devour this Vice Minister Wu. How dare he refer to it as Old Deng? It was inconceivable that such a title was intended as a mark of respect. Qianhe's words were but trickery to deceive the undead. "Enough. Let us continue our journey." At that moment, Qianhe spoke up. In any case, once the matter was concluded, they had to depart to avoid being ambushed again by the formidable General Long. Without Long's interception, they galloped forth like wild horses, continuing their journey northward. This time, their travels were remarkably smooth, as if they were under the protection of divine beings, with no one daring to obstruct their passage. The distance between them and the capital seemed to shrink to mere inches. After enduring a day and a night of arduous travel, they finally arrived at the capital. Upon reaching the capital, Deputy Minister Wu informed the guards at the city gate, and the gates swung open slowly, obediently like a child. This capital was undeniably the heartland of the Qing dynasty, firmly under the control of the imperial court. This was a stark contrast to Qianhe's previous understanding of the Republican world. Yes, soon as they stepped through the city gates, the cacophony enveloped them like a surging tide. The streets were teeming with people. Rickshaw pullers dashed by like arrows, their passengers a mix of modern women clad in kipayos and men in traditional long gowns. The calls of street vendors rose and fell in a lively symphony. Sugar figurines glimmered enticingly in the sunlight, resembling clusters of dazzling pearls. The bright red candied hawthorns looked like strings of blazing flames, a sight to behold. Qianhe curiously surveyed his surroundings. After all, this Republican capital was a novelty to him. However, upon seeing a group of whip-wielding men, an unusual emotion surged within him. Yet he remained silent. In that era, one could either be a Taoist priest or a monk without the need for a queue. But otherwise, one had to keep it. Failure to do so could lead to dire consequences. The choice was between keeping the queue or the head. When the Qing army entered the realm, countless Han people were executed for their haircuts, resulting in rivers of blood and severed heads. Chapter 59, Arrival in the Capital, Rewards Distributed. Deputy Minister Wu trailed closely behind the 71st Prince, akin to a loyal dog, urging others to keep pace and not fall behind. The 71st Prince was exuberant, glancing around as if he were an eagle poised to take flight. He understood that he was on the verge of inheriting his uncle's throne, a matter of great honor and responsibility. Others on the road also took notice of them, particularly the golden coffin, which drew curious onlookers. However, they dared not meddle, as their attire indicated they were members of the royal family and nobility. Not to be trifled with. You all shall remain here, and ensure the coffin of old Deng is well guarded. Should there be the slightest mishap, you will report to the emperor, and it will cost you your heads. Deputy Minister Wu admonished the Qing soldiers sternly. These soldiers, already weary from their escort, wished to rest momentarily, but did not dare voice their complaints upon seeing Wu's severity, promptly acquiescing without a hint of dissent. They were acutely aware that they had no fortune to meet the emperor, so it was better to remain humble and safe. For ordinary citizens, the opportunity to see the emperor was a source of great joy. 71st Prince, let us first freshen up before meeting the emperor, Deputy Minister Wu said, his face beaming like blooming spring flowers as he looked at the 71st Prince. The prince nodded slightly in agreement. Recognizing that appearing before the emperor in such a disheveled state would be improper, they subsequently sought a relay station to rest temporarily. However, Deputy Minister Wu turned to Qianhe and said, "Qianhe Daoist, this time you must accompany us to meet the emperor." Upon hearing this, Qianhe shook his head, contemplating that he must decline the title of the court's Taoist priest and no longer serve the court. "No, I shall not go. Here is my resignation letter. Please present it to the emperor," Qianhe said indifferently, handing over a pre-prepared letter. Deputy Minister Wu's eyes widened in astonishment. "What, Qianhe Daoist? You are resigning?" "Indeed," Qianhe replied coolly. He recalled that when he was introduced years ago, he had indeed met the emperor and the empress dowager at that time. The emperor was Guangxu, and the dowager empress was the Cixi. Now, however, both Guangxu and Cixi were deceased, and the throne was occupied by a young emperor. Although he was a young emperor, there was a regent in power. At this thought, Qianhe's pupils constricted sharply. Could Cixi be concealed within that underground palace? Qianhe's expression grew grave, as if shrouded by a layer of frost. He was well aware of the plot involving the zombie Taoist. Cixi commanded a terrifying army of corpses, the horror of which was beyond imagination. The portrayal in films was merely that, a film. The present reality was far more perilous. If he were to confront the undying Cixi and her formidable zombie general, it would indeed be a peak confrontation. Qianhe pondered inwardly, his expression increasingly solemn. While he was powerful now, he would not be so presumptuous as to challenge the immortal Cixi. The realm of zombies consisted of various levels: purple zombies, white zombies, green zombies, jumping zombies, black zombies, hairy zombies, flying zombies, wandering corpses, lying corpses, and the indestructible bones. Enough, there's no need to dwell on this. Qianhe shook his head, gazing into the distance. At this moment, Deputy Minister Wu spoke. "Very well, I shall inform His Majesty." He took Qianhe's resignation letter, A.S. Wu, and the others departed. Qianhe made his way to the relay station to rest with his companions. Upon entering the relay station, a system notification chimed. "Ding! Congratulations to host Qianhe for escorting the royal prince back to the capital. Task reward: title of Vanguard of the Daoist Altar, General of Maoshan." Hearing this reward, Qianhe felt elated. In the next instant, he radiated with brilliant light in the room. Indeed, 8 grand characters appeared above his head. Vanguard of the Daoist Altar, General of Maoshan. The golden letters were strikingly prominent. "What on earth?" Qianhe exclaimed, quickly closing the system interface. Upon equipping the title, Qianhe felt a significant change within himself. Title of Vanguard of the Daoist Altar, General of Maoshan. Once equipped, one's magical power and attack power are doubled, and all malevolent spirits and demons automatically fear you by 3 parts. Qianhe glanced at the title attributes, his eyes brightening with excitement. "What a splendid treasure! Truly splendid!" he exclaimed. The attributes of this title were indeed worthy of its name. He opened the attribute panel. Host: Zhongfabai, Daoist name. Qianhe, Daoist title. Vanguard of the Daoist Altar, General of Maoshan realm. Peak of Earth Master, Daoist body. innate Daoist body, cultivation method, Huangting scripture. Shangqing de Dao scripture items, centenary thunderstruck peach wood sword, talisman copy machine skills, dominant body, divine ghost 7 kills technique, second form, golden light divine spell, Maoshan Daoist arts, perfect spirit summoning technique. Click to view other divine skills. Systems comprehensive evaluation. In this world, you, a man who engages in peak confrontations, are merely a weakling that if you wish to walk arrogantly, you must first reach the tribulation period. Chapter 60. The awakening of zombies. Qianhe regarded the final remark with indifference. Thinking, how dare they call him a weakling, he resolutely closed the system. This moment, he had no desire to read that last line, feeling it was a complete insult. Yet he was pleased. His inventory was brimming with treasures, skills, and magical arts aplenty. He felt utterly invincible. After 2 days of recuperation, Qianhe led the 4 companions, Dong, Nan, Shi, and Bei, on their journey southward. Of course, they had to return to Maoshan. After all, Shijian had already sent word regarding Wu Yong's matter. Qianhe would not shrink back in fear. He had to clarify the situation. After all, the fault lay with Wu Yong, not with him. They pressed onward, passing through a town to replenish their supplies before continuing their journey without pause. "Master, is there any issue with the Grand Master?" A Dong inquired anxiously, worry etched across his face. After all, the Grand Master was renowned, and he would not tolerate any misdeeds. Moreover, their master had recently incapacitated Wu Yong, raising suspicions of infighting among their sect. That a Dong was genuinely concerned for his master. Do not fret. Even if it reaches the sect leader, Wu Yong is at fault. Qianhe replied, a confident smile gracing his lips, reassuring his disciple. Although the other disciples found his reasoning sound, they still felt a nagging unease. This moment, the 4 of them sat in the wagon, making their way slowly through the desolate wilderness. However, an eerie aura of death permeated the road. Zombie energy. Why are zombies appearing again? Qianhe furrowed his brow, his gaze sharp as he focused intently ahead. Master, what is happening? A chilling aura of death enveloped the atmosphere, and it was unmistakably that of a zombie. I detected the morbid presence wafting through the air. It is a black zombie. Qianhe spoke with an air of calmness, instructing his disciples to halt the carriage while he alighted to ascertain the source. A black zombie? Merely a trifling nuisance. Not only he, but even his previous incarnation could easily handle such a creature. However, the peculiar essence he sensed prompted him to investigate further. The 4 disciples, whose abilities were somewhat lacking, struggled to perceive the anomaly. Yet, given their master's assertion of a zombie's presence, they accepted it without question. They promptly dismounted the carriage, eager to follow suit. In the distance, they espied a land temple. Before this temple, the flowers, grasses, and trees appeared as if blighted by frost, their vitality drained away. Even the statue within the temple leaned precariously, as if the very essence of the zombie had terrified it into a state of disarray, clearly indicating that the zombie's aura instilled fear even in the deity of the land. Master, observe, the flora before the land temple has withered completely, Anan exclaimed, pointing towards the desolate vegetation. Qianhe crouched down, grasping a handful of grass for examination. Master, what could be the cause of this? How strange. Normally, such a phenomenon would not occur. Could this zombie possess intelligence? Otherwise, how could the land temple be in such a state? Qianhe leaned closer to inspect the temple and subsequently reached a conclusion. Master, should we venture forth to investigate? Very well. It is on our way. Qianhe nodded in assent and reboarded the carriage. His curiosity about this particular zombie was piqued. It was remarkable that a mere black zombie could exert such influence. The 5 of them continued their journey, and after traversing several miles, a town came into view. The sign at the entrance read, Su Family Town. Though it was severely weathered, resembling an elderly figure whose vitality had waned, silently recounting tales of its former glory, as Qianhe and his companions stepped into the town, they were met with rows of dilapidated houses, their walls resembling the weathered countenance of an old man, mottled and cracked. The doors and windows resembled defeated soldiers, battered and broken, as if sharing the stories of their once vibrant past. The streets were overrun with weeds, strewn with stones, resembling a desolate wasteland where human presence was nearly non-existent. The only sounds were the occasional gusts of wind and distant birdsong, striving to shatter the oppressive silence. What a decrepit town. Master, could such a ruined place truly harbor zombies? Abe inquired tentatively. Indeed, should not zombies prefer areas with higher populations? In such a desolate locale, what blood could they possibly procure? Axie echoed the sentiment. Zombies typically sought out bustling places to feed. This town, in its dilapidation, clearly indicated a lack of inhabitants. Without people, how could zombies possibly linger here? Some zombies may have attained a semblance of intelligence, recognizing the need to avoid detection by exorcists. They would rather seek out a forsaken town like this to absorb the essence of the moonlight and enhance their own power. Qianhe explained to his 4 disciples, who found merit in his reasoning. Indeed, if they were to absorb the essence of the moon, it would make sense for zombies to favor such an environment. With minimal further discussion, they advanced, surveying their surroundings. Alas, the hour was late. Let us take a brief respite in this town, Qianhe declared, promptly dismounting the carriage and striding purposefully ahead. They were keen to observe whether any zombies might be hiding, but upon reflection, they decided it would be wiser to allow the zombies to come to them. Having made this decision, Qianhe lost interest in seeking out the zombies. The 4 disciples followed closely behind, the carriage trailing slowly. They soon located a relatively intact dwelling to settle in. They paid little heed to the house's dilapidation, as they had no intention of intruding upon others for rest. The 4 disciples ignited a fire, while Qianhe sat nearby, closing his eyes to meditate. With his innate Tao body, his cultivation yielded greater rewards. Time slipped away like a fleeting shadow as the 4 disciples immersed themselves in their training. Now armed with the haunting scripture, they were compelled to exert themselves diligently, lest they rely too heavily on their master's elixirs. As midnight approached, a faint sound reached Qianhe's ears. Though barely audible, it was unmistakable. Someone was stealthily entering the vicinity. However, the intruder was not approaching their room, but rather another. Awakening from his meditation, Qianhe rose abruptly, peering toward the adjacent room. Who would come to this town at such an hour? Surely, if they intended to stay the night, they need not tread so cautiously. Qianhe extended his senses, pondering the situation. As expected, a group was making its way toward the neighboring abode. Had they passed by Qianhe's room, they would have surely glimpsed the carriage. Unfortunately, they did not dot a T that moment. The trio next door were in search of a small zombie. This little zombie had been born at the hour of the tiger on a day of the tiger in the month of the tiger. Originally human, it had been cruelly transformed into a zombie by them. Their intention was to cultivate it into a terrifying corpse infant. That a corpse infant is even more horrifying than a demon infant or a ghost infant. That a demon infant is born of a mother's resentment from multiple abortions. A ghost infant results from a stillborn birth, unable to live, thus becoming a ghost. In contrast, a corpse infant is a living human being forcibly transformed into a zombie, but it must be a child, only a few years old. That is what constitutes a corpse infant. How strange, how could it be lost? I distinctly hit it nearby. A man's voice suddenly erupted, akin to thunder, jolting the 4 disciples from their slumber. Upon receiving a look from their master, they immediately fell silent, stealthily following his lead and straining to listen to the commotion next door. Indeed, I recall it being here. We had agreed to cultivate it together. Had it not been for you 2 sneaking off to practice on your own, it would not have come to this, the man exclaimed, throwing a couple of punches at the 2 individuals in front of him. This man was a Daoist from Laozhan, and the 2 opposite him were members of the corpse refining sect. Originally, the 3 had planned to jointly cultivate the small zombie into a corpse infant to control it together. However, the 2 members of the corpse refining sect had acted secretly, leading to the current predicament. The Laozhan sect is a branch of the Chuanjin Longmen sect. The next moment, the room next door erupted in a flurry of curses, clearly indicating that the situation had escalated. Damn it! How dare you accuse me of secretly refining? If it weren't for your stinking Daoist methods meddling with the small zombie, why would we need to resort to such tricks? Go to hell! Who is it that has been refining in secret? You corpse-refining brats are not fit to conspire, the Laozhan disciple, Sun Zhong, retorted vehemently. Following this, the The two malevolent practitioners for the corpse refining sect joined forces to confront Sun Zhong from the Laozhan sect. Meanwhile, Qianhe, eavesdropping from the sidelines, furrowed his brow, a small zombie, still to be refined. Qianhe's pupils dilated suddenly, as if a realization struck him. Ordinarily, for a zombie to be refined anew, it would have to be transformed into a demon. Yet judging by their demeanor, they clearly lacked such capability. Qianhe was entirely unaware of the machinations at play. What he did not know was that a corpse infant must be cultivated from zombie. It could be said that Qianhe was not well versed in the ways of corpse refining and had scant knowledge of such techniques. Hearing the sounds of a scuffle emanating from the next room, Axie inquired, "Master, they seem to be refining a small zombie. From their appearance, they must be malevolent practitioners. Should we not intervene for the sake of the innocent? Indeed, it is our duty as cultivators to vanquish evil." Qianhe nodded in affirmation. However, at that moment, a dense aura of death filled the air. This deathly essence swirled like thick smoke, obscuring the sky. "Strange, this aura feels off. Zombie approaches," Qianhe whispered, then gracefully leapt onto the roof beside him. The four disciples, witnessing this, also sprang onto the roof like swift swallows. Together, they raised their gazes, their eyes shining with intensity. Fixated on the entrance of the town, that moment, two figures appeared at the town's threshold. One large and one small, akin to a father and son. Yet both were leaping through the night sky, evidently approaching their direction. The small zombie's leaps matched those of the larger one, however, the overwhelming aura of death emanating from the larger zombie was suffocating. This zombie had reached the level of a fur zombie. Meanwhile, the smaller zombie exuded a chilling presence, akin to a specter in the darkness, having attained the status of a black zombie. This mere small zombie possessed the strength of a black zombie. It appears that the so-called little zombie they mentioned is indeed him. But what is the situation with that furry zombie? Qianhe remarked, gazing intently at the two figures at the entrance of the town. The four from the southeast, southwest, northeast, and northwest also lifted their heads to witness the scene. "Master, could the little zombie they refer to possibly be that one?" Adong pointed towards the distant little zombie that was bouncing towards them. His face filled with skepticism that it should be. Let us refrain from speaking for now and hold our breath, observing silently. "All right, Master." The five of them focused their gaze on the distance, and, as the zombie drew near, they collectively held their breath. In that moment of breath holding, the zombie became akin to a headless fly, entirely oblivious to their presence. "Lower your heads." The eyes of the furry zombie, resembling copper bells, were spinning wildly. Capable of seeing humans, Qianhe, with keen eyesight, promptly noticed the furry zombie's darting pupils and hurriedly lowered his voice to warn his disciples. Upon hearing this, the four from the southeast, southwest, northeast, and northwest hastily bowed their heads, soon finding their line of sight obscured by the height of the buildings. At this very moment, the furry zombie was leaping about with an air of dominance, having taken a son under his wing in the desolate wilderness. He had come seeking vengeance for his adoptive child. He had no other inclination but an unwavering affection for his son. However, at this moment, the furry zombie was filled with doubt. He could distinctly sense the presence of 8 individuals from afar. Yet, upon nearing, only 3 remained. His eyes spun like a scanner, surveying the surroundings. Yet, no matter how he scanned, he could not glimpse the shadows of the others, nor could he detect the presence of the other 5. Currently, he could only perceive the remaining 3, namely the Laojun Daoist and 2 members of the corpse refining sect. Apart from relying on sight, zombies primarily utilize the scent left behind by human breathing for perception. Yet the 4 from the southeast, southwest, northeast, and Qianhe were all cultivators. Even holding their breath for several dozen minutes was merely a trivial feat. The character of Jiu Shu in the film Mr. Zombie could not hold his breath for long due to the demands of the plot. In reality, for Qianhe, holding his breath for an hour would be a walk in the park. The 4 from the southeast, southwest, northeast remained silent. They noted the sudden cessation of the leaping sounds, clearly indicating that the zombie was searching for its target. They were not like Qiusheng Wenkai, who would curiously lift their heads to take a look. Just then, after scrutinizing for a while without any findings, the furry zombie proceeded directly toward the dwelling of the Laojun Daoist and the 3 members of the corpse-refining sect. However, as the 2 zombies drew closer, the horses attached to Qianhe's cart suddenly erupted in a fit of terror. This commotion startled the 3 next door. "What's that noise?" "The stench of corpses." The 3 instantly widened their eyes. "Not good, it's the furry zombie," the trio shouted in unison. In the next moment, their gazes collided like lightning, each harboring a singular thought: run. Yet before they could utter the word run, they witnessed the horse next door being gruesomely bitten to death. Qianhe, witnessing this scene, cursed vehemently. "Damn it, my horse! If I don't avenge you 2 zombies for killing my horse, I shall not bear the surname Zhong." At the very instant the horse was slain, the 2 zombies leapt through the wall like phantoms. The dilapidated wall was immediately punctured by 2 horrifying holes, and the next second, the ghastly visages of the 2 zombies materialized before them. The furry zombie emanated a nauseating stench of decay, its towering figure resembling a towering mountain, exceeding 2 meters in height. Its skin exhibited a strange bluish-gray hue, akin to rotting flesh soaked in water for an extended period. Swollen and glistening, its eyes flickered with a ghostly green light, resembling eerie will-o'-the-wisps, chilling and terrifying, with elongated fangs protruding like blades, still stained with the remnants of blood freshly drawn from the horse. Draped in a tattered Daoist robe, it bore the remnants of its former life as a Daoist priest, once the protector of this decrepit town. Yet, due to the town's increasing desolation and the breath it held before death, it ultimately transformed into a zombie. The reason it held its breath was that the dwindling population of the town rendered it incapable of wielding its Daoist powers, leading to a despairing end. At this moment, the tattered fabric of the zombie resembled a remnant of time, flapping like a spirit-calling banner with every leap it took. Qianhe declared, "My combat strength is 6,500, while yours is a mere 5. The royal zombie responded, "Ah, Qianhe isnt on the opposite side. Haha, leave Zhuge and Fu to me." Chapter 63. Furry Zombie, the Zombie Daoist upon witnessing the appearance of the zombie. Qianhe merely shook his head gently, musing to himself, "This Daoist robe zombie is unfamiliar. It must not be the same as the zombies I've seen in films." Indeed, during the Republic of China era, zombies were rampant, and there were many terrifying variations. How could they all resemble the zombies I know? Qianhe silently complained within. Simultaneously, he comprehended why he sensed such an unusual aura of death from the outskirts of the town. It turned out that the Daoist had transformed into a zombie. This truly is a zombie Daoist. No wonder the plants and trees before the earth deity's shrine have withered. After realizing this, Qianhe chose silence, opting to observe the unfolding events. The 4 from the southeast, southwest, northeast also witnessed the emergence of the 2 zombies, and at this moment, the furry zombie ceased its search for the 5 of them, instead focusing on the location of the 3 across from them. They could clearly see the appearance of the little zombie, which appeared somewhat adorably naive, standing merely at the knee of the furry zombie. Its body frail and emaciated, resembling a tiny skeleton encased in a layer of gossamer thin human skin. Its face resembled a mask made of pale paper, devoid of expression, save for its pair of dark, hollow eyes exuding an eerie aura on its head. It wore a small, tilted melon-shaped hat, with a slender braid trailing behind like a lively serpent, bouncing as it closely followed the furry zombie, occasionally emitting low, guttural growls as if conveying some message to it. In truth, it was communicating with the furry zombie, indicating, "Godfather, those 3 people are over there, roar." The furry zombie let out a roar, signaling its understanding and readiness to take action. "Damn it, don't run. Let us combine our strength. Otherwise, we'll all perish. You think you can outrun the furry zombie?" The Laojun Daoist son Zhong cursed at the 2 upon hearing this. The 2 immediately regained their senses. Indeed, if they ran, they wouldn't be able to outrun the furry zombie. If the furry zombie truly pursued them, it could leap 7 to 8 meters in a bound at such speed. Would they be able to escape? Seeing the 3 stop, the furry zombie was the first to launch an attack, its massive form leaping into the air, casting a dark shadow as it swiftly closed the distance between itself and the 3 Daoists. Damn, Laojun Daoist son Zhong was taken aback. He hadn't anticipated this zombie to be so cunning. Before they could make a move, it had already struck. Attack! Don't just stand there. Sun Zhong drew his golden money sword and thrust it forward. With the command to attack, the two members of the corpse refining sect swiftly took their positions, chanting incantations, their peachwood swords glowing faintly. Although they specialized in refining corpses, they were also capable of dealing with zombies. If they couldn't handle them, what would become of them during the corpse refinement process when a zombie unexpectedly arose? However, the furry zombie showed no fear, charging forward while swinging its arms. A loud crack echoed as the furry zombie collided with the golden money sword and the peachwood sword. The golden money sword shattered, and the peachwood sword splintered. Hiss, the furry zombie is at its peak. Lao Jun Daoist exclaimed in astonishment. Boundless heavens and earth, borrowing the power of Lao Jun. The Lao Jun Daoist, realizing the gravity of the situation, bit his tongue to draw blood and began drawing symbols with his hand. In the next moment, a thunder talisman appeared in his palm. The Lao Jun Daoist pressed it forward with determination. In an instant, a terrifying surge of lightning erupted, unleashing a powerful current directed at the furry zombie. Boom! Sparks erupted from the furry zombie's body, and the residual force of the strike sent leaves swirling through the air. The two remaining members of the corpse refining sect displayed expressions of dread. They took out their corpse refining talismans, intending to attempt to refine the furry zombie directly. Yet, the furry zombie possessed intelligence. Although it was slightly injured by the strike, it seized the opportunity to grab one of the individuals by the shoulder and with a forceful tug. The Daoist let out a shriek before falling lifeless. IT was then tossed at the feet of the little zombie, a gift for its adoptive child to feast upon. The remaining two were stricken with terror at the sight, and Sun Zhong steeled himself, turning to the other Daoist from the corpse refining sect, Lao Su, and exclaimed, "Do you want to refine a corpse or not?" Su Shan was puzzled before he could inquire further. The furry zombie suddenly appeared before him. This sight startled him. Meanwhile, upon witnessing this, Lao Jun Daoist's son, Zhong swiftly activated a movement talisman to flee. Seeing Sun Zhong betray his companions, Bei looked on with disdain. How could the Lao Jun Daoist still salvage the situation after abandoning his allies to escape? It seems they weren't true allies after all. Right, it appears to be a cooperative relationship, while the four individuals from the southeast, southwest, northeast, and northwest were engaged in idle chatter. They were suddenly discovered by Mao Jiang and the little zombie. Hey Jiang, that moment, Qianhe descended from the rooftop, her expression serene and unfazed. What a disgrace. In life, she was a Taoist priestess, safeguarding the local populace. Yet in death, she had become a zombie. Upon hearing Qianhe's words, the robed zombie's countenance shifted. Observing this, Qianhe provocatively inquired, "You, my young fellow, must have transformed yourself into a zombie. Am I correct? It seems you possess some degree of intelligence." With a fierce roar, Mao Jiang responded. Qianhe, however, understood his corpse language perfectly. Indeed, she was right. Chapter 64. The southeast and northwest confront He Jiang upon receiving the accurate response. Qianhe stood with her hands clasped behind her back, resembling an imposing iceberg, her face devoid of emotion. It appears you are unwilling to simply fade away, having resorted to such unorthodox methods to forge your own zombie form, all while retaining your memories. Moreover, judging by your appearance, you must have caused considerable harm to many innocents, and today, I shall not grant you a path to survival. Mao Jiang scoffed disdainfully. What do you know? I saved them, yet they refuse to acknowledge my kindness. They deserve to die. His corpse language echoed once more, reminiscent of the chilling cries of a night owl, sending shivers down the spines of those who heard it. Qianhe remained unmoved, producing hundreds of talismans from her system bag as if conjured by magic. Your path has diverged. Allow me to demonstrate my talismanic sea tactics with an air of indifference. Qianhe unleashed the hundreds of talismans, which swarmed towards Mao Jiang like a disturbed hive of bees. Mao Jiang's face paled in shock. He had never anticipated that this cunning old fox would unleash such a multitude of talismans in one go. The sheer quantity of talismans threatened his very existence. In a desperate attempt to evade them, Mao Jiang leaped backward, but his reflexes proved too sluggish. As the talismans closed in, he was struck by the onslaught, causing his realm to plummet from the pinnacle of Mao Jiang to that of He Jiang. with a heart-wrenching scream that echoed like the wails of tormented souls from the depths of hell. Mao Jiang fell from grace. The little zombie, sensing the impending doom, scurried away like a frightened rabbit, fully aware that the elder he had allied with stood no chance against the red-robed Daoist. If not now, then when? The four from the southeast and northwest wasted no time and sprang into action. Their demon-binding ropes coiled around the little zombie like a serpent striking its prey. Without mercy, Abe thrust his peach-wood sword like a streak of lightning. The little zombie emitted a blood-curdling scream and perished in an instant. Yet this little zombie was no innocent. His true intent was to incite a war between Mao Jiang and the zombies. Hoping to reap the benefits and enhance his own power, witnessing the little zombie's tragic demise, the larger zombie let out an enraged roar that resonated like thunder. "Master, leave this hate Jiang to us," Adong declared loudly. Qianhe nodded slightly in agreement. After all, the four from the southeast and northwest needed real combat experience to grow stronger. Moreover, his system showed no response, indicating that this zombie was too lowly to trigger any tasks. It was merely a chance for the four to hone their skills. Adong surged forward like an arrow released from its bow, wielding his peach-wood sword that glimmered ominously, striking directly at He Jiang's face. He Jiang evaded with a ghostly sidestep, sweeping his arm to unleash a wave of putrid stench that surged towards Adong like a tidal wave. That Adong swiftly pivoted, retreating like a cunning rabbit. At that moment, Anan brandished fire talismans, which danced like butterflies as he formed seals. Chanting incantations, a fiery dragon erupted from his palm, roaring towards He Jiang's back. Yet, He Jiang, seemingly with eyes on his back, spun around fiercely, his claws grasping at the flames and extinguishing them with brute force. Anan narrowed his eyes, contemplating. A typical He Jiang would not possess such prowess. Alone, we would surely be no match for it. However, united as a quartet, we might stand a fighting chance. This He Jiang evidently possessed a measure of intelligence. Although he had been forced back, he was by no means a soft target in its peak state. This He Jiang resembled the formidable figure of Ren Lao Yi upon rising from the dead, having absorbed Ren Fa's blood, reaching Mao Zhang's pinnacle. Seeing his two senior brothers engage, she seized the opportunity to unleash countless corpse-binding talismans, which spun rapidly through the air, transforming into dazzling golden beams, raining down upon He Jiang. The sight caused the corner of He Jiang's mouth to twitch in irritation. Your master may be adept at talismanic sea tactics, but you little brat are merely jumping on the bandwagon. Are you all so affluent that you can squander resources? In that moment of distraction, He Jiang failed to evade, allowing a talisman to adhere to its forehead, causing its body to tremble as if struck by lightning. Its movements becoming sluggish. Abe, strike at its center now. Understood. Abe capitalized on the opportunity, raising his peach-wood sword high and driving it forcefully into He Jiang's chest. He Jiang roared in fury, erupting with strength akin to a volcanic explosion, shattering the corpse-binding talisman affixed to its forehead. This talisman had been meticulously crafted by the four from the southeast and northwest, not drawn by Qianhe herself. Otherwise, it would have long been immobilized. Enraged, He Jiang gripped Abe's wrist with a vice-like grip. "Brother, save me!" Abe cried out in desperation. Observing this, Adong swung his peach-wood sword with the ferocity of a tempest, cleaving towards He Jiang's arm, causing the creature to recoil in pain and release Abe. Chapter 65. Mao Shan, use the demon-binding ropes. Indeed, Anan and she exerted their strength simultaneously, hurling the demon-binding ropes with the ferocity of a dragon emerging from the sea, ensnaring He Jiang tightly. Seeing He Jiang bound, the group felt exhilarated, a perfect opportunity. Witness our talismanic sea tactics. With a flurry, countless yellow talismans soared through the sky like a swarm of locusts. He Jiang expelled a cloud of foul air, clearly indicating the force of the attack was tremendous enough to inflict severe damage. At that moment, He Jiang was momentarily frozen, and then struck by Adong and Abe's talismanic sea tactics, finally collapsing to the ground. The four from the southeast and northwest exchanged knowing smiles. Through this battle, their teamwork had become more harmonious. Yet, He Jiang was not yet slain. Their damage had not sufficed to deliver a fatal blow. In the later stages, a Taoist priest was merely comparable to a green zombie or a jumping zombie. Their quartet's ability to inflict heavy damage was already commendable. Fortunately, Uncle Gio had not witnessed this. Otherwise, he would surely be envious. This was precisely the disciple Lin Fengjiao had desired. As the four brothers approached the still-breathing He Jiang, they simultaneously plunged their peach-wood swords into its heart. Roar! He Jiang emitted one final, anguished roar, before collapsing lifelessly, its corpse energy extinguished, never to rise again. With the destruction of its corpse heart, the energy could no longer circulate, marking the end of this zombie. The four from the southeast and northwest, witnessing this, hastily produced fire talismans, incinerating both the zombie Taoist and the little zombie, of course. They also took the opportunity to burn the two disciples of the corpse refinement sect, who had also been bitten by zombies. Once the matter was resolved, they prepared to rest. Qianhe suddenly recalled something and remarked, do remember to burn the horse as well, lest it transform into a horse zombie. Yes, master, the four from the southeast and northwest responded in unison, rushing off to incinerate the horse. With the situation resolved, the five of them continued their cultivation throughout the night, by the break of dawn. Qianhe led her disciples southward once more. They needed to return to Maoshan to discuss with Shi Jian how to address the issue of Qianhe's diminished cultivation as they traversed the rugged terrain. They finally caught sight of Maoshan's silhouette in the distance. The mountain was shrouded in mist, the familiar Taoist temple complex appearing like a mirage at that moment. They stood at the foot of Maoshan. At the base lay a town named Maoshan, while the mountain itself towered above. The history of Maoshan can be traced back to the Western Han Dynasty when the three brothers, Mao Ying, Mao Gu, and Mao Zhong, achieved immortality here, thus earning the name Maoshan. Since then, Maoshan has gradually become a significant sacred site in Taoism, attracting numerous Taoist practitioners for cultivation. Throughout the development of Taoism, many renowned Taoists and sects have emerged from Maoshan, such as the Shanqing sect and Lingbao sect. Master, we have arrived at Maoshan. Indeed, let us ascend the mountain. Qianhe nodded, casting a glance at Maoshan. The group hastened their pace, moving like shooting stars racing across the sky. Arriving at the mountain gate, the young Taoist guarding the entrance, upon seeing Qianhe and her entourage, reacted as though he had encountered a rare treasure, bowing deeply with utmost respect. Qianhe's reputation shone brightly, both in the realm of Taoism and at Maoshan, like the most radiant star in the night sky. Uncle Qianhe, exclaimed the young gatekeeper, his voice brimming with admiration. Qianhe's lips curled into a gentle smile. As warm as the spring breeze. Greetings, brothers from the southeast and northwest. Greetings to you as well, junior brother. After exchanging greetings, Qianhe strode forward like a leading goose, guiding the group from all directions towards the Grand Hall of Maoshan with an air of confidence. Upon arriving at the Grand Hall, the sect leader and the senior disciple, Shi Jian, were engaged in a lively conversation. Without hesitation, Qianhe instructed the gatekeeper disciple to announce their presence and then entered boldly. Sect leader, senior brother, Master Uncle Qianhe has arrived. The two, still engrossed in their discussion, raised their eyebrows at the disciple's announcement. Let him in. Yes. Shortly after, the disciple ushered Qianhe and the others in one by one. Shi Jian's expression turned frosty, his gaze akin to a biting winter wind, sweeping over Qianhe and his disciples. Qianhe stepped forward, gracefully executing a gesture of respect with a sword finger. The gesture held above his head for the sect leader, but not necessary for Shi Jian, as they were of the same generation. Sect leader, senior brother. The sect leader nodded silently, while Shi Jian let out a cold snort, his voice resonating like thunder in winter. Humph. Junior brother Qianhe, do you know the gravity of your transgression? I do not, do you not? You have crippled Wu Yang's cultivation, which is tantamount to harming a fellow disciple, raising suspicions of internecine conflict. Upon hearing this, a hint of disdainful laughter curled at the corners of Qianhe's mouth. When you face Lin Fengjiao in the future, I doubt you will maintain such a perspective. Chapter 66. Shi Jian interrogates Qianhe. At this moment, before Qianhe could respond, Adong could no longer contain himself and stepped forward, saying, Sect leader, senior brother, that Wu Yong is always. What are you, a mere junior, doing speaking here? Remember, this is not your place to speak. I am addressing your master. Shi Jian glared fiercely at Adong. Qianhe cast a glance at his disciple, signaling him to remain silent. In this situation, his disciple had no right to speak. Adong bowed his head. Falling silent, Qianhe, you speak. The sect leader and senior brother, Shi Jian, listened intently as Qianhe began. The events unfolded as follows. I do not wish to dwell on past grievances, but during my recent journey to transport the dead, Wu Yong obstructed me, disturbing my business, and even attempted to open the coffin, causing the corpse to rise. Unable to tolerate his actions any longer, I directly crippled his cultivation. Had I not acted, and he continued to cause chaos, it would have brought disgrace upon our Maoshan. Furthermore, I have documented all his previous misdeeds on this paper. As Qianhe spoke, he produced a sheet of paper from his robes, which seemed to carry the weight of 1,000 burdens. This paper detailed Wu Yong's prior transgressions. Upon seeing this, Shi Jian stepped forward to take a look, his expression darkening. Wu Yong. That waste. Shi Jian thought bitterly that Qianhe's explanation was so clear, invoking the honor of Mao Shan, that he felt reluctant to retaliate. After all, Qianhe was working for the court, and if he lost face, it would indeed reflect poorly on Mao Shan. At that moment, Shi Jian and the others were unaware that Qianhe had resigned from his duties. Now that the matter is clear, let it be. The sect leader waved his hand, indicating he had no desire to prolong the discussion. Yes, sect leader. Seeing the sect leader speak, Shi Jian refrained from saying more. Shi Jian, expel Wu Yong from Mao Shan. We do not require such a person. The sect leader stated matter-of-factly, as if discussing a trivial matter. Yes, Shi Jian responded. Just then, Shi Jian's face filled with astonishment, and he inwardly marveled. You have actually reached the pinnacle of the Earth Master level? Shi Jian was 12 years older than Qianhe. To teach in his age, he had also just attained the pinnacle of the Earth Master level, but he had done so utilizing Mao Shan's resources. Yet Qianhe had not. Could it be that serving the court had allowed him to return to his roots? Shi Jian narrowed his eyes. Pondering this, Shi Jian's words struck like a thunderbolt, instantly capturing the attention of the sect leader. His gaze sharpened, fixing intently on Qianhe, his pupils contracting sharply. Years ago, the reason he ascended to the position of sect leader was due to the downfall of his predecessor, Master Zhang Daoxian, whose lineage had been removed from power. What he feared most was the emergence of disciples from Master Zhang's lineage. After all, Master Zhang had taken in many disciples, and his techniques, such as the lightning thunder fist and the wooden dummy technique, had reached their zenith, surpassing even the prowess of Shi Jian's and his own lightning thunder fist. He dreaded the resurgence of Master Zhang's disciples, which was why he had expelled them from Mao Shan. Now, if Master Zhang's disciples were to rise again, it would spell trouble. Indeed, I have just recently broken through to the pinnacle of the Earth Master level. Qianhe affirmed with a nod. The four from all directions stood tall and proud, resembling four immovable mountains. This action caused both Shi Jian and the sect leader to furrow their brows in unison. Daoist, late stage, a storm of emotions surged within them. They could hardly fathom that Qianhe was so adept at teaching his disciples. Shi Jian's own son had only reached the mid-stage of the Daoist level, and that was with the aid of Mao Shan's resources. All right, Zhong Fa Bai, you must descend the mountain swiftly. The sect leader cast a wary glance at Qianhe and spoke in a low voice. He understood that Shi Jian had offspring, as he was aware of Shi Jian being his only disciple. Thus, he had turned a blind eye to Shi Jian's affairs. Otherwise, with his abilities, how could he remain oblivious? The others at Mao Shan were certainly not left in the dark. It was merely that he had covertly intervened to cover up the matter. Now, if Qianhe were to rise, should he later discover Shi Jian's secrets, both his disciple's position as senior brother and the sect leader's position would likely be in jeopardy. With this in mind, the sect leader resolved that Qianhe must be sent down the mountain. He was primarily concerned about any potential precautions left behind by Master Zhang Daoxian. However, he was evidently overthinking, as the reality was far from it. Even Qianhe's master had left no contingency plans to inform them that it could be said that Qianhe was far less scheming than the sect leader. Subsequently, Qianhe bid farewell to the sect leader and Shi Jian, then exchanged farewells with his fellow disciples before continuing on his journey down the mountain. This time, his destination was the renowned Renjia town. The village of novices in the myriad realms. I, Zhong Fa Bai, have arrived at the village of novices in the myriad realms. Qianhe gazed southward, hands in pockets, with an expression of indifference. Chapter 67. Bandits surround Rinjia town. Master, what is the village of novices in the myriad realms? Adong inquired curiously. Indeed, what kind of village is that? We have never heard of it. The four from all directions expressed their curiosity in unison. Qianhe smiled slightly. It is merely the place where dreams begin. Now, let us go meet your Master Lin. This also referred to the village chief of Rinjia town. Qianhe thought this to himself. The last time he passed through Rinjia town, he did not meet Uncle Gio, and now he had the opportunity to do so. With that, Qianhe led them toward Rinjia town. Although several hundred kilometers away, for them, moving with the aid of the Shenheng talisman, their speed was akin to a fierce wind. This time, they did not take a carriage, but rather flew directly towards Rinjia town, considering that their previous carriage had been compromised by a zombie. By the time Qianhe and his 5 disciples arrived at the outskirts of Rinjia town, night had already fallen deeply. The area was enveloped in silence, with only the occasional barking of dogs breaking the stillness. As if narrating the tranquility of the land, as they approached, the quietude felt unusual. Qianhe surveyed the surroundings, his eyes narrowing slightly. Master, should we head directly to Master Lin's ancestral hall, or rest in the town for the night? Adong inquired. There is no need to enter the town. Let us proceed directly to your Master's ancestral hall, which is guest rooms. Understood, Master. The group resumed their movement. Uncle Gio's ancestral hall was located on the outskirts of Rinjia town. Qianhe knew this from the memories of his former self, making the search relatively convenient. Just as they were about to reach Lin Fengjiao's ancestral hall, they suddenly heard the distant sound of galloping hooves approaching rapidly. Like a storm, soon, a horde of fierce-looking bandits, akin to ravenous wolves, came charging in, brandishing sharp blades and shouting war cries that echoed through the air, rushing towards the village. Bandits? It seems so. We have not encountered mountain bandits along the way. But this is the first time we face horse bandits. The four from all directions stood aghast, staring wide-eyed into the distance in the pitch-black night. The bandits had yet to notice their presence. While Qianhe and his companions observed them closely, Ding detected bandit disturbance. As a man participating in the peak competition, how can one remain idle? Mission: eliminate all bandits. Mission reward: a grand gift package. Oh, a grand gift package. I wonder what it might contain. Qianhe pondered. After all, the previous grand gift package had yielded excellent rewards. However, he did not dwell too long on it as the system's notification chimed again. Ding. Does the host accept the mission? Accept, I must accept, Qianhe resolved. Any mission involving a grand gift package would undoubtedly yield impressive rewards. Qianhe had to take it on. Bandits, Rinjia town. Could this be the beginning of the plot? Qianhe gazed into the distance, contemplating the horse bandits. Suddenly, his eyes brightened as he caught sight of the bandit queen. Indeed, it was her. Qianhe recognized a familiar face from the movies. There was no mistaking it. She was undoubtedly the bandit leader. Raising an eyebrow, he whispered, "Disciples, it seems we must lend a hand to your Master Lin." "Master, what do you mean?" came the reply. "These horse bandits intend to attack the village, and your Master Lin is tasked with safeguarding this region. It goes without saying that he must be nearby." Hearing this, the disciples from the southeast, southwest, northeast, and northwest nodded in agreement, convinced of Qianhe's reasoning. They split into 2 groups. Adong, observing the unfolding scene, shouted, "It appears they are organizing themselves. There must be 2 entrances to Rinjia town, southeast and northwest. Let us proceed." "Yes." The 4 replied in unison, brandishing their peachwood swords. Despite their seemingly fragile appearance, these swords wielded formidable power when infused with magical energy. After all, if they were truly ineffective, how could they possibly deal with zombies? With the agility of sleek leopard, Qianhe dashed forth, accompanied by his disciples, racing toward the distance. However, as they peered ahead, they were astonished to see more individuals emerging, villagers wielding hoes and farming tools, effectively trapping the horse bandits in an inescapable snare. Clearly, these were the villagers who had successfully repelled the bandits several times in recent days, thanks to the assistance of Uncle Gio. Without him, such feats would have been impossible. Tonight marked a decisive battle, as the bandits had fully encroached upon their territory, prompting Uncle Gio to rally the villagers, resulting in this scenario. Yet some bandits, as cunning as foxes, managed to break through from another side, charging toward the town like ravenous wolves. Qianhe, swift as a striking swallow, leapt into the air, soaring to a height of over 10 meters. This astonishing leap, akin to a brilliant meteor streaking across the night sky, instantly revealed the whereabouts of Qianhe and his companions. With a swift motion of his hands, Qianhe formed seals, conjuring an indomitable barrier that appeared at the town's entrance, blocking the bandits' path. The bandits, taken by surprise, collided with the barrier like headless flies, resulting in chaos. Chapter 68. Slaughter the bandits. More experts, the bandits shouted in terror as they beheld Qianhe gracefully descending from the sky, resembling a celestial being. They had witnessed Uncle Gio's formidable power, which was why they had divided their forces to attack this flank, leaving their bandit queen to confront Uncle Gio. But now, they were confronted with yet another expert. With his hands clasped behind his back, Qianhe approached with an air of nonchalance. The other villagers were left in awe, as if they were witnessing a deity descending from the heavens. That display of power was nothing short of breathtaking. "Who is this meddler?" roared a burly bandit, akin to a roaring lion, as he lunged at Qianhe with a long knife. In a flash, Qianhe evaded him effortlessly, then kicked the knife from the bandit's grasp with the swiftness of lightning. The bandit, pale with fright upon witnessing Qianhe's ease in disarming him, felt as if he were a startled bird, swallowing hard, too afraid to advance further, locked in a gaze filled with dread. Memories of the terror he had felt at the hands of Lin Fengjiao resurfaced. He had once lost his knife to her, and if not for the secret technique bestowed upon him by the bandit queen, he would have perished long ago. However, emboldened by the secret technique, he steeled himself. He had been granted a mystical ability by the queen. He could not be killed. With newfound courage, he prepared to seize a weapon from his comrades and engage Qianhe in battle. Meanwhile, the four disciples charged into the throng of bandits, fierce as tigers descending from the mountains, engaging in intense combat. Their magical energy surged over the peach with swords like a torrent, each strike as thunderous as the wrath of the heavens, sending the bandits reeling. Yet these bandits were as resilient as cockroaches, rising again and again despite the relentless onslaught. A dong, realizing this, shouted in alarm, "Master, something's amiss. These bandits cannot be killed." "Cannot be killed? Then let us use talismans. We have plenty of them. Do not hold back," Qianhe exclaimed. The image of the bandit queen's strange tactics flickered in his mind. However, at that moment, she was not present, having seemingly vanished like a specter to the other side. Evidently, to launch an assault there, on that side stood Uncle Gio, holding the fort. "All right," the disciples replied in unison, promptly producing hundreds of fire talismans. If they could not be killed, they would employ fire attacks. They refused to believe the bandits could survive the raging flames. The four disciples waved the talismans, as if wielding blazing swords. In an instant, flames soared into the sky, the fire talismans exploding like vibrant fireworks, transforming into a roaring inferno that engulfed the bandits. The bandits, bewildered, exclaimed, "What on earth is happening?" They witnessed the talismans being drawn and waved, summoning a sea of fireballs. Was this some kind of special effect? Their bandit queen had never been so extravagant with talismans. During their moment of confusion, the bandits were scorched by the flames, letting out chilling wails reminiscent of tormented souls from the depths of hell, sending shivers down spines. Wow! The cries of despair echoed relentlessly. Qianhe remarked casually, "Activate the title." In the next moment, the title of Daoist Vanguard, Mingshan General, shimmered above Qianhe's head, radiating a brilliant golden light, exuding an air of grandeur. At that moment, Qianhe wore an expression of indifference. The activation or non-activation made little difference, but he preferred to unleash havoc, as it would instill fear in his adversaries. The Daoist Vanguard, Mingshan General title, when worn, it enhances one's magical power and attack by twofold, causing malevolent spirits and supernatural beings to tremble in fear. With a bandit's knife in hand, Qianhe charged forward, delivering a single decisive blow. The strike was swift and merciless, cleaving the bandit in two. What of the so-called immortality? It was rendered meaningless in an instant. Witnessing the horror of Qianhe's strike, the other bandits trembled in fear. "Ah, demon, please spare me. There's a ghost." At that moment, thoughts of fleeing flooded their minds. Qianhe was utterly terrifying. Who else could produce such an extraordinary phenomenon above their head? It illuminated the area for over 10 meters. Thus began Qianhe's slaughter, as these bandits proved no match for him. That a mere quarter-hour later, all the bandits lay sprawled on the ground. Qianhe surveyed the scene with an expression of invincibility, declaring, "To be invincible is such a profound loneliness." The other villagers, witnessing the prowess of Qianhe and his disciples, approached, eager to inquire. "Greetings, esteemed Daoist." "Ah, are you Daoist Qianhe?" Just then, a round-faced man approached. None other than Renfe. He too had rallied everyone to confront the bandits. Though he was no mere pampered rich man, he possessed his own aim. Upon hearing this, Qianhe felt a surge of joy. The resolution of the bandit issue was indeed a necessity. However, before departing, Renfe pointed to the 8 grand characters atop Qianhe's head and inquired, "How did you manage to acquire those, Qianhe Daoist? Might you bestow a similar set upon me? I would call mine Great Filial Son. What do you think?" Renfe chuckled, admiring the coolness of the title Datong Vanguard, Maoshan General that adorned Qianhe's head. He fancied having a title of his own, Great Filial Son. Qianhe's lips twitched at this. "You ought to be called Great Filial Son of the 10,000 Realms, or perhaps Elder-in-law of the 10,000 Realms," he thought to himself. Though he kept these musings to himself, clearing his throat lightly, he replied, "This was bestowed upon me by our ancestral master, and I am not privy to its creation." Qianhe coughed softly before activating the system to conceal the title display. "Oh, I see. What a pity," Renfe remarked, lowering his head in disappointment. Soon after, Qianhe swiftly followed the townsfolk of Rinjia toward the location of Jiushu. "Great gift package. Do not flee. Female bandit, do not perish at the hands of my senior brother." Qianhe silently urged as he raced forward, followed closely by Dong, Nan, Shi, and Bei. Renfe, however, chose not to pursue, confident that Qianhe's assistance would ensure success. He also mentioned that they would later celebrate their victory and Qianhe's aid with a welcoming feast at his inn. Before long, the sounds of a fierce battle echoed ahead. There stood Jiushu, brandishing a peachwood sword, his swordplay fierce and formidable, keeping the surrounding bandits at bay. Despite being outnumbered, he handled the situation with remarkable ease. Qianhe, witnessing this, could not help but exclaim, as expected of the village chief of the newcomer's village of the 10,000 Realms, "You handle this multitude of bandits with such grace." Without hesitation, Qianhe leaped forward to join them, discarding his great sword to reveal his title. "With me, Zhong Fa, by Qianhe present, the bandits within a radius of several dozen miles are already doomed. Dare you to appear before me? You seek death." Qianhe bellowed, then continued, "Senior brother, I come to assist you." He plunged into the throngs of bandits, forming seals with his hands and reciting incantations. First form of the divine ghost 7 kill order, break kill order. "Command," Qianhe cried out, unleashing a golden sword of light from his hands that instantly felled a group of bandits, who subsequently exploded into countless pieces. The female bandit leader, witnessing this, screamed, "No!" She evaded Jiushu and rushed over to inspect her fallen subordinates. "Shanju, Yigo, Fongo, how could you have perished?" she lamented, gazing at the scattered remains on the ground. "I shall send you below." Qianhe remarked indifferently as he formed another incantation, sending forth another break-kill order sword of light. The female bandit leader attempted to evade, but was a moment too slow, resulting in her left hand being severed by the sword. But oh, did it just become larger? Qianhe exclaimed in surprise, marveling at this unprecedented sight. The female bandit leader, realizing her hand was lost, quickly applied pressure to stem the bleeding, lest she succumb to blood loss. With a cold glare at Qianhe, she opened her mouth and expelled the bat. In the next moment, the bat began to expand, threatening to explode. Jiushu shouted, "Not good, it's going to explode." Qianhe remained unperturbed, hands clasped behind his back, his expression placid. "Senior brother, fret not. With me, Zhong Fa by Qianhe. Here, she will not stir up any waves. Heaven and earth, profound sect, root of all vitality, vastly cultivating catastrophe. Certify my divine power. Within and beyond the three realms, I alone reign supreme, my body suffused with golden light. Illuminating my being, Qianhe recited the golden light divine spell aloud. In an instant, he radiated like a resplendent star, emanating a dazzling golden glow that illuminated the surrounding darkness. The encroaching shadows receded like a tide, dispelled by the brilliance of Qianhe's incantation. My eyes. Wow, Master has made his move again. How powerful. This is yet another unprecedented technique. Of course, who is our master? Have you not seen the 8 characters atop his head? Ah, I see it now. Daoist Vanguard, Maoshan General. How cool. The 4 companions shielded their eyes, peeking through their fingers to marvel at Qianhe, their admiration for his vast capabilities and new techniques swelling within them. They felt elated at the prospect of further learning. Many closed their eyes tightly, including Jiu and the female bandit leader. What is this? The golden light spell of Maoshan couldn't possibly be this powerful. Jiu thought, his mind a tempest of astonishment. He, like Qianhe, was a 6-sided warrior. He was well aware of the power of the Maoshan golden light spell, having mastered it himself. Yet, the display before him as Qianhe wielded the golden light spell far exceeded his comprehension. Unbeknownst to Jiu, what Qianhe had unleashed was the golden light divine spell, entirely distinct from the Maoshan variant, its might incomparable. The bat writhed desperately in the golden light, emitting a shrill screech as its body inflated like a balloon. Yet, even as it opted for self-detonation, it proved futile. Qianhe stood with his hands behind his back, radiating a mesmerizing golden light. The golden brilliance intensified, and the female bandit leader, her eyes bloodshot, charged at Qianhe like a ferocious beast, desperate to halt him. She understood that only through the bat's explosion could they find a slim chance of survival. However, as she approached the golden light's boundary, an uncomfortable sensation pricked at her back. Good and evil stand opposed, battling for eternity. Evil cannot triumph over good, especially not your underhanded tricks against my Daoist righteousness. Qianhe scoffed, a cold smile gracing his lips. Let us see how Qianhe Daoist counters your bat art. With a fierce shout, the bat was reduced to mere dust in the golden light. Shifting his gaze to the female bandit leader, Qianhe stepped forward, and the golden light surged toward her, despair etched across her face. She summoned a black mist in a futile attempt to resist. Yet, the golden light shattered the mist effortlessly, enveloping her entirely. In an instant, her form melted away like snow under the scorching sun, vanishing without a trace, not a remnant left behind. Jiu, witnessing this, was utterly astounded. Is this truly my junior brother? How has he grown so formidable? Has he secretly been training? Jiu pondered. However, he recalled that Qianhe was in service of the Qin court, gaining strength from its fortune. It dawned on him that his junior brother had reached the pinnacle of the Earth Master realm, just like himself. But what was the meaning of the 8 characters above Qianhe's head? Daoist Vanguard, Maoshan General? How ostentatious. As Qianhe dispelled his spell and the golden light faded, he chuckled softly. The golden light divine spell is indeed formidable. The system's rewards are truly exquisite. Surrounding them, the onlookers gradually lowered their hand from their eyes, stunned by the events that had unfolded. Jiu approached, smiling at Qianhe. Qianhe, junior brother. Qianhe merely smiled gently in return. Fengjiao, senior brother. Ahem. Jiu coughed lightly, then quickly clarified. Junior brother, we are no longer at Maoshan. You may call me Lin Jiu explained, having been known as Lin Fengjiao at Maoshan. Upon leaving, he and his fellow disciples had gone their separate ways, each pursuing their own paths. Lin Jiu was merely his alias in Rinjia town, a detail Qianhe was not expected to be aware of. In the cultivation world, he was known as the One-Browed Daoist, while Qianhe was referred to as Qianhe Daoist. After Jiu finished speaking, he surveyed the surroundings, relieved to find that the others were still processing the events. Noticing this, Qianhe smiled inwardly but maintained his composure, saying, So that is how it is, Lin's senior brother. Indeed, Jiu replied, somewhat pleased that Qianhe had adopted his new title, then continued, By the way, junior brother, what brings you here? Today I learned you possess such hidden depths. What was that technique you just used? It was remarkable. And what is the significance of the characters above your head? Jiu queried, gesturing toward the 8 characters crowning Qianhe's head. Quick on his feet, Qianhe communicated with the system, concealing the title Daotong Vanguard. Maoshan General, before a sly smile crept onto his face. I am but a humble practitioner, unfortunately bested by the opposing zombie. Never shall I mention Maoshan again. Let my senior brother take the lead. The next chapter follows with the title slaying the female bandit leader. Qianhe, with a light laugh, explained that he had not mentioned anything about the blessings of the ancestral master, for such notions were merely fabrications spun by his disciple. If he were to relay such tales to Jiu and the others, they would inevitably inquire with the ancestral master, only to discover the absence of any truth in the matter. How could Qianhe possibly justify himself then? It was far better to attain enlightenment through personal experience, as that would lend him greater credibility. Moreover, the 4 directions, southeast, southwest, northeast, and northwest, would not seek the ancestral master's counsel on such matter. As for Jiu and his companions, their disbelief was inconsequential. He, Zhongfa Bai, was simply exceptional beyond measure. I see. Junior brother Qianhe possesses truly profound blessings, Jiu remarked with a gentle smile, affectionately resting a hand on Qianhe's shoulder as he inquired. Might you be willing to teach me this golden light incantation? The bond among the brothers in the Maoshan sect had always been intimate, and it was natural for him to seek guidance on techniques from his junior. Though they had previously engaged in deep discussions, their individual pursuits had rendered such interactions rare in recent times. Much like the relationship between Qiuxing and Wentai, reminiscent of their earlier days at Maoshan. Of course, Qianhe nodded without hesitation, revealing no hint of reticence. After all, the original Qianhe had shared a deep connection with Jiu, and this was merely a way to repay that bond. Furthermore, he harbored genuine fondness for Jiu. Although not the main character of the tale, in his eyes, Jiu was indeed the protagonist. Ha! Splendid! Once I finalize my arrangements, let's dine together, Jiu exclaimed, heartily patting Qianhe's shoulder. To that moment, the 4, southeast, southwest, northeast, and northwest, stepped forward, swords raised above their heads, collectively shouting, Master Lin! Ah, southeast and northwest, greetings! Jiu replied with a slight smile, then turned his gaze toward the realms of the 4, his eyes widening in astonishment. Goodness! All of you are at the late stage of Daoist cultivation? This revelation left him, Lin Fengjiao, utterly speechless. How could they all be at such an advanced stage, all sharing the same teachings, while his own disciples languished in the early stages like discarded wood? Yet here was Qianhe's disciple, already reaching the late stage of Daoist cultivation, that if he advanced further to the master stage, he could easily be dispatched. The disparity was staggering. Master, we have arrived, at that moment. Qiuxing and Wentai rushed over, breathless. However, upon seeing their master's expression darken, their demeanor shifted immediately. They had just been ambushed by bandits alongside the villagers, and now that the threat was resolved, they had come to report back. Junior Uncle Qianhe, Qiuxing and Wentai called out in unison. Now, do not behave like mischievous monkeys and provoke your master, Qianhe said, his face alight with a smile, as warm as the sun on a spring day. Internally, he could only shake his head in disbelief, struggling to find words of praise for the 2, for they truly offered little to commend. Memories of their ludicrous antics in the films flooded his mind, leaving him exasperated. Whether it was the coffin of the zombie master leaking at the bottom, Wentai succumbing to the corpse poison, or Qiuxing being bewitched by a female ghost, they had consistently been a source of worry for Jiu. In the latest installment, they had even caused their master to intervene with Zhaogu, a situation that had been particularly distressing given Jiu's decades-long preservation of his youthful physique. Yes, Qiuyan had just arrived at Maoshan, but upon realizing her lack of talent and cultivation after a few months, she was unceremoniously sent back down the mountain. After all, Maoshan does not accommodate those who cannot cultivate. Jiu coughed lightly, recalling an unpleasant memory, and said, let's be off. Allow them to handle the aftermath. With that, he led Qianhe toward the Ren family inn, where Ren Fa awaited to celebrate their victorious return. Very well. Qianhe nodded with a smile. That moment, the system's voice chimed in. Ding! Congratulations, host, on defeating the bandits. The task reward has been distributed. Would you like to open it? No. Qianhe declined outright. He would wait until later to open it, as he was indeed hungry and wished to dine with Jushu. Rinjiaten, like a brilliant jewel embedded in the vast land, stood resilient amidst the tumultuous times of the Republic. Its economy thrived, bolstered by foreign interests, allowing it to flourish compared to other regions. Upon entering Rinjiaten, one would find the night enveloped in tranquility. Yet, as Qianhe followed his senior brother around a corner, he was swept into a vibrant celebration. The lively sounds of the night market surged forth like a tidal wave. Such bustling scenes were only visible in prime locations, such as Rinjia Street, where Qianhe now found himself. This street, akin to a winding dragon, coiled around the heart of Rinjiaten, encompassed entirely by the enterprises of Ren Fa. Thanks to Ren Fa's influence, the street buzzed with activity, and many villagers stood waiting, their faces filled with anticipation for the triumphant return of their kin. These villagers, valiant and undaunted, were indeed the true heroes for confronting the bandits. Yet, when they caught sight of Jushu, their excitement erupted like that of children. Jushu's return was akin to the dawn's light, dispelling darkness and heralding the complete eradication of the bandit threat. Jushu! Jushu! The chorus of cheers resounded like thunder across the night sky. Jushu beamed, nodding in acknowledgement. Jushu, have the bandits been dealt with? Jushu, are they all dead? Jushu, have they all retreated? Upon encountering Uncle Gio, the other gentry could hardly contain their eagerness to inquire about the situation with the horse bandits. The horse bandits loomed over them like a Damocles sword, causing great unrest and sleepless nights. All has been resolved, Uncle Gio declared with a smile, raising his hand gently to signal for silence, lest his voice be drowned out by the cacophony of the crowd. Qianhe stood quietly to the side, realizing just how great Uncle Gio's reputation was in Rinjia Town. Of course, Uncle Gio's renown extended beyond Rinjia Town, reaching out to Qianjia Town, Tanjia Town, and several other locales. These towns revolved around Rinjia Town like stars orbiting a moon, each scattered with countless villages. It would not be an exaggeration to assert that within 100 miles of Rinjia Town, no one was unfamiliar with Uncle Gio. They might not recognize the town mayor, but they all knew Uncle Gio. Chapter 73, Celebration Feast. When the crowd heard Uncle Gio proclaim that the horse bandits had been dealt with, they erupted into a frenzy of joy, their excitement beyond words. Hooray! The horse bandits are dead. Cheers rose and fell, echoing through the skies. Uncle Gio nodded with a smile and led Qianhe toward the inn of Renfa. Upon entering, they were met with a scene of revelry that exceeded all expectations, as if a joyous feast were in full swing. Within Renfa's inn, he, along with the elders of the Ren family and other wealthy gentry, awaited Uncle Gio's arrival. Beside Renfa stood Away. Away, go see if Uncle Gio and Daoist Qianhe have arrived. Renfa called out sharply upon noticing Away standing there like a wooden post. Internally, he cursed the coward, who had not dared to charge ahead against the horse bandits. Bringing shame upon himself, it fell to Renfa to lead the charge, truly a craven. Were it not for the fact that he was his nephew, Renfa would have kicked him away without hesitation, wishing him as far from him as possible. With such a demeanor, how could he dare pursue his daughter? He might as well go to sleep. Yes, uncle. Away nodded fervently, hastening outside. Just then, Uncle Gio and Daoist Qianhe appeared before the crowd like two shining stars. Upon seeing them, Renfa's face blossomed into a radiant smile akin to spring flowers as he hurried forward. Uncle Gio, Daoist Qianhe, we have awaited your arrival. Please come upstairs, for I have prepared a private room to welcome you both. Renfa approached with a beaming countenance, gesturing for them to enter, resembling a most respectful servant. The others, whether wealthy or elders of the Ren family, all bowed respectfully and called out in unison, Uncle Gio, Daoist Qianhe. Renfa had already explained the details to them moments ago. The successful eradication of the horse bandits was entirely thanks to Daoist Qianhe's bravery. Hearing Renfa's words, they naturally dared not show any signs of negligence. After all, Renfa had led the charge himself, his valor a sight to behold, one they could only aspire to. In Rinjia Town, Renfa's word was akin to imperial decree. None would dare defy him. Renfa was indeed the sovereign of Rinjia Town. Esteemed elders, fellow villagers, We have finally fulfilled our promise. Together with my apprentice Qianhe and the assistance of the villagers, we have eliminated the horse bandits and ensured that the villagers burned their remains. Henceforth, this area shall no longer be plagued by such bandits. Uncle Gio spoke with a smile, recounting the events to everyone. Upon hearing his words, the crowd erupted into joyous cheers akin to children at play. "Haha, thank you, Uncle Gio and Daoist Qianhe," they exclaimed in unison. The villagers and members of the Ren family approached, fervently shaking the hands of Qianhe and Uncle Gio, expressing their heartfelt gratitude. Such deeds are merely our duty. We, as practitioners, must take it upon ourselves to eradicate evil. Qianhe replied with a smile, returning their gestures. "Daoist Qianhe, you possess great virtue." "Indeed, great virtue." The crowd expressed their admiration for Daoist Qianhe. Uncle Gio nodded in agreement, affirming that his apprentice was indeed a person of utmost integrity, completely untainted by any malevolent influence. "Please, Uncle," Renfa urged with a smile, inviting Uncle Gio and Qianhe to ascend the stairs. "Please, esteemed Uncle." They both reciprocated with gestures of invitation. Smiling, Qianhe had not anticipated Renfa's adeptness at hosting. It made matters much easier. He mentioned to Renfa his intention to seek a nearby residence for rest, deeming it unnecessary to stay at the charity hall. Upon reaching the private room on the second floor, Renfa guided Uncle Gio to the main seat, while Qianhe sat beside him. With Renfa taking a position across from him, he then welcomed the others to take their seats. Naturally, those seated here were all individuals of significance. The table was lavishly adorned with an array of delectable dishes, the aroma wafting invitingly. Observing Renfa, Qianhe mused internally that this old fellow was indeed fortunate not to have been dispatched by his father. The last time he thought he would never see Renfa again. Yet here he was, alive and well. It seemed his own storyline was far from concluded. Renfa raised his cup and stood, proclaiming loudly, "Today we have gathered this feast in honor of Uncle Gio and Daoist Qianhe, expressing our gratitude for their efforts in vanquishing the nefarious horse bandits. These brigands have terrorized our lands for years, causing untold suffering among the common folk. We are indebted to Uncle Gio and Daoist Qianhe for their intervention." Qianhe and Uncle Gio responded graciously, raising their cups in acknowledgement. Meanwhile, the others, including Dong, Nan, Shi, Bei, and Qiuxing, dined below, not deemed worthy to share the same table. After several rounds of drinks and a variety of dishes, the guests had satisfied their appetites, and Qianhe then smiled, addressing Renfa, "I must trouble you with a request." "Ah, does Daoist Qianhe's request hold any weight? Speak freely." "If it is within my power, I shall certainly assist," Renfa replied, his demeanor cheerful. "I intend to find a place to stay in Rinjia town. Might you have any recommendations?" "Esteemed Ren," just as Qianhe finished speaking, Uncle Gio interjected, "Apprentice, you may stay at my cherry hall. Elder brother, I plan to stay for only a short while. If I were to reside at your charity hall indefinitely, it might cause you inconvenience. Primarily, I have resigned from my duties with the Qin court, and I shan't be undertaking any further work for them," Qianhe stated earnestly as he set down his cup. If he were merely overseeing the corpse transport, he might stay for a few days. However, if he was to bring along several disciples, it would not be appropriate for him to stay long-term at Uncle Gio's place. Although Uncle Gio would not voice any objections, he felt it unbecoming to, "Oh, you have chosen to cease your service to the Qin court?" Uncle Gio inquired, his expression one of astonishment. He had never imagined that Qianhe would decisively resign from such a coveted position. That was a position many coveted. Even Lin Fengjiao had longed for it. The court dispensed hundreds of taels of silver monthly, akin to a ceaseless fountain of wealth, if one were to take on additional tasks. They could earn even more, just as this current engagement with the frontier royalty would surely entail generous rewards. Why bother? A mere few hundred taels a month. What a waste of life. Qianhe waved his hand dismissively. Uncle Gio's lips twitched upon hearing this, that if he were to earn several hundred taels monthly, he would undoubtedly toil with all his might. Qianhe, however, was nonchalant about it. This is no trouble at all. I possess considerable assets, and I shall ensure a suitable residence is prepared for Daoist Qianhe." Renfa laughed heartily, as if this were a trivial matter. There is no need for such extravagance, esteemed Ren. I happen to have a hall in Jiuquan town that I seldom visit. I shall gift it to my apprentice. Before Qianhe could speak, Uncle Gio eagerly proclaimed. Upon hearing this, Qianhe contemplated briefly and immediately grasped the significance of Juchuan Town. Wasn't that a setting from another tale? This was far from appropriate. Gazing at Uncle Gio, his heart brimmed with gratitude that he had not anticipated such generosity. Relinquishing a hall so casually was indeed a weighty matter. Ah, amongst brothers, there should be no need for such formality, Uncle Gio said, gently patting Qianhe's shoulder before continuing. However, should any villagers in Jiuquan Town encounter malevolent forces, it will be your duty to lend your assistance. That is easily agreed upon. Qianhe nodded. Since he had accepted it, he would certainly assist if the residents of Jiuquan Town face peril. Haha, splendid. Jiuquan Town and Rinjia Town are closely linked, merely a stone's throw away. Daoist Qianhe, whenever you find leisure, do come to Rinjia Town for a visit. Rinfa exclaimed joyfully, yet Qianhe wore a baffled expression, inwardly muttering, How old are you? What leisure is there to be had? Can your vitality still be of use? Indeed, Uncle Gio, in a few days, please join me in my Western restaurant for a gathering that I wish to discuss the matter of my late father's coffin relocation with you. Here are the 8 characters of my father's birth date. Please have a look, Uncle Gio. As Ren Fa spoke, he carefully produced a slip of paper and handed it to Uncle Gio. The slip clearly bore the 8 characters of his father's birth date. Ding! The system detected that the plot of Mr. Zombie was about to commence. Task: have Ren Weiyong participate in the peak competition. Reward: a gift package. Upon hearing the system notification, Qianhe couldn't help but twitch his mouth. To have Ren Weiyong participate in the peak competition? Is it really that simple? I accept this task, Qianhe silently affirmed to himself. Very well. Uncle Gio took the paper, glanced at the 8 characters. But before he could speak, he was interrupted by Ren Fa. Uncle Gio, let us not discuss my father's affairs right now. Let us drink instead. Come. Ren Fa cheerfully interrupted Uncle Gio. Uncle Gio, after hearing this, said nothing further and continued to drink with Ren Fa. Meanwhile, Qianhe pondered how to participate in the forthcoming Mr. Zombie plot. Again, the system's prompt sounded. Host, have you forgotten that you still have an unfinished task? Ah, what task? Qianhe was momentarily bewildered, unable to recall any pending tasks. Subsequently, Qianhe opened the system to review the tasks. It was then that he came across the following entry. Assist Meng Gue in defeating Zhong Fa by. Eliminate Sanjai Yi Sheng. Task reward: the 3rd form of the divine Ghost 7 kill order. Damn, I actually forgot. Qianhe felt speechless. This task was triggered during the coffin transportation. He had intended to capture all the ghosts from the police station to exchange for performance points. Realizing this, Qianhe communicated with the system. System, could you possibly delay it for 2 days? Things here have yet to stabilize. Certainly. Hearing this from the system, Qianhe sighed in relief. Having time to arrange matters was a blessing. Chapter 75, Transforming Spirit Elixir, Preparing for Breakthrough. Observing Qianhe lost in thought, Uncle Gio chuckled. Junior brother, are you perhaps lacking in your capacity for alcohol? Ah, ha. Not at all. I was merely contemplating some matters. By the way, hasn't Senior brother Simu arrived yet? The last time I passed by his dojo, he mentioned that the 3 of us should gather, and said he was waiting for me here. Yet I see he is not present. Qianhe inquired with a smile. Humph. It's obvious he's gotten sidetracked by some vixen along the way. Does he truly think I am unaware of his character? Uncle Gio snorted coldly, evidently frustrated with Simu's lack of diligence. His junior brother Simu may have no other interests, but he certainly enjoys taking small advantages and peeping at women while bathing. If a vixen were involved, he would certainly not let the opportunity slip. Indeed, senior brother does have those particular inclinations. Qianhe chuckled, having gleaned insights into Simu's character from memory. That it could be said that among the 3 brothers, Simu was lecherous. Uncle Gio valued his reputation, while Qianhe remained earnest. Well then, it's getting late. Ren Leoi, I shall take junior brother Qianhe to the dojo in Jiuquan Town. Uncle Gio rose, glancing at the time as he spoke. Although it was nighttime, the proximity of Jiuquan Town as 4 figures approached, Qianhe's lips twitched slightly. What does it mean to be scared to the point of losing one's soul? Fear not. Should a soul depart, I shall simply retrieve it for them and ensure it is returned to their bodies. Upon hearing this, the four, Dong, Nan, Shi, and Bei, scratched their heads, fully aware of their master's capabilities. Were this to be heard by an ordinary person, they would undoubtedly display a look akin to Xing Daorong's and exclaim, "What a boast!" Then, with a subtle smile, Qianhe declared, "Dong, Nan, Shi, and Bei, come forth, for I possess treasures to bestow upon you." With that, he retrieved 4 flags from his system's backpack and elaborately described the extraordinary uses of these formation flags to the quartet. For Dong, Nan, Shi, and Bei, who were accustomed to collaborating in their endeavors. Acquiring these flags was undoubtedly akin to gaining wings. Shortly thereafter, Qianhe handed each of them a cultivation pill and a comprehension pill, while he reserved 6 for himself. After all, it was imperative that Qianhe grew stronger in order to lead his disciples to triumph in peak competitions. Otherwise, they would falter as soon as the contest commenced. Truly, he arrived swiftly and departed just as quickly, and this departure could very well signify death. "Thank you, Master," exclaimed Dong, Nan, Shi, and Bei, their joy palpable, and Qianhe shared in their elation. As his disciples grew stronger, it reflected well upon him. He aimed to let the world know of Dong, Nan, Shi, and Bei's prowess, ensuring that the entire cultivation realm recognized not only his own strength but also that of his disciples. Qianhe aspired to instill fear in the Daoist community. To achieve this, he would need to participate in various peak competitions to establish his name throughout the cultivation world. Having resolved this, Qianhe intended to remind others to keep a watchful eye on any happenings within the cultivation realm, ensuring they would call upon him. Without a doubt, he would lead his disciples to the forefront and showcase the titles of Maoshan General and Daoist Vanguard, observing Dong, Nan, Shi, and Bei consuming their cultivation pills and engaging in training. He too ventured into the room that once belonged to Jiushu, now repurposed as his own. He decided to first consume the comprehension pill, followed by the transformation pill, and then the cultivation pill, hoping to achieve a breakthrough in one fell swoop. Upon entering the room, he securely closed the doors and windows, ensuring no interruptions would disturb him. Carefully, he retrieved the comprehension pill from his system's backpack. The pill radiated a gentle glow, as if it contained boundless wisdom. "How high is my IQ, I wonder?" Qianhe pondered. Taking a deep breath, he placed the comprehension pill into his mouth. The pill melted instantly, releasing a refreshing essence that surged through him like a torrent, coursing directly to his mind. He found that the once esoteric doctrines of Taoism, previously akin to celestial scripts, became strikingly clear, enlightening him as if a divine revelation had struck. Insights that had evaded him in his contemplations now flooded his consciousness like a tidal wave. With an insatiable hunger, he continued to consume the comprehension pills in the blink of an eye. He felt his mind become ethereal and lucid, as though his IQ had surged by 250 points. Not daring to slacken, he promptly settled into a meditative posture, channeling the medicinal energy in accordance with the Huangting scripture. As time flowed gently, he became acutely aware of the spiritual energy surrounding him, able to perceive even the subtlest fluctuations in its movement. This extraordinary sensation was like a key, unlocking deeper understandings of his cultivation. He felt as though he was immersed in a treasure trove of knowledge, with new insights emerging at every moment. Once he fully absorbed the medicinal power, Qianhe slowly opened his eyes, excitement shimmering in his gaze, akin to the twinkling stars in the night sky. Now, bolstered by the comprehension pill, he looked forward to consuming the transformation pill and the cultivation pill, believing that a breakthrough was indeed imminent. Regaining his composure, he carefully extracted the transformation pill from his system's backpack. As he unveiled the pill, the room filled with a delicate fragrance reminiscent of orchids and musk, the pill appearing as a translucent jewel, emanating a mysterious and enchanting aura. Without hesitation, he swallowed it whole. In an instant, he felt an intense blaze ignite within him, the flames coursing through his meridians, reminiscent of a phoenix undergoing rebirth, suggesting a profound transformation. His bones crackled, and his muscles trembled as though he were undergoing a metamorphosis. What a potent pill! Truly remarkable! Qianhe murmured to himself in delight. He continued to refine the transformation pill with fervor. Once its effects began to wane, he swiftly retrieved the cultivation pill, eagerly consuming it. The moment the cultivation pill touched his tongue, a torrent of spiritual power surged towards his dantian like a relentless wave. Qianhe remained vigilant, channeling his energy to withstand and guide this influx of power. Beads of sweat formed on his brow, yet his gaze remained resolute. The spiritual energy converged like an unstoppable tide. A vortex seemed to form within his dantian, spinning faster and faster, akin to a star on the brink of explosion, culminating in a dazzling radiance. Although he had not yet managed to condense it into a dan, the energy was nonetheless formidable. That Qianhe's aura erupted like a volcano, successfully breaking through his previous boundaries, and a smile blossomed on his lips like spring flowers. Half-step celestial master, I cannot believe I have achieved this. His eyes sparkled with astonishment, mirroring the brilliance of stars in the night sky. Previously, he had invoked the spirit of his ancestral master to momentarily reach the half-step celestial master realm, wielding that formidable power to effortlessly tear through copper-armored corpses, an exhilarating experience. Now he had attained the half-step celestial master status without relying on his master's strength. This realm, positioned above the pinnacle of earthly masters, was akin to a celestial ladder leading to enlightenment. Known as the half-step celestial master, while it may not rival the true celestial master, it nonetheless extended his lifespan by 200 years. Ascending to the celestial master realm would grant an additional 500 years. To encapsulate it succinctly, swallowing a golden dan grants me control over my fate, no longer dictated by the heavens. The celestial master condenses the golden dan, whereas the half-step celestial master, though yet to condense such a dan, stood at a distance that left even the pinnacle of earthly masters in the dust. 10 earthly masters combined would scarcely match a half-step celestial master in strength. Such is the disparity. The notion of crossing realms to slay others was laughable. Those who could cultivate to a higher realm were no mere trifles, and even those of lesser abilities could not ascend to such heights. Had it not been for the transformation pill, the innate Tao body, and the comprehension pill that enhanced his IQ, reaching the half-step celestial master status would have been an arduous journey indeed. Qianhe mused quietly, standing by the window and gazing at the silvery moonlight outside. Attaining the half-step celestial master realm and the accompanying increase in lifespan filled him with confidence for the future. He could almost envision demons and monsters clashing in peak competitions. After his breakthrough, Qianhe's thoughts drifted to his 4 disciples, wondering if their IQs had reached 250. Why contemplate such things? Even with so many pills consumed, how much could it really raise my IQ? He lightly tapped his forehead, chuckling at himself. Meanwhile, the quartet of Dong, Nan, Shi, and Bei, equally thrilled, eagerly produced the pills bestowed by their master and swallowed them without hesitation. Instantly, a torrent of warmth surged through them like a flood, prompting them to sit cross-legged and meditate like seasoned monks. They immersed themselves in their cultivation throughout the night, and as dawn broke, each of them opened their eyes, radiating an aura that suggested a profound transformation, now several times stronger than before. Dong, Nan, Shi, and Bei had finally reached the pinnacle of the Daoist realm. They stood just a step away from the realm of human masters, a mere touch away from their goal. Naturally, Qianhe would inquire if they wished to graduate. Should they choose not to, he would continue to guide them, for to him, it merely meant having a few more mouths to feed. And he had the means to support them all. Upon achieving the half-step celestial master status, Qianhe began solidifying his realm, continuing his cultivation, for dawn had yet to break. Meanwhile, in the Cixi Palace, had Qianhe been present, he would surely have been astonished. The palace before him resembled that of an imperial court, reminiscent of scenes from the zombie Taoist. Seated upon the throne was none other than Cixi herself. Flanked by the eunuch Daoist, he was not merely another trusted servant like Li Lianing. Upon Cixi's assumption of power, Daoist became her most favored attendant and confidant, regularly discussing her ambitions and plans, and executing clandestine missions on her behalf. Within the palace, the deceased ministers knelt on one knee, while at the forefront stood a general clad in military garb, also a flying corpse. This esteemed general, Ronglu, is the one she holds in the highest regard. During the 100 Days Reform under the Guangxu Emperor, Ronglu steadfastly aligned himself with Empress Dowager Cixi, providing a formidable guarantee for her subsequent usurpation of power and the confinement of Guangxu. It can be asserted that without Ronglu in the year of Wushu, Empress Cixi might have faced total defeat at the hands of Emperor Guangxu, resulting in her own imprisonment rather than his. In the memories of Qianhe, Guangxu had perished, but this was a falsehood. It was a ruse to deceive Fix. In reality, Guangxu was alive, working tirelessly behind the scenes to assist the young emperor in averting calamity. This is why the Qing court has not completely fallen, evolving instead into a puppet state of Manchukuo. Guangxu was acutely aware that his beloved mother, Cixi, would not simply succumb to death while he was still alive. He received word that Cixi intended to harness the fortunes of the Qing dynasty to achieve immortality. Nevertheless, he was not without resources. He sought the aid of Prince Qianhe, leveraging his influence to counterbalance Cixi's power. Prince Qianhe's willingness to assist Guangxu stemmed from his recognition of the impending collapse of the Qing dynasty. Otherwise, he would not have intervened. Subsequently, Cixi's undead army clashed with the zombie army of Prince Qianhe. However, their conflict was short-lived, as both sides eventually reached a cooperative agreement. They understood that Daoists could restrain them, and they were reluctant to have a sword hanging over their heads, leading to a temporary alliance to sweep through the Taoist sects and the world, subsequently determining their victor. Yet the Taoist sect was not to be underestimated in due course. Various sects such as Longhu, Maoshan, Wudong, Chuanjin, Gazao, Shunshao, Qingwei, Donghua, Tianxin, Jingming, Tai, and others united, forming a coalition to combat the undead Qing. Beneath the capital, the Taoist sect swore blood oaths and elected a leader. At that time, Qianhe, atop the Taoist platform, awaited the arrival of the great general of Maoshan. "Your Highness, you have awakened." That moment, Cixi beamed as she gazed upon the copper-cornered golden coffin below the throne. This coffin was seized from the hands of the seventh prince. She had maintained a complicated relationship with the prince during her lifetime and had meticulously arranged for his return to the capital after death. Any declarations made by the emperor were mere empty words. She sought only her desires. Had Qianhe lingered for a couple more days, he might have inadvertently been apprehended here, witnessing Cixi's undead army, which would have prematurely ended his peak career. For the time being, he was ill-equipped to contend with this formidable situation. Despite Cixi's seemingly eternal youth, it was due to her attainment of the state of immortality, allowing her to define her age at will. And which woman does not cherish beauty? Who would not wish to embody the pinnacle of allure? Within the copper-cornered golden coffin, upon hearing Cixi's voice, the royal undead prince immediately let out a guttural roar that he then flung the coffin lid aside, standing tall and proud like a pine tree, exuding an aura of dominance. "We pay our respects to your highness." At this moment, all the undead ministers behind him continued their reverence. The royal prince's lips curled into a satisfied smile as he gently gestured, his demeanor radiating contentment. He seemed to have forgotten the humiliating defeat he suffered at Qianhe's hands. However, the two adversaries still had a battle to fight, that being during the Taoist sect's campaign against the undead Qing. The two rivals would ultimately determine their victor. The border prince casually cast a glance at the ministers before turning his gaze, fierce and piercing, toward Cixi. Upon seeing his beloved, the border prince's throat emitted a low, grave sound. "Long live the Empress Dowager. In life, you called me little Cixi, but now that you are dead, you refer to me as Empress Dowager?" Cixi's tone was laced with discontent. Hearing this, the royal prince chuckled. "Ah, had it not been for Xianfeng, I would have do not concern yourself with him. He has become mere dust. Come, let us retreat," Cixi declared, rising from the dragon throne. "Very well." The prince followed closely behind. Cixi addressed the other undead soldiers. "You all should absorb the essence of the moon to grow stronger." With that, all the undead soldiers exhaled and retreated. In Chapter 79, Qianhe and Cixi commanded, "Little Anzi, go quickly and warm the bed for me and the prince." Cixi lifted her phoenix-like eyes, casting a cold, piercing glance at a nearby eunuch. "Yes, Empress Dowager." Eunuch Andahai responded, trembling, before scurrying off like a frightened dog to warm the My prince, have you missed me during these years on the frontier?" Cixi asked sweetly, her voice like a melodious aureole. "Of course," the border prince replied, brimming with pride, then elegantly waved his ceremonial robe. However, Upon realizing the tattered state of his attire, he felt a surge of anger. It was evident he was reminded of Qianhe. That Maoshan Taoist had scattered talismans and glutinous rice in his coffin, even mocking him as Old Deng. Had it not been for Qianhe's overwhelming strength, which had frightened him when he tore apart the copper-armored corpse and the yin-yang corpse, he would have already risen to tear him limb from limb in the high forest. After all, he had survived the Thunder Tribulation and was a Thunder Tribulation corpse. The thought of being so terrified that he lost all courage was a significant blow to his undead pride. "Ah, Your Highness, what sort of cheap garments did that wretched servant provide you?" Cixi inquired, her delicate brows furrowed in displeasure as she regarded the border prince's ceremonial attire. "It is not what you think. It was that little red-robed Taoist with a mustache." The royal prince shook his head vehemently. "Who?" "He is a little fellow with a mustache, clad in red robes, an official Taoist of the court." "His name seems to be before the border prince could finish," Cixi interjected. "Qianhe, the Taoist?" "Indeed, it is him. That cursed little Deng. He's been throwing glutinous rice and talismans all the way, truly infuriating." The border prince vented his frustration, baring his sharp, undead teeth in anger. "Oh, he is diligent in his duties. Had it not been for his excessive righteousness, I would have considered taking him as my concubine." Cixi reminisced about Qianhe, playfully chiding. She and Guangxu had encountered Qianhe before. At that time, he was in his 30s, serving the court. Although not the national master, his status as an official Taoist was quite esteemed. Upon hearing this, the border prince erupted in expletives. "Damn it! What virtue or ability does he possess to compare with my strength?" Yet he sensed that when Qianhe had called upon the ancestral master to transform him into a 3-meter giant, a shiver ran down his spine. Indeed, he was stronger. "Oh dear, do not be jealous, my prince. Rest assured, my heart has long been yours. It has taken on your shape." Cixi gently reassured the border prince. I am quite furious." And then, the royal prince and Cixi embarked on a tempestuous affair. The rest is premium content that requires payment. On the other side, within the Qin court's imperial garden, the border prince, having been ensnared by Cixi, incited the wrath of the zombie king, Qianhe, who was like a volcano ready to erupt. "The shameless sorceress dares to poach my battle core. This is utterly outrageous. Damn it. Damn it all." Qianhe's fury was akin to a thunderous tempest. Shaking the very heavens and earth, he remained unaware of the clandestine liaison between the border prince and Cixi. "Your Highness, what shall we do?" Guangxu inquired. His face darkened like an overcast sky. Although Guangxu had retreated behind the scenes, he was still striving to avert disaster from afar. The current emperor was but a young boy. "What else can we do? We must continue seeking external assistance," Qianhe declared angrily, his countenance reflecting his fury, emanating an aura of dread. Yet, he managed to restrain himself. Otherwise, this terrifying energy would engulf the entire capital, leaving no survivors. This was not the outcome he desired. "I have dispatched individuals to bring the Qin and Han corpses. I intended to leverage their power for great achievements. However, the damned Qin corpse has vanished without a trace, likely taken by those despicable commoners." Guangxu expressed his fury at this development. He had painstakingly unearthed the Qin corpse, instructing officials and Taoists to escort it to the capital, hoping to make something of it, only to find that both the Qin corpse and the border prince had met with misfortune. The border prince had been taken by Cixi, and the Qin corpse was now unaccounted for. The Qin corpse was none other than Hu Hai, the second emperor of Qin. The one responsible for transporting the Qin corpse was another official Taoist of the court, a priest from the Celestial Master's office. A bunch of useless fools. Nothing but good-for-nothings. If they were reliable, I wouldn't need to rely on Qianhe to turn the tide. Qianhe exclaimed in frustration. He harbored a strong desire to venture to the royal tombs and resurrect those ancient lords, compelling them to govern the realm. Guangxu dared not utter a word, bowing his head instead. Qianhe's seniority was far too great. After all, he was the younger brother of Emperor Kanshi, a figure he could not provoke. Chapter 80. The Qin Corpse and Huangshan Village. "You must keep a close watch over the capital. I need to step out for a while." "To where does the prince wish to go?" "In search of external support." With that, Qianhe vanished like a bolt of black lightning, racing away. The terrifying aura of death sent chills down one's spine. He was determined to rally more allies. With his sights firmly set on the west, he aimed to join forces with those vampiric earls to plot grand schemes. Meanwhile, at the Daoist temple in Juchuan town, in the early morning, Qianhe awoke as usual and immediately noticed 4 individuals diligently cleaning the temple. Their focused and earnest demeanor greatly pleased Qianhe. Open the attribute panel. Host, Zhong Fa by. Daoist title, Qianhe Dao Zhong. Title, Vanguard of the Daoist Altar, Great General of Maoshan. Realm, Half-Step Celestial Master, Dao Body. Innate Dao Body. Techniques, Huang Ting Jing, Shang Qing de Dong Zhun Jing. Items, Century-Old Thunderstruck Peachwood Sword. Talisman Copy Machine. Skills, Dominant Body, Divine Ghost 7 Kill Command, Golden Light Divine Spell. Maoshan Dao Techniques, Perfect Summoning Technique. Click to view other divine skills. The system's comprehensive evaluation indicates that you, a man striving for peak competition in this realm, are but a weakling. To walk unchallenged, you must first reach the tribulation stage. Qianhe chose to disregard the latter remark, focusing instead on the task at hand, contemplating whether to rescue Zhong Fa by first. Just then, a faint knock echoed from outside the temple. Dong, upon hearing it, bolted out to open the door like an arrow released from its bow, without needing any prompting from Qianhe. Unlike Qiusheng Wenkai, who would only open the door upon Uncle Nine's urging, Dong open the door to find Uncle Nine accompanied by Qiusheng and Wenkai, standing at the entrance like 3 steadfast mountains. Master Uncle, Dong bowed respectfully. Has your master risen? Uncle Nine smiled, his countenance as warm as a spring sun, looking at Dong. Qianhe's disciple truly exemplified the ideal apprentice. Lin Fengjiao could hardly contain her envy. However, when she caught sight of Dong's recent breakthrough, her previously straight brows suddenly arched in astonishment, resembling forked branches, her face a mask of disbelief. This disciple of mine, have you achieved another breakthrough? Uncle Nine's voice carried a hint of incredulity. Indeed, all 4 of us have made breakthroughs, Dong replied, grinning widely and nodding fervently. Upon hearing this, Uncle Nine's lips twitched involuntarily. One breakthrough would have sufficed. But all 4 did so simultaneously. Good heavens! He turned to look at Qiusheng and Wenkai beside him, inwardly wishing to strangle these 2 unambitious fellows. Meanwhile, Qiusheng and Wenkai stood cluelessly to the side, looking foolish. Master Uncle, please come in. Dong hastily gestured for them to enter, akin to welcoming esteemed guests, inviting the 3 into the Daoist temple. Good. Uncle Nine stepped inside, and upon glancing around, he saw Qianhe approaching like a gentle breeze. Junior brother Qianhe, Uncle Nine called out cheerfully. Lin Shixiang, why have you come so early? It should be I who visits you. Qianhe Dao Zhang greeted with a beaming smile, akin to the gentle caress of spring, and then gestured for Uncle Nine to enter. I simply had matters to attend to early this morning, and there is a request I need to make of you. Junior brother, Uncle Nine said with a smile, before taking a seat within the temple. However, he did not occupy the main seat, for the temple was now under Qianhe's stewardship, and thus the main seat rightfully belonged to him. Abe hastily stepped forward to brew tea, while Qianhe sat upright in the main seat, his gaze piercing as he regarded Uncle Nine. It seems you have something to discuss this early. Brother, you see right through me. Whatever it is, just say the word, and I shall certainly fulfill it. The matter is this. This morning, the village chief of Huangshan village sent someone to find me, claiming that a female ghost there has already taken the lives of over a dozen innocents, and I must investigate the situation. Uncle Nine spoke with a grave expression, completely unaware that Qianhe had already reached the half-step celestial master realm. In that moment, Qianhe's aura remained as steady as the depths of the ocean. Had Uncle Nine not been observant, he might have missed it entirely. Now, as the topic shifted to the Huangshan village incident, he remained oblivious. Upon hearing Uncle Nine's words, Qianhe's eyes narrowed slightly. Huangshan village, female ghost, over a dozen lives. This could only refer to Chu Rinmei. He mused inwardly, everything now clear. Chu Rinmei indeed belonged to the Republican era. It was unexpected that Uncle Nine had encountered her beforehand, destined to meet her end early as for the malevolent ghost. Uncle Nine would surely eliminate her. Qianhe recalled that Chu Runmei had been wronged and deceived by her husband, leading to her tragic death, resulting in an overwhelming grudge that claimed 66 lives in the village within 3 days. The reason Uncle Nine mentioned only a dozen was that the ghost had yet to fulfill her 3-day cycle of devastation. But Uncle Nine had arrived just shy of that time. Contemplating this, Qianhe chose to remain silent, waiting for Uncle Nine to continue. The main storyline of this transmigration tale, featuring Shi Jian, has concluded. Those interested may take a look. Chapter 81. The Qin Corpse. Huangshan Village is 2 days' journey from here. However, that's not the crux of the matter. The focal point is that there have been deaths in the fishing village. Furthermore, many have perished. I am unaware of the circumstances there. But the villagers approached me, stating that the Qian, Li, and Yang families have been targeted by some malevolent force, requesting my assistance to at this moment. 2 pressing matters have arisen, both of which cannot be resolved promptly. Thus I must seek your help. Junior brother, Uncle Nine finally revealed the purpose of his visit. I understand now. You have entrusted the most perilous tasks to me, Qianhe declared confidently, thumping his chest in assurance. Unbeknownst to him, this was indeed the Qin Corpse incident. After all, the transport of the Qin Corpse through the fishing village was something he was unaware of. Originally, the task of escorting the Qin Corpse was meant for him, but due to his resignation, it had fallen to others. Otherwise, it would have been his duty. Qianhe remained oblivious. This time, the heads of the Qian, Li, and Yang families had led a group to slay all the officials, escorting a convoy of Qin corpses back to the capital, inadvertently awakening a Qin corpse, thus leading to this calamity. Uncle Nine was momentarily taken aback. How could he know which location was the most perilous? Even if it were indeed the most dangerous, he would not bestow such a task upon his junior brother. Rest assured, I am not alone. I have 4 disciples with me. Qianhe replied with a smile. He assumed Uncle Nine viewed him with the same peculiar gaze as Zhu Di, questioning, "Are you the only one?" This had nothing to do with having 4 disciples, and Uncle Nine was speechless. He acknowledged that his 4 disciples were formidable, yet he could hardly fathom the situation. What is that? Worry not, for I am the vanguard of the Daoist altar, the great general of Maoshan. Any demons or monsters that cross my path shall be swiftly dealt with, Qianhe proclaimed, flashing a bright smile that nearly sold toothpaste. That I did not mean that. Even if it is the most perilous, I, as your elder brother, shall take the lead. What I meant to say is, which of these 2 places does junior brother Qianhe wish to visit? Uncle Nine shook his head, exasperated. Then let us investigate the fishing village you mentioned. After a brief moment of contemplation, Qianhe responded. Chu Runmei's level of danger was too low for him to concern himself with. He sought to explore the true state of the fishing village, to see if it aligned with the narrative he was familiar with. Very well. I shall go summon the villagers to guide you. They are at the mortuary. Excellent. I will prepare and accompany them to take a look. All right, I appreciate your assistance. Junior brother. Between us brothers, there is no need for such formality. Qianhe smiled faintly, waving his hand dismissively. At the same time, he handed Uncle Nine the handwritten copy of the Golden Light Divine Spell. This tome was what Uncle Nine had requested from him the previous night, and considering Uncle Nine had gifted him the Daoist temple, how could Qianhe take advantage of him? Junior brother, what is this? This is the Golden Light Divine Spell I utilized last night. It is an upgraded version of the Golden Light Spell. Do take a look, Qianhe replied with a smile. Upon hearing this, Uncle Nine's face lit up with joy. Uncle Nine carefully accepted the Golden Light Divine Spell manuscript, as if it were a rare treasure. He gently opened the manuscript, the faint rustling of the paper resonating in the quiet Daoist temple, sounding like celestial music in the stillness. Uncle Nine's gaze was drawn to the Golden Light Divine Spell manuscript as if it were a magnet, initially reflecting a hint of confusion, which quickly morphed into uncontainable shock. His lips quivered slightly as he murmured, "The mystery of heaven and earth, the root of all energies, widely cultivating calamities, proving my divine abilities. Within the 3 realms, I alone hold supremacy, with a body of golden light illuminating my form. Such exquisite intricacies I have never before encountered. Good. As the venerable Jushu concluded his remarks, he repeatedly uttered the word good thrice. After all, he possessed some proficiency in the Maoshan Golden Light spell, and upon encountering this upgraded version of the spell, enlightenment came to him with remarkable ease. Qianhe merely smiled faintly, yet was profoundly shaken within. He had not anticipated that Jushu could derive such profound insights merely by glancing at the ancient tome. Truly, Jushu was the rightful village chief of the Myriad Realms Novice Village, were it not for the hindrances posed by his two disciples. He likely would have already stepped into the realm of semi-divine mastery. Qianhe pondered silently, acknowledging that poor aptitude was indeed a constraint, as even the former master, Zhang Daoxian, would not accept him as a disciple. However, he refrained from interrupting as Jushu delved deeper into the text. His joy became increasingly palpable, a smile unconsciously curving at the corners of his mouth, and his eyes sparkled with delight and excitement. At times, he nodded gently, as if engaging in dialogue with the sages of the scripture. At other times, he furrowed his brow, seemingly grappling with its profound meanings. Suddenly, Jushu burst into hearty laughter, exclaiming, "Marvelous, marvelous! If one could truly comprehend this art, it would surely elevate the extermination of demons and spirits to new heights." At this moment, Jushu was entirely immersed in the wonder the tome instilled, utterly oblivious to his surroundings, his heart brimming with affection and an insatiable desire to study the Golden Light spell. Seek free love's transmission. Seek all kinds. Simply add to your bookshelf. Update daily, ceaselessly, forevermore. Chapter 82. These villagers feared fire most in life. Subsequently, Jushu closed the manuscript of the Golden Light spell, rising with a smile as he declared, "I nearly forgot the matter at hand. Qianhe, my junior disciple, let us depart." "Very well. Southeast, southwest, close to Dao Hall. Follow me." "Yes, master," the four responded in unison, promptly gathering their belongings to follow beside Qianhe, observing their obedient demeanor. Jushu felt a twinge of envy. The group then made their way to the ancestral hall, where Jushu informed the villagers of the fishing village that he would send his junior disciple. As he was unable to leave, the villagers nodded vigorously, recognizing that having a capable Daoist accompany them was indeed a fortuitous event. Soon, Qianhe and the others joined the procession towards the fishing village, while Jushu led Qiusheng and Wentai to Huangshan village, where the beautiful Chu people resided. By the time they arrived at the fishing village, night had fallen. Throughout the journey, Qianhe inquired about the circumstances within the village. However, the villagers were evasive, only mentioning a sense of terror, and Qianhe could discern their deceit from their demeanor. Yet, he chose not to expose them, opting instead to observe the situation for himself. Upon reaching the fishing village, Qianhe immediately detected a pervading atmosphere of death. The stench of decay was overwhelming. "Take us to your village chief," Qianhe commanded, intent on directly seeking the village chief for answers. Only the village chief would possess the necessary knowledge. Questioning an ordinary villager would yield no truthful information. "Understood, Daoist Qianhe," replied the villager's attendant, nodding as he led the group to the chief. The village chief was none other than Chief Qian. This village was home to three prominent surnames: Qian, Li, and Yang. These families were formidable, which explained why the village was not named after any single family. But in his recollections, Qianhe recalled that in the land of the dead, the Qian, Li, and Yang families had ultimately faced slaughter. He remembered the appearance of the Qin corpse, which was subdued by the Chong Kuei sword and 3 corpse-restraining coins. He wondered if the Chong Kuei sword and the 3 coins still remained in that location. Qianhe contemplated visiting to ascertain the truth. If they existed, he would take them. The villagers had witnessed the transport of the Qin corpse and treasures, and they had immediately killed these individuals, casting their bodies into the sea, allowing the Qin corpse to rise as it absorbed the life force of the living. Although it hailed from the Qin dynasty, it had only recently transformed, belonging to the category of newly arisen corpses. Even in this state, it was a pseudo-flying zombie, considering it was once the living Hu-Hai of the Qin dynasty. Were the ancestor dragon to appear, the transformation would be akin to that of a drought demon. One could only lament that Hu-Hai was utterly inept. The ancestral hall. Outside the Sana ancestral hall, A throng of people stood in ominous silence, resembling a dark forest. This Qianhe ancestral hall served as a collective spiritual sanctuary for the three families, housing the ancestral tablets of their forebears. Now, with grave matters at hand, they gathered to discuss their strategy. They were terrified of the Qin corpse due to a curse laid upon them by the Daoist who had transported the coffin, which had drawn the attention of the Qin corpse to their village that, in a desperate bid to conceal their transgressions, they had dismembered those who had perished and cast their remains into the sea to feed the fish, aiming to obliterate all traces of their misdeeds. Village chief, Jushu, has not arrived, but his junior disciple, Daoist Qianhe, is here, the villagers' attendant announced, hurrying forward to report to the chief. The members of the other two families crowded around the chief, treating him with great reverence. Upon hearing the attendant's words, they exchanged glances of concern. Only the village chief remained unfazed, trusting in Jushu and his disciples' capabilities. Jushu would not send someone if he did not have confidence in their abilities. He would not jeopardize his own reputation. As Qianhe stepped into the ancestral hall, he immediately beheld the lifeless bodies strewn across the floor. These souls had met their grim fates at the hands of the Qin corpse, their faces contorted in agony and terror, as if recounting the horrors they had faced in their final moments. Evidently, they had begun the transformation into corpses, with his hands clasped behind his back. Qianhe lifted his gaze, his expression as cold and unyielding as frost, resembling an immovable mountain. "Oh, Daoist Qianhe, Jushu's junior disciple. It appears he must surely possess exceptional skills," exclaimed the head of the Li family, astonished as he rose to scrutinize Qianhe with keen eyes. The village chief approached with a serious demeanor, saying, "Daoist Qianhe, please step forward for a discussion." The village chief's tone was earnest as he gestured for others to bring chairs for Qianhe to sit. "Go, fetch chairs." "Yes." Qianhe surveyed the bodies of the villagers who had perished, his voice devoid of warmth as he stated, "First, let's cremate these villagers to prevent them from haunting you. That is out of the question. These individuals have always feared fire above all else. We cannot do such a thing. Indeed, our villagers are accustomed to water, not fire. This is simply unacceptable. Yes, the common folk of our fishing village fear fire, not water. Daoist Qianhe, perhaps you could find an auspicious location for their burial instead." Chapter 83. Cremating the corpses. At this moment, dissenting voices rose in a cacophony, akin to a surging tide. Upon hearing this uproar, Qianhe slowly turned, noticing two middle-aged men shaking their heads in disapproval. These two were the heads of the Li and Yang families. Their words elicited a cold smile from Qianhe, who thought to himself that they truly believed themselves untouchable. Even Ren Fa, the wealthy tycoon, could not escape death. What chance did these clowns stand? If Ren Fa were present, he would surely berate them for their arrogance, questioning their audacity to speak of fear when it was they who were courting death. Refusing to cremate them will only lead to their transformation into zombies. Surely, you have witnessed the terror of the undead. Qianhe tilted his head, his gaze sharp as he fixated on the heads of the Li and Yang families. Given that the Qian, Li, and Yang families were notorious for their violent ways, there was no need for him to extend them undue courtesy. The villagers lying here had all fallen victim to the Qin corpse's malice. Of course, this was Qianhe's perspective. In reality, they had been slain by Hu Hai's four subordinates. The Qin corpse merely observed, for had it intervened, they would have all perished. Hu Hai was still acclimating to his new form. Qianhe's words sent shivers down their spines as they recalled the terror of those four. Suddenly, a chilling sound echoed, a horrific growl from the undead. Hearing this, Qianhe and the four companions turned their gazes towards the distance, where the sound originated from the land of the dead. Ding! Detection indicates that the peak competition has commenced. Task: eliminate the pseudo-flying zombie Qin corpse. Task reward: Tong Tian Talisman. The Qin corpse? A pseudo-flying zombie? Is that not the first emperor of Qin? Qianhe was perplexed, his face contorted in confusion as he inquired of the system. Host: this refers to Hu Hai, the second emperor of Q. Do not conflate this with the films you have watched. Otherwise, you may not even realize how you perish. The system's voice resonated. Qianhe was left speechless. Indeed, television and film were mere fiction, but this was reality. Ding! Will the man participating in the peak competition accept the task? Accepted. Having come this far, one must certainly engage in battle. Yet he remains unaware of the vast disparity in strength between himself and the pseudo-flying corpse. He initially believed that possessing a half-step celestial master would grant him the upper hand. But it appears that is not the case. While a half-step celestial master may effortlessly tear apart a copper-armored corpse, they would be utterly outmatched against a flying corpse. Not to mention, above the copper-armored corpses, there exist the silver-armored and gold-armored variants. Just considering this, even a half-step celestial master would struggle, let alone against a pseudo-flying corpse. Master, what sort of zombie is that? It's terrifying. Is a Qianhe corpse? A pseudo-flying corpse. Qianhe narrowed his eyes and stated, "What?" The four from the southeast, southwest, northeast, and northwest were taken aback. Meanwhile, the other individuals in the ancestral hall trembled in fear. Qianhe Daoist, this, the village chief stuttered, clearly shaken by the earlier roar. "Do not fear. With me, Qianhe present, this ancestral hall is the safest place. But what if we leave the ancestral hall? Then it would not be safe at, oh dear, we mustn't." At this moment, everyone was gripped by fear. The four from the southeast, southwest, northeast, and northwest scratched their heads, sensing their master's playful mischief. He had previously asserted that with him. Zhong Fa by Qianhe present. The dim Qianhe discerned his subtle intentions and let out a cold laugh. The village chief was oblivious to how Qianhe would proceed, yet still commanded the others to step back. After all, he had no faith that Qianhe could unlock the mechanism. Inwardly, he muttered to himself, "How could you possibly succeed? This was crafted expressly by our ancestors to prevent unauthorized access." However, in the next moment, he was left utterly astounded. Qianhe strode forward, exuding a terrifying aura akin to a surging tide. And with a powerful stomp, he brought down his foot. Boom! With a resounding crash, the Bagua diagram collapsed instantly. Meanwhile, the four individuals representing the cardinal directions fell to the ground, yet they landed with remarkable steadiness. Qianhe, on the other hand, touched down with an air of nonchalance. Upon surveying the surroundings, which resembled a cinematic spectacle, he approached the center and beheld an opening resembling a well. Notably, there were no seals affixed to it. The villagers felt a jolt of trepidation as they feared Qianhe might abscond with their treasures. After all, those gold and silver jewels represented the future of their entire village, potentially allowing them to squander for centuries to come. "Master Qianhe, there is nothing else down there," the anxious village chief hastily interjected. "I am fully aware that your ancestors acquired it through force. I, Qianhe, am no thief. The terms we previously agreed upon shall remain unchanged. All I desire are the Zhong Kuei sword and the corpse restraining coins," Qianhe stated with a serene demeanor. Upon hearing this, the village chief and others felt a wave of relief wash over them. Since he was not coveting their wealth, matters would be far simpler. "Master Qianhe, the corpse restraining coins and Zhong Kuei sword you mentioned, are they indeed a sword and 3 coins? I recall seeing them. But I was unaware that you knew we possessed them," the village chief inquired curiously. "I can sense the Zhong Kuei sword and the corpse restraining coins. It is with these items that I can contend against the Qianhe corpses." Qianhe explained that, "I see. Then we shall gladly bestow these upon you, Master Qianhe." The village chief quickly acquiesced, fearful of any change in Qianhe's stance. As long as they relinquished these seemingly worthless items, Qianhe would safeguard their well-being. It was a mutually beneficial arrangement. Ignoring the village chief, Qianhe addressed the 4 individuals representing the cardinal directions: southeast, southwest, northeast, northwest. "Listen, within the well lies the corpse restraining coins and the Zhong Kuei sword, but there may be dangers inside. Exercise utmost caution and avoid touching any gold or silver treasures to prevent triggering any traps." "Understood, Master." The 4 responded in unison before leaping into the well. The village chief, upon hearing Qianhe's admonition to his disciples, was struck with astonishment. The treasures housed within were rigged with traps, a secret known only to a few clan leaders. How could Qianhe be so well informed? The leaders of the Qian, Li, and Yang families were enveloped in suspicion, while Qianhe remained unfazed. Upon entering, The four indeed discovered a plethora of gold and silver treasures, yet they refrained from taking any. Their master had taught them from a young age, if it is not ours, do not take it. If it is ours, we should claim it. They searched for the Zhong Kuei's sword, not even glancing at the treasures. Had it been Xiao Shengwen, he would have already pocketed them, forgetting all about the Zhong Kuei's sword and corpse-restraining coins. Outside, Qianhe awaited their return, but at that moment, a wave of corpse energy surged forth ominously. Crows scattered across the horizon, as if fleeing from a predator, signaling that a great terror was about to descend. With unwavering focus, Qianhe drew forth the Thunderstrike Peachwood sword, declaring at last, "It is time for the reveal that here it comes again. How terrifying!" The villagers cried in fear. Qianhe remained silent, stepping forward to confront the oncoming threat. He activated his dominance body. The dominance body, upon activation, it consumes double the mana and is immune to any control effects, rendering the user unrestrained. Additionally, it mitigates 50 of damage. Hey, old ding, wait for me to finish my business before engaging in the peak contest. Chapter 86. 300,000 talismans uncertain of the means by which the pseudo-flying corpse would attack. It was prudent to be cautious from the outset. Otherwise, a catastrophic failure would be nothing short of ludicrous. The system had declared this a peak contest, which surely indicated formidable challenges ahead. An eerie wind howled past, reeking of a nauseating stench of decay. Retreat swiftly. The Qin corpses are approaching. Qianhe commanded, his gaze fixed ahead, in the distance. 5 figures raced toward them with astonishing speed. Among them, the Qin corpses soared through the air as if riding the clouds. Could even the mere pseudo-flying corpses now possess the ability to fly? Qianhe's expression turned grave as he observed the approaching Qin corpse. Its aura surpassed his expectations, clad in a black dragon robe. The corpse rushed forth with an air of unassailable arrogance. "Hu Hai, risen from the dead, my father, the ancestral dragon, yearned for immortality, yet it is I who have achieved it. Well, transforming into a zombie could count as a form of longevity, I suppose. I have returned." Qin Ershi was elated. He had not anticipated such a resurrection. Yet he cast a cold smirk at the villagers before him, proclaiming, "Slay them all." He had been awakened by a Daoist using arcane arts, with the intent of annihilating the Qian, Li, and Yang families. These clansmen were merely collateral. "Yes, your majesty." The 4 corpses echoed his command, their chilling howls echoing like the mournful cries of night owls, resonating in the ears of Qianhe and the villagers. The terrifying roars seemed to tear through the very fabric of reality, shattering the eardrums of those present. The thunderstrike would in Qianhe's grasp radiated with a blinding brilliance, akin to a blazing sun. Yet at that critical moment, the Qin corpse and its 4 subordinates appeared before the crowd like wraiths. Towering like iron towers, their eyes glinted with a bloodthirsty light, resembling grim reapers from the underworld come to reap lives. With the Thunderstrike Peachwood sword in hand, Qianhe flashed forward, piercing through one of the graceful female corpses as if she were made of paper, shattering her heart and causing her to perish on the spot. Qin Ershi lifted his gaze, his eyes sharp as a hawk, instantly locking on Qianhe's figure. He had sensed Qianhe's presence earlier, deeming him insignificant and easily dispatchable. However, he was taken aback when Qianhe struck with the swiftness of a gale, instantly eliminating one of his subordinates, leaving him astonished. "Kill!" Qin Ershi's voice was as cold as frost, resonating from the depths of the underworld. The other 3 corpses sprang into action, akin to ravenous wolves pouncing on their prey. Qianhe, undeterred, unleashed a barrage of talismans weighing several dozen pounds. The sky filled with talismans, shooting forth like a horde of locusts, crashing down upon the 3 corpses. Boom! The thunderstorm talismans once again displayed their formidable power. In a cataclysmic explosion, the 3 corpses were obliterated, reduced to mere dust. When in dire straits, precision strikes. When affluent, overwhelming firepowered, I am of the latter. Qianhe scoffed with a smirk. What? Hu Hai was left aghast, unable to fathom how his subordinates had been dispatched so swiftly. Is this for real? But in the next instant, a century-old thunderstrike would, glowing brilliantly, lunge toward his chest like a bolt of lightning. Yet this strike merely grazed the Qin corpse's chest, producing a spark. It felt a slight sting but retaliated with a mighty swing, as if to crush Qianhe like an egg beneath a mountain. However, Qianhe, nimble as a cunning rabbit, sidestepped this lethal blow. "Behold my talisman's sea tactic." Qianhe roared, conjuring a veritable storm of talismans from his hands. At least 2,500 of them. His objective was to slay the Qin corpse and acquire the Tantian talisman, which possessed even greater power. It could even inscribe talismans in the void, unleashing this astonishing talisman sea tactic. Child's play. Qianhe opened his gaping maw, akin to a giant whale gulping water, and began to inhale the talismans, consuming them all. In the next moment, a thunderous roar emanated from within Qianhe's belly, akin to rolling thunder. Witnessing this spectacle, Qianhe was left utterly dumbfounded. Zombies typically house the most vulnerable organs, yet this Qin corpse dared to be so audacious. Moreover, it was remarkable that thousands of talismans failed to breach its defenses. "Ha! Is this all your overwhelming firepower amounts to?" Qianhe regarded Qianhe with disdain. "Humph. If so, do you dare continue swallowing talismans?" What have I to fear?" Qianhe chuckled, fixing his gaze upon Qianhe. "Since 2,500 talismans proved ineffective, I shall consume 3,000, 30,000, or even 300,000. Qianhe let out a thunderous roar, recklessly expending every talisman from his system's inventory. He amassed a staggering total of 100,000 talismans. While 300,000 were out of reach, 100,000 was certainly within his grasp, upon witnessing such an overwhelming quantity of talismans. Qianhe broke into a cold sweat. Good heavens, he had just boasted moments ago, and now this person spoke with the same authority as his father. And 300,000, no less. He sought the free power of love. Chapter 87. Qianhe battles Qin corpse. However, seeing such a massive collection of talismans, Qianhe was filled with trepidation. What? Wasn't that just your limit for talismans? And there are still so many. Haha. Indeed. Right now it's 100,000, but soon it will be 300,000. Qianhe bluffed. What? You, a mere Daoist, where did you acquire 100,000 talismans? 100,000 talismans. Qianhe could hardly believe it. Yet as soon as those talismans touched his face, they erupted like a volcano, exploding with thunderous force. In an instant, 100,000 talismans detonated simultaneously, their immense shockwave surging outward from the Qin corpse like a tidal wave. The blinding light was akin to the sun at zenith, accompanied by a deafening roar that seemed to tear the very fabric of space asunder. The ground was blasted into a bottomless pit, resembling the gaping maw of a monstrous beast, as everything in the vicinity was swept up by the fierce gusts, scattering like dust. Although Qianhe had prepared himself, he was still pushed back repeatedly by the residual shockwave. Yet, quick to react, he crossed his arms and conjured a defensive spell before him, barely managing to stabilize his stance. The rumbling resonated like a great bell, the aftershocks causing the mountain itself to tremble. The corpse family's stronghold was situated halfway up the mountain. The four individuals from the southeast, southwest, northeast, and northwest soon noticed the fierce battle above, brandishing the sword of Qianhe and the talismans meant for subduing corpses as they rushed out to assist their ally Qianhe. As for the villagers, they had long since scattered like birds and beasts, vanishing without a trace. However, those who fled too slowly were not spared, caught in the aftermath, yet fortunately suffered no serious harm. Looking again at the location of the Qin corpse, smoke billowed like a black whirlwind, permeating the heavens and earth. As the smoke began to dissipate, one could see that the Qin corpse's body had been left in a pitiful state, as if torn apart by countless razor-sharp claws. The once black dragon robe was now tattered, and a massive gash had been blown into his abdomen, dark red blood gushing forth like a fountain. I've been injured. Qianhe glared at his own appearance, his face contorted with fury. Roar! Qianhe, seething with rage, let out a deafening roar, never having anticipated that he had come so perilously close to death. He opened his gaping maw, directing his hunger skyward towards the luminous moon, desperately beginning to absorb its essence. The moon in the heavens was drawn near, its silvery light cascading down, in the next moment. His body began to rejuvenate, akin to a withered tree coming to life in spring, a sight that left Qianhe utterly astonished. Oh no, I completely forgot that he could absorb the essence of the moon. Qianhe furrowed his brow, but the individuals in the well had yet to emerge, and currently, the talismans in Zhong Kuei's sword were of no use. Realizing this, Qianhe shouted, wielding the Thunderstrike wood, intending to unleash the Heavenly Thunder Sword. Heavenly Thunder Sword, boundless as the heavens, a Maoshan incantation. God of thunder, heed my call, descend swiftly. Lightning and thunder, shatter the darkness. I, in my name, summon the heavenly thunder. He chanted fervently, pointing the Thunderstrike Peachwood sword towards the sky. In an instant, the sky darkened ominously, and lightning crackled. A bolt of lightning, resembling a silver dragon, descended from the heavens, striking his Thunderstrike Peachwood sword with unerring precision. The sword became enveloped in crackling lightning, radiating a dazzling brilliance. This was none other than his Heavenly Thunder Sword, a signature technique of the original Qianhe. The reason the original Qianhe had refrained from using it was that the royal family's zombie had already transformed into a Thunder Calamity corpse, rendering this technique nearly ineffective against it. Thus, Qianhe had held back. Without hesitation, he swung the Thunderstrike wood, which glowed with power, and shot towards the Qin corpse. Upon seeing this, the Qin corpse reached out with one hand to catch it. But in the next moment, his right hand exploded. Boom! The force shattered his right hand. Witnessing this, the Qin corpse was consumed by rage. He was no true flying zombie, but a false one, incapable of regrowing severed limbs. Now, thanks to Qianhe's assault, he had become akin to Yang Guo. Ah! Just then, Qianhe, beholding the absurdity unfolding before him, couldn't he help but burst into laughter. It turned out that this seemingly formidable false flying zombie lacked the miraculous ability to regenerate severed limbs. With this revelation, the situation became markedly simpler. He had thought the Qin corpse formidable. Given this, it would be easy to resolve. Humph! A false flying zombie is merely a false flying zombie, far inferior to a true flying zombie. As the thought crossed his mind, Qianhe swiftly performed intricate hand seals, his head spinning like a frantically whirling top. He then raised his right foot and stomped down with great force, bellowing, "Ancestor, descend upon me!" In an instant, a breathtaking spectacle unfolded as Qianhe's form swelled dramatically, rapidly soaring to a height of 3 meters. Before the onlookers stood a magnificent figure, his body adorned with awe-inspiring muscles. Fortunately, Wu Shilang was absent, otherwise he would surely have been rendered speechless. Chapter 88. The Heavenly Talisman. Behold those biceps, robust beyond imagination, even thicker than an average waist, and Qianhe's gigantic fists resembled the size of sandbags. Accompanied by a thunderous roar, the breath expelled from Qianhe coalesced into tangible waves of magical energy. Truly, he resembled a dragon capturing the clouds, a veritable demon subduing the earth. Following this, Qianhe charged forward like a frenzied beast. Each step he took causing the earth to quake violently, creating numerous pits of varying depths in the solid ground. Poor Qin corpse, still reeling from the shock, was seized by Qianhe, who mercilessly slammed his head into the ground. Then, like plowing a field, he dragged him along, akin to Broly. Humph! In your living days, you were nothing more than a spineless tyrant, a mere remnant of the 6th generation's legacy reduced to rubbish, ultimately meeting your demise at the hands of a eunuch. Now transformed into this grotesque semblance of a zombie, I shall strike you so hard that your parents wouldn't recognize you. As Qianhe berated him, he continued to grip the Qin corpse's head, dragging him across the ground, carving out a long furrow. Suddenly, he swung his iron fist, the size of a cauldron, crashing down with overwhelming force upon the Qin corpse's chest. Ha! The Qin corpse, struck with such ferocity, opened his mouth in agony, a torrent of eerie, sinister corpse energy escaping from his M.W. In an instant, his power waned. The Qin corpse was grievously injured. The might of a single punch was terrifying indeed. I shall have your blood splattered 5 paces, Qianhe declared, seizing his legs and tearing them apart. Tear, 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 Qianhe roared, his terrifying aura rendering him akin to a god of slaughter. With a mighty pull, he actually tore the Qin corpse asunder. Ah! The Qin corpse let out a horrific scream, and blood gushed forth from the severed remains, splattering everywhere and creating a scene of glaring R.E.T. as the Qin corpse was ripped apart. An even denser aura of death surged skyward, only to vanish into thin air in an instant. The surrounding air seemed to be stunned into silence by this bloody and violent spectacle, creating an atmosphere of eerie quiet. Qianhe stood in place, his body imbued with the aura of a god of slaughter, untouched by the splattered blood. And indeed, the Qin corpse had blood splattered 5 paces. At that moment, Qianhe's eyes gleamed with a cold, disdainful light. With such a worthless existence, wasting resources while alive, and stirring trouble even in death, do you dare to disrupt my peak battle? You fool! Qianhe stated flatly, his voice, though not loud, resonated like a great bell in the stillness. Subsequently, Qianhe slowly raised his hand, forming a seal, left to support the 6 jia, right to guard the 6 ding, with the yellow god before and the yuzhong behind. My divine awareness shall slay without fear of the mighty. Swiftly as the law commands, with a gentle wave of his hand, a terrifying vortex of flames spiraled forth, engulfing the remains of the Qin corpse, incinerating them to ash that scattered with the wind, leaving only chaos behind as a testament to the recently concluded, heart-stopping battle. Ding! Congratulations to the victor of the peak battle, having slain the false flying zombie Qin corpse. The task reward, the heavenly talisman, has been issued. Upon hearing the system's notification sound, Qianhe was filled with joy in an instant. The system bestowed upon him profound enlightenment, akin to a divine revelation, allowing Qianhe to grasp the essence of the pinnacle realm. To reach the utmost heights, however, would require Qianhe's own dedicated cultivation. He closed his eyes tightly, fully concentrating on the mystical tome. In a fleeting moment, a brilliant golden light erupted from the depths of his consciousness, as if the tome had been summoned by some mysterious force, becoming extraordinarily vibrant. The runes flickered like countless stars cascading down upon Qianhe, their radiance intensifying, gradually enveloping him entirely. As the enlightenment continued, enigmatic runes began to materialize around Qianhe's form, glowing with an otherworldly light, continuously merging into his being. As these runes integrated deeper within him, images of ancient and mystical scenes unfolded in his mind like a film, showcasing the unparalleled techniques wielded by the tome. The zenith of this illumination, Qianhe abruptly opened his eyes, a sharp glimmer flashing within them. Clenching his fists tightly, his face was a canvas of astonishment. With a gentle wave of his fingers in the void, countless runes fluttered down from the skies like snowflakes. Gazing at the myriad of runes above him, Qianhe was utterly dumbfounded. There was no need for an altar, no requirement for qi manipulation, and no prior preparations. Even a master talisman would require several hours to accomplish such feats. Yet the tome allowed him to inscribe runes at will, and he could create an overwhelming number of talismans in an incredibly short time, enabling him to employ a strategic tactic akin to a sea of talismans. Qianhe murmured to himself, his delight palpable. Chapter 89. The unscrupulous Taoist. From this moment forth, he could bestow the talisman copier upon his 4 disciples. His ability to inscribe talismans had reached unparalleled heights. Creating talismans in the void, he could conjure hundreds or even thousands of talismanic nets in one go. It was utterly terrifying. Just then, the 4 companions from the 4 cardinal directions arrived. Having witnessed their master vanquish the false flying corpse of Qin with their own eyes, and they too were profoundly shaken. Master is incredible. He actually killed the Qin corpse. Indeed, I never expected Master to grow stronger once more. Haha, Master is our role model. Yes, our inspiration. Well done. The 4 of them were elated. They sensed the formidable aura of the Qin corpse. Had they engaged, they likely would have been defeated in an instant. It was truly remarkable that their master could showcase such a peak battle to them. The opposing 5 corpses comprised 1 king and 4 golden beings, yet their master triumphed with a 5-kill streak. You all have emerged. Are you unharmed? Qianhe dispelled the aura of his ancestor and donned another Daoist robe. Alas, the direct intervention of his ancestor had obliterated his original robe. Master, there are some snakes below. Along with a water ghost, and then it's all cleared. Oh, by the way, the items are here. A Dong stepped forward and handed a box to Qianhe. Upon opening it, Qianhe discovered 3 corpse-restraining coins and a treasured sword. It was indeed the Zhong Kuei sword. The hilt was wrapped in black leather, adorned with striking red gemstones, making it particularly eye-catching. The end of the hilt featured a circular guard, intricately carved with exquisite patterns that were both aesthetic and practical. The top of the scabbard bore a golden lion's head, its eyes glimmering with a red light, seemingly gazing at all the evils of the world. A magnificent sword, Qianhe exclaimed as he unsheathed it in admiration. He then placed the sword into his system's backpack and handed the lightning strike wood to a Dong. Currently, I possess only this lightning strike wood. Once I acquire something better, I shall provide it to the rest of you. Qianhe said, glancing at Nan, Shi, and Bei. Among the 4, a Dong was the eldest disciple. Yes, master, the trio nodded, harboring no jealousy. Their brotherhood was strong, and they would not envy one another over such matters, especially since their master had promised to reward them with something superior in due course. Qianhe was also awaiting system rewards. If better items were to come, he would share them. After all, it would not do to leave his disciples wanting. All right, let us collect our rewards and depart. This village is not suitable for an overnight stay. Qianhe instructed his 4 companions that he was not concerned about the villagers posing a threat. Rather, the village was shrouded in sinister energy, having witnessed too many deaths. Understood, master. The 4 answered in unison as they descended the mountain. Upon arriving at the ancestral hall, the village chief and others awaited them. Upon seeing Qianhe's return, their faces lit up with joy. His return signified victory, and with it, their lives would be spared. Village chief. The matter has been resolved. Splendid. Thank you immensely, Daoist Qianhe. Bring forth the rewards. The village chief commanded, ensuring the rewards were promptly delivered. They dared not be greedy. After all, this was a matter of life and death. To eliminate such a terrifying malevolence could easily cost them their lives. Thus, they would never dare to act foolishly. Seeing their prudence, Qianhe accepted the rewards and prepared to leave with his 4 disciples. However, just as they were about to depart, a transmission talisman beside Qianhe began to glow. Junior brother Qianhe, I am rather busy here. Please come over. Upon hearing this voice, Qianhe had yet to respond when a babe beside him scoffed. Master, it's that unscrupulous Shirwa looking for you again. It's always about borrowing money, and he never returns it. I wonder what he wants this time. Unscrupulous Shirwa? Qianhe pondered for a moment before recalling who it was. It was the one who claimed they had saved many with Maoshan techniques and dismissed the occasional killing of another as inconsequential. Upon this realization, Qianhe narrowed his eyes. The original self regarded him as a senior brother, always lending him money without repayment, and now it seemed he sought to involve him in a scheme against Zhang Dabin. The more Qianhe contemplated, the more plausible it seemed. Master, should we just ignore that unscrupulous Shirwa? A Shi chimed in, clearly reluctant to encounter him. Let us see. If he seeks to borrow money, then there shall be none. Remember, borrowing money is akin to killing one's parents. This is a lesson you must all remember. But master, what about the money he borrowed previously? Qianhe replied. Ahem, I meant now. The past is bygone. Let it be fodder for dogs. Qianhe cleared his throat and turned in another direction, and he primarily wanted to ascertain whether the man intended to use Taoist techniques against Zhang Dabin. If so, he would have to cripple his cultivation. Chapter 90. The unscrupulous Daoist, Qianhe. As for reporting to the eldest disciple, that would be futile. The unscrupulous Daoist was closely affiliated with Shijian, belonging to the same faction as them. This unscrupulous Daoist, known as Qianhe, fancied himself as a realist of wealth. In reality, in their cultivation circles, he was referred to as the unscrupulous Daoist due to his lack of principles and frequent engagement in unethical deeds. Thus, even if Qianhe obtained incriminating evidence against him to report to Shijian, it would be of no use. It was better to act first and gather evidence, as Shijian would not dare to speak out against him or risk being accused of collusion. As the eldest disciple, if he were to blatantly cover for someone, his credibility would suffer greatly. Very well. The 4 from the 4 directions sighed in resignation and followed their master. However, they were using movement talismans. allowing them to travel swiftly. "Master, is it really necessary to go at this late hour?" A bay questioned from behind. It was already nighttime, and visiting the unscrupulous Sherbois seemed excessive. Indeed, it was unnecessary. We were merely seeking a tavern to rest for the night. If we do not hurry, we may have to sleep on the streets. Oh, I see. They finally understood why their master had applied the movement talismans. He was seeking to find an inn in advance. With their talismans, they traveled at great speed and soon arrived at their destination. However, they did not go directly to Qianhe's establishment. Instead, they found an inn to rest for the night, planning to visit Qianhe in the morning. After paying for their stay, they passed the night, and the following morning, they enjoyed breakfast at the inn before heading to Qianhe's place. As they set off, Qianhe remembered something and said, "Oh, right, this money is for you." With that, he retrieved 8 pieces of silver from his system's backpack. Giving 2 to each of the 4, they had received a substantial reward from the fishing village. And though they were disciples, Qianhe still felt it appropriate to share with them, as they had been quite obedient. "Thank you, master." The 4 joyfully accepted and tucked the coins away. By the time they arrived at Qianhe's establishment, it was already noon. Upon seeing the dilapidated earthen door of Qianhe's residence, Qianhe gently knocked. "Come in." The deep, resounding voice of Qianhe echoed like a mighty bell. The 5 disciples stood at the entrance, pushing the door to enter Qianhe's dojo. However, this dojo was a far cry from the esteemed Maoshan establishment that Qianhe had encountered earlier. It was more akin to the dilapidated venue of Wuzhenren. Qianhe's dojo was merely an old adobe house, requiring one to stoop like an ostrich upon entry. "Qianhe, you have arrived." The unscrupulous Daoist beamed with a smile that blossomed like spring flowers upon seeing Qianhe enter. This good junior brother of his was quite the wealthy individual. He had often borrowed money from him without a thought of repayment. It must be said, his junior brother was truly an honest and kind-hearted soul. Brother, what brings you to seek me this time?" Qianhe replied, a hint of a sardonic smile gracing his lips. Upon seeing him, he was indeed a mirror image of the character portrayed in the films. Truly, one could not judge a book by its cover, for he was all too eager for wealth. His round head resembled a ripe watermelon. His large ears akin to 2 palm leaves, and a Bagua symbol was inscribed on his forehead, making him appear as a living embodiment of the god of wealth. Qianhe's disciples were also quite courteous, addressing the 4 from the southeast, southwest, northeast, and northwest as junior brothers. They also called Qianhe Uncle Master, as respecting one's elders is the most fundamental courtesy. Nevertheless, the disciples of the unscrupulous Daoist were obedient, of a rather dull and straightforward disposition. Whatever their master instructed, they would follow without question. They too respectfully referred to Qianhe as Uncle Master, to which Qianhe responded with a gentle nod. Look at this," the unscrupulous Daoist exclaimed, pointing towards the 2 golden ingots on the table, as if they were 2 brilliant pearls. Each of these ingots weighed approximately 100 grams. The gold ingots from the Qing dynasty typically weighed 108.3 grams and were shaped like an oval horseshoe, featuring a longevity character in seal script on the surface, elegantly crafted, symbolizing good fortune. Their purity was impeccable, and their weight felt substantial in hand, as if one could sense the passage of time within them. "Master Uncle, are you here to repay a debt?" a Dong asked bluntly. Disregarding any decorum, they felt little regard for the 2 golden ingots. Having already witnessed mountains of gold and jewels, how could they possibly regard these 2 insignificant ingots? Master Uncle intends to make a deal with your master. These golden ingots are the remainder owed to him, but the surplus will not be exchanged for money. I would like to ask my junior brother for a favor." Qianhe's face was plastered with a smile, akin to a blooming chrysanthemum that he was secretly plotting to drag Qianhe into a deadly scheme. After all, Qianhe had connections with the official court. Should anything go awry, he could easily shift the blame onto Qianhe. Little did he know, Qianhe no longer served the court. Chapter 91. The precepts of Maoshan. Brother, feel free to speak your mind. Qianhe maintained his sardonic demeanor. "Here's the matter. A reckless young man has offended a wealthy individual, and that wealthy individual approached me, requesting that I eliminate him," Qianhe said, holding the 2 golden ingots with a smirk, avoiding eye contact with Qianhe. The four from the southeast, southwest, northeast, and northwest exchanged glances and stepped forward. "Master Uncle, you intend to kill?" they exclaimed in unison. Clearly, as juniors, they disapproved of their master's intentions. While they could tolerate his greed at their master's expense, murder was entirely unacceptable. "Hey, what is wrong with you youngsters? I am speaking with your master. Why do you interject? And you, a dong, what do you mean by kill? This is merely a matter of setting up a ritual altar. Besides, our Maoshan art have saved countless lives. What is the harm in taking one or two? Is that unreasonable?" Qianhe cast a dismissive glance at a dong, whose expression was particularly uneasy. "Master Uncle, our sect is one of opposing good and evil, and we are sworn to never be greedy, never kill the innocent, and never profane the three lights." A dong began, but before he could finish, Qianhe's face darkened. "You mean to say that I am colluding with the wicked?" "Correct? Indeed," a dong affirmed, though his voice trembled. "You simpleton, in this world, the most crucial thing is wealth. Why concern yourself with so much? Furthermore, your master hasn't even spoken yet." Qianhe's eyes flitted towards Qianhe, as all attention turned to him. "Junior brother Qianhe, what is your perspective on this matter?" "Me. I can stand to watch, sit to observe, or even lie down to see. How do you wish me to perceive this?" Qianhe scoffed, and before he could continue, he added, "My master once told us to act righteously, and with the Maoshan precepts in place, I cannot comply with your request to kill. Moreover, I suggest you refrain from such actions lest you incur the wrath of the elder brother. You cannot bear the consequences," Qianhe said with an air of indifference. Upon hearing this, Qianhe's face darkened, and he retorted, "Fine, if you refuse to assist me, then do not meddle in my affairs." Brother, I advise you not to misguide yourself. Are you instructing me on my actions?" "No, I'm teaching you how to be a decent person." "You insolent whelp! I'm your elder brother," Qianhe exploded in fury, unleashing a torrent of initial-stage Daoist power like a volcanic eruption. Yet Qianhe remained unfazed, hands clasped behind his back. Turning his back to Qianhe, the aura of a half-step heavenly master radiating from him like a mountain pressing down upon an egg. He raised his head slightly, a look of loneliness on his face, and stated, "This place is too constricted. If you wish to spar, let us do so outside, so as not to embarrass you before your disciples." Such audacity was truly unparalleled. "How dare you?" Qianhe roared, flinging the money sword with a whoosh. The sword gleamed with light, yet Qianhe did not even glance back, clearly unperturbed, with his protective aura activated. He soared in power, and upon contact with the money sword, it shattered into pieces. "What?" Qianhe exclaimed in shock, but a greater astonishment awaited him. Boom! With his back turned, Qianhe unleashed his overwhelming power like a raging tide, sending Qianhe flying as if he were a kite severed from its string, a heavy blow to his chest inducing unbearable pain and causing him to spit out blood. How could he be so powerful? The unscrupulous Daoist Qianhe was struck dumb. As if hit by lightning, he simply could not fathom how Qianhe had attained such terrifying strength. Previously, they were both merely at the initial stage of Daoist mastery. How could he have transformed into a half-step heavenly master in the blink of an eye? What had transpired during their brief separation? "Brother, I have yet to unleash my full strength. Why have you conceded so quickly?" "But I reiterate, do not act foolishly," Qianhe said, turning away with his four disciples following closely behind, as if fearful of losing him. Their master was willing to commit murder for the sake of wealth. A clear violation of the Maoshan precepts, and they found it utterly unconscionable, their hearts filled with disdain for him. "Master, are you all right?" Qianhe's disciple approached to assist him, but Qianhe slapped him away. "Get lost. My temper is flaring. Master, will Master Uncle continue to kill?" Along the way, Abe could not help but inquire. "Yes," Qianhe replied firmly. The film had provided the answer, and given Qianhe's recent display of greed, it was evident he would resort to actions akin to those in the original tale. "What should we do then?" Abe responded with a hint of resignation. "First, let us rest at the original inn and observe the developments. However, we cannot remain idle. Southeast, southwest, you are to gather evidence. Be sure to remain undetected. If anything occurs, flee and do not engage. Do not bear the disgrace of striking an elder, understood? Qianhe instructed earnestly. After observing for so long, everyone should leave a 5-star review. Chapter 92. Zhang de Dan understood. Master. The 4 disciples responded in unison before dispersing. Qianhe watched them depart, continuing on to find lodging at the original inn. After all, to grasp Qian Kai's weaknesses, one must confront him directly. On his way to the original inn, he encountered an individual who bore a striking resemblance to pig intestines. Ah, he was Zhang de Dan. Presently, he appeared quite flustered. Last night, he had wagered with a scoundrel to spend the night at the Ma family ancestral hall, only to be frightened to death by a sudden resurrection in the middle of the night. Since Qianhe had not rushed over last night, Qian Kai had acted first. Otherwise, Qianhe would have uncovered Qian Kai's machinations last night. That it could be said that today, Qian Kai merely sought to recruit Qianhe into his treacherous plot. To share the burden of sin. Pig intestines? No, Zhang de Dan. Why does he look as if he has seen a ghost? Qianhe, filled with confusion, stepped forward. That moment, Zhang Dabin's heart was truly in a state of panic. After encountering the corpse last night, he thought he had successfully evaded danger for a night and won some money in the gamble. However, in the early morning, still in a daze, he had been deceived by the lecherous dog once again. And before he could gather his thoughts, he had agreed to his words. The thought of having to visit the Ma family ancestral hall tonight filled him with dread. He had initially believed the Ma family ancestral hall merely housed a corpse. But it seemed he was mistaken. Just then, someone patted him on the shoulder, startling him into a shudder. Fear not, Qianhe. Noticing his fright, couldn't he help but chuckle. Hey, who are you? I'm Daoist Qianhe of Maoshan. Oh, a Daoist. Wait, a Daoist? Can you exorcise evil spirits? I encounter ghost. No, a zombie. Zhang Dabin babbled incoherently, gripping Qianhe tightly, clearly fearing that he might flee. Qianhe was speechless, but seeing his demeanor, he asked with uncertainty, Have you been to the Ma family ancestral hall? Ah, yes, truly a divine being. Master, save me, Zhang Dabin exclaimed, recounting the incident of betting and encountering the zombie. Upon hearing this, Qianhe narrowed his eyes. It seems the money had been put to use last night. But why did he just say that? Qianhe couldn't comprehend it. However, he chose not to dwell on it, saying, Saving you is easy, but I see that you are quite green around the gills. Ah, what do you mean? Zhang Dabin asked, puzzled. Your wife has been unfaithful. What else could it mean? What? Impossible, absolutely impossible, impossible. Why not go home and check tonight? Qianhe replied with a smirk, but I have to go home tonight. No matter, just extend your hand. Qianhe waved his hand, urging him to comply. Why extend my hand? Zhang Dabin was confused. Draw a protective talisman for you. Are you expecting to go fly a kite? Qianhe looked at him incredulously. Although filled with doubts, Zhang Dabin slowly extended his hand. Qianhe's fingers danced gracefully, like a nimble brush, sketching a talisman for restraining corpses in the air, then with a gentle flick. The talisman landed in Zhang Dabin's palm, like a bird taking flight. Zhang Dabin stared in astonishment, his eyes wide as he gazed at the mysterious symbols in his hand, his heart brimming with curiosity. When a zombie emerges from the Ma family ancestral hall tonight, simply push it with your palm against its forehead, and it will remain immobile like a statue. Qianhe explained. Is it really that simple? Indeed, it is that simple. However, how you handle it is entirely up to you. Qianhe, with his hands clasped behind his back, displayed a hint of disdain on his face, as if to convey that a mere corpse, not yet fully transformed into a zombie, posed no real threat. Nothing powerful. The talismans drawn from the Tantian scriptures will only be stronger. Then I shall give it a try. But about my wife. Zhang Dabin hesitated. Why are you so dull-witted? Can you not return home at midnight to take a look? Qianhe sighed inwardly, reflecting on how this person seemed to lack a certain sharpness. He wondered why he had accepted him as a disciple in the original story. His responses were truly sluggish, akin to a pig's intestines. But the ancestral hall door is locked. You have quite a few questions, but fine, since I promised to help you, I shall see it through. Let us go. Take me to the ancestral hall you mentioned, and I shall help you open the door tonight. Great, thank you, Master Qianhe. Zhang Dabin exclaimed joyfully, bowing repeatedly. Qianhe waved his hand dismissively, following Zhang Dabin as they walked further away. Upon arriving at the Ma family ancestral hall, Qianhe surveyed the place with satisfaction, nodding, "Yes, I shall remember this location and come back tonight. Now, I must go eat. Farewell." With that, Qianhe turned to leave as it was time to satisfy his hunger. "Ah, I have yet to eat as well. Why not join me? I know a noodle shop that serves the most delicious noodles." Zhang Dabin enthusiastically invited, pulling Qianhe toward the eatery. Qianhe did not decline and followed him. After walking a short distance, they soon spotted a noodle shop nearby. The two made their way over. Chapter 93. Zhang Dabin's encounter. The two sat down comfortably, and Zhang Dabin ordered 2 bowls of noodles, eagerly awaiting the server to bring them. Qianhe pondered to himself why he had taken Zhang Dabin as a disciple in the original tale. Nevertheless, he decided to inquire, "What is your occupation?" "Me. I work as a coachman for Old Master Qianhe." Zhang Dabin replied with a beaming smile. His role as a coachman was not that of a modern driver, but rather one who pulled carts by hand. "Oh," Qianhe nodded. Yet an idea struck him, and he said, "Extend your hand." Oh. Zhang Dabin, not suspecting anything, extended his hand. Qianhe examined it closely and then asked, "What is your birth date?" "What for?" "I want to see if you're suited for the path of cultivation." Qianhe thought that since he could accept him as a disciple in the original story, he might as well introduce him to his senior brother, Lin Fengjiao, but he realized that Qiuxing's literary talent was insufficient to inherit the teachings. So it would be better to find someone like Zhang Dabin, who was honest and straightforward. Zhang Dabin, a rough man who could confront a corpse, was, in that regard, not inferior to Qiuxing. After all, Qiuxing had undergone training, while Zhang Dabin was merely a coachman. After Zhang Dabin provided his birth date, Qianhe calculated and was somewhat surprised. A Purion body. No wonder. Qianhe understood that it was clear why he had been accepted as a disciple in the original story. Everything made sense now. "You have commendable aptitude. Have you considered cultivating the Tao? I can introduce you to a master." Qianhe smiled, patting him on the shoulder. Since he had East, South, West, and North as disciples, and since he was reteaching the foundational cultivation methods, it would take time, so he could leave that to his senior brother, Lin Fengjiao. After all, his senior brother wouldn't mind this. The master of all realms was accustomed to teaching disciples together, and now reteaching newcomers was quite time-consuming. Really, can I cultivate the Tao? Zhang Dabin was astonished and excited. Just moments ago, Qianhe's skill in drawing talismans had left him in awe that he believed that Qianhe possessed genuine abilities. Having encountered a zombie, he was eager to learn these skills, which he found far superior to being a mere coachman. Of course, as long as you wish to learn, I will recommend you a master. Qianhe nodded. Can I join your sect? I already have 4 disciples named East, South, West, and North. Your name, Zhang Dabin, doesn't quite roll off the tongue. Qianhe waved his hand in refusal that I can change my name. Just call me Feng. Yes, East, South, West, and Wind. Wind of the East. Qianhe. Forget it. I shall call you Zhong Fabai. Qianhe was truly exasperated with Zhang Dabin. Then I shall be Zhong Fatsai. Upon hearing this, Qianhe nearly wanted to open his head to see what was inside. Nonetheless, he cleared his throat and said, "Ahem, I am recommending you to my senior brother, known as the One-Browed Daoist. He has a very impressive reputation and is as powerful as I am." Of course, he meant that previously he was as powerful as he had been. Now, as a half-step heavenly master, he was already stronger than Jiu Shu. That truly sounds wonderful. It's just a pity. I wonder if my wife will agree. Zhang Dabin said helplessly at the end, knowing he was utterly obedient to his wife. If he didn't earn money to bring home to his wife, it would be quite unfortunate. He could forget about sleeping with her. After tonight, you'll find your heart cold as ice towards your wife. Qianhe chuckled, lightly patting his shoulder. Just then, the server brought over 2 bowls of noodles. "Here you go. Lanzhao, clear soup pulled noodles." The server shouted cheerfully, setting the 2 bowls steadily on the table. Qianhe did not hold back, diving in his meal. In no time, his eyes lit up. He truly did not expect that Lanzhao noodles during the Republican era could be so delicious. Moreover, this place was not even Lanzhao, yet it had such authentic flavor. Truly remarkable. Lanzhao clear soup noodles were originally created by Ma Baozi, a Hui Muslim from Lanzhao, during the Guangxu era, and later. His second-generation heir, Ma Qinglu, continuously innovated, ultimately becoming a local delicacy that excelled in color, aroma, taste, and presentation. Due to its meticulous preparation, it gained widespread fame, and even today, it is still regarded as authentic, often attracting customers by showcasing the Ma family's unique culinary skills. As it gradually gained popularity throughout the nation, those who tasted it could not help but express their astonishment. This was precisely one of the reasons why Zhang Dadong invited Qianhe to dine here. After all, this noodle dish was simply exquisite. Although Zhang Dadong did not fully comprehend what Qianhe had said, particularly why one would grow disillusioned with their spouse after nightfall, he paid little heed to such thoughts and ravenously devoured the noodles. Having battled zombies throughout the night and not resting in the early morning, he was both starved and exhausted, eagerly indulging in a meal. However, just as they were enjoying their noodles, a group of constables strode in like a swift wind. Chapter 94. Anger from Qianhe, preparing to summon ghosts. Yet, they were not there to apprehend Zhang Dadong, but rather to partake in the same meal. Only after tonight would they initiate the pursuit of Zhang Dadong. For now, they were headed to Master Tan's residence, where he had summoned them early in the morning to discuss matters. Master Tan feared that Qianhe's attempts to eliminate Zhang Dadong would falter. Hence he had made preparations to have the constables apprehend him on fabricated charges, despite the resolute appearance of their leader, whose face bore a stern countenance. He was, in fact, terrified of ghosts. Constable Li Fengjiao. Following closely behind him were 8 junior constables, who boisterously demanded beef noodles from the waiter as they took their seats. Qianhe also noticed them, feeling a sense of intrigue, surprised to find someone so remarkably similar to his senior brother. Lin Fengjiao, he couldn't help but marvel at the peculiarities of the world. Yet he dismissed further thoughts on the matter. After all, lookalikes existed not only in his time, but even in the modern era. In fact, many bore a striking resemblance to celebrities. Oh no, it would be more accurate to say that many simply looked alike, with only the famous ones being discovered and celebrated. Celebrities often appeared unique due to their makeup and styling. Were those modern individuals to adopt similar adornments, they too would blend into the crowd. It was simply a matter of perspective. Without makeup, in their natural state, they appeared quite similar. After finishing their meal, Zhang Dadong settled the bill and inquired, "Master Qianhe, where shall we go now?" "Well, you carry on with your affairs. I shall seek you out in the evening." "Very well, Master Qianhe, do make sure to come." Zhang Dadong urged before departing. He sought a place to rest, lest he be fatigued come nightfall. Meanwhile, Qianhe returned to the inn. However, the southeast and northwest had not yet returned, which was to be expected. They were gathering evidence, and it would take time. As night fell, Qianhe had dinner at the inn and prepared to set out. As for the southeast and northwest, he had provided them with silver dollars, sufficient for them to manage their own sustenance. Meanwhile, Zhang Dadong had arrived at the Ma family ancestral hall. Outside, the scruffy dog spotted him and chuckled. "Zhang Dadong, are you inside?" "I am." "Good, I'll come by tomorrow," the scruffy dog said as he closed the door and locked it with a key. Zhang Dadong felt no fear. With Qianhe and the corpse restraining talisman in his possession, there was nothing to dread. Time slipped away like fine sand through an hourglass, and Zhang Dadong fell into a deep slumber atop the coffin board, feeling somewhat weary and intending to check back later in the night. However, his keen instincts detected something amiss. Within the coffin, something seemed to be stirring. Emitting faint sounds, he opened his eyes, cautiously descended from the coffin, and gently pushed open a gap. Peering inside, to his astonishment, the zombie from the previous night was trembling uncontrollably. Before he could ascertain the situation, a thunderous crash echoed. The zombie thrust its hands forward, sending the coffin lid flying into the air like a kite severed from its string. Zhang Dadong, startled, stumbled back several steps. The zombie stood upright, swiftly turning to fix its gaze upon him. With a leap, it sprang out of the coffin as if propelled by a bowstring, landing firmly on the ground. Zhang Dadong swallowed hard, his mind racing with Qianhe's instructions, and tremblingly extended his right hand, preparing to strike as the zombie approached. However, the zombie, a mere puppet controlled by Qianhe, remained blissfully unaware. It lunged at Zhang Dadong with the ferocity of a ravenous tiger, seeking his life. As the zombie drew near, Zhang Dadong reacted swiftly, delivering a powerful slap to its forehead. Despite his portly stature, his movements were surprisingly agile, rivaling that of Qiu Sheng. Meanwhile, Qianhe had long been poised for action, confident that Zhang Dadong could easily accomplish this task. As for the zombie, upon receiving Zhang Dadong's strike, it indeed froze as if ensnared by a binding spell. The moment of contact, the corpse-restraining talisman flared to life, deeply imprinting itself upon the zombie's forehead. On the other side, Qianhe, struck by a bolt of fury, spat blood, evidently suffering from severe backlash. "Master, what has happened to you?" Qianhe's apprentice inquired, panic-stricken at that moment. Boss Tan was not present. He was busy enjoying a romantic evening with Zhang Dadong's wife. "Get lost. It must be that Qianhe who intervened. How infuriating. Damn it, thwarting my attempts to kill, cutting off my fortune." Qianhe raged, cursing vehemently. His apprentice stood by, dumbfounded. Meanwhile, the Southeast and Northwest Quartet watched from the shadows, their expressions icy as they regarded Qianhe. Their master was akin to their rebirth parents. To dare speak ill of him was to bear an irreconcilable grudge, especially given their deep respect for their master. Chapter 95, Catching Adultery. Damn it. This master uncle is ungrateful. A dong cursed. The other three nodded in agreement. "Let us first gather evidence. Later we can provide our master with proof." Agreed. The Southeast and Northwest Quartet observed intently, employing their secret techniques to record the scene with talismans, akin to a recording device. They utilized talisman paper copied by their master to capture the moment, thus ensuring everything was documented clearly. After all, money was no object. With talismans in hand, they could record at will. It was merely a testament to the profound depth of Maoshan techniques, for which even recording devices drew inspiration. At this moment, Qianhe was seething with rage that he shared a visual connection with the zombie, allowing him to see the event unfold clearly. When he saw Zhang Dadong's hand approaching, he dismissed it, thinking, "What can an ordinary person do?" However, upon that hand striking the forehead, he realized he had underestimated the situation. The backlash shattered his spell in the next instant. He surmised that the only possible issue was Qianhe's intervention. Qianhe had declined his invitation, yet unexpectedly came to Zhang Dadong's aid. The thought ignited a volcanic fury within him. He immediately formed a hand seal, summoning the malevolent spirits he had nurtured in the underworld. He often bribed the underworld's ghostly emissaries, establishing some connections down there. The malevolent spirits he raised were hidden away in the underworld. Raising them in the open would invite scrutiny from Maoshan, so he kept them concealed, unbeknownst to anyone. In the next moment, three malevolent spirits emerged from the underworld. One was a skeletal ghost of soldier rank, while the other two were lesser malevolent spirits, each wielding mournful staffs. These were acquired through transactions with the ghostly emissaries, intended for the malevolent spirits he had nurtured in the underworld. "Master, this action may jeopardize our relationship." Qianhe's apprentice stepped forward, urging caution. Meanwhile, the Southeast and Northwest Quartet, witnessing this scene, completed their recording and hastened to report to their master. With evidence in hand, there was no reason to linger for confronting Qianhe together. That was out of the question. Such actions would lead to accusations of junior slaying senior, a narrative that would not bode well for Maoshan. Only their master could address such matters, as they had ample evidence. On the other side, Qianhe had opened the doors of the Ma family ancestral hall. Zhang Dadong was elated at the sight. Without hesitation, Qianhe tossed a talisman, incinerating the corpse. One could only lament that the descendants of the Ma family had left their ancestors in such disarray. It was no wonder that the ancestral hall appeared dilapidated. In other families, who would dare gamble or misbehave in someone else's ancestral hall? Were they courting death? Did they truly believe others' clans had no one to defend them? "All right, you can return home now and see how your wife is faring," Qianhe said, patting him on the shoulder. Zhang Dadong nodded, leading Qianhe back to his home. With the urgency of a gust of wind, Zhang Dadong flung open the door, calling out for his wife. Qianhe quickly gestured for silence. Lowering his voice, "Shoo, don't shout. We mustn't alert the snake in the grass or reveal your presence if you intend to catch an adulterer. One must be as stealthy as a cat." Zhang Dadong, upon hearing this, immediately fell silent and stealthily approached his home. This moment, the night had already descended, and he tiptoed toward the house, only to hear a strange sound emanating from the bedroom, one he was all too familiar with. Zhang Dedang's heart plummeted to the depths of despair. Cautiously, he opened the door, akin to a frightened rabbit, and quietly made his way toward the bedroom. Qianhe stood outside the door, fully aware that such matters of infidelity were best confronted by Zhang Dadong himself, as she, an outsider, had no place to intervene to that moment. With the bedroom door slightly ajar, he glimpsed his wife entwined with Lord Tan in a passionate embrace on the bed. A seething rage erupted within him like a volcano. A vivid green hat firmly placed upon his head. His anger surged through him, his fists clenched tightly, nails digging painfully into his palms, as if he sought to crush that fury, with fury blazing. Zhang Dadong kicked the door open and bellowed, "What are you doing?" It was then that he realized the deeper meaning behind Qianhe's earlier words. He had been a complete fool, utterly oblivious to the truth. Had he barged in without caution, his wife would surely have claimed it was all a baseless accusation. Yet, having overheard their conversation, how could it possibly be a mere slander? At that moment, his wife, in a state of panic, resembled a startled bird, hastily pulling the blanket to shield her body. Lord Tan, however, leisurely donned his clothing, a cold smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. "Ah, you've finally returned. Your wife has long grown weary of you, the penniless fool. However, if you were to relinquish her to me, I would double your wages as a coachman and arrange a new marriage for you." "What do you say?" Lord Tan chuckled, fully aware he had the upper hand over Zhang Dadong. Zhang Dadong trembled with rage, on the verge of lunging at Lord Tan when suddenly the image of his wife's face flashed in his mind. He turned to her and questioned, word by word, "Are you willing, or were you coerced?" Of course, it's voluntary. Who would want to spend a lifetime with a fat, broke loser like you? Filthy and stinking. I bet you've already agreed to Lord Tan's proposal, to divorce me and become his servant, so he can marry you off to someone else. His wife scoffed disdainfully, feigning concern for him. Zhang Dedang's fury surged uncontrollably, akin to a flood breaching its dam. "You vile adulterers, you deserve to die." He dashed into the kitchen, seized a kitchen knife, and lunged at Lord Tan like a ravenous tiger pouncing on its prey. Lord Tan, lacking any ability to defend himself against Zhang Dedang's wrath, fell to the ground, blood splattering everywhere. His wealth had not equipped him with the skills to combat Zhang Dadong's fury. Witnessing Lord Tan's gruesome demise before him, Zhang Dedang's wife turned ashen, while he raised a knife once more, striking down mercilessly. Clearly, he would show no mercy to these traitorous lovers. They must pay the price. After the deed was done, Zhang Dadong emerged from the house, his face a mask of despair, like a deflated balloon. Meanwhile, Qianhe stood outside, as still as a statue, waiting. He did not seek to console him, knowing that attempts at comfort would only exacerbate the situation. Damn it, his own girlfriend had run off with someone else, leading him to drown his sorrows in drink and end up here. "Qianhe, do you have a fire?" "Lend me a flame," he said wearily, his voice devoid of strength. "Just call out urgent as the law commands, and the talismans will ignite." Qianhe replied, producing dozens of fire talismans as if performing a magic trick. Zhang Dadong grasped them tightly, gazing at his house with clenched teeth. "Urgent as the law commands." In an instant, the talismans ignited, roaring like fire dragons. With a forceful flick of his wrist, the talismans shot forth like meteors, engulfing the entire house in flames. Zhang Dedang's house stood solitary, surrounded by no other dwellings. Otherwise, the fire would have surely spread. This was precisely why he acted thus. Had other houses been nearby, he would not have set it ablaze. From this moment forth, he resolved to embark on the path of cultivation. Being a coachman was akin to being a dog, forever begging for scraps. It would be far better to follow Qianhe's advice and study under her senior brother, Lin Fengjiao, in the pursuit of Taoism, perhaps finding a chance to rise above his current station. Qianhe, with her hands clasped behind her back, observed with an air of indifference. Were this in modern times, he would undoubtedly face imprisonment, perhaps even execution. Yet this was the Republic era. Many novelli believed that traversing to ancient times would bring them fortune. What a joke! Even the common folk, whom the emperor claimed to value, were not merely the ordinary populace, but rather the nobility. Only with the support of the aristocrats could an emperor securely sit upon his throne. Take the year 757 AD, for instance, the third year following the outbreak of the Lushan Rebellion. Emperor Suzong of Tang dispatched Guizi to the Uyghurs, securing 100,000 elite troops to aid the Tang dynasty in quelling the rebellion and reclaiming lost territories. To entice the Uyghurs into action, Emperor Suzong offered an irresistible condition. Once successful, they would be allowed 3 days of unrestrained pillaging in Chang'an. In the eyes of ancient emperors and the ruling class, the vast majority of the common people were scarcely considered human. What Mencius spoke of regarding the people being precious likely referred only to the aristocracy and bureaucratic landowners. The downtrodden, tenant farmers, refugees, and the laborers on the streets did not fall within that privileged category. This was undoubtedly the first treaty of humiliation in history, and Cixi merely followed the blueprint laid out before her. Thus, do not harbor any delusions of soaring to greatness simply by traversing to ancient times. One would either starve on the streets or become a hidden servant of the landlords. Once everything had turned to ash, Qianhe prepared to take Zhang Dadong to an inn for a night's rest before their departure. However, at that moment, the 4 figures of Dong, Nan, Shi, and Bei rushed toward them like a tempest. Upon seeing them, Qianhe realized immediately that they had succeeded. "Master, it seems our senior uncle is up to mischief, employing Maoshan techniques to harm others, and he is even raising ghosts," Adong said anxiously. "Indeed, malevolent spirits, judging by their aura, they've slain many," Shi added quickly. The reason they rushed so hastily was to relay the news to their master as swiftly as possible. Otherwise, given the speed of those 3 malevolent spirits, they would have likely reached their destination first. "I see," Qianhe replied, narrowing her eyes slightly. She had never anticipated that Qian Kai would repeat the same mistakes, attempting to leverage evil spirits to confront her. Unfortunately for him, he had underestimated Qianhe gravely. Dong, Nan, Shi, and Bei regarded her with newfound respect, astonished at her formidable abilities. Even in her absence, she could discern the presence of raised malevolent spirits. Impressive! Zhang Dadong, however, was consumed with rage to combat him. They had resorted to summoning Daoist priests. Yet he felt a twinge of relief, having already dealt with the treacherous couple. But at that moment, a system notification chimed. Ding! Detection of a traitor in Maoshan, Qian Kai. Task: eliminate Qian Kai. Reward: a gift package. Ding! Does the host accept? Their essay task? Qianhe pondered, though she ultimately accepted it. Who would refuse free rewards? She had already intended to put an end to him. With evidence in hand and his attempt to use ghosts against her, he had sealed his fate. Just then, a chilling and sinister aura surged forth like a tidal wave, causing the temperature around them to plummet. "They have arrived," Qianhe remarked coolly. The furious wind raged like a tempest, the malevolent energy swirling violently. As if intent on consuming the world, 3 malevolent spirits appeared, howling like hungry wolves, led by a skeletal king whose ghostly form radiated an alarming power. The other 2, with green faces and sharp fangs, glinted with a bloodthirsty light, resembling demons descending upon the earth, reaching the pinnacle of ghostly ferocity. So weak, they are unworthy of my intervention. Dong, Nan, Shi, you may dispose of these 3 nuisances, Qianhe said with a glance. Her voice, though soft, resonated like thunder. Yes. The 4 individuals representing the cardinal directions swiftly established their positions like a tempest. They stood at the southeast, southwest, northeast, and northwest, surrounding the 3 malevolent spirits. United in thought, they each produced their respective 4 symbols flags. Having received these from Qianhe previously and cultivated their abilities, they were now ready to test their formidable power. As they waved their banners, chanting incantations that resonated like celestial melodies, a sudden burst of spiritual light manifested, and the 4 symbols formation took shape in an instant. The 3 malevolent spirits, who had only just revealed themselves, found themselves ensnared by a formation akin to an inescapable net. In mere moments, the pressure of the formation radiated with the weight of a mountain, causing the spirits to exhibit terrifying expressions of dread. The 4 symbols formation displayed its might, instantly suppressing the spirits' realms. In the distance, Qian Kai was taken aback, although he was unaware of the nature of the formation employed by the 4. Its overwhelming force resembled that of a powerful bow, capable of restraining the spirits he had summoned. The spirits, enraged and ferocious, lunged at the formation like rabid dogs, only to be thwarted by an impenetrable barrier of light. They continuously morphed their shapes, attacking like phantoms, desperately seeking a flaw in the formation. Bang, bang, bang! As they battered against it, a dong shouted without hesitation, "Everyone hold steady, good!" The other three responded in unison, launching their flags into the air like shooting stars, where they hovered gracefully. Their relative inexperience with the four symbols formation meant that they struggled against the three spirits. But practical experience was essential for mastery. Mere theory would prove insufficient. Upon activation of the formation, four extraordinary beams of light materialized in the sky, each representing the power of the four symbols' divine beasts. The azure glow of the azure dragon gleamed with a sharpness akin to a sword. The white light of the white tiger exuded a chilling aura. The crimson flame of the vermilion bird burned fiercely, and the black radiance of the black tortoise contained a depth akin to an abyss. Subdue them, incapacitate them, and I shall leave their fate to you. Master brother, Qianhe proclaimed, already formulating an ingenious plan. He intended to hand the three spirits directly to his master brother while taking the incapacitated Qian Kai to Maoshan for him to deal with personally. Of course, rendering Qian Kai powerless was a necessary course of action. This was also intended as a warning to Shi Jian. Should his disciples stray from the path, Qianhe would take it upon himself to rectify the situation. Furthermore, the spirits bore Qian Kai's mark, thus leaving him no avenue for denial. With Qianhe's command, the four individuals felt a surge of renewed vigor. They swiftly formed hand seals, chanting in unison to enhance the binding strength of the formation against the three spirits. The spirits writhed within the formation, struggling fiercely, yet finding it akin to being mired in a quagmire. Unable to escape, but she suddenly bellowed, brandishing a peachwood sword that had appeared in his hand, and thrust it toward one of the spirits. Caught off guard, the spirit emitted a piercing wail as it was struck, the malevolent energy surrounding it dissipating significantly. Meanwhile, a bay threw a talisman that adhered to another spirit, causing it to writhe in agony as if seared by intense flames, its power gradually waning. But he refrained from using the talisman to eliminate the spirit outright, as he needed to account for his master's expectations. Chapter 98. The unrighteous Daoist Qianhe, the last of the skeletal spirit kings, witnessing the turn of events, attempted to self-destruct in a bid to take the four with him. However, Qianhe, observing from afar, was prepared. He dashed into the formation, placing his fingers upon the skull's head with an expression of indifference. "How many lives do you think you can afford to gamble with self-detonation in my presence?" Qianhe remarked, rendering the spirit immobile. The skeletal king, now gripped by fear, had not anticipated Qianhe's terrifying prowess. He wished to beg for mercy, yet found himself unable to utter a word. Simultaneously, Qianhe struck his forehead, causing his spirit soldier realm to plummet, descending directly to the level of a malevolent spirit. It could be said that he was instantaneously reduced by two realms. The four individuals representing the cardinal directions exhaled in relief upon witnessing the skeletal spirit's fate. They had only just realized its intention to self-destruct. Yet, seeing their master subdue it, they felt a wave of calm wash over them. Before long, the realms of the other two spirits were similarly diminished, transforming them into minor spirits. The four, following their instructions, secured the spirits. Qianhe, casting a cold gaze upon the subdued spirits, contemplated how Shi Jian would respond to this predicament. "Let us depart. Lead the way to your master uncle." Qianhe instructed the four, then nodded in acknowledgement, guiding Qianhe and Zhang Daiden towards the Tan residence. Meanwhile, Qian Kai, once more spitting blood, sensed the severance of his connection to the spirits. Clearly, Qianhe had triumphed. Damn it. Damn it. How can these four be so formidable, able to unite against two ghostly fiends and a spirit soldier? He found it utterly inconceivable. Why is Qianhe's disciple so powerful? If Qianhe is formidable, why is his disciple equally so? I distinctly remember that the four were merely peak Taoist novices. How could they have ascended to peak Taoist status in such a short time? Unbelievable, truly unbelievable. However, he was aware of Qianhe's impending arrival. He shouted to his disciples, "Elevate the altar!" His own power now paled in comparison to Qianhe's. Thus he needed to raise the altar. His master had once stated that when realms and powers were equal, the height of the altar determined strength. Now that his junior brother Qianhe surpassed him, he had to elevate the altar and take a chance. On the other side, Qianhe and his companions had already arrived at the Tan residence. As they stepped through the entrance, they were met with the sight of an altar towering over 10 meters high, resembling a magnificent mountain. Atop the altar stood a solitary figure, none other than the unscrupulous Daoist Qianhe. What use is raising the altar to such heights? The key lies in the ability to fight. A mocking smile crept upon Qianhe's lips. Qianhe, his rage igniting, retorted, "Junior brother, do not be so arrogant. Have you forgotten that a higher altar equates to greater power?" Arrogance. No, I am merely being pragmatic. Moreover, the height of the altar you speak of is contingent upon individuals like you, the weaklings that as for me. I need not set up an altar. Qianhe's smile widened further, his visage filled with disdain. Humph, you lack even an altar. While mine towers into the clouds, I shall summon the divine to obliterate you. Prepare to meet your demise. Meet my demise. It seems you are unaware of my prowess as the vanguard of the Daoist altar, the great general of Maoshan. Today, I shall demonstrate that I do not heed the hour when exorcising ghosts and dispelling evil. Qianhe declared. Unfurled, Qianhe spoke with a stoic expression. Qian, in a voice strained and hoarse, shouted desperately. Yet all his efforts were in vain. His cultivation and magical powers dissipated like a flood breaching a dam, leaving him as powerless as an ordinary man. Truly, he had become akin to a mere mortal, an ant in the grand scheme of things. Xiao Bei, quickly take your Sherbo back to Maoshan, and do bring the 3 ghosts along with the evidence to your master. Yes, master, Bei responded respectfully, swiftly binding Qian and then procuring a horse-drawn carriage, preparing to head toward Maoshan. No, junior brother Qianhe, I was wrong. Do not take me to Maoshan. I truly regret it. Qian begged for mercy. Meanwhile, Qian's disciple stepped forward, also pleading, Shu, spare my master. Seeing his disciple, Qianhe sighed. His disciple had a commendable disposition, but had suffered greatly at the hands of his master in the film. You should accompany us to Maoshan as well. The cultivation there is far superior to what you have experienced under your master, Qianhe said to Qian's disciple. He then turned coldly to Qian. You are not merely mistaken. You are frightened. You fear going to Maoshan and facing your senior brothers. Qianhe's words struck deep into Qian's heart. He understood that his inner thoughts had been laid bare by Qianhe. Yet he continued to scream, begging not to be treated in such a manner. After all, he was still a senior, but no one paid heed to his pleas. Not even Qianhe, who turned his gaze away. Master, had I known it would come to this, I would have acted differently. Qian's disciple remarked helplessly upon witnessing his master's plight. With his disciple speaking so, Qian's anger flared. You are but a dog I have raised. What right do you have to judge me? Enough. The fault lies with you, not your disciple. If your disciple has not been led astray by your example, that is already a testament to his conscience, Qian had declared, directly sealing Qian's mouth with a gesture. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task and receiving a gift package. Would you like to open it? Hearing the system's voice, Qian knew the task was completed. Open it, he silently commanded. Ding! Congratulations to the host for opening the gift package and receiving a 100-year-old thunderstruck wood and a bottle of gathering spirit pills. At the announcement of this reward, Qianhe's eyes sparkled like stars in the night sky, suddenly alight with excitement. This was thunderstruck wood, not just any peachwood sword. Without hesitation, he retrieved the thunderstruck wood from his system backpack. This was indeed thunderstruck wood, and it was 100 years old. What made it even more precious was that it was uncarved. With this 100-year-old thunderstruck wood, I can at least carve out 7 or 8 incredibly powerful thunder peachwood swords. The leftover scraps can be fashioned into exquisite little thunder swords. Qianhe's eyes glimmered with delight as he envisioned countless treasures. He remembered that his senior brother Lin Fengjiao excelled in the art of carving. He decided to return to Jiuquan town and seek out his senior brother Lin Fengjiao to assist in the carving of this thunderstruck wood. At that time, he could fairly distribute 1 sword each to Nan, Shi, and Bei. while the remaining pieces would serve as a reward for Lin Fengjiao's help, of course. He also intended to procure a couple of small peachwood knives that a phrase came to his mind. Qianhe, do not slay the young or the old with my great blade, but I possess several small knives. With this thought, Qianhe's mood brightened even further. Master, is this thunderstruck wood? A Dong asked curiously. Indeed. Upon our return, once Lin Shibo meticulously carves the peach wood, each of you, Nan, Shi, and Bei, will receive an invaluable 100-year-old thunder peach wood sword. Upon hearing their master's words, Nan, Shi, and Bei were overjoyed. Last time, their master had gifted Dong. And now, so soon, it was their turn. Their master truly treated them exceptionally well. Master, I shall take my leave, Bei exclaimed, elated and ready to set off. Yes, go. Take this spirit pill to aid in your cultivation. Qianhe said, opening a gathering spirit pill, taking one out and handing it to him, then giving one each to Dong, Nan, and Shi. Thank you, master. The four of them received the gifts with hearts full of joy. Now, let us depart. We shall first return to the inn for a rest. Bei, you must travel through the night to Maoshan to report this matter. Yes, master. After parting ways, everyone set off on their respective journeys. Chapter 100. Encountering Jiu Shu. Introducing Zhang Dadong to Jiu Shu. The following day, upon awakening from his cultivation, Qianhe heard Kuin-gu crowing. The passage of time during cultivation is truly elusive. An entire night had slipped away in an instant. Qianhe stood up, freshened up, and took Zhang Dadong and the others downstairs for breakfast at the inn. After dining, they headed towards Jiu Shu's ancestral hall. Of course, he instructed his 3 disciples to return to the hall to check for any developments while he brought Zhang Dadong to Jiu Shu's ancestral hall. He would act as an intermediary, facilitating Zhang Dadong's acceptance as a disciple of Jiu Shu. Zhang Dadong had commendable potential, and it was a waste for him to be merely a car driver. Qianhe was aware that, beyond Zhang Dadong, many gifted individuals in this era were unable to embark on the path of cultivation due to the demands of daily life. They arrived at Jiu Shu's ancestral hall around noon. However, before reaching the hall, they encountered Jiu Shu along the way, accompanied by Qiuxing and Wentai, evidently returning from Huangshan village. Junior brother Qianhe, you have just returned as well. Jiu Shu expressed surprise upon seeing Qianhe. After all, Qianhe had gone to the fishing village, and it was unexpected that he returned around the same time. He had dealt with the old corpse, Chu Rinmei, in Huangshan village, which was fairly straightforward, albeit the journey was somewhat long. Jiu Shu was unaware that Qianhe had already shattered the dantian of the unscrupulous Qian Kai from Maoshan. Indeed, senior brother, have you just returned as well? I was planning to find you at your ancestral hall. Qianhe replied with a smile, noting their travel-worn appearance, indicating they had hurried back early that morning. Yes, I resolved the matter over there, but was concerned about the ancestral hall, so I hurried back to check. Jiu Shu nodded, then noticed Zhang Dadong by his side, looking curious. And who is this? Oh, this is Zhang Dadong from Tan Family Village, Qianhe explained, while also recounting the events surrounding Qian Kai in detail. Leaving nothing omitted, upon hearing this, Jiu Shu frowned. Humph, this Qian Kai, while greedy for money, has now resorted to using Maoshan techniques to harm others for wealth. Jiu Shu snorted, clearly harboring no fondness for Qian Kai. However, junior brother Qianhe, Qian Kai is affiliated with our senior brother's faction, and since the matter should be decided by our senior brother, your hasty actions may provoke his displeasure, Jiu Shu concluded with a sigh. He felt that his junior brother Qianhe was being too reckless. Qianhe let out a cold laugh. What do you mean, senior brother? Can those from his faction act with impunity? Moreover, he is our senior brother. If he does not act fairly, how will he command respect? Besides, I have evidence. I am not afraid of his wrath. Upon hearing Qianhe's words, Jiu Shu nodded in agreement. What Qianhe said was indeed reasonable. After all, disabling Qian Kai's cultivation would prevent him from committing further misdeeds without directly taking a life. To kill him outright would lead to infighting among sect members, rendering even the justifiable claims moot. Indeed, what junior uncle Qianhe says is correct. But who does this senior brother think he is? Qianhe's senior uncle has dealt with him. What does it matter if he gets angry? Wentai interjected, clearly displeased. Having understood the situation, he felt that Qian Kai's faction was reprehensible for using Maoshan techniques to harm others. How dare you? My senior brother is also your Sherbwa. Jiao Shu reprimanded Wentai sharply. Such words are best left unsaid here. If you dare utter them in front of your fellow disciples, even the master cannot protect you. Wentai merely lowered his head, remaining silent. Qianhe silently commended him. Wentai had not changed. Let it be. If the senior brother brings it up, I will help you navigate through it, Jiao Shu said, wrapping his arm around Qianhe's shoulder as they walked away. Qianhe smiled. Knowing that his senior brother was fiercely protective and that he would not stand idly by regarding his junior brother's affairs. After all, their faction comprised only a few brothers who shared strong bond. Having grown up cultivating together at Maoshan, Daoist, for calling Lin Fengjiao by name, that was a tradition from their time at Maoshan, and Jiao Shu would not mind being addressed so by someone as familiar as Qianhe. Others, however, would not be so fortunate. Addressing someone by name depended on the relationship. That be why the way. Senior brother, this Zhang Dadong has commendable potential. I would like to introduce him to you as a disciple. Please take a look. Oh, since it is a recommendation from my junior brother, I shall take a look. Uncle Jiao cast a glance at Zhang Daden, who immediately stepped forward. Uncle Jiao held a deep trust in Qianhe. His 4 disciples were exceptional, and his judgment undoubtedly surpassed Zhang's. Thus, he felt assured by the introduction from his junior brother. Young brother, do you wish to take me as your master? Uncle Jiao inquired, raising an eyebrow at Zhang Daden. Zhang Daden nodded earnestly. Indeed, Master Qianhe has said that your strength is on par with his, making you the most suitable master for me. I, Zhang Daden, wish to become your disciple. His earnest demeanor was quite commendable. Qiuxing and Wentai observed curiously from the side, hoping to welcome another junior brother into their fold. Chapter 101. The butler from the Ren family arrives. Young brother, extend your hand and provide me with your birth date and time. I shall take a look. Uncle Jiao regarded Zhang Daden with some satisfaction, at the very least. He appeared far more agreeable than Qiuxing and Wentai. Meanwhile, Qianhe pondered the implications of accepting him, particularly when he would later meet with his second uncle. What would the encounter between Zhang Daden and Zhu Dachong be like? However, Qianhe searched through his memories, finding no mention of Fei Bao, indicating that he belonged to a different narrative altogether. Good. Zhang Daden responded with a voice like thunder, promptly reciting his birth details to Uncle Jiao. After a meticulous examination of Zhang Daden's qualifications and birth data, Uncle Jiao's expression shifted like a chameleon. What a remarkable, pure yang physique! Uncle Jiao gasped in astonishment, as if beholding a rare treasure. Such talent in this era of dwindling spiritual cultivation was indeed a rarity. He was significantly stronger than Qiuxing. Though Qiuxing's abilities were commendable, he lacked any extraordinary physique. Uncle Jiao had accepted him as a disciple simply because no one in Renjia town possessed superior qualifications or the astuteness that Qiuxing exhibited. Moreover, despite Qiuxing's decent potential, his erratic character rendered him unfit to inherit Uncle Jiao's legacy, as he was too distracted in his pursuits. Now, with Qianhe presenting Zhang Daden, it felt like a divine blessing. A successor to carry on his teachings, Qianhe beamed, recognizing from Uncle Jiao's expression that the matter was likely settled. Still, he felt compelled to add, so, brother, will you accept him? His personality is cheerful and open-hearted, making him an ideal candidate for our Maoshan practices. Furthermore, he has witnessed the heinous acts of Qian Kai, igniting within him a fervent sense of justice, akin to a blazing fire, eager to eradicate evil. Qianhe spoke truthfully. Had he not intervened in time, Zhang Daden might have already confronted Qian Kai, who sought his life. Of course, even if Qian Kai had not aimed for his demise, Zhang Daden's generous nature would have compelled him to assist others regardless. Upon hearing this, Uncle Jiao grew increasingly intrigued by Zhang Daden. He approached him as one would admire a work of art, scrutinizing him closely. Zhang Daden, feeling the pressure, broke into a cold sweat, yet his gaze remained as resolute as iron, unwavering as he met Uncle Jiao's eyes. He had to become a disciple. He was no longer a husband and would not return to being a coachman. He sought to cultivate his strength. He wished to earn the respect of others, to be addressed as Daoist Zhang Daden, just as they called Qianhe Master Qianhe. Perhaps, in time, they will call me Master Dinner Daoist Daden. No, that sounds peculiar. I must choose a different name. He mused. Contemplating further, he decided that he would rename himself Hong Jinbao, allowing him to be known as the illustrious Master Hong Jinbao. In the midst of these thoughts, he chuckled to himself, "No, I am Zhang. I shall be Zhang Jinbao." While he was lost in his whimsical thoughts, Uncle Gio circled him and suddenly, like a flash of lightning, tapped his shoulder. Out a faint stream of spiritual energy, akin to a serpent, slithered into his body. Moments later, a subtle smile flickered in Uncle Gio's eyes. Ah, a promising talent indeed. He sought to ascertain whether Zhang Daden, at his age, could still cultivate successfully, and the outcome was affirmative. The pure yang physique defied age. Zhang Daden felt as though a tempest had erupted within him, his elation spilling over as he hastily knelt and bowed. "I implore Master to accept me as your disciple." Uncle Gio smiled gently, as warm as a spring breeze, immediately assisting him to his feet and turning to Qianhe. "Since my junior brother has so ardently recommended him, let him stay. However, once he joins, he must train diligently and adhere to the sect's rules." Zhang Daden nodded vigorously, akin to a chick pecking at rice. Uncle Gio's heart brimmed with joy. To have such a promising disciple as his successor was a fulfillment of his life's aspirations. "Very well. Let us return and prepare for the formal initiation. From this day forth, you shall be my third disciple." Uncle Gio placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder, speaking earnestly. Zhang Daden was overwhelmed with joy, nodding repeatedly. "Haha, we will have another junior brother." Qiuxing and Wentai were equally excited. Uncle Gio, however, turned a blind eye to the two, feeling exasperated by their ineptitude, for even a glance at them caused him a headache. Upon entering the ancestral hall, the sound of galloping hooves echoed from outside. The group turned to see the butler of Ren Fa approaching on horseback. Dismounting, the butler respectfully addressed Uncle Gio. "Uncle Gio." "Ah, it is Butler Run. What brings you here?" Uncle Gio inquired with a smile, clearly recalling the earlier discussion regarding the coffin and burial arrangements for his father. However, the butler's words reminded him of another matter. "Uncle Gio, my master wishes to invite you to the Western restaurant in Rinjia Town for a discussion tomorrow. Might you be available?" The butler inquired with a smile. "Very well. I shall make my way there tomorrow." Uncle Gio finally realized. Qiuxing muttered under his breath, "A Western restaurant. I bet there will be plenty of novel delights." Uncle Gio shot him a glare. Wentai was already drooling at the prospect, after receiving a response. The butler bowed and took his leave. "I shall return to inform Master Run," he said. "Safe travels," Uncle Gio replied. Once the butler departed, he mused, "I hadn't anticipated that I would forget amidst the busyness. Butler Run even came to remind me." Zhang Daden curiously asked, "Master, is the Western restaurant filled with exotic delicacies?" Uncle Gio chuckled. "You shall find out when we go. For now, focus on preparing for your initiation." With that, he stepped into the inner hall of the ancestral hall. Chapter 102. The initiation ceremony. Upon returning to the living room, Uncle Gio said, "Junior brother Qianhe, please enjoy your tea while I conduct the initiation ceremony for Zhang Daden." "Of course, brother. Do as you must," Qianhe replied with a nod, settling down to sip his tea. Uncle Gio then led Zhang Daden to the ancestral chamber, with the arrangements for Ren Fa's coffin and burial underway. He almost forgot his own task, having Ren Weiyong compete in the pinnacle match. "TSK, this will make the old man understand what a pinnacle match truly means," Qianhe chuckled. "After all, rewards from free gifts should never be squandered." Meanwhile, in the ancestral chamber, the incense altar stood like a solemn mountain, firmly positioned at the center of the main hall. Above it rested the statue of the ancestral master, while candles flickered like dancing sprites, casting a warm glow. When Zhang Daden beheld the statue, it seemed almost lifelike. Standing before the incense altar, he was so tense that his palms could have produced water. Qiuxing, noticing his anxiety, teased, "Do not fret. Junior brother, this is my godfather. Once you are initiated, we shall be like brothers in arms. Indeed, in the future, when offerings are made for the elders, we can take turns fulfilling the duty." Wentai chimed in with a grin. Uncle Gio shot Wentai a glare, prompting him to fall silent. The ancestral hall was entrusted to Uncle Gio, and it was indeed Wentai's responsibility to make offerings for the elders. Naturally, Zhang Daden could assist, but the primary caretaker must be Wentai. Wentai's perspective was that someone like Zhang Daden, destined to reside in the ancestral hall, should contribute significantly, allowing him to have a more relaxed time. After all, Qiusheng still had to return to his aunt's shop, as he was not particularly invested in his cultivation. His aunt, having no sons, treated him like her own, intending to leave everything in the shop to him in the future. Understood, Zhang Daiden nodded in agreement. As the appointed time arrived, Uncle Jiu emerged clad in a pristine Daoist robe, embodying the essence of a high-ranking Daoist master. His expression was solemn, standing resolutely beside the ancestral master's tablet. Daiden, this is our ancestral master. Zhang Daiden took a deep breath, akin to a warrior preparing for battle. Yes, master. He stepped forward and bowed deeply 3 times, proclaiming, Master, please accept your disciple's greeting. Each bow resonated like a hammer striking a drum. Filled with utmost reverence, Uncle Jiu nodded slightly, and once Zhang Daiden completed his salutation, he picked up the prepared peach with sword from the table, treating it as if it were an extraordinary weapon, and gently rested it upon Zhang Daiden's shoulder, reciting, Today, as I take you as my disciple, may you uphold the righteous path, standing tall like a green pine, unafraid of malevolent spirits. You may offer incense to the ancestral master. Should he acknowledge you, you shall officially become my disciple. As Jiu spoke, he waved his arm, and the incense magically ignited as if enchanted. This wondrous scene left Zhang Daiden utterly astonished, yet it was also the spellcraft he envied. Without the slightest hesitation, Zhang Daiden reverently presented the incense to the ancestral master. Once he observed that the incense burned without any peculiarities, Jiu revealed a satisfied smile, repeatedly exclaiming, Good, good, good. These 3 utterances echoed like thunder in the ancestral hall, signifying the ancestral master's approval and his contentment with Zhang Daiden. Subsequently, Jiu handed him a weathered introductory tome on the art of Maoshan, which shimmered like a brilliant gem, emanating an aura of mystique. This is the Supreme Clarity Great Cave Canon. From this moment forth, you must diligently study it. Should you encounter any difficulties, feel free to consult me. Of course, I shall also impart to you the foundational methods of cultivation. Zhang Daiden accepted it with both hands, his eyes ablaze with unwavering determination. Thank you, Master. I shall not disappoint your expectations at all. This peachwood sword is a gift to commemorate your initiation. Please accept it. Yes, Master. Zhang Daiden respectfully accepted the peachwood sword that Jiu offered, treating it as a treasured possession. Qiusheng and Wen Kai cheered and applauded from the side, filling the ancestral hall with a joyous and harmonious atmosphere. Hooray! We have a junior disciple now. Indeed, we have a junior disciple, Qiusheng and Wen Kai exclaimed, embracing each other and even sharing a brief kiss. Once they realized their actions, they quickly spat in embarrassment. Jiu paid no heed to their antics. Come. Your Shu awaits in the parlor. Let us see what gifts Qianhe Shu has in store for you. Jiu smiled at Zhang Daiden, who nodded and followed him outside. Upon seeing Qianhe, Zhang Daiden promptly addressed him. Qianhe Shu. Ah, have you successfully become a disciple? Qianhe inquired with a smile. Yes, Master has accepted me. Good, from now on, you must practice diligently. I have nothing else to give you at the moment, but this spirit-gathering pill shall aid you in refining your essence. Qianhe said as he retrieved a spirit-gathering pill from his system backpack, presenting it to Zhang Daiden as a welcoming gift. Chapter 103. Jiu was astonished by such a large piece of thunderstruck wood. Upon seeing it, Jiu's expression changed dramatically. What rich spiritual energy! He had not anticipated that Qianhe would be so generous as to present such a remarkable pill. However, a furrow of concern crossed his brow as he contemplated something, but chose to remain silent, intending to discuss it with Zhang Daiden later. Thank you, Shu. Zhang Daiden joyfully accepted the pill. All right, Qiusheng Wen Kai, please prepare a guest room for your junior disciple. Jiu instructed, looking at them. Yes, Master. They nodded and led Zhang Daiden away. Once they departed, Jiu remarked, Keep the refining pill with me, lest you misplace it. Understood, Master. Zhang Daiden handed the spirit-gathering pill to Jiu, who accepted it and placed it in a wooden box. By the way, junior disciple, how did you come by such an excellent pill? Jiu inquired curiously. I concocted it myself. Not much, not much, Qianhe chuckled, cleverly avoiding the truth about the system, that it was better to claim he had crafted it himself than to lack a source for it. After all, with the system, he would eventually acquire alchemical skills. Their Maoshan lineage encompassed the art of alchemy. What? You concocted it? That's impressive. Jiu was taken aback. He knew his junior disciple was as versatile as himself. Yet he was amazed that he could produce a pill so rich in spiritual energy. Impressive, my junior disciple Qianhe. Haha. Fortunately, it was a stroke of luck that I created it to be. By the way, brother, I have a favor to ask of you. Qianhe deftly shifted the topic. If Lin Fengjiao directly presented materials for him to concoct on the spot, it would expose his true self. He could not possibly concoct anything. Rather, he would prefer to await the system's rewards for alchemical skills. Otherwise, trying to put on airs would only lead to revealing flaws and becoming a laughingstock. Jiushu's attention was indeed diverted, as Qianhe had anticipated, filled with curiosity. What is it? It was certainly not a trivial matter if his junior disciple required his assistance. Well, I would like to request your help in carving this piece of thunderstruck wood into a peach wood sword, Qianhe said, producing a piece of thunderstruck wood measuring 12 feet long and 30 centimeters thick, as if performing a magic trick. The length was indeed 1 zhong and 3 cun. This was precisely why Qianhe claimed he could craft 7 or 8 peach wood swords. Of course, that was an understatement, as it depended on the carving skills. Upon seeing this massive piece of wood, Jiushu was left utterly bewildered. What on earth is this? Such a large piece of wood. Where did you procure it? However, his attention was captivated entirely by the wood. Observing the serpentine patterns that adorned it, Jiushu was astounded. This is a century-old thunderstruck wood. Indeed, it is a century-old thunderstruck wood, Qianhe confirmed, gently placing on the ground. Jiushu eagerly approached, treating it as a treasure, examining it closely. Good. Truly a remarkable find. Junior disciple Qianhe, this can at least yield 9 thunderstruck peach wood swords. Jiushu's focus on the 30-centimeter thick, 12-foot-long piece of wood surpassed even his appreciation for beautiful women. Indeed, he had never scrutinized a woman with such attention. Oh, 9 swords? Yes, at least 9. Jiushu nodded repeatedly, his tone resolute. Then I shall take 3, and the remainder will belong to you, brother. However, I would appreciate your assistance in carving the leftover scraps into small knives. Qianhe stated earnestly. Are you serious? Jiushu's brows slightly furrowed, revealing a look of disbelief. Absolutely. Qianhe nodded once more. That is easily arranged, but what exactly do you envision for these small knives? Jiushu, feeling elated, still inquired about Qianhe's intention for the carving. My broad blade does not strike the young and the old, but I do possess a small knife. Jiushu. Very well. Once I return from my appointment with Ren Fa tomorrow, I shall commence the carving. Jiushu nodded in agreement. Then, Jiushu seemed to recall something and, with a hint of embarrassment, asked, by the way, junior disciple, you often travel far and wide. Have you encountered the eldest brother? Do you know how foreigners consume tea? Foreign tea. That would be coffee. I am familiar with it, Qianhe replied, nodding. That's splendid. Although I remain stationed in Renjiazan, I have yet to try foreign tea. Tomorrow, I shall invite you to join me. Jiushu chuckled heartily. His junior disciple was indeed reliable. It was evident that working for the Qin court had exposed him to numerous experiences. Excellent. Qianhe nodded, not declining the invitation. He also planned to return after tomorrow to rescue another Zhong Fa from the realm of the vengeful spirits. Lest he perish, that would be catastrophic. The reward he coveted was the 3rd form of the 7-kill command, the Soul Pursuit Order, which he found quite enticing. Chapter 104. Inverted Taiji Array. Just as the brothers were engaged in idle chatter, the sound of a corpse-driving bell resonated from outside. The one approaching was the Daoist Simumu, also Qianhe's senior brother and Jiushu's junior. The corpse-driving bell. Simumu has arrived. Jiushu recognized the familiar sound. How tardy he is! He passed by my family's temple some time ago, promising to gather here. Yet he is the last to arrive. Qianhe remarked in jest. Humph. He must have dallied with that vixen on the way. This fellow, rather than seeking a proper partner, chooses to frolic with a fox spirit. Jiushu expressed his frustration, feeling exasperated. Were it not for Simumu's modest skills, he would have been thoroughly drained by now. Humans and ghosts, as well as humans and monsters, are not meant to intermingle. Yet Simumu treated it as mere amusement, a peculiar inclination. Moreover, since Jiu had not caught him in the act, he could not openly confront him. Qianhe nodded, understanding Simumu's nature. Point 1 could only say that Simumu truly knew how to enjoy himself. As the sound of the bell grew nearer, Simumu, clad in Daoist robes and holding a bell, chanted incantations while guiding a procession of animated corpses towards the ancestral hall under the moonlight. The corpses, adorned with yellow talismans, hopped and leaped in unison, exuding an eerie aura. Dear customers, we are nearing my senior brother's temple. Soon you shall rest for a few days, and you may also meet the companions of my senior brother in the mortuary. Simum spoke cheerfully, gazing at the nearby ancestral hall. The corpses, too, appear to be animated by his words, clearly intrigued. However, as he drew nearer, Simum noticed Jiu and Qianhe standing at the entrance of the hall. He adjusted his glasses and, upon putting them back on, felt a sudden clarity and exclaimed, "Shi Xiao, Shidi Qianhe, it has been quite some time." Jiu stepped forward and playfully slapped him. "You rascal. Have you been consorting with fox spirits again on your way here?" "Cough, cough, Shi Xiao, that's not true." Simum quickly shook his head, determined not to reveal any such escapades. "Shidi Qianhe, enough of your games. We all know your character. Just don't let it get out of hand, or else the Shi Xiao will have something to hold against you." "Cough, rest assured, nothing of the sort." Simum coughed lightly once more. "All right, come inside, but why have you brought so many customers with you today?" Jiu said, making room for him to enter. Simum Daoist shrugged helplessly. "I encountered some troubles on the way that delayed my journey, and I picked up a few customers along the way. So I thought to rest here." As he spoke, he shook the bell in his hand more vigorously, directing the corpses to the designated area within the ancestral hall. Upon entering the living room, Qiu Sheng, Wen Kai, and Zhang Daiden also emerged. Jiu then introduced them. "Simum Shu." Zhang Daiden immediately greeted respectfully. "Ah, I didn't expect you to take on another disciple. Well done." Simum nodded in acknowledgement. "Then aren't you going to offer something in return?" Jiu remarked nonchalantly. Simum was at a loss for words. He had anticipated a greeting gift, but had brought nothing substantial. He retrieved a small bronze sword. Originally intended for Xiao, it was now of no use. "Here, Shiji, this is a gift from your Shu." Jiu knew his junior brother to be rather frugal, but chose not to comment further. The small bronze sword, despite its size, was quite decent at this moment. Wen Kai interjected playfully. "Shu, I just heard the sound of your corpse-chasing bell in the ancestral hall. Your entrances are always so grand." Simum Daoist shot him a glare. "Stop jesting, Shu. This journey has not been peaceful. I sense a malevolent presence lurking among these customers. Fortunately, we arrived safely." After saying this, he let out a sigh, as if releasing a heavy burden. Qianhe narrowed his eyes, feeling that Simum must have encountered something formidable. "By the way, Simum, what kind of malevolent presence did you encounter?" Jiu inquired curiously. "The malevolent presence is a minor issue. I simply passed through a place where the aura of death and malevolence was particularly strong. I was unsure of its nature, so I decided to leave," Simum replied, his expression grave. Upon hearing this, Jiu furrowed his brows, resembling two small mountains. What place was that? If Lin Jiu were to learn of any malevolent presence, he would undoubtedly want to investigate. Even if it wasn't his jurisdiction, he would still need to check to prevent any calamities. This was the mindset of Lin J. It was in a remote wilderness. I can't quite tell what it was, but I entered. The formation seemed to be the inverted universe Tai Chi formation. Inside, there were stone coffins, and above them hung the yin-yang bell. As Simum spoke, his face turned serious, as if he could weep. Although he had some knowledge of corpse chasing, he was only somewhat familiar with other matters. This familiarity was not the kind one might expect, but rather a true superficial understanding. "What? The inverted universe, Tai Chi formation?" Jiu exclaimed in disbelief, his gaze fixed intently on Simum. "Are you certain you did not misinterpret?" Jiu asked, his expression grave. "No, I could not possibly be mistaken." Simum shook his head vigorously. While Simum may have been slightly inferior to Lin Fingjiao, In Qianhe and Taoist practices, he still possessed a modicum of understanding regarding formations. And the yin-yang bell? Zhou Shu pressed further. Yes, Simon nodded emphatically. Qianhe's pupils dilated suddenly. This was an ancient formation from the vicinity of Longhu Mountain, designed to protect royal kin, combined with the yin-yang bell, which absorbs the energies of heaven and earth. It essentially serves to nurture corpses. Qianhe spoke solemnly. Zhou Shu nodded slightly, while Simon wore a serious expression. He had grasped the implications that it meant that individuals from Longhu Mountain were indeed nurturing corpses. Qianhe pondered for a moment before finally recalling the plot. However, he never expected that Simon would stumble upon it. I wonder if that zombie king has been taken away. Qianhe mused to himself. I should check on it when I have some free time. If the people from Longhu Mountain are indeed nurturing corpses to harm others, we must take action, Zhou Shu proclaimed gravely, since we are all practitioners. If such a situation arises, we will have to resort to our fists to settle the matter. Qianhe and Simon both nodded in agreement. Indeed, at that moment, Zhou Shu noticed his disciples standing nearby, listening intently, and immediately called out to Wen Kai. Wen Kai, why aren't you hurrying to offer incense for the elders? Remember to take Daden to familiarize him with the ancestral hall. Oh, of course, master, Wen Kai responded and hurriedly left with Zhang Daden. He had been engrossed in the conversation, not realizing he had been discovered by his master. Simon called after the departing figure. Shurji, remember to offer incense for my customers. Understood, Shu. Wen Kai replied without looking back as he departed, with Zhang Daden following closely behind. Qianhe observed Qiu Shang's eyes darting about, and sensed that the lad was up to no good. He immediately grabbed him. Aren't you returning to your aunt's shop? If not, then you can stay here and brew tea. He did not want this boy to cause any trouble. Why would one want to stir up a ruckus with Simon's corpses? Moreover, Simon could not leave. He needed to check on the situation there soon. He distinctly remembered that there was a zombie that could become invisible. Meanwhile, Qiusheng busied himself with brewing tea, unable to masquerade as a zombie to frighten Wen Kai and Zhang Daden. After a while, the brothers conversed until Qianhe checked the time and stood up. It's getting late. I must return to Jiuquan town to take a look. Would you not like to stay here for the night? Zhou Shu asked. No. Qianhe waved his hand. CD, why are you staying in Jiuquan town? Simon inquired. Shitty Qianhe has resigned from his duties with the court, so I sent him to oversee things in Jiuquan town. Zhou Shu replied with a chuckle. Simon was taken aback. The court is so favorable. You don't want it? Is it not a pity? A few $100s a month. What's the point of risking my life? I'm done with it. See you tomorrow, Qianhe said as he stood up and walked toward the ancestral hall's entrance. Hearing this, Zhou Shu and Simon exchanged glances, both wearing expressions of exasperation. Earning a few $100s a month. They certainly worked hard. How much could one earn from corpse chasing in a month? It was incomparable to Qianhe. One could only say that Qianhe had earned enough money and had become somewhat carefree. As they watched Qianhe leave, Zhou Shu and Simon began discussing the happenings of recent days. Just then, Wen Kai returned, clearly having finished offering incense. Zhou Shu also noticed Zhang Daden and said, Go take a rest now. And you too, Qiu Sheng, hurry back. Otherwise, your aunt will come asking for you again. Zhou Shu glanced at Qiu Sheng, who nodded in response and promptly rode off on his bicycle. I shall also freshen up. I feel quite worn out, Simon declared as he stood up to leave. Zhou Shu paid him no mind, instead turning his attention to Zhang Daden. Daden, this cultivation pill is provided by your Shu. But its potency is formidable that I plan to help you safeguard it, and then I will use my spiritual energy to open your meridians, allowing you to enter the ranks of the Daoist disciples. What do you think? Zhou Shu coughed lightly and continued. This gathering spirit pill possesses immense power. If he were to consume it, he could reach half a step into the realm of Tianshi. However, since Zhang Daden currently could not cultivate, taking it would be a waste. That it would be more advantageous for him to use his spiritual energy to help Zhang Daden directly cleanse his meridians. That would indeed be the most cost-effective approach. Hence, he suggested this. I will follow the master's arrangements. Good. You wait in your room for me. Zhou Shu nodded in satisfaction. Yes, master, Zhang Daden replied, and then exited. Afterward, Zhou Shu stored the gathering spirit pill and proceeded to Zhang Daden's room to help him open his run and do meridians and cleanse his channels. Upon entering Zhang Daidan's room, he found him already waiting, clearly aware that this matter was of great importance. The words of Jiushu were like the stabilizing needle of the sea, providing Zhang Daidan with a semblance of peace. Understood, Master. Zhang Daidan nodded earnestly. He was well aware that the process of cleansing tendons and marrow inevitably involved some discomfort. After all, in the pursuit of the Tao, how could one expect a smooth journey? Did he truly believe it was akin to Qianhe breezing through peak competitions? Were it not for the system, Qianhe would have met his demise countless times. Jiushu took a deep breath, feeling as if a refreshing spring flowed within him. With hands forming seals and reciting incantations, his voice echoed like celestial melodies, a faint golden light, resembling the first rays of dawn, gradually coalesced in his palm. As Jiushu gently pressed his hand against Zhang Daidan's dantian, a warm force flowed into his body like a gentle stream. Initially, Zhang Daidan felt a comforting warmth enveloping him, akin to basking in the sun's embrace during spring. However, moments later, that force surged through his meridians like a wild stallion, causing beads of cold sweat to trickle down his forehead, akin to pearls rolling off a broken string. Endure it. This is a critical moment. Jiushu's voice resonated like a mighty bell, serious and profound. Zhang Daidan clenched his teeth, remaining silent and resolute as steel. Had Qiuxing and Wenkai been present, they would have undoubtedly been wailing and lamenting. Observing Zhang Daidan's unwavering determination, Jiushu nodded in satisfaction. What a malleable talent. Gradually, Jiushu intensified the flow of his power, enveloping Zhang Daidan in a soft halo, akin to the most radiant star in the night sky. After an arduous effort, Jiushu abruptly withdrew his hands, releasing a sigh of relief. At that moment, Zhang Daidan felt as though his body had become weightless and transparent, as if he had undergone a complete transformation and rebirth. Yet an unpleasant odor began to waft through the air like a plague. "Thank you, Master." Zhang Daidan's voice brimmed with gratitude. But just as he finished speaking, Jiushu's figure vanished like a wisp of smoke. Zhang Daidan, bewildered and at a loss, remained unaware that Jiushu had fled to escape the stench. The odor soon reached Zhang Daidan's senses, causing him to gasp in horror and scream. Meanwhile, Jiushu darted towards the back mountain like a nimble leopard, clutching a medicinal pill, eager to avoid any disturbances. Back at the ancestral hall, chaos erupted, with chickens scattering and dogs barking. What is that foul smell? Simyamu's shrill cry pierced the sky. Wenkai, equally distraught, lamented as if the world was ending. What is that stench? It's worse than the smell of decay. Zhang Daidan, meanwhile, wore a resigned expression as he tidied up his room. However, upon completing his tasks, he felt an exhilarating surge of power within him, like tumultuous waves. Flowing ceaselessly, Zhang Daidan rejoiced, realizing he had successfully entered the ranks of disciples, embarking on the path of cultivation and empowerment. Meanwhile, Jiushu, oblivious to the turmoil at the ancestral hall, was confident that by the time he returned the next day, everything would be restored to order, and the foul odor would have dissipated. He had no doubt that Wenkai would clean up. Thus, he gracefully arrived at a tranquil spot on the back mountain, sitting cross-legged like an old monk in meditation, cautiously retrieving a gathering spirit pill. This pill, round and lustrous like a pearl, exuded a radiant aura of spiritual energy, reminiscent of the brightest star in the night sky, invigorating the surrounding air. What remarkable skill, Qianhe! To concoct such a powerful elixir, I must definitely offer him my treasure materials to create more pills for me. Jiushu murmured softly, taking a deep breath as he placed the gathering spirit pill in his mouth, as if it were a precious gem. Unbeknownst to Qianhe, his master's thoughts would leave him quite astonished. And the moment Jiushu consumed the pill, a torrent of overwhelming spiritual energy erupted within him, akin to a volcanic eruption, uncontainable and fierce. Jiushu's meridians felt as though they were burdened with an immense weight, nearly on the verge of bursting, yet he gritted his teeth and persevered. After all, this was his first experience with such a potent pill, and its effects were beyond imagination. The gathering spirit pill was inherently domineering, and given his lower realm, there was little he could refine. The dazzling golden light enveloped him, growing ever more intense, like a rising sun. Gradually forming a brilliant cocoon around him, the spiritual energy surged like a tide. Jushu's aura ascended in waves, breaking through the once impenetrable barriers of his cultivation. Veins bulged on his forehead, fierce like a coiling dragon, and sweat poured down him like a torrent breaching a dam. Finally, a powerful aura radiated from him, causing the surrounding trees to tremble and rustle in response. Jushu slowly opened his eyes, his gaze shimmering with a captivating brilliance. At that moment, he had successfully transcended from the peak of a mortal master to the threshold of a semi-divine master, extending his lifespan by 200 years. This transformation was a result of his long-standing accumulation at the peak of his prior realm. This single pill had undoubtedly served as the final sword to break through his barriers. Jushu rose, feeling the surging power within him, his heart brimming with indescribable excitement. I, Lin Jiao, have finally stepped into the realm of a semi-divine master. Jushu exclaimed joyfully, like a child reveling in his triumph. This new realm granted him an additional 2 centuries of life, and for the next 200 years, he was determined not to remain stagnant. This meant he had a significant chance of advancing to the divine master realm, extending his life by an additional 500 years. With this thought, Jushu chuckled to himself. The following morning, sunlight bathed the ancestral hall, accompanied by the call of Brother Kun. Upon Jushu's return, he found the foul odor had vanished. Entering the hall, he spotted Simyamu sulking over tea in the living room. Upon seeing his elder brother, Jushu's expression darkened. "Brother, you've gone too far?" "What did you say?" Jushu squinted, unleashing the pressure of a semi-divine master. This startled Simyamu, who had not anticipated his brother's ascension to such a realm. "Brother, you, semi-divine master," Jushu declared with pride, hands clasped behind his back, wearing a triumphant expression. Simyamu gazed at him with envy. That moment, Qianhe arrived alone, his 3 disciples still engaged in their own cultivation and unable to join them just yet. "Brother, you are here too." Jushu beamed at Qianhe, but upon closer inspection, he noticed something amiss. His junior brother Qianhe had also reached the semi-divine master level. Previously, he had been at the peak of the mortal master realm, and without careful observation, it would have been difficult to discern. To his astonishment, this seemingly humble junior had surpassed him in achieving the semi-divine master realm. How could this be? "Junior brother, when did you break through?" Jushu inquired, his face brimming with astonishment. As if witnessing the impossible, he had assumed Qianhe was still at the peak of the mortal master realm, only to discover he had progressed even faster to the semi-divine master level. "Incredible, I broke through just a few days ago." "Brother, is there something wrong?" Qianhe replied, puzzled by his brother's sudden inquiry. "I truly did not expect you to have advanced again. You are extraordinarily impressive," Jushu admired inwardly. Though he soon understood the reason behind Qianhe's rapid ascent, his ability to concoct pills and his financial means from assisting the royal family allowed him to acquire rare materials for refining elixirs. Having grasped this, Jushu felt nothing but admiration, with no other sentiments. "Wow, both of you are semi-divine masters. I thought I could surprise you after just breaking through to the late mortal master level. But it seems the fool is me," Simyamu exclaimed like a child, unable to maintain his facade any longer. With your little schemes, who could you possibly fool?" Jushu laughed heartily. Soon, Qianhe joined in the laughter. The 3 brothers gathered around to enjoy the breakfast meticulously prepared by By the way, "Junior brother, since you can refine pills, I have some rare materials here. Could I trouble you to concoct some for me?" Jushu finally voiced the request he had long harbored. Upon hearing this, Qianhe couldn't help but feel a pang of regret. Had he known, he would not have pretended earlier. Now, he found himself in an awkward position. Nevertheless, he merely nodded slightly and replied, "That's no problem, but I currently lack the time." "No worries. You can concoct them whenever you have the time." Jushu nodded, appearing unfazed. Meanwhile, Simyamu exclaimed in astonishment, "What? Junior brother, you can refine pills? And brother, did you enhance your strength through consuming pills?" "No, it was only last night that I learned from my junior brother Qianhe about his ability to concoct elixirs, which sparked this idea within me." However, upon hearing those words, Jusu's face instantly flushed crimson. In truth, the pill in question was a gift from his junior brother to his disciple. Yet he could not reveal the truth and could only feign that he had achieved this breakthrough through his own efforts, ensuring that Qianhe would not associate it with the gathering spirit pill. Wow. I want some too, Qianhe. I also possess some rare materials. I'll bring them to you next time and have you refine them for me. Simu eagerly exclaimed to Qianhe. The split will be the same, 70-30, Simu added. After all, he had no intention of refining the elixirs himself, and he couldn't trust anyone else to do it. Having a junior brother with such skills was like having a ready labor force at his disposal. Qianhe shook his head helplessly, but ultimately nodded in agreement, realizing he had to play along with the pretense. Chapter 108, Western Restaurant, preparing for the coffin relocation system. I cannot concoct elixirs. Are there any tasks available to assist me? Qianhe silently cried out in his heart, seeking aid from the system. Only the system could provide such assistance. Otherwise, he was at a loss. His best excuse was that he had been too busy lately, but he couldn't keep using that as a reason. Thus, mastering the art of alchemy had become imperative. No tasks available. Damn, how could there be no tasks? Qianhe internally grumbled. First complete the tasks I've issued. He thought in a fluster he had indeed delayed that ghostly side mission long enough. By the way, Simu, my junior brother Qianhe and I are going to a Western restaurant for some foreign tea. Would you care to join us? Jusu inquired, glancing at Simu. No, that stuff isn't worth drinking. I'd rather tend to my customers. Simu waved his hand in refusal, but he had no interest in foreign tea. His primary concern was ensuring his customers were safe. Meanwhile, Wenkai anxiously interjected, Master, can I come along? You? Absolutely not, Jusu replied without turning his head, firmly denying the request. If Qianhe were unsure about how to drink, he might have considered bringing Wenkai along, but since his junior brother Qianhe was well-versed in such matters, bringing Wenkai would likely result in embarrassment. After all, he knew his own disciple's temperament all too well. What do you mean? The ancestral hall needs to be cleaned, and offerings must be made to the ancestral master. Jusu glared at Wenkai before leading Qianhe out the door. Jusu and Qianhe strolled to Rinjia town. Upon their arrival, they were immediately greeted by numerous voices calling out, Jusu, Daoist Qianhe, because Qianhe had previously slain bandits and aided their town. Many of the villagers recognized him, and thus he had gained considerable fame in Rinjia town. Jusu and Qianhe both nodded with smiles. They navigated through the bustling streets until they reached Ren Fa's Western restaurant, which dominated the commercial area. It could be said that Ren Fa had yet to descend to the status of the wealthiest in Rinjia Street. Upon reaching the entrance, Jusu and Qianhe stepped inside and were met by an approaching waiter. May I ask if you have a reservation? The waiter inquired respectfully. Yes, Lord Ren has made a reservation, Qianhe replied directly, as Jusu was at a loss for words. Jusu hadn't considered the need for a reservation and felt quite flustered. Junior brother Qianhe, you are truly indispensable. Jusu praised with a thumbs up. He could imagine if it had been his disciple, there would have been a loud exclamation. What, didn't Ren Fa book us a table? This is how foreign Western restaurants operated. Qianhe merely shook his head with a smile. So you're esteemed guests of Lord Ren. Please, follow me to the second floor. The waiter gestured invitingly. As Jusu and Qianhe ascended to the second floor. They found Ren Fa waiting anxiously, akin to an ant on a hot pan. Upon spotting them, he greeted them with the warmth of someone who had long awaited rain. Daoist Qianhe, come, please have a seat. He had been waiting for Jusu to return, not expecting him to go elsewhere. Once Jusu was back, he had instructed the butler to summon him. After all, the 20-year period was approaching, and it was time for his father to relocate. Lord Ren, please sit, Jusu and Qianhe said, gesturing politely like true gentlemen. Once seated, the waiter glided over like a butterfly to take their orders. Waiter, Ren Fa softly called that a waiter promptly rushed over as if summoned by a decree. I would like a cup of coffee, Ren Fa declared, and the waiter presented the menu to Jusu as though delivering a royal command. Jusu gazed at the menu, the foreign script appearing as incomprehensible as an ancient text. And he silently lamented. This was far more difficult to comprehend than their Daoist talismans. Fortunately, he had brought his junior brother Qianhe along. Jusu cleared his throat and, treating the menu as if it were a hot potato. Handed it over to Qianhe. "Junior brother, you may order. I will have whatever you choose." Qianhe accepted the menu and surveyed the offerings with the poise of a general inspecting his troops. This sight filled Jusu with immense joy. Qianhe could place the order, and he could simply follow suit without embarrassing himself in front of others. Bringing Qianhe along was indeed the right choice. Had it been Wenkai, he could only imagine the awkwardness that would ensue. After all, he had no idea how to engage with foreign tea and would have had to mimic Qianhe's lead. Clearing his throat, Qianhe pointed to the menu with the authority of a strategist. 1 serving of lamb chops, with asparagus and mushrooms as sides. For the salad, a Caesar salad, and please serve the olive oil and vinegar separately. Also, I would like a cup of Ceylon black tea. My senior brother will have the same as I. Qianhe added, making sure to specify. The waiter, as if struck by inspiration, quickly noted down Qianhe's order, his eyes sparkling with the wonder of a new discovery. Chapter 109. The Nining Gathering Wealth Cavern, having been a waiter for so long. This was the first time he had encountered someone who could order with such ease and familiarity. Many patrons merely came for coffee and found themselves at a loss. Ren Fa raised his thumb in admiration, exclaiming, "Daoist Qianhe, you are truly erudite. I, a mere layman, cannot comprehend such complexities." Haha, Lord Ren, you ought to implement a Chinese menu. It would enable others to order with ease rather than floundering about like headless chickens. Qianhe suggested with a smile. Upon hearing Qianhe's suggestion, Ren Fa's eyes lit up as if he had been enlightened. Indeed, why didn't Ti think of that? Realizing the importance of this insight, he called for the manager, issuing commands with the authority of a general. The manager swiftly began to implement the necessary changes. Once everything was arranged, Ren Fa then inquired, "Jusu, have you determined the proper date for the relocation of my late father's coffin?" A few days prior, he had provided Jusu with his father's birth date during their drinking session, asking to discuss it further at a later time. "Lord Run, I believe it is best to approach this matter with caution. Relocating a coffin is no trivial affair." Jusu stated gravely that, as someone knowledgeable in the field, he felt compelled to offer prudent advice. Years ago, a feng shui practitioner advised that relocating the coffin after 20 years would bring prosperity to our Ren family. "So I am determined to proceed with the relocation," Ren Fa sighed. Over the past 2 decades, his business had steadily declined. He had no son, and even his brother had no heirs and had passed away, making the situation all the more pressing. Thus, he sought to move his father's resting place. Qianhe remained silent. After all, this task was intended to elevate the old man to the pinnacle of his power, and he could not voice any objections. Furthermore, he was merely accompanying Jusu. This matter was being handled by his senior brother Lin Fengjiao and had little to do with him. "Then let us commence the preparations 3 days from now." Jusu nodded in agreement. Since the family had expressly requested the relocation, he would comply, ensuring that all arrangements were meticulously organized. "What preparations are needed?" Jusu inquired, handing Ren Fa a list detailing the items required for the coffin relocation. After reviewing the list, Ren Fa nodded and set it aside, intending to have his servants procure the necessary items.